Hello everybody, welcome to day 2 of the round robin of course, the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos and Danog. We're coming in for 3 more Dota series for you. Well, technically 5. We're going to cover the first 3, but then you've got 2 more series after that, so more cracking Dota for you to come. But Danog, our first game being Tundra versus Blacklist. How excited are you for this series?
I am excited for sure. I mean, you get Tundra, who obviously have a lot of experience with the Southeast Asian region. You've got Whitemon, obviously, having come from that, having extensive experiences on a variety of teams, whether it be B1, T1 or Boom. The old Boom, this is, when it was in Southeast Asia. And then, of course, you've got Blacklist, the full Filipino roster, who... You know, I gotta say, against Aurora, they did not look all that great in their first series yesterday. They just were outclassed at pretty much every facet of the game, and I feel like that's not the sort of opportunity that you want to give a team like Tundra that can really look to punish you quite heavily.
Yeah, they didn't have the best of time, did they? I think those games finished pretty quickly, but I'm hoping now that, you know, lessons learned, and that they'll be able to come back a lot stronger within this next series going up against Tundra, because they are indeed both different regions here, and anything's different. But I'm sure Topson, he has had himself some experience in Southeast Asia, so maybe perhaps we'll see the same again from what happened yesterday, but hopefully not. It'll be, I'm hoping, for a much more even game.
And we just see how a lot of the results panned out from yesterday. Obviously, we covered the first 3 series of the second stream, but there was a first stream going on, and there was also 2 additional series after that. The only teams yet to play a game being Aurora and Xtreme Gaming. We'll be covering Xtreme later today, but you can already see BetBoom, they are sitting well down the bottom. I'm sure that's not really what a lot of people would expect. In Aurora, sitting at the very top of the group. I'm sure similar expectations have to be said for that as well. You know, I have a lot of faith in this Aurora roster, and you have to just wonder how much Satanic is actually influencing that one as well.
Yeah, he's been doing amazing work, Satanic has. I mean, he came in for a stand-in for 23, and boy oh boy, he really showed off like why he's such a great carry player. Like not to be you know, be a big fanboy or anything like that, but it's great to see, you know, young blood especially like him absolutely destroying the floor with Dota. I mean, for many of us, we have had to spend hours and hours and hours into this game, possibly our entire childhoods, to even, you know, get to where we are right now. And, you know, Satanic just coming in at age 16, you know, what can you do?
Can't even stand. Keep standing, apparently. That's how excited you are about Satanic. But we even saw some of those other series that we're going to be covering today as well. I mean, I think the 2 I'm really keen about are Aurora, Gaimin, Gladiators, and the one just after we finish off is Aurora taking on Liquid. You got to remember, the majority of this Aurora roster was X-Talent, right? And these, at the very pinnacle of a lot of these big events, these were the 3 teams that kind of have that, like, triangle against them. Like, Gaimin beats Liquid, Liquid beats Aurora, Aurora beats Gaimin a lot of the time. It's just that most of the time, Liquid beat Aurora before Aurora could even get to Gaimin. So I'm interested to see if that's going to change, with Lorinov obviously coming in instead of Makoto, and if Satanic, well, if he even is still playing instead of 23. We know that 23 obviously had to take a day or 2 just for some personal matters, but maybe it's going to be back to more of the full-fledged roster. Maybe it's still Satanic. I don't know.
Yeah, we will see, because hopefully we'll have that game for you soon, folks. But currently we're not into the draft yet. Things are still being sorted out currently at the moment. But let's speak a little bit about their journey at the moment. We've seen plenty of Tundra games, haven't we? And they've been in pretty good shape. I mean, looking back at some of the results that they had within the Swiss stage, they had been able to win 3 out of 4 of their best of 3s during the Swiss stage, only dropping a game against Heroic. Heroic have been doing pretty well at the moment.
I guarantee Whitemon's off getting a snack right now. Look, his chair's completely empty right now. It's looking for him and it's just saying, oh, where is he? But you know the man's going to be coming back with something delicious to eat, as well, we have a look over at the Southeast Asian team in Blacklist Rivalry coming through. Palace, still, I have been overall impressed with how he's been able to improve. Obviously, that's not him sitting in the one chair, that's Dubu. Palace sitting behind Abed there. But, yeah, I just don't feel like they ever were able to get the ball rolling in their games against Aurora yesterday. Like, that was... That was rough to watch, to be honest, especially considering Aurora is much more of a late-game oriented team. Blacklist had the Chen, and they just made absolutely nothing happen with it. So hopefully, for their sake, it's going to be a little bit different today.
I mean, it was even, I can't remember who said it on the side of Aurora, but they said Blacklist was looking pretty good at the moment, and
Savage.
they were possibly, yeah, it was Savage, okay. It was possibly one of the top teams within C, and they respected them, and then all of a sudden they get a 2-0 against them. You know, you can't make this up. But folks, we've got ourselves a draft underway, so hopefully we'll be able to present you now with the draft. As ban-wise, let's take a look what has been banned out for the side of Tundra. Okay, so Tundra are going to ban out the classics here. Lesh, DK Centaur. So Lesh starting to come into the tournament quite a lot more now. He was a uncommon hero, but now we're starting to see a lot of people tend to pick him up now. People starting to see the impact of him.
Don't let them have Chen. Do not let them have Chen. Unless they want to pick the Chen themselves. Okay, they're going with a Mirana. I feel like Tundra are going to Chen sniper, or am I crazy? Like, I know Mirana can deal with at least one of the Chen army, but that's really only for the laning stage. Chen's strength isn't just the laning stage. It's what you're able to do at that, 10 to 20 minute mark and just completely take over the game.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we've seen Whitemon on the Chen. He has been MVP. I mean, I've only seen a few Chens, but Whitemon's Chen definitely stands out here. I feel he is an absolute monster, especially with the early usage here of Penitence. I mean, you have gone on about this ability quite a lot. I don't know whether you like it or dislike it or just respect it for the fact that it's absolutely kind of a little bit broken.
It's more than a little bit broken. It's a lot broken.
Okay.
I think it's just to have that much attack speed for that much range for everyone hitting the target. We're not going to see it, but I'd love to see a Chen Witch Doctor combination because that makes the Death Ward even go at machine gun speed, which is really interesting to be able to see. So we'll see. They're taking their time with making their choice, and okay, they go for a Conquer, wanting a little bit more flex. I still think you're able to very comfortably have a Chen picked up into this, especially considering now you're not going to have to.
10 seconds
I think we may have just lost Danog there.
5 seconds remaining.
So yeah, they do pick themselves up the Kunka last pick here for Tundra. So we'll wait to see now regards to ban-wise. What they'll ban out here for Blacklist. Luna is gone. But, of course, a very solid all-round pick here, picking themselves up the Conqueror. It's a very solid hero. He does quite well on the off lane. They could possibly flex it as well and put it on the mid lane. Torrent Storm very early on, because you get your Agnim to around about 16, 17 minutes. Is a great way to control the team fight with that Torrent Storm, of course. Because you're not going to have very many people that build BKBs, especially on the cores around about this time, unless they're absolutely, agricultural farmers like Luna, who just goes into the jungle and just rakes down every creep living within there. So yeah, Luna will be banned anyway. So Tundra not able to pick up the Luna.
I mean, again, it's just. Would they just get rid of the Morphling now? Again, it's really yep. There you go. I mean, Pure hasn't shown too much variety with the carries that he's been playing so far in this tournament because a lot of people are just letting them have it. The big thing though is that you're still letting the Chen through if you're Blacklist. And this time around you don't have the first pick going into the second phase. Tundra actually have the choice of if they want to keep picking it up. I think considering they have the Conquer for themselves, they have a way to be able to allow the army to swarm around a hero. It's going to be very, very effective. So we'll see what they opt to do if they choose to get rid of a little bit of wave clear. Primal Beast is a little bit of that, but also it's just a lot of comfort for Blacklist with both Gabby and Abed being able to play it. Although Abed did have a game he would like to forget yesterday on his Primal Beast, it finishing, I believe, even below the enemy team's support Batrider in net worth.
Oh yeah, that Batrider was beyond net worth in terms of support-wise. I think what did he have, like a 4 staff, There was something else that I recall, but I can't remember. But then was going like boot of travel to. Oh yeah, Blink Dagger, of course. How the hell could I forget the Blink Dagger? Blink Dagger for staff, and then going boot of travel. But yes, they picked themselves up techies here for the second pick here for
10
Tundra. So
seconds
actually
remaining.
not going the Chen here, Danog, it doesn't look like. Maybe perhaps this is going to be
5 seconds
Whitemon
remaining.
on the techies, but they could always move it to 9 class, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they're very comfortable with both of them playing that hero. Maybe they feel like they want to bait Blacklist into playing the Chen just because they have a lineup that is pretty capable of dealing with it, right? Like
Dire
lots of
team
damage
pick.
for the laning phase, lots of AoE damage as well for the creeps. You know, they got conquered against when they picked up the Chen for themselves, so maybe they feel like they just don't want to waste a ban on it. And I don't know if this isn't really the time to be like experimenting with a
10
strat because
seconds
every game
remaining.
matters in this. It's just a best of 2. It's not a best of 3, and you know
5
it's only the
seconds
top 4
remaining.
that end up going through. And Group B is
Tundra
looking very
Esports
challenging already.
turn.
So I'm thinking that's probably not the case. That they're just trying to give Blacklist a little bit of a freebie, you know, and just see if they can beat it. I think maybe they just might think that their heroes are very capable of dealing with it anyway.
I mean, you do have the save with the disruption now coming out. That's one thing I
10
do like.
seconds remaining.
Not anything to actually rely like a little bit like a Luna, for example. I remember that you went on about it before when Shadow Demons picked up. That you get yourself these agility carries that are able to actually clear waves very nicely, especially with illusions. I mean, lifesteal is a bit meh. It's okay.
Tundra Esports.
Yeah,
It's not the amazing.
Hey, there you go.
Oh,
So-
there it is.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, it feels like this Mirana Shadow Demon might be okay in lane, but what is a Shadow Demon meant to do against 50 Chen creeps? Like, similar sort of thing with a Lifestealer. What's he supposed to do? You can get a Radiance, but you're going to have a mech. You might have a
10
pipe. You
seconds
might have
remaining.
you will have Hand of God, and they don't have a way to instantly get onto the backline to
5
make sure that
seconds
Chen doesn't
remaining.
get off those spells. So I'm a little concerned that they feel like a Shadow Demon, which is still a very good hero, but just not with the Chen in the pool, in my opinion.
I think they did a little strat here, Tundra, where they were like, yeah, we're going to pick Chen, but not yet. Let them think that we're actually just going to go Whitemon techies, and then boom! Out comes
Sure.
the Chen.
I'm just wondering if the sniper comes now. I'm just seeing how much Thompson's actually going to be talking in this little intermission here, because again, they don't really have much jump. Instead, they go for the Meepo. They tried this once before. Elder Titan's in the pool, though, so I wonder if that's something that Gabby wants to play. It's something that he is very capable of playing. He's got a really wide hero pool, and maybe it's something that they're looking to consider.
This is a
10
pure
seconds
Meepo, right?
remaining.
Yeah.
It is a pure, okay. I don't think I've ever
5
seen
seconds
Thompson
remaining.
play a Meepo before.
I mean, it's a pretty good Elder Titan game, isn't it? Against Meepo and Chen with all the creeps.
I mean it's
Feels
definitely
daunting.
looking like it now. Pick it.
Feels like a
Pick
bit
it,
of a missed
Black.
opportunity if they don't.
Do it.
Okay.
Oh, they won't.
It's sustain, and they're not wanting to reveal the offlane yet. I mean, if I'm Tundra, I'm banning ET and probably Wyvern, to be honest. Like Wyvern
Tundra
against Meepo is pretty
Esports
good,
turn
whether
to
it's
ban.
in the Mega Meepo form, just through the percent damage when he's just incredibly beefy, or if they're the separate Meepos, then you can just look to, use the Winter's Curse and potentially force him to die on his own. But clearly feeling like maybe they were lacking a little bit of frontline, at least for the earlier
10
stages of the game.
seconds remaining.
And Pango has a little bit more of that wave clear that, I gotta say, they are still really
5
lacking against the
seconds
Chen.
remaining.
Pango solves that somewhat.
I mean, they do have Shadow Poison too, but it takes
It's
a very
too
long
slow.
time to stack it up. Yeah. It's too slow.
Have to get all those levels into the SD before you can feel a little bit more confident with that one there. What is it, the level 15 talent, I think, for -1 second on the Shadow Poison cooldown. So, I feel like you can't be waiting for a level 15 timing on a support against a Chen. That's just, that's some danger right there. What will Toby play
Tundra
as well is something
Esports
else that
turn
I'm
to
also
ban.
considering here for Tundra.
Surprisingly, Tundra were the ones who banned out the Centaur here, so maybe perhaps it's the
They didn't have
Conquer.
first pick, I guess, is the thing, right? Like
10
it was
seconds
Blacklist that
remaining.
had first pick, and they chose to go
Yeah.
for the Mirana instead. Maybe just
5
preempting a
seconds
Chen
remaining.
and having a little bit of extra flexibility for themselves. But Gabby plays Centaur really well too, so They just didn't want him to be able to have that picked up early on against them. What is there left? I mean, I still feel like it could just be a Kunkka, right? But I kind of like the Death Prophet into this. It gives them extra push. Lifestealer, the physical damage from the Exo is still going to do a lot of work.
Dire
I
team
feel like
ban.
their
God, they ban
burst
Alter Titan.
isn't amazing. Yeah, they should. And the Timber was a good ban as well. But yeah, I feel like the DP could still work very well for Tundra, right? A lot of the damage is a little slower, so you could probably get off a lot of those Spirit Siphons. Rage doesn't really matter. Spirits are still going to be doing damage.
remaining.
Rolling Thunder doesn't matter. Spirits are still going to be doing damage. And yeah,
seconds
just opens up the
remaining.
map further and further for Meepo to be like that secondary initiator. Like, it's a great counter initiator.
Pangolier is definitely going to enjoy the shield crashes, though, that's for sure.
Sure, but he's not going to enjoy getting chain earthbound. I think
No,
that's that's the downside. Might need to go an early-ish Aghanim Shard to be able to survive through that a little bit more easily.
We were speaking about it. I can't remember if it was yesterday or it was wet during the Swish stage, but I think it was like, oh, do you remember when Pangolier used to have the reduction rate instead of the shield? And I was like, oh, how much would it be if it was on Meepo along with other heroes? And you were like 120%, and I was just gobsmacked.
Like, I mean, probably not that much, but like, still, it's just like you took literally no damage. You know, the meme came to life. Literally no damage when you were going up against a Meepo once it got to the later stages of the game, and then honestly, you could just be that really, really tanky frontliner. But what are they going to ban? They're using a lot of this reserve time. Granted, it's the last ban of the whole draft, so go off Kings, why not? Who has last overall pick? It's actually Tundra. So that's very challenging to go up against, considering you've already revealed a Meepo, and clearly they feel confident enough. A bounty hunter, man. What were they thinking?
okay.
Like, were they thinking it was just going to be like an off-lane bounty hunter to ruin Lifestealer's game? Because that is a really good lane for the bounty hunter, but I mean, I guess Thompson could have played it against the Pango as well. Is Omni Knight still in the pool?
10
Is that
seconds
maybe something up for
remaining.
consideration? Could be. Get RP, just
5
use the
seconds
the
remaining.
repel onto that person. Pure damage against a Lifestealer and a Pangolier, not too bad.
Choose
Okay.
your hero.
Slaughter?
Just Toby Slaughter, specialty. And against the Slaughter, against the Lifestealer, excuse me, pretty good lane. Also allows you to have even more of that single target burst down, right? Like, you've got the Meepo with the poof, you've got the Kunkka with X-Mark into Torrent combination, you've got Penitence, you've got Slaughter with the Corrosive Haze. It's a lot onto one individual target, so I'm honestly wondering, like, how do you even withstand this on Blacklist? Are you going to need to go multiple 4-staffs just to be able to kite out a lot of this? I think that might be a pretty decent tool. Glimmer Cape really isn't going to do all that much because you're against a Slaughter, so yeah, the magic damage block is going to be nice, but the Invis is going to be pretty much useless. And a Solar Crest, maybe, on someone like Tim's, just to be able to buff up Palos, make sure he's not being kited around a lot of these team fights, might be the next viable option.
Yeah, so we do see definitely that Tundra have this early presence, but I think a little bit that Blacklist do have the opportunity to actually try and push it back a little bit, because I'm looking at heroes like Magnus, Pangolier, Lifestealer. Lifestealer likes to... he's okay mostly on his own, but sometimes he likes to dominate on lane. He's not like most carries where he just focuses on CS and he feels a little bit like a glass cannon. He actually has the ability to escape and flee and actually do fine on the lane. You got Magnus as well. I feel like once he's able to farm up and get him something like an Echo Saber or a Blink Dagger, then he becomes a nuisance. And then you've also got Pangolier as well, who's... one of his main spiking is to get himself this Diffusal Blade, which I think he gets around about 11 minutes or something along the lines of that. And it's pretty good once he picks it up, but is it enough against Tundra? That's what I'm thinking. Top Sun on the Kunkka. corrosive haze.
I know you're a little self-conscious about the whole toxic thing.
I know.
But no, you be you. Live your best life, bro. That's the thing. I mean, okay, let's talk a little bit about Blacklist, right? You've got a Magnus, so you're going to have the Empower to at least have that against the Meepo, right? Of course, once he gets the Aghanim Scepter, it really doesn't matter all that much. Then it becomes all single target. But, you know, Empower with the Lifestealer, Magnus, and a Pangolier, not the worst to be able to have. Tim's is a great Mirana player. I think he's one of the best Mirana players in the world. But it's another one of these games, Epi, where there is very minimal setup for those arrows. Like, what is the arrow guarantee that doesn't rely on an ultimate outside of Shadow Demon? There's just nothing. And I always feel like that's really where the hero can be caught lacking. And if this was going to be the case, if you want to expend your first pick overall in the draft on this, I don't think you can just do that. Like, leave a Mirana completely unsupported, I guess. It's going to be a really good performance.
I agree. I think it's one of the banes that we spoke about how the fact that if you don't combine something with this arrow, you're not going to have a fun time. I mean, at least they have themselves one thing that you mentioned, which is the disruption, but yeah, I agree. What else? What else other than that? I mean, already a skirmish here, close to the river. I mean, actually doing some nice damage here to Palos. Look at that, already.
Slardar, right? That's what happens with the Slardar hero. You just... I know you mentioned, like, Lifestealer, one of those heroes that doesn't necessarily need to be babysat, especially against a strength hero. Probably one of two exceptions is Slardar, right? Him and Legion Commander are two that, you just see how much he's able to do. And this is at level 1. Level 1!
No way! No way! Okay, it's alright. 30 HP, regenerating from the tangos. He's got some tangos on the courier now. Because he did go the free gauntlets, Quelling Blade, and Iron Branch, so didn't have enough for tangos until the bounty runes were got. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to body block this hard camp, but I think you just needed to assume that the hard camp was already blocked up, right? Because now you're going to be going up against level 2 on Toby and 9 class very soon, probably like after this creep wave. And then I just don't think you can go into this lane at all on Palas. It's going to be so challenging for him. They're trying his best to be able to keep 9 class pressured back as much as possible, but this is not the start that you want as a Lifestealer, just forcing to farm all the way back behind your tower, and that pressure is just going to come in very soon. 9 class already salving up to make sure that he's ready to go for a dive, possibly.
I think all action's just going to happen on this lane, to be honest. I mean...
Oh yeah, just waiting on level 2, man. There we go. Level 2's up. Now you have to play even more conservatively than you already have been.
I mean, it's going to be quite passive here, I think, on the bottom lane at the moment. You know, Magnus and Mirana, as you mentioned, about only being able to rely on Shadow Demon for a very high success rate and landing a Sacred Arrow. And then you've got yourselves Chen and Meepo, who just want to farm up here at the moment. I don't think they want to go aggressive until maybe perhaps a second Meepo clone, but all the aggression going to come out on this top lane. And Toby actually... not coming out on top of that trade there. Palos is actually able to survive through it. But actually putting 1 point into the feast here instead of the Ghoul Frenzy at level 1, which I like very much here, giving him to sustain. Oh, but there's a bash. There's another bash from the Sliverine. Crushing activates the rage, but it's not enough. And first blood going to 9 class here on the lane.
Yeah, I feel like this is just a trend that's going to continue. I mean, Toby, he just wants to constantly be this bully. He's got a healing salve and a ring of protection about to come out to him on the courier as well, so he just wants to be ever present in this lane, constantly keeping the bullied away.
You're getting pretty low there too.
Should be okay.
Very healthy. Yeah, got pulled a tango there from Whitemon. Level 2 skewer though on Gabby. Actually not going points into Shockwave here, yet to level in power. I'm quite intrigued to see what Gabby will actually put points into as time goes on.
Nice little micro from White One, making sure that the creep was in the way of him. Obviously, with those double points into the into the skewer, excuse me. If you ended up getting caught out by that arrow, that was a guaranteed kill onto the Chen, but not going to be the case. How's mid going as well? Looks like a bit of an even trade between Thompson and Arbet.
We may be going for a kill here on the top. Blast off there onto MJZ. Going 2. Oh, rotation there
Radiant's bottom
from Abed. Was not expecting that at level 4, but Nightclass still able to get the kill there onto the Shadow Demon. But rotation level 4 Pango, that's not something you see every day.
Yeah, he ended up getting the bounty rune and was like, alright, I'm kind of here already, so I may as well come and help. They knew he was coming as well because of 9class's ward up on the top side, but just a little lack of respect being given. I want to see, is MJZ, yeah, he's forced to go back top. I'm sure Abed would love a free bottle refill off the back of that Shadow Demon death, but you just cannot leave Palos on his own.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Toby already getting very low here on the lane at the moment. Only level 3 at the moment. On the Slardar, 9class, he's doing his job. Harassing here, just throwing out a blast off every now and again with the sticky bombs.
MJZ's pretty on point with these Shadow Poisons though. That was 4th that he's landed onto Toby, so forced to pop the salve and walk all the way back underneath his tower. Finally will clear out that sentry ward blocking the small camp, so at least they'll have that to be able to play around with now. Poor Palos. He's just like, please let me farm, let me get anything out of this lane.
You actually have to put 2 points here into Feast in order to sustain on the lane, but it's still not enough.
Palos will be a little slow to be able to get this small camp pull off. Unlucky for him, it is the worst small camp. If you are any sort of support wanting to make pulls happen, that Kobold camp is useless at being able to kill any creeps other than maybe a ranged.
Yeah, it's weak. It's weak as heck. That needs stacking for sure. Oh, maybe they'll... Okay, never mind. Okay, Palos is healed up. I thought Nightclass was thinking about cancelling it there with a blast off, but just decided not to. But we do have ourselves level 6 on both mid laners.
You're just boating a camp to be able to farm a little bit quicker as Tim's. He's suffering the wrath of the Chen. Will be able to leap away though, using the last of his charges to be able to do so. Oh, and it's a regen rune on the bottom side of the river. I'd love to be able to... Oh, Abed. He's choosing to go for a kill onto Thompson here.
Yeah, indeed they are. Get stunned up, and lovely stuff there with the shield crash and the swashbuckle. Mid-rolling Thunder. Able to pick up the kill there.
Oh, this is big as well. Siege Creep's still alive. And oh, they might actually get a kill onto Palos in the meantime. Alright, that's less big, but Glyph already used. Siege Creep still alive. Kunkka not yet coming back into the lane. They really want to try and take out these creeps before they're able to take out the Siege Creep, but at least Abed gets the deny off. So a very nice start for Abed on his Pango.
Oh, he's finally got his phase boots now on the lifestealer. Poor Palos here being harassed heavily. I mean, in terms of the core, the lowest CS here at the moment with 25.
I want to see how much time he actually thinks he needs to spend in the lane, right? Like, is this one where you rush the Gloves of Haste and Blades of Attack, or is this like, well, if I'm going to be going up against a Slardar, I just need this Helm of Iron Will so that I'm not being brought heavily into negative armor. I've already got the phase boots to be able to help me out, but it's not going to be able to do enough once Slardar hits level 6, and he's getting pretty damn close. Almost having a phase boots of his own on Toby.
Yeah, once he gets that, Palos will have, like, -1 armor. So, I would definitely recommend this helmet here.
Or you can just have him not in the lane, right? Have him just farming back in the jungle, farming super safely. I'm just not sure how viable that's going to be as Toby, he's begging for one more creep to be able to go his way, although he's the one that's actually getting gone on.
Rolling Thunder, coming in. Shield crush there too. The rage is popped, and it helps get the kill here onto the Slardar. Meanwhile, on the mid lane too, Thompson, he's on his own. He gets the kill there onto Tim's. Looks like it was with Xmox and Ghost Ship. Just a free kill there onto the Marana.
Abed wants desperately just a little bit more mana so that he can look to yoink away this farm. Won't be able to do so, but it'll protect his clarity at least. Shouldn't be able to get any additional kills. Nah. He already used the boat to be able to kill Marana before, so it would have been fine.
Yeah. But this item pickup that Abed's gone here, Lancer Pursuit working very nicely here with the swashbuckle. Just provide that extra damage if you do turn your back. Still remember the days of when the hero came out and everyone used to build, like, what was it? 2 javelins on the hero on the off lane. Do you ever remember that?
Of course I remember it. Disgusting. Same thing with a Wind Ranger, right? Like, ever since Javelin came out, they were just like, alright, let's just get as much of this onto the Wind Ranger as possible. I remember, like, double, it was like double Stout Shield, when that used to be an item on Axe as well. That was a bit of a build sometimes, just let you consistently run at people. Again, another rotation out of our bed. 2-0-1 so far. Really wants to try and catch them out. It's Thompson, he makes his rotation.
Nice boat there. They'll attempt to go for the Meepo now. They will be able to take down the Magnus. Magnus gone.
Dire's middle tower is under
Even with an RP and a Rolling Thunder, that wasn't really an effective arrow either on Tim's, who might be in a little bit of danger.
Oh, wow.
1 second away from that leap, and yep, ends up getting taken down. And we haven't really even seen the true pressure of the Chen army in terms of its pushing power either. Like Whitemon, he's just picked up onto his level 6, so he had to use the Hand of God in that previous team fight. And yeah, it kind of feels a little bit now like they will be going for a bit more of that push around the 10-minute mark. Considering you'll have a siege creep to be able to play with. Does he already have a mech on Whitemon? Surely not. He does. Good God.
I mean, he did rush it though, hasn't he? He has rushed that mechanism.
Sure, but still good. Still really good, especially considering, you know, again, the burst damage outside of, like, Magnus basically needs RP plus Echo Saber, and Lifestealer needs Radiance, and Pango needs to hit an amazing Swashbuckle for them to do, like, that full burst that they need to be able to take out a hero before you're able to get that mech and Hand of God off.
Dire's
Right,
middle
yeah,
tower
makes sense.
is under attack.
It just feels like it's so... Chen Creep's being TP'd in, and they're looking to chase onto Palos, who doesn't have a point yet.
Nice
into
bash.
the invest.
Slivering Crush activating the rage there to dispel the corrosive haze, but it's right back on him. Palos has to be careful. There's the bash and the blast off, but the save there from the disruption coming out there in return. Abed able to use that rolling thunder there. Is Palos going to survive? Yes, he is. We'll be able to invest within MJZ, but in comes a rotation now from Thompson. That's himself the X Mark's going to bring him back. Abed there as the boat comes in. It crashes in, finding it. Oh, it finds Abed. And they may get MJZ here too. Yes, they will.
How's an arrow
A
miss?
2 for 1.
An arrow even misses in the middle of that fight where you've got 6 heroes grouped up just because, again, the grouping, the guarantee just isn't quite there. Another TP rotation down here onto Gabby. Yeah, they're looking for more. He's got the skewer, but he's rooted.
He is. Free kill onto Gabby. Pure just moving in there and practically just picking a free kill up there with the Earthbind on the 2 Meepos. Just not allowing him to skewer away.
A little bit of a misplay there on Palace as well. I mean, I wouldn't say the Shadow Demon is the one that you're really wanting to be investing into. If you could have invested into Pango, maybe Abed lives through that that combination, and then you're able to get a Swashbuckle afterwards. He tried to Swashbuckle to be able to disjoint the boat combination, but it just wasn't timed well enough, unfortunately.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A little unfortunate there for Blacklist. This Meatboat just continuing to roll on. I think does he have Ags now? I think he might.
Oh, Palos. Oh my gosh, he is being bullied on this top lane on the live stealer. Palos is. Just keep on applying the corrosive haze to him, and Toby just comes in. I mean, they even had Whitemon at the top. Look at this army that Whitemon has right now. Look at all those skeletons.
Count
Observe
them.
and look at those skeletons.
There's
Oh my
12
gosh.
skeletons. 12 skeletons just grouping up together, providing so much of a damage boost. That Dark Troll Summoner, it has 42 damage plus 43 on top of that just because of all these goddamn skellies. But, well, we're able to remove the tower on the top side. Now it's a mission of just trying to find somewhere else to be able to ball on down.
They just look so derpy to me.
Though. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Radiant are scanning.
The skeletons are one things that I hope don't get a remodel, you know? There's a little bit of charm behind them.
Yeah, I know what you mean. They're one of the most annoying creeps to kind of fight against, like, early stage if you're a carry, though, and get forced out of your lane. It's like, oh, really? I have to fight, like... I have to kill a Dark Troll Summoner, and I've got skeletons going to hit me as well. I'm going to lose so much HP. Don't misjudge the Skelly boys.
It's a lose-lose situation, basically, when you're going up against that. Either give up some of your life or you lose a tower. There's no middle ground. So I'm just putting a little bit of fear into Arbed as an arrow hits. Okay.
Yeah. Rolling Thunder. Oh, they're going to commit it. 9 class is going to be hit up to the high ground, though. Yeah. And what she can do there.
No Rolling Thunder is kind of big, though, so maybe now you can just wait for this next timing, where it's going to be the 15-minute mark. Pangu will have his Rolling Thunder back up. He'll still have that bottle, and I kind of want to see him rush that Aghanim Shard. You know, I mentioned that you really need to have it going up against, well, the Corrosive Haze, for one. You also are able to dodge out a little bit of the damage coming through from the Techies, perhaps. Against Thompson, obviously going to be effective at blocking some of that X marks into combo damage, plus the Earthbind, so tons of value coming through here for Arbed. He's not under the smoke right now, because again, I really feel like he needs that Rolling Thunder, and he needs that shard for himself.
They're going to go for a kill here. I mean, MJZ...
And Gabby's
Seven
here.
in there with the disruption. They got the skewer as well there. Onto the Conquer. RP2. Sacred Arrow. It connects onto 9 class in the backlines. And look at that. They find themselves 2. Thompson and 9 class. They're taken out.
They're just going to rush Roshan, though. Like, I wonder if they even know that this is going on. It's all the Skelly boys again. How many of them? They're just the 6 this time, and they might even die to Roshan when he slams the ground in 3, 2, 1. But with a Meepo, with a Slardar, and all of these Chen creeps, this is a 15-minute Roshan that is going to go down incredibly quickly.
And there we go. Aegis in the hands of Pure. And just to mention, Diffusal Blade and Agnim's on this Meepo as well, so he is having a great time at the moment. But he has himself the Mega Meepo. Wonder if 9
Still
class
feels like a
about
waiting game, huh? For Palos to be able to get into that Radiance for himself. Almost feels like... I feel like you really need the open wounds as well onto this lifestealer. That percent damage is going to do a lot. Both spreading to the Meepo in terms of being able to slow him down a little bit, but also just to be able to withstand if he does go into that Mega Meepo form. That plus the Feast, as long as you're not getting chain lockdown as, yeah, Tower's just going to melt to, again, 6 skeletons, plus auras, plus a siege creep, plus many Meepos. This is where I was really hesitant with what Blacklist were going to be able to do with just a Shadow Demon and a Mirana. They are 2 heroes that just cannot do anything against this sort of push.
Yeah, the pushing power is scary. I mean, Abed is going to try and cut the wave here so that they can't pressure the tier 2, but Tundra, they are going to respond here. 9 class.
They seem to know.
Trying to find... Oh, Abed's going to cut this wave maybe, or is he just going to run away in TP?
I think he wants to be down here. He wants to be farming, not wanting to waste his time entirely. Might even... Oh, okay. He needs to go top. Maybe they feel like they can go for a kill. Could have perhaps cut one more wave on the bottom side, at least to force someone to be able to defend this bottom tier 2.
Oh, MJZ. He's been caught there by an X-Marks. Brought back, and that should be a kill. The Earthbind there, locking him in place. Kill to Pure. Killing spree for the Meatbow.
It is, but takes away some of their vision, just to support. Doesn't really need all that many items on the Shadow Demon. And in the meantime, you give a little bit more space for Gabby to get into this BKB, you give Lifestealer space to be able to finish up his Radiance, and you give Arvid space to be able to finish up his Aghanim Scepter. So obviously, they're going to get a lot of value out of this Shield Crash, even just in terms of dealing with these Chen creeps, right? Like, that plus the Diffusal Blade means that you might even wipe out a full wave of Chen creeps off the back of just the Pangolier.
Just to ask, did we speak about this item pickup that Thompson has got himself? A Sanjin Yasha on the Kunkka?
Oh, no, we haven't. First time I've actually noticed it. I mean, he just doesn't want to get chain locked down. He feels like they need that little bit of extra control, as there's the value coming out from the Aghanim Shard as White One takes the invis right in front of Arbit's face.
Even asks for a high five as he's rolling away. But I like the stat resist here on Thompson. He'll be able to reduce the amount of stun duration, especially against the Rolling Thunder. It's quite nice against that, but I'm not sure what else it's built for here. I wonder if it is to counteract that.
he just gets off his. He just wants to get off his spells, right? As MJ said, poor guy, probably going to die again. Although it was a really nice disruption. There's only so much that you can do when all of Tundra are just on your side of the map, playing so aggressively with still 2 minutes left on this Aegis. But with this smoke, they might run into Blacklist as they're ready to fight. It's only really the lifestealer that's ready. Abed would still love to be able to have that Ags. Smoke's gonna pop, and they found him.
Oh no, Thompson, he's got himself the X marks, but able to still survive through it. Never mind. There's the Earthbind from Pure. Mega kill for the Meepo. He's starting to be out of control. I don't know how they're going to respond to this unless, you know, they get themselves a miraculous RP and able to dish out the damage here with the Radiance.
That's how they're going to do it, right? You need to wait a couple of extra minutes. Wait for this Aegis to be gone. Wait for it to be daytime. Gabby's got his BKB if he wants it. And Abed just give him 400 more gold to be able to play around with.
Oh no, Palos is going to be scouted out here. Uh-oh. I don't know if you want to be hanging around here, Palos. Corrosive Haze is there. Blink Dagger's ready. Are they going to dive? There's the Earth. The blast off there too. Disruption save from MJZ. They'll attempt to turn it around now. Palos, he'll invest his own illusion here for the time being.
Shouldn't keep running in though. Yeah. They have withstood this Aegis though. Only 30 seconds left on it, but you might lose your Tormentor in the meantime. Although feeling a little bit anxious about Magnus potentially having TP back, and they're correct about that. Gabby with that BKB wants to be able to make an aggressive play. Don't see any smokes available for Blacklist though. This really does feel like the time that they would be wanting to move on forward. The Abed walks into double mines set up there by 9 class, but he does get enough for that Aghanim Scepter for himself.
So yeah, that Aegis now gone on the Meepo. And Whitemon just solo pushing the tower with, I don't know how many skeletons that is once again, 12?
Yeah, this is a game-deciding play, honestly. Yeah, there's so many. This is a game-deciding play for Blacklist. If they're able to find somebody, then it's enormous. That Courier might have actually given stuff away. Never mind, Abed is just trying to slow them down as he moves on through, just so that this smoke isn't quite as obvious, but yeah, just the all-out push coming from many different lanes means that someone needs to defend this mid-tower. And yeah, this is a smoke that just doesn't connect onto anyone. Not managing their lane situation all that well was Blacklist there.
Yeah, not really able to find anything here, so I mean, what can really Blacklist do right now other than just to hope they get themselves an amazing RP? They're split up here on Tundra, that's the problem. They can't get themselves a massive pick-off. I mean, it's a blessing, but also a curse. If they're away from each other, then, you know, they're not looking to
mines.
jump you. Oh, a speaker jump, actually. I'll bet it's going to be X-Marks here. Oh, he brought back
that water only has a couple seconds left on it at least. So feels like a couple of times now he's all Pure, going in to try and kill off Tim's.
It's actually got to back off here. Doesn't want to go. Wait. Yes. No. Yes. Pure.
Toby would be.
He didn't know. He didn't know whether to go in or out. Oh, blast off though. It affects their Gabby.
In.
9 class in trouble. Nice hand of God, but it won't be enough because Abed comes in with the swashbuckle. Getting the kill there onto the techies.
Gabby just feels a little bit too squishy, and they know where he is because of that corrosive haze. Otherwise, I feel like that was another situation where you jump in with the BKB, skewer back out to the rest of your team. This is kind of what I was wanting to see, you know, with Abed moving into that direction. They were addressing the mid lane, making sure that that's not pushing out too heavily so you lose your tier 2. And they're starting to push in bottom as well, trying to take away a little bit of the map of Tundra. Again, without that second life, it is very dangerous for them to be clumped up. The fact that they might force a defensive movement out of Tundra would be a really good thing. Blacklist would love for this to be a really long Roshan spawn as well, coming up in potentially 30 seconds, but could be as long as 3 minutes 30, and they just need that little bit of extra time to get that next item for themselves. Mirana has the Spirit Vessel coming out, and Abed would love that level 15, plus the Blink Tag.
Dire's top tower
He's got himself that level 15 now. This top lane's pushing in quite heavily here on the side of Tundra too. Palace is going to have to rotate top and try and counteract that push.
Definitely the safest person to do it, though. Like, just that inbuilt rage basically means that as you're standing up on that high ground, there's no way for them to be able to take you out. Even a Slardar doesn't have the farm to be able to do the damage at this point. Toby just feels like a little bit more of that front line that kind of needs to be addressed, but you're not actually that worried about his damage yet.
Is it disgusting for me to say that Lifesteal is possibly one of my favorite heroes because you don't usually have to buy BKB on the hero?
You're one of those, are you? You're one of those.
I'm not a BKB enjoyer. I'm an anti-BKB enjoyer.
One do you like, Ramses? He's the same as you.
Well, boat comes in, catches Tim's there with a turret. Nice infest, actually saving Tim's for some time, but in comes Thompson with
just
the Tidebringer. Actually finding 2 kills there as they attempt to try and find MJZ now with the turret. They will do so indeed, finding 3. They're diving the tier 3. They want to find 4. They're not going to dive the tier 4s, are they? Yes, they are.
Of course they are.
They're diving beyond the ancient. RP is ready, though. They want to commit it, put 3 down.
Gabby still held his BKB as well.
Oh, nice, lovely rage usage there from Palos. Stopping the... the blast off there. Sanjin Yasha completed now.
So, this does bug out for some people, so I'm going to just say what happened. I'm looking at Pango's death summary right now. 1,250 damage done by 9 class on his techies because he used the reactive taser there onto, I want to say Thompson, just used it onto someone else, and considering he's got the Aghanim shard on the techies, it was just so much of that turnaround damage that just those multiple slashes completely shreds through a Pango's HP pool.
It seems like Electric Taser is
It's
a pretty underrated spell.
1,250 damage onto someone else. Like, you could protect them and do damage? That's crazy. Oh, they're just going to miss with that swashbuckle onto Pure. They would have loved to be able to catch the Meepo and give him his first death of the game. They're going to bank on Roshan being up, and they're right. Alright, this would be a big win for Blacklist. None of their lanes being heavily pushed in. Although, the ball is coming. Tundra, under the cover of smoke. Will Toby make that big jump in, considering he's got the Aghanim Scepter?
Oh, this Roshan's almost dead too. Gabby, he has been revealed. He actually uses his blink and blinks away. Now it's time for Tundra to try and find themselves up with the boat coming in, but the RP now connected onto 2. Will they be able to find the Slardar there before he gets away? Yes, they will. Slardar going to fall there, down for 40 seconds with no buyback available, but the Rolling Thunder connecting onto Carlton again and again. He's still okay, though, for the time being. In return, though, they will find MJZ there on the Shadow Demon, and now they've swapped it around. Now it's time for Tundra to try and take themselves this Aegis. Will they come in and try and attempt to take it there? Tundra, they're just able to get it. 9 class, though, in some trouble. Eating the cheese there onto Lifestealer. Very nice, but caught there by the Earthbind. Will fall. Monster kill for Pure. Tims will just get away with a TP there and avoid another Earthbind, but that was a very heated Roche contest.
They just ran out of juice on Blacklist. They used everything to be able to start that one out. It was a huge amount of damage actually being done by Palos. 7.7k on the Lifestealer, but it was basically only him, right? I'm not expecting Gabby to do much more than the RP, and he hits it onto 2 really valuable heroes, but there was a little bit of a hesitancy, I want to say, coming through from Arbit. Like, he's probably got all that he could possibly want here. Everyone grouped up into that small area. Doesn't need the Rolling Thunder to be able to dish out a ton of damage in that situation, and maybe he even got spooked a little bit by 9 class with how quickly he was able to kill him previously. Good reaction speed, though, to be able to get away from that blink.
Oh, no. Abed, he does commit the roll-up. He's away there with the swashbuckle. He's okay. I feel like Palos, though, he needs himself...
Are we going to go for this? Hold on, Gabby's here. Gabby wants to get a skewer back.
Oh, Pure's out.
Is he, though? I don't know. This would be a nice one.
Oh yeah, they've caught themselves Toby. Slowed down there by the Demonic Purge. Sacred Arrow, it misses, but they're still able to get the kill. Oh, they're going to respond, interestingly. What was it?
Don't think they're willing to commit for this one.
I mean, like Shadow, yeah. It helps them.
And to Epi's disgust, Palace is building a BKB on the Lifestealer.
Oh, no. I mean, no, it's actually good. I like it quite a lot, you know. If magical damage is a problem for you
They
here.
see you. Blacklist, they see you. They've got
Oh,
vision.
no. Oh, that was an amazing torrent. Oh, and they had enough damage to take him out before he landed back down upon his feet. Beautiful stuff there, taking down Tim's there too. Pure has the damage. As you can see, oh my gosh, all the auras. AC, Pack Leader's aura, Granite aura, the Rum Hangover too. All committed there onto Pure.
See, we've got Disperser as well, so it's a little bit easier to kite around this lifesteal and make his life a little bit more challenging. Dodge out some of the Pango Rolling Thunder as well.
Gosh, he even had a Sanjin Yasha there. Danogan, still not able to survive through that turret. Still had enough time to deal all that damage there on the Meepo, and that wasn't even with Corrosive Haze, I don't think.
Oh, they're in! Pure, very quick fingers as well. Moving into the Mega Meepo, making sure Gabby wasn't able to skewer him back next to the fountain. Wonder how long they hang around. I think with Palace coming up in 5 seconds, they're going to be a little more hesitant.
Oh, he's ready. Oh!
He cancelled
it. Nice dig. Skewer back though. Will they find this Meepo? There's the RP. Will it be enough to finally take down this Meepo? Yes, it will. They get the Meepo. Palos in some trouble though. He is going to infest into Abed. That's actually going to help him. Perhaps they can turn it around here. As the infest comes out, the Sacred Arrow, it will just miss Thompson. Thompson very low, will be found there by the shield crash of the Agnims. And they will defend here on Blacklist.
That's the right person that godlike streak gets given over to. Palos, 1200 gold injection coming through from him. What's he got coming through on the courier? Has he got an Ags? No, BKB finished up for him now. I really want to see him get the Ag shard though, right? Like, he's actually enabled to hit a lot of heroes in the middle of a lot of these team fights, but he just doesn't quite have the sustain, especially with Slardar bullying him quite heavily. So I want to see a little bit more consistency, allowing them to potentially save up a little bit more of the those big cooldowns like the Infest to be able to give him that little bit of extra safety. Thought he popped out of the Pango just a little bit too early as well. Could have potentially got a little bit of a taxi moving forward, but they still end up getting the kills, so no harm.
Going for the Assault Cuirass next. I like this on Palos. Definitely needs some more armor here. Been noticing his problem at the moment has been the Meepo.
Okay, I vibe with it.
Yeah. Meepo physical damage. I mean, you saw there from the torrent, he just got deleted by all of the Meepo clones.
But that wasn't even that much physical damage, right? It was just all the poofs that landed onto him, and 9 class coming in with the proximity rines. Remember, that causes magic resistance reduction, so it's just even more damage that you're able to just output so heavily. I do want to see Blacklist perhaps emphasize the Tormentor a little bit more. Like, if he's not going to buy this Aghanim Shard, you've got some other good ones on your team. Obviously, Abed, he's already purchased his one up, but just to be able to have, like, the double Shockwave, for example. Nice against a Meepo, nice against the Chen army. Mirana's one is really good at being able to clear out creep waves incredibly quickly. It's just one leap into the Starstorm, easy game. And even, you know, against the Demonic Cleanse is really good too on MJZ. Gets you out of roots, gets rid of the Corrosive Haze. Feels pretty nice to me. The disarm coming from the Reactive Taser. Maybe they just feel like their map is being pushed so heavily that they just need to take every opportunity that they can to be able to force another defense out of Tundra.
I mean, they're doing just that, aren't they? Pushing bottom. They force out a glyph. Agnim's for the techies.
Okay.
Minefield sign upgrade. Uh-oh. No, this works.
If they just, like, place it on the high ground, like, as you're going for the push, right? Just put one up there, and then how are you supposed to fight in that? Try and kite them out during it. MJZ not wanting to stick around in this lane, but just to have those illusions to keep the lane pushed in. Unfortunately, they're probably going to expire by the time the next creep wave comes in, but it's the thought that counts.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, got 2 hits off of those illusions.
Decent vision, though, by Blacklist. They seem to have a really good understanding of where Tundra could be looking to play. They just took back the Watcher, but you can see Whitemon playing down here on the bottom side of the map. So you know that there's no, like, you know, creep push that's going to be happening as a result of the Chen, just because he just TP'd down towards this lane. So that gives them an avenue to potentially go through into the Ancient Camp area to perhaps find a pickoff. That would be ideal, but it's actually going to be a smoke coming out from Tundra. A little bit of hesitancy in the movements from Blacklist. They don't want to be the ones that get caught out here as Topson looking to A, push the lane out, B, try and pop a smoke if he finds it.
Oh, it's caught him with the Xbox! Oh, this could be big if they get him now. Is he able to get off the boat there in time? He is, but he will fall. As it will be a 1-for-1 there. They do find MJZ in return. Palos, he's still fine. He's going to activate the BKB there and hammer into 9-class. 9-class is gone. There's the buyback there from MJZ. Also wanted to join back into the fight, but the bash is there onto Palos. He's trying to heal up, but the bashes. He's able to infest there into Chen's creep and get away with the Wild Ring Ripper. Is he going to join back into the fight, though? He may have himself the enraged soon there. They will find the kill onto Tims. But in return, the Chen is going to fall. Now Palos out of the creep. Coming forward there with the enrage. Wants to try and find Toby. Toby not able to blink away because of this radiance, but he has been able to get some distance away from that lifesteal and finally blink away. That blink not going to be cancelled. But yeah, they find 3 here on Blacklist for 2. That was a buyback, remember, on the Shadow Demon. So both of the supports did fall there.
I like it though. They were able to kite fairly effectively, right? It was a good pick off from Gabby to be able to start out onto Topson. The boat obviously not giving them that additional survivability as a result of that. Did actually purchase the Aghanim shard on the lifestealers, so really good from Palos. Gave them not only a little bit of extra survivability, he still had to use the Infest to be able to survive through that that burst coming through from the Meepo. But more importantly, it just slowed down a lot of these heroes as well. It was enabling Abed to be able to hit a great Rolling Thunder onto many, many different heroes. So we get another skirmish about to happen. It's a really long Roshan respawn time, but you can't know that on Tundra. I'm sure 9-class would love to place a proximity mine into the pit just to be able to give them that little bit of extra information.
Yeah, it's another 2 minutes.
Oh, they see Mirana coming in.
They do. Blast off ready, timing. Oh, they get themselves the X marks.
Nice.
Well, actually able to get away with a leap. Okay. That was intriguing. Moonlight Shadow, smoke up. RP.
Wrap around. They see them.
Ready.
They see them.
Oh, they got themselves the Chen. Whitemon in trouble. Definitely a dead Chen there for sure.
No
Down
boat
for 50
either.
seconds. No buyback available. And yeah, they did commit the boat there too, so no boat. Still hanging around. This could be good here for Blacklist if they're able to get themselves a good team fight. Then, oh, they've just gone up to the minefield sign. Ow, ow, Palos, ow.
It's fine.
Activate the
He's
rage.
got his rage. He'll be okay. Also takes that minefield away, which obviously very significant as well. 9-class immediately looking to get that one back up as there we go.
Oh, here we go. Oh, that's caught themselves 2 there, and RP as well.
Arrow
they
hits.
have enough damage. Lovely secret arrow there onto Toby. Toby gonna fall, possibly along with Thompson as well. Is he slowly falling by the hands of Palos? There we go. They'll find themselves 2. There's a BKB TP committed there by Pure. They don't have themselves the RP. They already committed that, so out goes the Meepo. 9-class, though, is found by Tims.
See the blink.
No.
Arrow.
Oh, wow.
Runs in the wrong way, but I think Palos has got his sights set onto him. The reactive taser just looking to give him that little bit of extra safety as we'll be able to burst him down just in time. And they should know that Roshan, it's just a matter of seconds until it's going to be up, so no reason to leave the area. Wow, what a long fight. Once again, Palos being that real big damage source, doing 6k from just existing next to a lot of these Meepos, and yeah, but just not really seeing that same level of influence coming up from Topson, right? Gabby hitting multiple great RPs to take him out of the fight, whether it be an RP or a skewer doing the job.
Tim's left the gem there in order to
they
scout the
found
Roshan
Whitemon
as he
again.
left. Oh, they have. Oh no, the Chen might be dead again. TP commit will be cancelled by the Rolling Thunder. And Abed finding himself another kill. He's having a lot better time on the mid lane. He was having a great start actually on the mid too. He wasn't really affected here by Topson on the Conquer.
Here we go.
Having a really good Pango game.
And free Aghanim Scepter, so who's going to be the one to pick that up? Honestly, Lifestealer feels not that bad to be able to give that one over to. Yeah, I mean, it's getting to the stage of the game where...
MJZ? Demonic Cleanse? Demonic Purge?
The Purge
would be
it's
nice.
good, but This game, I'm not sure it has as good value. I really feel like the Lifestealer is the one that you want to be picking up at this stage, because once BKBs come out, and once you're vulnerable with your Rage wearing out, with your BKB wearing out, you just want to hop inside someone, and then make sure you can still do that consistent damage and waste their BKB timing. I think.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. So he, instead of having to run into an ally and infest, he can just infest into an enemy and do damage and heal up and
it disarms them as well. So like something like a Mega Meepo becomes incredibly impactful. Something against a Slardar, you know, he's not going to be bashing anyone else up. It's just a lot of these little things. And I mean, we even saw Pure had to go for a BKB TP out. If he goes into the Basher next on Lifestealer, like selling the armlet, going into the Basher, then that's going to provide him a whole lot in terms of just lockdown for a lot of these fights as well. Nine Class is very, very aggressively positioned. They want to try and find a quick pick-off. He will mid-lead somehow be able to find him.
That's a dead 9 Class. He's not escaping that. Yep, will be found. MJZ gets the kill with the Demonic Purge. And Palos, oh, this is aggressive play underneath the tier 2. I mean, Pure is going to link in, yeah. Palos is fine.
Narbed was nowhere nearby. They'll be happy enough to be able to take this. I mean, they don't really have that reposition. A lot of Tundra's success has come off the back of just overwhelming push before they're ready, or something like 9 Class when he's playing the Bat Rider, finding that outnumber. But without that, it does feel like they can be beat. They're not this unstoppable juggernaut. Vision right now being placed down here. They want to make sure they get rid of this sentry ward because they know that they've got deeper vision because of this observer. Gabby's just keeping on the lookout, trying to find someone to be able to skewer back into the rest of the team. Can't see exactly where he is right now. Just using creeps to do it. I think that's a really smart idea, but they're just going to clear them all out.
The question is, how are they going to initiate here on Tundra?
Found someone.
I mean, that's not. They skewer all the way back. 9 Class dead. Uh-oh. Down for 50. I mean, buyback is available, though. Palos been stunned up there, but Abed coming in with a rolling thunder. Now the buyback begins from 9 Class. Back to the fight. They want to go into Palos here. He's going to activate the Rage here and attempt to turn it around onto Pure. They got the bashes there, but the Mega Meepo coming out. There's an RP.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it connects onto 3. Skewer back there. Lovely stuff. That's Whitemon dead. Toby in some trouble here too. Ahmed trying to find the kill with the swashbuckle. Finally gets the Slaughter there. Slaughter gone. Totten in trouble too. Palos just laying in the damage here with the Feast and the Ghoul Frenzy. Able to find this Conquer too. Pure only remaining here at the moment along with 9 Class 2 just getting skewered back. This Meepo is being bullied here right now, not outputting any damage here whatsoever. This Meepo is gonna fall. 100 seconds down. Blacklist have pulled it back around and they are gonna go for the throne here. No buybacks available on anyone here on the side of Tundra.
That's going to need to be an absolute miracle by 9 Class, and they don't think even he is going to be able to do it. That was a 16.5k net worth lead right at about the 28-minute mark, and they've been able to turn it around on Blacklist. I was not expecting this to be able to happen. They just felt so overwhelmingly strong at the early stages there on Tundra. And it just felt like they didn't quite push the advantage when they had it. Such a weird sort of game when you see Pure finishing 15, 2, and 4 on his Meepo and they still end up taking the W. I think there were different props that needed to be given at different stages of the game, right? Like we had Abed getting out of that laning stage in a much better spot than expected. Palos was really dominating a lot of those mid-game team fights, but the one that set up so many of those team fights was Gabby. You know, his blink skewer back into the rest of the team just to find that initial pickoff, to find the outnumber, to take away the strength of all of those auras, to take away the Hand of God, to take away Thompson and the boat was really, really significant. So just throw a blanket over all 3 cores. I think they all had a big, big reason behind why Blacklist were able to take this game 1.
I just want to highlight as well at around about 33 minutes here, Tundra had a 96% win probability at around about and then somehow Blacklist were able to turn it around there during that. I think it was that came out on top during that one team fight there where they attempted, I think, to did push the tier 3, but it turned out that they weren't able to. Just a lot of disruption here from Abed with the rolling thunder. Who would you give the
Any of the three cores. Any of the three cores, I think, is fine. Like, because, like, Gabby, when they went for that high ground push, that's when they found that initial pickoff, right? They found out, I want to say Thompson? Might have been Pure, that they were able to get back, but it was always, like, not even a one-man RP. It was two-man RPs that he was hitting fairly consistently. You see here, obviously, the fight still doesn't turn around for them, and the arrow that misses in the middle of that team fight. I was like, how the hell does that miss? But it was, you see the damage potential that they had coming out from Tundra. This is basically when they were at that absolute peak, at that 28 or so minute mark, a 16k net worth lead. But, yeah, they just gave it up a little bit, right? They had the Aegis in their disposal. Gabby didn't actually pop the RP in that situation. They find the pick off onto Pure, and yeah, it's really just a big part of enabling Palace to be that hero that consistently can be in the middle there, life-stealing, using that Radiance, using that Feast against such beefy heroes to be able to withstand the onslaught and turn it back around. He did 60k damage, by the way, on that life-stealer.
That was that team fight there that we're on about. The fact that they were able to hold the high ground there. I mean, lovely disruption here coming out from all cores. You know, Palace being on the front lines. You've got Gabby here that you mentioned. I mean, this was a beautiful skewer here as well, combined with the disruption here. Tops. I mean, he wants to come back with the X marks, but it's actually punished there, and then the disruption stops him from actually X marks him back, and they get a really, really nice pick off there, not actually able to utilize the run boat. But yeah, and then you've got the Rolling Thunder disruption from Abed as well, who was able to deal so much here, especially with the Agnims from the Swashbuckle when he commits to Shield Crash during Rolling Thunder. Absolutely beautiful stuff here from Blacklist. Just shows that you can turn any game around here.
Yeah, for sure. And it felt like they were really... The way that they changed it around was they picked off the easier targets to be able to start things off. Not to say that Thompson is an easier target by any means, but the amount of times that I saw Whitemon and 9 class taken out of the fight because they are just that much squishier relative to all of their core counterparts, it was really a key tool that they had at their disposal. There's that turnaround with the open wounds. Just have a look at how much Palace is healing up in the middle of all of this, especially against the Mega Meepo. And once again, it's Gabby that just brings them back into the middle of the team. He was a monster this game on his Magnus. So again, just throw a blanket over all three. Palace for his damage and his ability to recover off of a really tough laning stage. Gabby for all of those great skewers and RPs. And Abed for giving them that consistent control and being able to... I mean, is that 3 different skewers in one team fight that Gabby was able to land? He is...
It was, yeah.
Such a solid player. So yeah, any of those 3.
Mentioning the Feast as well there, Danik, I think I saw the Lifestealer actually heal for 250 or 280 damage per hit, and Lifestealer has a very fast attack rate, and healing up on the Mega Meepo there was practically didn't take any damage with healing up that much. Absolute monster.
That's all you care about, right? And the open wounds definitely helped with that one as well, with how tanky all of the Tundra Esports boys were. So yeah, a little bit of a unsuspecting result if you tuned in about midway through that game for Blacklist to be able to turn around, like you said, that 96% win probability and then put it back into their favor. Finally getting themselves a win on the board. That would have been a rough start if they were 0-3 after 3 games, but they're turning their fortune around a little bit. 1-2 now on Blacklist, but we've still got a game 2 to come. So we will go to a short break. We will be back after a few minutes for game number 2 to see if we will get yet another 2-0 or if the series will be evened out 1-1. Take you a minute.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League. We've just had ourselves game 1 out of the best of 2, of course, between Tundra and Blacklist. Now, Blacklist, it looked like they were in a pretty rough position here during game 1, but somehow they defeat all the odds here. They're able to defend their base here. They weren't exactly got themselves a amazing pickoff, but nonetheless, that delayed the game further, enabling them to get themselves more farm and more impact. And indeed, they did get it. Turning it back around here with a 96% win probability Tundra had, and Blacklist just completely swapping the tables over upon each other, and now they get themselves game 1. So now we'll see if they get themselves game 2, or will Tundra be able to equalize it?
We will have to wait and see, because this is another team that's now been able to beat the Tundra Chen lineup. It just, they were able to find that quick pickoff, right? Gabby needs to be given a lot of props. Also, that it was a little confusing that we didn't see an Aghanim Scepter come out from Topson as well. We know how busted that Torrent Storm ability can be, just to provide a lot of control in the middle of the team fights, but maybe they felt like it wasn't as relevant, considering you were up against a Pangolier who was in the Rolling Thunder for such a long time, also against a Lifestealer who had both the Rage and the BKB to be able to play around with. So, you know, I understand the justification for it, but obviously it didn't end up working out too well for them. So we are just, I believe, at the end of the banning phase of the second game, and it'll be interesting to see how this one works out. Of course, they would love to be able to get a 2-0 to be able to start off day number 2 on a much more better front on Blacklist.
And Tundra, they pick themselves up the classic Centaur here for the Toby. Toby, he has been able to get off himself some amazing hoof stomps recently with some Centaur games that he's had in the past. He is quite the Centaur player. In return, though, Blacklist, they do pick themselves up the Dragon Knight here. I'm hoping that it's not going to be Abed here on the DK if they do decide to flex it. I'm hoping this will be just Gabby here on the DK, because I like what Abed picks up, you know, like heroes like Pangolier, who are able to abuse early spikings and just able to disrupt fights incredibly well. I like these kind of heroes here for Abed. I think he thrives on them, like a hero like Pangolier.
Sure, no, I can vibe with that, certainly. They aren't going to be able to give him a Primal Beast either, and Disruptor, it's moving up in the priorities, Epi. It's coming to be a first phase ban now, and I mean, that's a big reason why they go ahead and just immediately pick the Centaur as soon as they can on Tundra. All the reasons that you mentioned. Toby's a great Centaur player, but also you just can't play it against a Disruptor. It's just way too challenging to have your ultimate cancelled out by, you know, a basic spell from the enemy team. So,
I mean, Insania was speaking about this Disruptor, saying he was singing his praises, and you were telling him to shut up because it's good and you don't want it to be patched. Yeah, he's a good hero.
Mm-hmm. I don't think people realize how big 1600 range is. It's huge. You could just use clips for everything. It's kind of nuts. And the Thunderstrike just to enable it to happen.
Don't even need an Aether Lens, but that surely helps.
Mm-hmm. Nah.
Radiant team.
Psychic headband though, that's good. Telescope though.
Oh, they respect ban the Meepo.
Okay, maybe they feel like they need to go a little bit more. Like, they were in a really rough spot, right? Don't get me wrong. This is a game that I feel like Blacklist got away with murder a little bit. Like 4% win probability they had when they were going up onto that high ground, and they were able to turn it around. So, pretty big deal that they still feel like, you know, that's something that Tundra would go back to again. Considering, have they won with Meepo in the past, you know, couple of weeks or so? I get the sense, I remember, yeah, I mean that game against Heroic, right? They picked the Meepo, it did okay, but then you just hit those timings and suddenly it loses. It's not that irresistible force anymore.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think we saw exactly that within that game that we just played, you know. He was having an absolute domination game. There wasn't really anything that they could do in order to kill the Meepo, but as the game prolonged on, and the heroes were able to scale a lot more in Blacklist's favor, then they had some ammunition to start firing at this Meepo. Meepo's in the fight's like, oh no, I can't deal my damage anymore. I have to go Mega Meepo really quick if I want to survive this, and that just helps Palos even more. Just heal up 280 per hit here. Using him as like kind of like a a little fountain, if you will. It's like, okay, I've just taken quite a lot of damage here for tops, and I'm just going to go back and just start hitting this Mega Meepo so I can get my HP back. Oh, there we go. Just 3 hits. I'm back to full HP.
And there we go. We get to see the Luna come out for Pure as well, something that he is very comfortable with, not needing to go these cheesy heroes like the Meepo, like the Pudge. Just give him something standard, and of course, you've also given him a Shadow Demon as well to be able to play around with. So that extra little bit of safety. This feels like it's probably going to be a little bit more of that 4 Protect 1 style draft that Tundra, I think, thrive on, just because you've got Stampede to save Pure, you've got Shadow Demon to be able to make stacks for Pure, you've got, you're eventually going to be building a Manta style, so even though you don't have the Chen, it's banned out by Blacklist, you're still going to have plenty of ways to be able to shove in multiple lanes from complete safety.
10 seconds remaining.
So yeah, we were on about this in game 1, how we think, I mean, it was MJZ that played the Shadow Demon, like, oh, maybe it'd be good with like an agility carry, that can utilize the illusions very well, and then obviously, of course, Luna comes out there now, so they're able to do that, but it's picked up on the side of Tundra. Crystal Maiden, though, comes out for Blacklist here, going to be a strong support. Why does she look so tiny compared to the Faceless Void?
She's a human.
I mean, obviously the people at home,
and Clockwork, they are the real tiny heroes.
The people at home aren't going to see it because obviously we've got this fancy layout here where we can see not only the players' cameras but the heroes that are picked as well. But on our screens here, when we see like the actual Dota drafts, Crystal Maiden is looking quite tiny here at the moment. I want the tier 5 item. I can't remember what it's called. The one that gives the 95% magic resistance.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly. Is it unending condition or something like that?
I'm gonna have to get it now. I can get it if I go on to learn items.
Unwavering condition. There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Ooh, 9 class Rubik. Sick. Looking forward
this
to
is pretty nice.
10 seconds remaining.
That's some cool spells to steal, I guess.
5 seconds remaining.
Scatterblast. The Mortimer's Kisses as well. If you can steal that. Frostbite, yeah.
In the Faceless Void, and one of the big weaknesses of Frostbite is pretty terrible range, so if you're able to, use a Rubik, who just gets more range inbuilt, also more likely to build something like an Aether Lens, or, get something like a Psychic Headband, feels pretty good. They are putting a lot into this Luna boat, though, right? Like, the Shadow Demon Rubik do not kill heroes, period. Like, it'll need to be Rubik playing alongside the Centaur as much as possible. It'll need to be them responding to a lot of ganks that Blacklist might be looking to make, because for right now, the push is superior on Blacklist, the damage is superior on Blacklist. I would say, though, Pure is just on another level with this Luna, right? He farms like a monster, and he's going to be assisted even further by 2 heroes that are just going to be dedicating a ton of time to making up stacks for them. So I'm expecting that to be the case. Really nice Pugna ban as well by Blacklist. Obviously something that Topson can do that can give a little bit of that tower push that they were lacking, as well as somewhat of a counter to the Faceless Void Chronosphere.
10 seconds remaining.
Just to extend on what you said as well about the... Oh, that's good. Sorry about that. Just to extend on what you said about... God damn. Well, as I'm about to speak as well, just to extend on what you said about the fact that they're going to have to rely a little bit on the Centaur with Rubik in order to get the kills here. Just to go back onto the game that we saw last time, where it was Slatums on the Cottle, and it was against Topson here on. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna do it again. No, I'm okay. On the Faceless Void, he's able to time walk away the nuke damage, and I think that's going to be really, really nice here against the Centaur, because that's what he likes to do in order to push someone out of the lane. Yes, he does have low cooldowns here on the Double Edge and the Hoof Stomp, but you're able to time walk the Double Edge away with the time walk. Not so sure about the Hoof Stomp, because I think if you're max it at level 4, it's 2.2 seconds, I think, so you're actually able to do damage there and stop Faceless Void for actually time walking off that damage, I think.
Yeah, it's a little too long for the time walk to actually be truly impactful, so it might mean that you need the level 10 talent on the Faceless Void, just to get that plus 0.5 second time walk backtrack duration. Obviously, you're not going to have it in the laning stage, but it's still good for those early game skirmishes. My mind is just keeping on going back to what is Topson going to play? What does he feel is going to be good against this? Puck is still in the pool, which I normally would like against a Void and a Snapfire and a Crystal Maiden, but not against the DK, not so much. And considering how much damage follow-up they have to a Blink Dragon Tail stun onto the Puck, I'm not quite so sure that's going to be super impactful. Who is it that has last pick overall, actually?
Tundra
It's not Tundra, it's Blacklist, right? So Topson's hero is going to need to be revealed early, and he's just going to go for Old Faithful. Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking about, I mean, I guess there's, you know, 2 frontline heroes, Luna and Centaur, but I was thinking, oh, you've got yourself Faceless Void, Snapfire could possibly build into an Aghanims here and use the Gobble Up, then Dragon Knight, of course, he's going to get himself a Blink Dagger as well. Lots of catch available here, Blacklist, and they haven't even last picked. So I wondered if Sniper was actually a risky pick here or not, but nonetheless, you know, leave it to the pros. Tundra actually picked themselves up Sniper.
What can Abed go that's going to be able to jump the back line? If it is indeed going to be Abed, I mean, his Timbersaw's not banned, so maybe you can just put that into, honestly, either of these lanes. I feel like DK would be generally okay against the Sniper, and you just need something that's going to blow up the back lines. Alright, yeah, that's decent enough catch as well. Should be able to get fine enough farm. It means you're not going to really be harassed out. Just save the win run for when he pops that take aim, and then just stay out of the shrapnel, which is naturally going to keep the lane pushed a little bit more towards you. So I like this Wind Ranger as a response. Never want to be hitting the Centaur, though, because we've seen multiple times that if you target a Centaur who's as a Wind Ranger, he's probably going to have Blade Mail, and you're probably going to get blown the hell up. So I think Abed probably won't be making that mistake, but gives them a good amount of lockdown, gives them a good amount of damage. They've got decent wave push as well. Lanes should all be pretty solid. I'm quite liking Blacklist's draft for this one.
Same. I would agree here. I think the Wind Ranger last pick was pretty nice because Shrapnel is something that Sniper likes to rely on to lock someone in place to try and get, you know, some early kills on the mid lane, but Abed is just going to be able to use Wind Run and just Wind Run out of the Shrapnel, so should be fine here, evading a lot of the physical attacks too. Of course, Headshot does not pierce through evasion, so completely fine in that regard there, which Thompson does indeed like to abuse quite a lot here on the hero in order to push someone out. So I think the mid lane is going to be a little bit passive. We won't see a lot of action there. I'm just trying to
maybe
put a puzzle in my head.
We'll see what the lanes go like, right? Because I feel like a rotation from 9 class and Whitemon isn't really going to do anything, right? Like a lift is not going to get any kills because you're just going to be able to win run away. Same sort of thing with Whitemon. Like a disruption, you're just going to be able to win run away. There's no real advantage to being able to do that. The other way around, though, you know, just 1 point in the shackle shot plus a rotation through from a Crystal Maiden or a Snapfire, Topson can absolutely die, but we've seen that he's been able to turn around like 1v2 situations and still be able to come out on top with his positioning, with holding a lot of those big cooldowns like the take aim, so that he can just man fight underneath the tower at an unfair advantage, let's call it. So we'll see. I'm sure Topson is going to just say that to his team, like, guys, I need you to be really vocal about when either of these supports are missing off the map, because I know that they're probably going to be coming towards my lane.
Well, let's see, folks. Game 2. It will not go ahead. We've got ourselves a pause. But we will be going into it hopefully shortly soon, as we'll see whether Tundra will be able to equalize this or Blacklist will be able to take this 2-0. We've had 3 2-0s at the moment here, Danog. Do you think we'll finally find an equalization this game? Even though you do like Blacklist's lineup here against Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to tell, right? They would have gotten so much confidence from how that game 1 ended. Just to never give up, sort of like CGG sort of attitude. You know, you can call GG in all chat, but obviously not in a tournament game, but in pubs, that just means that they're going to be playing like it's TI Grand Finals. It's that sort of mentality where they just never give up, never surrender, and I feel like they've actually got the more advantageous draft to be able to make this happen. It's not like they're lacking in scaling either, right? Like, yes, Luna, incredibly scary, but you've got a Faceless Void on your side. You've got a DK as well that's going to be super capable of scaling once he hits, like, even just level 20 can feel really nice. Just for that extra range on the Breathe Fire means that you can get that really long range damage reduction out for both the Luna or the Sniper. It's going to need to be a really perfect performance in my eyes coming through from Tundra if they're going to take this dub.
An eternity of embarrassment.
So I'm not sure if they can pressure early on Blacklist. Having a look at their lineup, maybe perhaps if Windranger has a great time, but I think it might just be a stale lane on the mid, unless some rotations come in from what you've said.
Yeah, I mean, and even then, like, when Blacklist choose to push, I really don't see too much of what Tundra's going to be able to do to stop them, right? Like, maybe you don't get towers off of your first Elder Dragon form on the DK, but maybe the second or the third you do, just because Mortimer's Kisses plus a DK standing on the front lines. I'm struggling to see where the damage is going to come from on Tundra to be able to stop them. Pure's going to be back farming. Sniper probably going to be farming as well. Might do his best to, like, you know, lay down a shrapnel as they're trying to take the tower, and it means that Toby needs to be there on the front lines, but you can't just walk into these fights either, because you're just going to get chronoed. You're just going to get hit with the Mortimer's Kisses. So Toby kind of needs to get into his Blink Dagger as well.
Yeah. Toby also needs to reconnect.
I'm going to ask you a quick question, Epi. What's your favorite thing that's changed about the game in the past couple of years?
Oh, favorite thing? Couple of years. If actually this falls in a couple of years, I think it falls in a couple of years. I mean, ever since, you know, COVID hit, the years have just like flown by. It feels. But I don't know. Agnim Shard? Was that in the couple of years? I love the Agnim Shards
I feel
that everyone gets on the heroes.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was after 2019, like start of COVID, that sort of thing, is when that came in. My favorite is removing the pause pre 3 minutes into pubs, at least, because I don't know about you, but that was just plaguing every single one of my game. People just seem to want to take a bathroom break every single time that that the game started. I'm like, bro, that's what between games are for. Stop wasting 9 people's time. But no more of that.
Yeah, throw it back to, I can't remember who did it. It was someone who paused the game in a pro scene. It's like, be right back. I gotta go feed my cat to the admin. I can't remember who that was, but it made me laugh.
Here we go.
The battle begins.
You feeling Blacklist as well?
Yeah, I am. I agree with what you said about the fact that I can't see them outputting damage here on the side of Tundra, especially if Faceless Void joins the fight, if he gets himself a Chronosphere.
Yeah.
Mask of Madness, I think, on Palos is going to be really good, because I think he can get himself some nice pickoffs here. I mean, just getting the support, for example, with a Chrono, I think would be very beneficial in the fights.
Of course, I mean, it's a necessity to get to make sure Whitemon is addressed in a lot of these as well, right? Because if you can't just one-man Chrono with a Shadow Demon there. If you're able to land it onto 2, sure, that feels pretty nice. But yeah, you'd love to be able to take out Whitemon to be able to start a lot of these skirmishes.
I don't know if something's wrong with me or if the pollen count is really high, but that's like the 5th sneeze I've done whilst my mic's muted. It's just like what happens when I don't know if they have it in Australia. I don't think so. When
we do.
When the clocks. No, I was gonna say when the clocks go forward and back, like from normal to summertime, but then as soon as it hits summertime, it's like kind of like that line. So oh yeah, the clocks have gone forward. Pollen's gonna be hitting me very soon, and I'm gonna be sneezing my life out of me.
It's probably the other way around for me. It's about to be autumn for us, but I think my clocks go, I don't know if it's back or forward tomorrow, so there's going to be an hour difference. I'm making sure I check the schedule for our next games as well, so I'm not late.
That's important. That is important, yeah.
Like always, Liquipedia will save me. Like for everything, Liquipedia is just, oof, so good.
I actually agree there. It actually gives us... I think one of my favorite things to use is like, oh, I don't know how long we have till a game, like for our next series, and then Liquipedia just said, oh, it's 25 minutes. It's like, there we go. I've got an accurate timing. Unless it's rolling schedule.
True.
Then it changes.
But much of a roll in this mid lane, huh? Thompson
and I was going to say,
going back and forth fairly consistently. Very cheekily done, even landing the power shot onto him, yeah. Taking him out at the very start. They're forcing him to use a salve just to be able to quickly get into that lane. Gets a nice denial.
Oh, he's going to cancel it.
Yeah.
Oh, misses the power shot though. Abed being really cheeky here. And I said I thought this mid lane was going to be stale, but it isn't. And also the bottom lane, yeah.
As soon as level 2 happens, always the case with a Centaur, right? You just need to be so mindful, and it was just way too aggressively positioned there by MJZ. 9 class with the lift into the Fade Bolt, into the stun, into the double edge. There's really not much you can do about it. It's Palos. Hopefully, we've got a little bit of regen coming out for him there.
Top lane as well. Contesting for the Lotus. 12 Magic Wand charges are available. Yeah, Pure's fine. Gabby is also okay. Oh my gosh, and they get another kill here on the bottom. Toby finding Palos. That was Telekinesis Fade Bolt into Hoof Stomp.
Yep, exact same thing again. So I really want to see. I don't think it's going to slow down your progression all that much, as hopefully MJZ is going to be able to get this D-Ward off. 9 class might die as a result of this. Never mind, no Frostbite level 2 on MJZ, so the Rubik will be just fine, and he will reblock up the camp. I've always been a bit confused about that. Like, of course, the Arcane Aura is good for just full map regen, but I feel like if you're going to buy multiple mangoes, you may as well put the point into Frostbite, right? Otherwise, what's the point of having the mangoes there? You know, it just feels like it's a little bit redundant, and it cost them a kill there onto 9 class that they would have loved to have after giving up the first couple early on. I also want to see with Palos, like, he's got the treads queued up, nothing mind-breaking about that choice, but it really feels like you know, you mentioned during the draft that this is the sort of thing where you might be able to actually stay in the lane against the Centaur, at least up until Centaur's level 7, just because you can time walk off everything. But if he goes to raindrops, then that makes his life even easier, right? And you can actually just very consistently stay in the lane.
I wonder if he will buy the raindrops, though. Just time walks there again. Wonder if we'll see 3 points into time walk, or it'll go something like into the time lock and be like a little bit greedy here on Palos just to get more bashes.
Maybe, but right now he's struggling in net worth. 1100 behind this Centaur just 5 minutes in, so not the situation that you want to be in. Maybe they feel like they could be able to get a kill onto 9 class in this next little bit.
Oh, they're going to do it again! They're going to do it again! Oh, the telekinesis with the hoof stomp. It's just so nasty to play against here, actually. Oh.
It's just so easy as well. It feels like they're not on the same page. It feels like they feel like they're a whole lot further behind than they actually are. Like, Rubik could still very easily die in that sort of situation. But yeah, CM was just kind of fed to the wolves, wasn't able to use the Frostbite. And I think they've kind of given up on that lane a little bit, just feeding over the bottle refill onto Abed, making sure that at least he's going to be able to provide some decent tempo for Blacklist to be able to play around with. Thompson's already level 6 as well. Hasn't skilled up the Assassinate just yet. 9 class here in the lane, because of how well he's been able to enable Toby to start off, means that he can protect some of these power runes. It's going to be bottom though, and it looks like it's going to be Abed that's the one to claim it.
Dire's middle tower.
Thompson not happy with that, trying to activate the ticket. Actually, interestingly enough, he hasn't gotten the shrapnel this time. Thompson.
I guess just realizing that Wind Range is one of those heroes that doesn't necessarily need to be standing in it, like it's not providing a ton of harass. The one area that I'm slightly concerned about with that being the case though is, like, how are you actually now going to be defending against the DK eventually going for the push, right?
Yeah.
He's going to be forced to TP all the way back to base. Should be in position to be able to claim the Wisdom Rune as well as he makes his way back up towards the top side. Gabby not quite level 6 though. Some decent denies that Pure has been able to land so far. 10 to his name. That, no Elder Dragon form to have to worry about with this first Siege Green wave. They even aggressively glyphed it.
Pure being met with some resistance there from Crystal Maiden rotating in, but 9 class is also going to rotate in. Maybe perhaps they find MJZ on his own. Uh-oh. That is a kill onto the Crystal Maiden. That's for sure. There we go. Pure just gets a free kill.
Alright. Does give a little bit of extra time though for Faceless Void to be farming solo. They do get some decent damage in onto the tower too, even without that Elder Dragon form, so it might make it a little bit easier once that level 6 does become available. Also might mean that Abed just gets another free bottle refill. We'll see if he feels like he needs it, considering he's looking pretty healthy right now. Might be Palos just begging for help on the bottom side, though. Certainly isn't becoming any easier. Just a salve being fed through to that Faceless Void. Remember, salves given to someone else are half as effective. He's needing to even do his own creep pulling, with MJZ being forced to try and play as much towards the mid lane. The one lane that's going decently for Blacklist right now.
9 class was met with some focus fire there, but about having to back off because opposite with the damage there from the headshot.
Forced to deny it away though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Or Thompson, he has got himself. I remember when we had a little bet about this.
How many Wraith bans?
How many Wraith bans? Yeah. How many Wraith bans? He's got 3 this time on the sniper.
Sure. I think he just wants to be able to withstand early on and wants to be able to get that quick farm to try and, well, not dominate the lane as much as possible, but considering you're not using as much of the shrapnel, you don't.
Tim's might be dead.
Yeah. Oh, just a little short.
The observer. Near the stairs. Oh, Chrono. On Centaur, though. And that finds the kill. There we go. MJZ gets it with the Frostbite. They did harass Gabby here on the top lane as well.
No
He's
assassinate,
half
though,
HP.
so he wasn't able
No
to
assassin.
pick him up at the very end. Just trying to get this creep aggro away. So they're not getting some free damage into this tower. But again, like, you use the Elder Dragon form, you took off another third of the top tier 1's HP. I'm assuming that Gabby really wants to be playing next time around that 10-minute mark. Play with the siege creep. See if you can... Honestly, if you could take the tower prior to the siege creep getting there and maybe TP down bottom, that would be a big win, or TP mid, one of the two, just to be able to double up on the effectiveness of that early Elder Dragon form. Whitemon's doing a good job to make sure that the lane isn't in a good position for towers to be taken. Just constantly shoving lanes away, giving himself a lot of farm, while not giving up on the stacks as well that he's looking to try and make for his team.
Radiant are scanning.
So he's actually making a move down to the bottom side of the map, dodging out this smoke from Tim's and Abed.
Oh, maybe they could set up with a disruption.
Dire's top
I don't think there's a maybe. Oh,
Stomp. Nice. Maybe double edge now. Quick. Double edge. Stomp. There it is. With the stampede. Gets the kill onto the Faceless.
Faceless Void for tower. I probably think you were going to get the tower anyway, so that's a big trade for Tundra to be able to just say thank you very much and maybe even get a tower of their own. I mean, again, it's this 10-minute timing, right? So the siege creep coming in at the exact same time. Thompson with all these points in the take aim and the headshot and the Wraith Bands, of course, means that he is very capable of securing that tower from range. Put a few points in the shrapnel now. Maybe now that he realizes that we're going to be getting a little bit more of this aggression coming out from Blacklist, at least around tower pushing, he feels like he needs the shrapnel to keep the lanes shelved as much as possible. Gabby is deep as hell.
Yeah. Slowed down there by the Demonic Purge. This should be a kill onto the DK. It had to be. Got it? Yeah, there we go. The Shadow Poison helping to claim the life there of the DK before he escapes. Dragon Lance coming out soon for Thompson.
Standard. So I wonder if he's going to pivot into that Kanda build still at this stage after the Dragon Lance. Just feels quite nice, right? Especially if you are able to stand at range. Just even the crits on their own. You can be quite unopposed with the amount of farm that you're able to get.
I think the stun duration's quite nice too against the Faceless Void. Might help to set up for further chain stuns like Stomp and stuff.
We saw him we were watching Secret as well, Corden, with the recent-ish change to the Assassinate. If you're actually the one that gets the kill, it gets refreshed, so it's just boom, boom, boom. If you're able to find the right targets to be able to focus down. You can see Thompson's the one actually doing most of this tower sieging himself. No one opposing him right now, and I don't think you can let a sniper do this completely for free. Yeah, we can see pings on the map saying, hey, why are we letting this squishy boy be on the front lines doing it? But he's got both supports behind him, really enabling this sort of play.
Yeah, he's got that Dragon Lance now too. Oh, and stolen power shot. Oh, that's going to be nice. Is it level 4 as well? Oh, it is. 407. Oh, he doesn't have the Arcane Supremacy, though, so isn't able to amp it by 14%. Uh-oh. They're going to go for a kill here to Thompson. Oh, along with the Mortimer's Kisses there. They're going to go for Whitemon along with Thompson here, too. They get the kill on both of them. Double kill for Tims. That's what they needed. Lovely Chrono combination there with the Mortimer's Kisses.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's another big win as well, because Pure left his safe spot on the top side as well, where he was picking up a lot of this farm. Gabby's going to force a couple of waves into the tower, or at least one, and deny a little bit of this farm away from the Luna, try and slow her game down a little bit. And I was really expecting Blacklist to be making a few more of those plays around the side towers as opposed to mid, just because it's so much easier for Palace to be able to rotate there with the Twin Gate, but they've already taken top, and he used the TP there to be able to join in and get that those couple of kills. Unfortunate that it goes over to just the support Snapfire, but still, they're going to be happy enough to be able to slow things down a little bit, because it was getting kind of out of hand, and I mean, they're still going to lose their tower off the back of this.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, they'll still be able to get it, yeah.
Has fallen.
So they got that tower now, as you said, and what is the next step here for Blacklist? They've been able to get themselves a nice pick-off. Oh, no, speaking of Blacklist, Abed. Uh-oh, Demonic Purge, that's a dead Abed. Just foul there. Oh, so he just cleans it up. Easy kill for him.
One of the weak points of that last pick Wind Ranger, right, going up against the Shadow Demon, Wind Run really not that effective, and it makes it even more important just to have Whitemon not give up his life for free. Obviously this game, they're not going up against a Magnus, they're not going up against a Batrider, so you can't be like fully repositioned away from your team, but he is still vulnerable to getting caught out by a Chronosphere like in that previous mid-fight, to getting caught out by Night Class. Just misses out on the gank there. To the Blink Dragon Tail, to even a Shackle Shot now that Abed's put a point into it.
Tower is under attack.
Blink now on Toby too.
Feels like they're just waiting a little bit longer on Blacklist before they really make their move. Gabby still 300 gold away from his Blink. Wind Ranger about 700 away from the Maelstrom. That's when they feel like they might have the damage to be able to go through this Tundra lineup. You can't be getting a stun into an attempted pick-off only to have it turned around, because you're just lacking in that key crucial early game damage.
Oh, he is going in Agnims.
Yep. Feeling like with this Blink Dagger on Toby, they need to be the ones pushing the tempo a little bit. Waiting for someone to come out into this lane, perhaps feeling a bit safe, considering Tier 1 tower still up for Blacklist. And no Tier 1 tower for Tundra, so it's pretty rare that someone will be in that general vicinity. Thompson just hanging around, and they've, well, I say taken away the high ground control, but it doesn't really matter all that much. There weren't any stacks that they were able to steal away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And with that, Pure is just going to be able to take a tower for free, it seems. Oh, who are they running into, actually? Hold on. Good positioning by Whitemon and Night Class, making it so that they have no choice.
Dragon Tail there. Nice disruption. Saving Rubik for some time. Will Night Class survive? No, he will not. The Multimus Kids is coming out there. A return along with the clips there also. Good fight.
Chrono,
MJZ
Chrono,
and Gabby.
Chrono.
But here we go. Chrono there. Onto 3, but they already committed the Multimus Kisses. And Thompson in the back lines there with the physical damage, just stopping Palos from outputting any further damage from the Maelstrom, and actually might be found here by Toby. He's trying to farm up a creep wave.
They're just
oh, that's the right place to blink. No, he didn't see him because of the tree line. Oh, that would have been such a good kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It was really hard for them to continue committing on that fight, right? Like you said, there was no Mortimer's Kisses available. Thompson was pinging on him from the right side. He made the right choice to move over to the right-hand side to maybe outrange the sniper, but wasn't able to do it. And that hero, I believe, that was on the right-hand side was Toby, who had his Blade Mail activated. So there just wasn't a right choice, unfortunately, for Palace, despite the fact that it was a really good angle to be coming in for with that Chrono.
Almost got it here now. Thompson is on a roll here with the farm, especially Pure here too. Pure's been able to get lots of space. Oh, Demonic Purge is ready. There's the hoof stomp. They might not even need it. They won't. Thompson, he just gets it.
It's a death on Armored, which doesn't feel great. 0, 2, and 3 now, right? But it gets them away from the mid lane. Like, you need to do that sort of more sacrificial style of play if you're going to open up the map further for your Faceless Void to start coming into his own, right?
Stomp on Gabby. Slowed down there by the Demonic Purge. There we go. Another pick off for Tundra. They are just dominating the map at the moment. Just look at the amount of resources that Blacklist have at the moment. Not that many.
Not that many. Stolen Scatterblast as well from 9 class, so he's able to dish out a good amount of damage himself. And I'm just waiting for those big cooldowns to start coming up for Blacklist, right? Level 12 on the Faceless Void, so Chronosphere coming up in just 30 seconds. And Tims is actually going to run into Thompson. I don't know if you can initiate onto a shielded sniper, though. Might just be a little bit too much damage to go through. We've seen it once, so are they going to be able to do it again? Heavy deficit in these late, early stages of the game.
Yeah.
Only 8k this time, but you got to say, it doesn't really feel like Tundra have even hit their stride yet, right? Like, you are starting to build into some tanky items for Toby here. Building into the Eternal Shroud next, just about 1,500 gold away. Thompson's got that Ags now. Whitemon, he's working towards a Blink Dagger of his own, and of course, Pure is just farming like a beast. Manta, Mask of Madness, he got lucky with the Specialist's Array as well, and he should have the BKB pretty much after he farms this stack or this high ground area.
Sanjin Yasha's been built here for Palos too. He wants to go with Sanjin Yasha.
Definitely doesn't want to be, wants to be able to time walk off every single time that they go for that hoof stomp combination. They see that they've got vision in this general area. Is 9 class going to be able to come forward and do this solo? He's very ballsy move.
Forward there. Yeah, with the Dragon Tail, Mortimer's Kisses come out, but I don't know if that was the right decision there from Blacklist. I personally would have saved the Mortimer's Kisses for the Chronosphere, but they felt like they had to commit that.
I agree with you, and they're going to make a bit of a move here onto Gabby, but he's a tanky boy. Be careful about overcommitting. Faceless Void's still here.
Yeah. They don't have themselves the Stampede either. I mean, Toby, he's still okay though.
Pure is actually, look at this, he's baiting a little bit here. The real Pure is here, inside the high ground, farming right next to each other. He's looking to try and make it as obvious as possible.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, Toby was getting so close for that blink in. That would have been a next level play.
That was a little agent activity there, pretending to be a Manta-style illusion.
They're going to be able to find the pick off onto MJZ. Might even lead into a tier 2 tower being assaulted. With that siege creep.
Middle tower is under attack.
Just letting Thompson do the majority of the work.
No!
Found out here, Pure.
Oh, do they have enough damage to take down Pure here? The BKB will be committed there, attempting to flee, but Toby coming in there with a hoof stomp.
No way.
Turning around, they found themselves the Faceless Void. Pure is actually still able to survive. No way! Pure is alive! He survives through it all. That would have been such a good pick-off, but they lose there. All of the side of Blacklist.
Oh my god, how did they not kill him? It's not like he even has the tankiest of items. He popped the BKB when he was at, what, 20%? And he's still able to turn that one around. This lifesteal coming through for that Mask of Madness was just going absolutely bonkers. Good use of the Eclipse, though, as well, just to be able to pump out that maximum amount of damage. And yeah, the turnaround, even the save, coming through from the Shadow Demon. They yoink away, get it away with an absolute murder. Oh, no,
really
not another
hard.
kisses.
Oh no. I know it's really hard for Palos. A lot of pressure on him to utilize a good chrono, but I think if he just chronoed the Luna and Tims wasn't caught within there, I think they definitely would have got the kill onto Pure.
To be fair, probably not a reason for Tims to be that close as well. Like, Scatterblast doesn't need you to be literally right next to the Luna, you know?
That should help.
Another opportunity gone begging, though. 10% win probability right now for Blacklist, but once again, never say die.
Radiant are scanning.
Getting into a few of their items now. The fight might not have gone ideally for them, but you've got the Yasha on Palos, building into that Sanj component. I believe that is nearly a Greaves coming through here for Tim's, which is going to be nice. Gabby working on a BKB of his own. So double BKB seems like the timing for them, but the downside is that when that is going to be coming up for Blacklist, that's going to be when Tundra are probably at their strongest, right? It's going to be at nighttime. Roshan is going to be on the top side of the map. You're going to have all of those lunar illusions pushing out, whether it be through the Manta style or the SD disruption, and then you can just look to take a big objective for free for yourself. It is still scary, of course, to fight inside the Roche Pit area, just because you are going up against
Palos.
the Chronosphere.
Palos has been found, the Stampede comes out, the Hoop Stomp is there, along with the Eclipse too, and they found themselves a pick-off once again on this Faceless. And as you mentioned, Danog Pure is just on his way to be completing himself a Khanda soon here too.
Oh, it's rough to have to play up against a guy that's farmed it. He's nearly doubling Palos' net worth at this stage.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy how much you're able to get done. As I hear a ultimate come through from Thompson, maybe trying to intimidate Abed a little bit here. Oh, he's going to be the one
Abed's
that
got to
needs
get
to back
out.
off those.
Abed's, he's got to get out. Oh no, he's being caught. There we go. Oh wait, wind run. Oh, never mind.
Radiant's
Assassinate.
top tower is under attack. Dire's
Pops and he
middle
gets the
tower
kill.
is under attack.
Again, it's just keep them away from our base, force them to defend. That's what Gabby and MJZ are trying to force them to do with this aggressive movement down on the bottom side, but I really don't think Tundra are going to care all that much. They're saying, alright, we'll take a tier 2 in the meantime. Without the Wind Ranger there, they probably don't have the damage to be able to kill us, even if they land the perfect Chronosphere. So there's one tier 2 tower going down. They've already used the glyph.
Radiant's middle tower
Doubt
has
you could go onto the high ground. I mean, he's got the shield rune on Pure, but probably wants to wait at least until he's got that Aghanim shard for himself. Get a free tier 2 top in the meantime. Again, they're just waiting for that Roshan to move top, right? It's 10 seconds away. Nighttime now.
Radiant's top tower is
I'll tell you who else is moving top.
Palos?
The rest of Tundra. They
Palos?
want Palos. Here we go. There's the Assassinate and the Stomp. Oh no, Palos. Poor Palos.
Poor Palos, but I'm not sure what he assumed that Stampede was for, you know? Like, if you're farming in the middle of a creep wave on a very vulnerable area of the map, right outside of a potential Roshan, it's probably for you, my guy. You are the one hero that they're concerned about right now.
Oh, Gabby's going to be harassed now too. TP cancelled there by the Assassinate, and that's
Dire's courier has been killed.
that's a dead Gabby. Should be a dead Gabby.
He wants
Gabby
the
dead?
neutral tonight.
Gabby dead. Yep, there we go. Killing spree for one. And MGZ is found by 9 class as well in their side of the map.
I think he was just going for a really aggressive ward to potentially catch out another smoke attempt onto them. He does end up placing one between the tier 1 and tier 2 mid, realizing that by the time they went towards their base, he's probably going to be respawned anyway, so
Bottom tower is
no
under
harm for him there. The fact that they still don't feel like they need to do Roshan just shows how confident they're feeling right now on Tundra. Like, why give up a lot of this map control that they have right now?
Yeah, at least you have a BKB now on the Wind Ranger, so you can be uninterrupted
Radiant's
during
bottom
the
tower is
focus
under
fire.
attack.
Unless, of course, you don't have yourself Wind Run, and Hobson is just there hitting at you with
Radiant
with
are
physical
scanning.
damage.
Still have to worry about the demonic purge as well as Radiant use scan. It just pings, so they know that they're in the general area for Roshan.
Oh, this could be a good chrono if they're able to get it off. They have themselves the Mortimer's Kiss is ready. This is
Just
what they
three
want to
of them,
use
though.
it for. Palos, the pressure's on. He can get himself a double chrono, but they have to be careful here because Wymon, he has himself the disruption. Oh, they're going to commit it. Yep, there we go. But they need the disruption here. The disruption's there. Oh,
Not
no,
the
it
wrong
comes
one.
off onto Faceless. It's on the wrong one. Oh, no, that's a little bit of a blunder. But meanwhile, Toby coming in here with the Stampede, followed by Thompson as well. With the Assassinate, they're trying to find the Faceless. They will get it. Faceless down. In return, though, Blacklist, they want at least to try and find something more here. 9 class with the Shadow Amulet, actually able to blink away. No detection there. This
Gabby's
Roach
coming
is
as
very
well.
low at the moment.
It is. He wants to try and find a pick-off to enable them to go into it. I mean, this is your best opportunity. They've used a lot of their ultimates right now as he's going to get that Blink Dagger disabled. Surely they don't back off here. This is your one big opportunity to be able to go in. Maybe just feeling like they are still lacking the damage for it, but...
Is under attack.
Oh, Toby, he would be a nice pickup if they're able to land it. They
He
disable the
would,
blade.
yes. They get the Dragon Tail there too. Onto the sniper. Toby's still alive though. Where's their damage output? They don't have themselves any damage here, though they have caught themselves Whitemon. The disruption comes out, but I definitely think this is a kill. Yes, it is indeed. That is a second kill for them now.
It's a good start. And where do you go? Do you TP? Do you even have a TP
Roche.
on Palace? He does, but he's not going to TP down bottom and maybe go through the twin gate. He's just going to rely on the team to be able to find this quick Roche. Going up against
There we
it's gonna
go,
be
freezing field. Toby, he could jump in though and steal the Aegis.
Three-man.
Moves up there, onto free. MJZ in trouble. The Aegis on the floor. Nine
They
plus,
got
he
it.
slashes it. There we go. Able to get it. But Toby slowly falling. They could get the kill. The Snapfire Cookie's there, stun up with the Dragon Tail there too. They'll finally find this Centaur, but now the Eclipse coming out. Onto Gabby. Gabby will fall. And a focus fire onto the Rubik. That is 9 class dead. Tim's,
Thompson.
nice Manta.
Sorry,
Tim's, what? He's okay? No.
Yes, no, yes, no,
No,
yes, maybe.
yes. He's still alive. No, he's found. There we go. Listen Beam takes him out, but what a series of events here on this top lane. It was mixed emotions here. Wondering if Blacklist were able to get the Aegis, but the 9 class snatches it with thanks to the boost up there from Toby.
I'm a little puzzled by Palace there, by choosing to go into the mid lane. Like, he just walks mid and farms a little bit. Thompson actually ends up responding to him, yoinking away and amplify damage as well on top of everything else. It was very easy for him to rejoin in the fight and assist the rest of his team and just provide that little bit of an extra presence for the rest of Blacklist. But yeah, they give up a Roshan that it took so much to be able to just kill off Pure. Actually took a mistake coming out from Whitemon for them to be able to make that sort of situation happen. It still ends up working out okay for them, but they need more than okay to be able to come back into this. As they find the Wind Ranger, she's going to need to pop that BKB if she's going to escape, and it does, and it's a little bit too late there. Bottom side getting caught out by the Demonic Purge and the Assassinate.
Oh gosh, and MJZ is just deleted there by the hands of Pure.
Gabby might be getting picked off here as well. The greed is coming in.
That's
He
the
gets
stun.
bounty rune, but
BKB
TP in
TP,
time.
but the damage, he gets out. Palos is also found. Oh my gosh, they're fighting everyone here on Blacklist.
He really wants to be able to get through onto this.
Twin gate cancelled. Twin gate, 2, 1. No, he's not out. Palos. Blacklist actually tipped Palos there. Nice try.
Would love to see the cameras in that sort of situation, just to see the reaction, if it is genuine, like laughs coming through, or something a little bit different. But yeah, it always feels like they're on the back foot, which probably wouldn't have been the case if they had that Aegis to be able to play around with. But now, with no Faceless Void, with no Wind Ranger to have to worry about, they're just going to start considering moving up onto the high ground. Siege Creep coming in to be able to help out with this push a little bit. Looks like MJZ is going to be able to force them away, at least for now.
Gabby's gonna get jumped on, I think.
Oh, nice blink.
Both
No
of us said the
TP
nice
though.
blink.
Oh, he tried to break, get the stun with using himself.
Oh, there we go. Now they got it. There we go. That is Gabby dead. No way. Wait.
No, he got the right one. Never
Oh,
mind.
who
Yeah,
stopped?
he's
Yeah, there we go. Space created.
Yeah. I guess they're not pushing towers. That's a plus. Faceless Void
9
would
classes
love...
on. Oh, Demonic Purge. Oh no, Abed's dead again. Yeah, that BKB's not gonna help.
They're closing in again. Pure is actually the one just being on the front lines. Feeling almost unkillable, right? Like, we remember what happened next to the Tormentor. He would have lived if the disruption got off in the Roshan fight as well. So for very good reason, he's just planting his flag and saying, this is my area. No farming for anyone on Blacklist right now. And I mean, they have the freedom to be able to do that again. Like, even a Chronosphere and a Mortimer's Kisses, all Whitemon needs to do is just be in the general vicinity. He's got the Eye of the Vizier, he's got the Blink Dagger as well, so he has to be nowhere close to Pure. Just stand incredibly safely.
Ooh.
Nice cookie.
Yeah, nice cookie. They're going to go for the tier 3 now. Butterfly finished on Pure here. Pushing in. Finding the tier 3. They got to respond here. They may even just go for
so they're
the
saying,
rest
who
of their
cares?
base.
We don't need to stop. He's going to be able to TP back and get this BKB for himself, though, around the time that you're going to get a respawn coming through on the Wind Ranger. So this is a bit of a last-ditch effort, you might say. They're saying just spread it up enough, Topson and Pure, so that both of them don't get caught.
Oh,
what
nice
a Manta!
dodge with the Manta. Yeah, dodging the
Oh,
Dragon.
the
Oh
kisses.
no, the Mortis Kisses come out.
You need that damage.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that one. There's also Gabby activating the BKB and the Dragon Tail. Focus fire
Blade
there.
Mail
Oh,
into
Abed
it.
is taking more damage than he can handle with that Blade Mail. And
They're just
Toby
trying
is
to
just out of
disable
there.
the blink. It's not going to do anything. He's got that magic barrier, so even the corrosive breath coming through the DK wasn't going to disable it. He could have blinked away if he wanted to. That's how far ahead they are right now. Although, pretty much all of the net worth advantage is on the Luna, right? Like, it's, let's say 12k. I know the others are obviously ahead, and poor Crystal Maiden is so incredibly poor right now. But it feels like if they could just take Pure out of these fights, I know, easier said than done, it becomes much more of a different ballgame. You don't need these ultimates to be able to kill off the rest of the team, just the Luna.
Oh no.
They're weak.
They're taking Tormentor, they're close.
Blacklist
They're
breaking
gonna
the smoke.
respond. Oh, they're all out, they're all out. Oh, maybe not, maybe not. Hoop stomp there. Onto Palos. Able to time walk away, but Tim's will be found. Taken out by Pure.
Wouldn't be a bad
They will
chrono,
find
but
the
again,
second
no
set.
kisses.
Looks like they're just going to go for the tier 4s here, Danog. They're going to end it. They're going to clean it up right now here. Is there really anything that they can do? They have themselves chrono, but no damage to commit.
Gonna need to do something. Face is dying. You can't wait for the Snapfire.
Okay, here we go. Dragon Tail there, committed onto Pure. The BKB comes out and return the focus fire onto Pure, but he's taking absolutely zero damage whatsoever. Hoof stomp onto 2. The Chrono's still ready. The BKB activated here for Palace. He's not using it though yet. Maybe perhaps he's just waiting for the Snapfire to come back. Oh, never mind. Chronosphere comes out, actually not able to use it. But a solid Chronosphere connecting there onto 2. GG is called, and look at that. They found themselves the Dragon Knight. Actually pushing Abed out of the fountain there. And game 2. We'll go to Tundra here, folks. They will equalize it, taking a game back and getting themselves a victory.
They will. I mean, I'm not even sure about the decision at the very end of the game there by Blacklist to go on the Centaur. Probably by far the tankiest person on the Tundra lineup, who had a pipe and an Eternal Shroud for himself. So he's taken no magic damage, and that's pretty much all you've got. With the Maelstrom pickup, with the Gabby not really having too much in the form of right-click. Even Palos, right? He's got his own Maelstrom, and Time Lock has magic damage as well. So not going to die, and he was still reflecting Blade Mail all the while. So a little bit of some curious decisions coming through from Blacklist here, which is a little disappointing considering how well they were able to come back in game number 1. At least we get our wish, right? A 1-1 between two teams that were casting, an even series split down the middle. What do you think went wrong?
Oh, quite a lot of factors. I feel like so there were some opportunities where they could get themselves some good pickoffs, but they couldn't. We thought that maybe perhaps Tundra were not able to actually output a lot of damage here, because we were thinking that maybe perhaps it would just be on Centaur, but indeed Toby did just prove that how good of a Centaur he is and completely dominated the lane and actually was able to enable his team very well here. So I gotta say that Centaur was a massive contributing factor to Tundra's victory here. I think another thing as well, the Wind Ranger pick into the Shadow Demon here with the Demonic Purge, that was, as you saw there was 3 instances where, oh yeah, I'm gonna activate BKB, but Abed is not able to do anything, not able to get away from the hands of Whitemon here, all because of that Demonic Purge, which just affected him heavily during these fights. And
this was their one chance, right? It's a little bit of a misclick coming through from Whitemon. They get the kill onto Pure. I was waiting for Roshan to just like slam the ground and steal the kill. Everything was just going wrong for Blacklist at that point, that I thought, you know, maybe that will as well. They were almost able to get the kill. Oh, they do actually get the kill onto Palace there. Maybe that's why they didn't choose to commit into the Roche pit. And 9 class, again, just showing his Rubik skills, being able to, assist in the laning stage, getting Toby off to that great start, meaning that he was able to make those consistent rotations through. But again, it feels like this is something that's plaguing Blacklist a little bit, is some of that indecision, right? They have the vision advantage. You're not going up against a Luna, so the nighttime vision isn't being granted over to Tundra, and yeah, they just didn't take advantage of it. Poor Palace, it really just didn't feel like he had too much of a game, did it? And I mean, this kind of culminates everything, doesn't it? They're hitting into the base, they feel like they don't have the damage without the focus fire, without the snap fire. And they've got the Chronosphere, but what else can you really do to be able to make it happen? And even when the fight does eventually break out, when they're forced to do something, they're going in onto the Luna to be able to start off, then they end up turning onto Toby eventually. Like, a lot of this damage is just going in and isn't really all that impactful. Look at that. Pipes up, Eternal Shroud is up, they're pumping in everything that they can, and he's just reflecting it basically onto all of them with the Blade Mail and a bit of a style play at the very end there by 9 class. So it was a classy win coming through from Tundra. I really thought that they were on the back foot and couldn't be able to do too much, but just with how well a lot of those lanes went, it was Tundra coming out on top, I think, in all 3 lanes after the laning stage by 1k each. So that's where the 3k net worth came from, that early advantage that probably shouldn't have been there to begin with.
Yeah, having themselves a great time on Tundra. I feel like maybe perhaps the Mortimer's Kisses should have been maybe perhaps a little bit better, not to shoot down Tim's here, but I feel like that they should have particularly saved it here with the Chronosphere, because I saw that was the only way that they could potentially turn the tide of the fights around. I mean, that exactly happened during that Roshan fight there. And if they had a little bit better positioning, understanding that Centaur could potentially blink in and snatch the Aegis here with 9 class, then they could have stopped that if they were able to just position themselves to make sure that this blink would not happen on the Centaur, or else I think they would have got themselves the Aegis. The game would have extended a little bit longer, but I still think it would have been difficult for them to come back. So they were in a difficult situation here on Blacklist.
Yep, all right. Well, we will go to a quick break, and we will be back shortly after a few minutes, so stick around, and we will be right back.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidemnos, and Danog. We're coming back here for an interview with someone from Tundra. It is indeed Whitemon who is going to be joining us. Hello Whitemon, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. I can hear you guys.
Awesome. Congratulations, Whitemon, on that Game 2 victory there. You guys have put up a hell of a performance. I mean, even though you did lose the game in Game 1, your early stages of the games between all around of this series was absolutely on point. You guys showed so much pressure. You played very, very well here. But I just wanted to ask, because you guys were pressuring very well in Game 1, what kind of happened for it to all fall apart there and for Blacklist to take that Game 1 victory? What do you think happened?
I think in game 1 we kinda have like a bad itemization, I think. So that's why it's kinda hard to like finish the game, and maybe we did some like throw a bit, something like that. So yeah, I think that makes us hard the game. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Right, cool.
I think another question that I wanted to ask as well. From time to time, every time we see you guys coming into the draft stage, you always appear to be eating something Whitemon on the camera. So is sustenance important before starting a game within Dota 2?
I mean, yeah. So I'm always like eating while I'm draft because I'm kinda hungry, just like eating snacks, some cereal. Yeah.
Awesome. I have a quick question. So you're the only person on this Tundra roster that remained from like the previous version, right? The one that had Tomato, Bryle, Immersion, and Kasane. What was it like having a new team built around you as the center rather than you just like joining a new team, which is what happens with most players?
I think it's quite fun because I'm running a lot with my new team, and also I'm not the captain here. The captain is Pure, so I'm running a lot from him, and we kind of have like different gameplay from the team before. So I need to adjust and to adapt. Yeah, so it's pretty fun for me.
Cool. And one last very quick question. What was it like beating some of your old friends from Southeast Asia? You wouldn't have too many chances to be able to play against them now that you are on the Western European team. But yeah, what was that like? Did it bring back some good memories?
I mean, yeah, it is. It's it's very enjoy to play against them.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Whitemon. That means I believe you guys are now 3 wins, 1 loss, unless I'm mistaken, which is a really good way to be able to start things off leading into the round robin. So best of luck moving forward, and yeah, really enjoying your game so far.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Whitemon. Take care. So here you heard it here, folks. If you do,
Just some snacks.
yeah, if you do indeed want to perform well in your games, you've got to have your cereal. Most important meal of day, breakfast. Very important. But yes,
asked
well
which
played
cereal.
there. We should have asked
we
which
need
cereal,
the
shouldn't
real
we?
special sauce, you know. What do you reckon it is? Captain
Yeah,
Crunch or something like that?
Absolutely no clue, other than the fact that it was cereal. But nonetheless, it's an energy food provider, getting the sustenance and the extra energy in there for the Dota games. And indeed, they did output the energy, especially in Game 1 and Game 2, with their intense pressuring in the early start of the game. So Tundra did very well there. But obviously, of course, getting up Game 2 there and not making really any mistakes at all. Maybe perhaps like a little bit of a blunder with the disruption, but still, they had a very comfortable game with winning that Game 2 there. So well played to Tundra. But we do indeed have ourselves another series to come at the moment, and that is Aurora versus Gaimin Gladiators. That is going to be our next game.
And we see here that, well, there are 2 teams that are doing relatively well. Aurora sitting 3-1, Gaimin Gladiators 2-0 after the first day of games, and again, I mentioned this is one of those ones that I'm really looking forward to, just because there is a bit of a storied history between a lot of these players, right? Gaimin Gladiators, they've stayed stable for quite some time. Just 3 or 4 out of the 5 members of the old Talon roster that They always seem to put on some absolute bangers. I think it was Talon that forced Gaming Gladiators down to the lower bracket last TI in that best of 3 tiebreaker. I'm not even sure what it was even called at the end of the day, but it was like that last chance to be able to go to the upper bracket. And so this should be very, very cool to see. I'm predicting ahead of time another 1-1 coming through here, Epi. What about you?
Aurora have impressed me quite a lot. And Gaming Gladiators, they are known for being a very good Dota team within West Europe. So, I don't want to shoot anyone down, and I don't want to favor either team, so I'm going to have to agree with you. I'm going to have to say a 1-1.
All right, well, we will have to wait and see. We'll let the players get into the lobby, get them prepared, hopefully get a bit of snacks coming in, some cereal perhaps, and the one that does get that sustenance that they need might be the ones that come out on top. But before that, we got to go to a quick break, and we will be back very shortly for that next series. So see you then.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League with myself and Danog. We're coming in for Series 2. Series 1, it was indeed Tundra versus Blacklist, where it was finally we were able to see a 1-1 equalization. That was our first best of 2, where it wasn't a 2-0, but now we're coming into Series 2. Obviously just mentioned, and that is going to be Gaimin Gladiators versus Aurora. Now, Gaimin, they haven't dropped a game yet, but obviously, of course, only playing one series at a moment. Do you think it'll be this series, Danog, where they drop it?
Just because of matchups, I think it's a possibility, right? And we saw, I think it was Liquid, right, that absolutely blitzed through BetBoom in, 23 and 28 minutes. That was the team that Gaimin 2-0'd previously, but I think that was in like 50 and 70 minutes, so it wasn't too easy for them. So maybe, Liquid's just that one level above, or maybe it might just be that Gaimin are having one of those moments where they dip a little bit of, not necessarily their motivation, but it's a long year. There's a lot of tournaments going on in the Dota ecosystem, and there is a big patch coming out. So we'll see. We'll see what it is. And I get the feeling, though, that they're going to be trying really hard this series just because of their storied history against most of these boys who are now on Aurora instead of Talon.
So we'll see how it comes out between both teams. I think this is going to be... we did actually speak about it last time, actually, before we went for a break. We thought this was going to be a 1-1, didn't we, between both teams here? Because we've been impressed with Aurora's performance and the fact that Gaimin Gladiators, they are obviously, of course, a well-known team that has been doing really well, not only within the West EU region, but internationally, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've just been such a mainstay of the Western European scene as we get a look through all of the different players. Once again, Satanic standing in for Aurora, but the one that I've been most impressed by has been Laurenov, right? Like, he's just been putting in solid performance after solid performance basically every single time. The drafts don't necessarily revolve around him, but he's just making it work so well, winning the lane, applying a ton of tower pressure, map pressure, farming just deep enough that he's able to, extend out the game. And he's a big reason why they are in this 3-1 situation right now. As we have a look at Gaimin, Duraccio, Quinn, Ace, Tofu, and Celery, they are no strangers to anyone that's even glanced at Dota over the past 2 or 3 years, right? Just such a stable roster, and I mean, it's one that the results speak for themselves, don't they, AP?
Oh, hell yeah, they do. I mean, you were even looking at Duraccio's previous games there. What did you find out about what he's been playing recently? Do you think he might move it into some of these competitive games?
Maybe. I mean, last 4 games in pubs, Chaos Knight, the previous 9 were Bloodseeker. You and I both don't really rate the Bloodseeker all that much, but maybe if Laurenov does decide to go for this Leshrac or Death Prophet sort of hero, then maybe it will be the Bloodseeker that comes out, just to be able to counter out with the Rupture, so we will have to wait and see. He hasn't really been playing those styles of heroes in competitive games, right? He's much more of like the Slark, the TB, the Weaver. Those are the sorts of things that Duraccio are his absolute mainstays, the ones that can look a little clowny sometimes, but can also get away with so much more if you let him. And, well, it's actually a lot of respect being given over by Aurora, banning out the Leshrac, because, I mean, I talk about how great Laurenov is on it. I'd say it's one of Quinn's best heroes as well. And Aurora don't have first pick. It is Gaimin with that one, so we will have to see what they choose to pick up for themselves.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, they banned your favorite hero, too.
Don't like this attention. Don't know if I want it.
They banned Timbersaw too on Aurora. Final ban for Gaimin Gladiators. Oh, they ban out here already. Razor and Enigma.
5 seconds remaining.
Feels like a bit of a respect ban, that Enigma, doesn't it? With how Jabs was able to perform when we saw him yesterday. 2 really solid performances. I think only missing like 1 black hole, and well, I could not think of much of a better start to a draft. Tofu is amazing on the Batrider, and I think this hero as well is just so busted. They've nerfed the sticky, they've nerfed the flame break over time, but Firefly and Lasso are still as good as ever. I mean, Lasso, of course, just it lets you go into that late game scenario. Hero displacement, always good. But Firefly, just for the amount of farm that you're able to get on a support who needs 0 items to be able to do so, is kind of nuts.
It is, yeah. But in return, though, they will pick themselves up the Shadow Demon. Quite a common hero to respond with against the Bat Rider, especially to save with the Disruption.
Mm-hmm. Very, very nice
5
pickup.
seconds
Fits,
remaining.
fits Ollie's style as well, right? Obviously, he needs to be a little bit more of that counter initiator coming through, so his sort of heroes are Phoenix, Shadow Demon, Elder Titan. That's where he really likes to thrive, just making sure that he's not the one to get picked off. And I mean, it was him and Picho from the Chinese region that I think are two of the best Shadow Demons out there. So, and just it becomes Dota becomes like a mini game basically when you're playing something like a Shadow Demon, where it's just like hide and seek, try and not get found. And Ollie is a very good hider.
Oh, look at this, to Respect Band 2. Naga Siren banned out there, so Satanic won't be playing a Naga Siren.
Still a Luna, still a Morphling though. So I feel like, again, you're playing with a Shadow Demon. You got to potentially brace for that sort of stuff coming out. And there's the man himself, Satanic, pondering, what will I crush with this game? Or how much MMR do I need to give myself a little bit of a break between me and the next person down? What number is he now? I feel like he's top 3. I think Watson's still got that number 1 spot on the European leaderboards. How can one man, a young man at that, inspire so much fear in so many people? I mean, imagine him after he gets a little bit of experience, right?
Yeah, no, it's just unexpected things, you know. Someone just appears out of nowhere within like the last year, and you're like, oh my gosh, this guy he's pretty good. It was similar to that of the whole. I don't think Popson was as young, but obviously, of course, everyone knows the story of him just being brought into OG, and then instantly, you know, going into TI, you know, stuff like that. It's unexpected things that can happen, take people by surprise, and you got to respect it. You can't, you know, fully just dish it away. But Death Prophet comes out here for Aurora.
Yep. Again, Lorinov made it look pretty good, so why not just pick it up again? Something that Demonic Cleanse is going to be quite nice against, something that's a little harder to be able to take down, even if you get a lasso onto it. So I see a lot of value in them being able to pick it up. He was a recipient of our MVP award the last time he played it, so go off. Yeah, with Thompson, I think he was 20, right? When he won TI that first time after being at basically 0 lands prior to that, just a bunch of Finnish pub stacks with like, God, what's his name again? Come on, Trixie, like the 4 anchors and Sea Captain, like that stack that they played around a lot. I'm very happy to see him get some success and be the king of the bat chest these days, but I don't think enough attention is given to the support duo on Gaimin Gladiators. With Celery and Tofu, they are really what they look to build a lot of these strats around, as that is a really early sniper pick coming through as well. Might be something that Quinn might choose to have in this mid lane, going up against a Death Prophet, just to be able to keep her at range, consistent uses of the headshot when you've got the take aim going on, and I feel like now this kind of forces Aurora to play the sort of game that they don't necessarily enjoy playing, if that makes sense. Like, you want to make sure that you can dive in onto the sniper, but that's not Aurora Dota. Aurora Dota is counter-initiation, right? And you don't really counter-initiate against a sniper. He's just happy enough to stay back and constantly be peeping you away from behind a tower.
So they have picked themselves this Tiny now, third pick revealed here by Gaimin Gladiators. Is this a flex pick here? Do we see it most definitely on position 3 now that Sniper is picked up, or will we see it potentially as a support Tiny 2?
Could really be anything, to be honest, right? Could be 2, 3, 4 on this Tiny. You know, we've seen Tofu make a lot of magic happen on the Tiny as well. Of course, Bat Rider is by far the most comfortable, but Celery's capable of playing it. I think they just want to keep as much flex available in their draft, considering, you know, they don't have the overall last pick. They want to make sure that Aurora is kept guessing, so they don't get that ultimate gotcha pick with the last overall pick of the draft. So I like this. Gives them a few options, gives them some catch, gives them multiple hero displacements to get unfair fights, I guess you could call them. And it does put a lot of pressure onto Q on his Tusk to be able to make some big like snowball saves happen when they eventually do go for these plays. Again, it's all about the counter initiate, right? You jump on someone with a lasso, disrupt them. Avatos combo, disrupt them. Snowball save for a similar sort of thing, right? Of course, it is a little bit harder with the avalanche to be able to do that sort of thing. Coddle, okay. Something a little different here. Coming out from Aurora. Something that Lorinov could play. Something that maybe even Jabs would consider playing as well. I'm just a little worried that you are a little squish, and they are not lacking in damage right now on Gaimin Gladiators.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they just want to try and stay as far away from that sniper as possible, so if they did run this on Lorinov, that would give them a solution for it.
Gaimin Gladiators turn.
And there's that Bloodseeker.
Oh.
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
He's put his practice in on Dyrachyo, and I said if they went the Leshrac or the DP, then it's going to be a lot of value for this team. Well, now you've got two heroes that rely on running around mega fast, trying to chase you down, and yeah, you see a lot of value of this. The Ag Shard, pretty rubbish these days, but still Rupture gives a ton of value for this lineup. Even just like Rupture into Lasso or Rupture into Toss can give you a lot of value too.
Yeah, I mean, especially against Death Prophet. I presume you'd want to put the Rupture here onto Death Prophet or Coddle.
Or Coddle
I think
too.
This may be
Yeah,
Coddle
one of
mid,
those
yeah.
two.
So I do like it, especially with the movement. I don't know if the Solar Bind is going to heavily affect Bloodseeker here, but we'll have to see in regards to movement speed.
You don't want to like be in the center of team fights all that often until you've got like your first, let's say 3 items on Bloodseeker. I feel like you need, you know, boots plus Maelstrom plus a BKB, and then you can actually look to join in. So it's one of those heroes that is quite incredibly strong when it hits that timing relative to a lot of other heroes in the game, but it just takes a while for him to get to that stage. Prior to that, you might be showing up to drop a Rupture and clean up a fight, but not much else.
Quite honest, he is an early BKB builder here, actually, the Bloodseeker. Like, when have you ever seen Bloodseeker not build a BKB?
Very rarely. Like, I just think it's not really a hero without that. I mean, considering what you're going up against in the Coddle, I feel like it's pretty important. Although they do have, like, stuff that goes through BKB, right? Of course, Coddle really is food, but Exorcism still going to be dealing damage to you. Demonic Purge, going to slow you down a lot. You can punch people up in the air as well, which is obviously going to be very impactful too. So that's the sort of thing that could work. Wonder if they choose to go... I mean, this makes the Naga Siren ban even better now, right? Like, just... It would have been a really good Naga game if they were able to pick it up now for Aurora. They do still have the last pick of the overall draft to be able to make it work. So maybe they go some other Illusion-style hero, just because, yes, Maelstrom can deal with it, but I feel like you might be able to, you know, swarm over with the rest of the team. Maybe go something like, you know, Phantom Lancer going in Ags or something along those lines.
So ban-wise, Gaimin's still thinking about what they want to ban out, and indeed they do have the flex picks here, so Tiny could be potentially on the mid, or he could be a support here, because it's not certain. We have ourselves Sniper and Bloodseeker, so that's definitely confirmed. Wait, Sniper... There's no way they'd go a Sniper support, right? They'd go Sniper mid.
Don't think so. I'm assuming this is Bloodseeker 1, Sniper 2, Tiny 3, Bat 4.
Tiny 3, yeah.
And maybe Avenge to come for Celery. I mean, they've used the last ban on Aurora on his Enchantress. The Chen's already gone. He plays the CM, which is fine, but I'm not sure if it's going to do too much this game in particular, whereas, you know, it just gives them, again, another displacement spell. It's something that he plays a lot, and it can also provide a little bit of save if, let's say, you need someone to be able to be moved away from a Coddle Blast who's under the effects of the Solar Bind. So I could see it working for them if they chose Venge. Undying, not a ton of value. Another stun as well was never a bad thing for someone like Celery. Weaver, okay.
Weaver?
So I was considering them doing this a bit earlier in the draft, just because Tofu is a really good Weaver player as well. So maybe now it's like a Bat 5, a Weaver 4, Tiny 3. Just to be able to deal a lot of that right-click damage in the lane still, off the back of like Swarm into a few tiny right-clicks.
5 seconds remaining.
They are certainly lacking in some lockdown for Aurora. What is going to be that one that ends up finding it? I want like a Blink Dagger buyer that's able to deal burst damage, so something like a Sven wouldn't be horrible. Also act as a little bit of a follow-up for some of these engagements for Aurora. Faceless Void Band, yeah. Yeah, for me it's Sven.
Yeah, I think I agree. They need something burst because Death Prophet's just survivability and pressure to withstand in team fights here. I mean, Kotl does have the nuke damage, but you can't just rely on him to be, your damage dealer here. So you need another strong one.
Oh yeah, he falls off completely once it gets to those later stages. So
yeah,
I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. And yeah, again, the fact that you are just going to have serious problems dealing with multiple of these heroes. Like, who do you actually find initiations with? Oh, Luna, okay. Clearly feeling like maybe they're going to have a strong enough early game to be able to balance this one out. I'm actually excited to see Aurora playing some more front foot style Dota, I guess is the way to put it. The Luna, of course, capable of sitting back and farming, but I'm not sure if you're going to feel overly comfortable into letting this draft go. Okay, I was completely wrong. It's going to be Bloodseeker being played in the off lane. So basically just a Rupture bot, bumping him down in priority, realizing that, the hero not quite as good anymore, but you could still guarantee some uses of the Bloodright on the ground with Tofu playing alongside him. And then again, it's still a really good game for Dyrachyo on his Weaver, much more of a signature hero for him. And without going for that lockdown on Satanic, with him picking up the Luna instead of something like the Sven, I don't know if that would have changed things anyway, but it just means that this position 1 is going to get a lot more value out of being so elusive.
Mm-hmm. So yes, it's the Bat Rider. Position 5. Nice little confusion that they've done. I don't know if it would have affected Aurora as well, but it definitely confused us. We thought this was going to be a Bloodseeker carry, but turns out it wasn't. Weaver, we thought potentially it could have been on Tofu, as you said, but they're actually on the Weaver, and you said it was his signature hero, so excited to see. Catch-wise, I guess they have themselves the Disruption, Aurora's Punch, but that's really about it, and Solar Bind does not affect you during the Shikuchi. I can say that correctly now. I remember we were having a discussion yesterday.
Yes,
I can say that spelled right.
Good job, bro. But maybe they're not going to be going for like pickoffs, right? They're going to be more just objective oriented and force Gaimin to fight into them. Of course, the downside to that is that if you don't have pickoffs, Sniper's going to have a free game. You're also putting yourself in a vulnerable position once these Blink Daggers come out for Celery and Tofu to just get, dragged out behind the base. And it really relies on Ollie and Q's positioning to be so solid so that you're not getting heavily punished if that's the case, right? So, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this one. I feel like it's a little, not narrow-minded, but I feel like it's very predictable what Aurora are going to be trying to do. And I feel like Gaimin Gladiators just have a lot of these meta heroes that are really strong. They've got a direct counter to 2 of these run-at-you style heroes in the Kotl and the Death Prophet with the Bloodseeker that isn't even a position 1 because basically the value out of it is A, the laning stage, and B, the Rupture. And then this Weaver just really doesn't feel countered at all, right? Like, it just feels like it's a pretty free Weaver game for Dyrachyo.
Yeah, I agree here. I think Dyrachyo is going to have a fun time on the Weaver, but I'll be intrigued to see what he will build on the Weaver. Possibly a Gleipnir, an Orchid, maybe perhaps something along the lines of that, or possibly build into Desolator to just go insane physical damage. Many possibilities here. I think he might go the latter and just go the Gleipnir, as you think also, because Desolator starts to fall off, especially against Luna, with the amount of armor that she builds up, so maybe we might just focus the supports instead. Who knows? Anything can happen here.
They're going to reveal the smoke with yoinking back the Watcher. So I wonder if Aurora feels like they will be able to actually get a kill here. A lot of them clumping up in one area. Always a dangerous prospect against a Tiny, but Tofu has chosen to level up the tree throw anyway, just to assist with that very early stage of the game. I'm expecting level 2 once again. Oh, hold on.
Ollie's okay.
Yeah, I'm expecting level 2 once again to be the area of this lane that Ace and Tofu try and get a little something happening, right? Like toss back into a Bloodright. Feels like you're going to be able to guarantee some of that pure damage coming out from the the magical damage coming out from the Bloodright onto whoever gets caught out. Thing is, though, if it's not Ollie, he can always just use the disruption to be able to counter out that sort of play. So maybe it's even level 3 that Tofu needs to be able to have the Ava and the toss to be able to use the Avalanche to disrupt Ollie before he ends up disrupting him.
Tell you what, Satanic knows his stuff though. During the draft phase of it came into the loading screens, 8 out of 20 recent MVPs.
Don't get high ranked without being an MVP. Put the team on your shoulders.
You can already see Quinn being really annoying here with the headshot level 1.
Yeah, this definitely isn't the sort of game where I think you need too many points in the shrapnel. Maybe you put one value point there just to be able to assist with shoving lanes out a little bit when eventually they are going to be starting to move in at you. But I'm expecting to see a very similar sort of build that we saw from Topson going up when playing for Tundra previously. Just because you just need to dominate the lane, you need to harass this hero that doesn't have a lot of armor to be able to play around with. So just use your range, use your solid attack animation to be able to bully Lauren off as much as possible.
So how are the side lanes going here? Celery already having to use a healing self here on the bats. Q being able to trade nicely here with the Bat Rider. Taking too much damage here. Has himself the tag team. Level 2 now, so either Ice Shards or Snowball to level.
Keeping an eye on Tofu's level. They might be going immediately once he hits level 2. But you can see they just are forced to back up a little bit on this top side, with Satanic being forced away from the lane. Trying his best to be able to manipulate the creep wave just to get it engaged a little bit closer towards safety. Not wanting to run the risk of being tossed back underneath the tower. Trying to get creeps into deny range as quickly as possible to be able to get rid of that range creep. Some solid lane manipulation coming through from the young man. Bot lane.
Already jabs. In some trouble. Tag teams there. Is it enough to save the Death Prophet though? It will be indeed. Has the magic stick as well, just in case they did dive that tier 1. Jabs will be okay.
And Ace will say thank you very much as well. Just gets a little bit of a movement speed boost as well from any sort of aggressive engagements that are made across the map.
Level 2 here at the moment on Tofu, so haven't got the Avalanche or Toss yet. I wonder whether you put 2 points into Toss. Not Toss, sorry, Avalanche. I feel it's quite beneficial.
I think you would go 1-1-1 for this lane. I think you just need that guaranteed setup for the Bloodright. It's got 2 points in it now, so the silence is going to be very impactful. Maybe just the fact that the disruption is still on cooldown. I thought they might have gone for a bit of a play there, as Tofu looks like he just wants to keep this small camp blocked up as much as possible. So I'm a little surprised with how much farm he's still been able to get, despite the wave being in a really dangerous spot for him. Big part of that is Ollie and his positioning, making sure that he's never leaving his Luna vulnerable to a death, but could it potentially change out here? Hasn't leveled up anything yet on Tofu, and yeah, they're just doing a really good job of bullying them.
Yeah, Bloodright used defensively there. But I gotta say, it does cost a lot of mana though to commit that combination. I mean, 90 mana plus that 200 mana, and that's already like 2/3 of Tiny's mana like gone. So he does use it. Yeah, there we go. He does go 1-1. 1.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, I'm a bit impressed by Aurora, although, gotta say, some of these lanes ain't going too well. Like, the Weaver, as expected, just has a completely free lane because of the lack of stuns. He's... how far ahead is he? 600 net worth ahead? And same sort of thing for mid lane, about a 900 advantage for Quinn.
16 denies, 40 last hits on the sniper.
it's not going to get too much easier. Like, of course, with levels, Lorinov is going to be able to at least go back to the jungle and be able to pick up farm in that way. But you always run the risk of Quinn just immediately shoving out the wave. He actually does put more points into the shrapnel, maybe just looking to kind of play similar to a Coddle and get a little bit of that bonus XP just from farming up a neutral camp at the exact same time as he's getting the wave.
Yeah, Q had to TP away there too at the bottom lane. I don't know if you saw the Firefly and the harassment from Duraccio there, just was not able to escape. That's about to TP away. So Jabs is on his own for the time being, but that should give him some solo experience to try and reach level 6. Meanwhile, Tofu is trying to find Ollie, but they turn it around here, maybe perhaps, catching him in place here with the eye shards. Nice snowball save, stopping the assassinate, and Lorinov actually getting the first blood here, taking down Tofu.
Committing with a little bit of that extra damage onto Quinn. Doesn't want to use an earned charge, realizing that at the moment lacking a little bit of that damage, and that's so important that he gets that first blood, right? Like an additional 370 damage, gold for Lorinov to be able to claim there, equalizing a big portion of that laning stage. Now, instead of a 900 lead, it's all the way back to like 400.
Wonder if we'll see a value point be put into silence here for Jabs. Currently just putting no points into it at the moment. 202 on the death profit.
Maybe level 7, let's say. I could see it happening.
Level 7.
Yeah, just like needs another point in the Spirit Siphon, I think, for safety. Or actually choose the Crypt Swarm instead. Really wanting to just secure his farm, make sure that he can protect himself from being denied too heavily. Yeah,
and he got denied on that catapult.
Yep. 8 denies for him too. Versus 0 on the death profit. Bit of a rotation up top here. This would be a double avalanche though?
It will be, yeah. Able to avoid that illuminate there too. Tofu's fine, actually tossing Tiny there underneath the tier 1 tower, but will snowball away. Celery rotating in. Tofu will be found though by the illuminate, but in comes a rotation from Quinn. That finds Q, along with Lorinov there too. Double kill for Ace.
Just a little bit too clumped up there when they're going onto a Tiny, right? Like he's able to get that double avalanche off and a great toss back as well underneath the tower. Really just good comms coming through from the team, making sure that they push the advantage immediately, force a snowball that, yeah, not that great. You still saw a good amount of damage coming out from the Coddle, actually doing the most in that fight, about 2k, but you just see still how a sniper is able to tear through these squishier heroes.
Yeah, especially early on with the headshot. I mean, he's actually put 4 points into shrapnel on Quinn. So opting to go the slow, and it's good damage. It allows you to scale here too, especially if you want to farm up.
Well, they've got vision up to... I was hoping that for Aurora, they would be able to move in and try and steal away this Gaimin Gladiators farm, excuse me. With Quinn, with that amplified damage. Wonder if that is going to be a juicy prospect for them, but maybe without the Spirit form, they feel like they don't have the lockdown to be able to chase him. So you can just look to wait for that. And the Spirit Vessel, most likely, before Lorinov makes another move. Maybe before that, here we go. Going for a play, trying to find this Quinn pick. I think they're very happy to reveal this ward.
Oh, there we go. Quinn, he's been ambushed by Q. Blood grenade there.
While he can.
At least he gets the creep before he dies. But yeah, there was no way of escaping that one. That's for sure.
The block off onto the Ancient. Oh, hold on. Celery, is he going to be okay? There's a lot of damage pumping into him. And just probably going to tick him out.
The Illuminate! Oh, the Illuminate gets him. It just catches him. There we go. Double kill for Lorinov.
Brings him back to that one charge in the urn as well, and he's got the Vessel coming out to him now. Even putting a little bit of damage into the tower with the creep wave, and just looking to try and
Tofu in trouble.
Possible. Yeah.
Tag team. Helps take down the Tiny there too, so even more kills. Meanwhile, though, Rupture and Assassinate here onto Q. Disruption, no mana, and it's on cooldown. Okay, there we go. Now Ollie has the mana. Snowball. Okay, that is a dead toss. Disruption comes out. Quinn.
Now he's dead.
Still laying out the damage. There we go. They finally take down the Tusk. Celery, though, coming forward with the insane movement speed. There's the assassinate and double kill for Quinn. So, you know, he dies at the triangle, but at least he comes back and gets himself something there.
One thing I really liked about that move that they made to the triangle as well is they didn't want to give away the fact that they had this observer ward here, right? So just the way that Q was walking in up onto that high ground, he took the longer way, let's say, but it makes it just that little bit less obvious, right? The smoke breaks and it just is more natural for them to be able to say, oh, there's a guy here, rather than we knew all along.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I didn't notice that.
Dire are scanning.
So they still have that observer there for quite some time. I think they're pinging Ace, though. I think they want to go on Ace. So reveal him there with a creep wave. He actually just backs off straight away, realizing spider senses are tingling. Just getting back there.
He's just going a full utility build right now, going into the Atos first, as opposed to... I still assume it's going to be a Glipnir, but just to go Atos first, it's like, well, we want to enable our Sniper and Weaver so much more than a Bloodseeker, right? He is a Rupture bot, this game, that is, you know, maybe needs to eventually scale a little bit more strongly, but for now, he just needs to try and make it
Oh,
so
no.
they
Oh, no! Quinn! Oh, he's been caught again! That's a dead sniper, being caught in the same place. That's the second time, though, but will they get some vengeance for fallen Quinn? Here's a rotation from Duraccio with the Shikuchi
still here.
and the Swarm. Ollie in some trouble. Actually able to avoid somewhat the snowball there. Lasso now. They find the kill there onto Koppel. And that is Ollie dead too. So Lorinoff and Ollie, they both fall. So vengeance for Quinn again. They don't let them get back with, you know, a victorious pick-off. They will at least punish them for doing so. Quinn actually might find a kill here onto Jabs if someone rotates in. Yeah, Tofu coming around the sidelines. But I think Jabs is aware he actually backs himself off here.
He's also going for an Atos too, so he wants to be able to enable not only himself, but his Keeper of the Light. I thought Lorinov just stayed around a little bit too long, right? You got the pick onto the Sniper, your Tusk is probably dead, right? They expended the Rupture onto him, maybe feeling like, look, as long as Rupture's used, I've got a free fight, but clearly just not anticipating the rotation coming through from both the Weaver and the Tusk to be able, and the Tiny to be able to turn that one around.
Oh, Duraccio's found himself a Shadow Demon. Ollie might be able to get away, though. This is a bit of a dive. Yeah, Duraccio will back himself off.
Still too early for the Weaver to just be like three-shotting supports. Wouldn't hate to see him eventually go into something like that Deso that you were mentioning. Will enable that Sniper just so much more as well. For now, it's about those earlier items. Just get into that more consistent farm, deal that consistent damage. You know that you're going to be safe in a lot of these engagements just because the lockdown somewhat lacking. 1 point in the silence now for Jabs though, so he is able to play around the team a little bit more, provide a little bit more in terms of push. EXO up in 35 seconds, and I think they'll feel very disappointed if they're not able to get a tower in that time when that one's revealed.
So we've got ourselves the Spirit Vessel and Boots of Travel currently at the moment here on Lorinov. Manta trying to be finished up here by Satanic. Net worth-wise, not massively ahead, only around about 800 gold, but I mean, it is only 13 minutes in. So Satanic, I think, can increase that lead once he does get himself the Manta style. But they are coming in for a smoke here, and that is a lovely scan from Aurora. That just reveals them near this cliff straight away during that smoke, so they're actually just going to back themselves off here and just hide near this tier 1 tower.
Look at the lines being drawn on the map as well. They know exactly where they are. They know that it's under a smoke as well because of this observer ward placed down previously by Ollie.
Smoke broken. Disruption there from Ollie.
I was wondering if Celery goes for that jump there, but still, they might be able to get a freebie pick off here. Is Quinn going to help him out, though? That'd be a possibility.
Yeah, he's okay. Snowball coming in for Quinn, but he has himself the haste. Demonic Purge now placed down onto the Batrider, but no follow-up there. So he had the South the Exorcism here too. Duraccio has to be careful. Oh, he's been rooted in place there by the Atos. The silence is there too. Is he able to use himself his ultimate? He does ultimate right into an Illuminate though. Caught there by the disruption. The Warriors punch is there as they find a pickoff onto the carry.
That was a little bit overconfidence coming through there for sure from Duraccio. They knew they were there the entire time. They scattered it out, and he still just hangs around in farms. Maybe overestimating the amount of information that observer ward that was dewarded. Was that a double ward that they placed up on the high ground? I think it was. They got a double dewarder. Well, the important thing is, net worth lead swinging in Aurora's favor. Even if they weren't able to get that kill, it still wouldn't have been a wasted exorcism for Jabs anyway. He ended up taking the tower before having that TP in, so would have been able to, you know, open up the map a little bit further. We haven't mentioned Satanic's name in quite some time, and that's exactly what Lunas want to, or rather don't want to hear. They just want to be not even seen, not even heard, neither of the fact, until it's just a little bit too late, and they're way too high level, and way too much farm to be contested.
Wow, straight, so we've gone for defense here on Quinn. No damage item as of yet. Hurricane Pike Rush.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So what are we waiting for? This. Okay, that's what we're waiting
Blink.
for Celery. Yeah, because
you mentioned it.
Tofu's already got his, so I was wondering, okay, I saw him get it like a minute or two ago. In the meantime, he's just been sitting back and farming. So then, how long until Celery? Turns out you're a Bat Rider, you get a stupid amount of farm way too early into the game. So, seems like that smoke is going to be coming very shortly for Celery. To be able to connect through with, I would say probably, do you want to give Ace a little bit more farm? Probably get him into that Glipnir as quickly as possible, just so that you're not sacrificing his net worth too much, but you need to make a rotation with somebody. I don't think you can do it with just the Tiny and the Bat Rider on their own. So now, not wanting to reveal anyone just yet. Maybe anticipating that they might be baited into going on to Ace. Look at this.
Quinn's going to join in the smoke.
Their own movement, yeah.
Oh, this smoke's going to break straight away, though, on Quinn. This is not a place you want to be as a sniper. There's the Eclipse coming out there, too.
Oh.
Finding the kill, sniper down.
Very quick response from Ollie as well. He made sure to use the Demonic Purge onto the sniper who just had the Hurricane Pike, right? You mentioned that defensive itemization, which meant that he didn't get any distance from that at all. Sure, you use the Eclipse, but I don't think it really matters. You know, he's just going to be able to go back to farm and rather confirm the kill just with that 1 point and be satisfied with a quick pick off there. And yeah, net worth lead continuing now to snowball a bit more in Aurora's favor. The thing for me is, though, Luna still very scary, but I'm still not that worried about the Keeper of the Light, right? Like, it's... You basically just have this very small window to be able to make plays with him, and BKBs are eventually going to become a factor for Gaimin Gladiators to be able to play around with. For now, maybe they feel like the Glipnirs are going to be not necessarily a substitute to the BKB, but it means that maybe you need to play a bit more defensively on Aurora, that you can't actually go for these all-in sorts of plays, and you're not worried about the Coddle's damage quite as much.
Yeah. So soon we're going to get ourselves double Gladiator here on Gaimin.
Yep.
It's going to be nice for some catch. Well, meanwhile, Celery has been found here. And he did go for a blink there, but it was... I don't think he realized that there was 4 of Aurora around here. I think he wanted to go for a pickoff maybe on one of the supports, but...
it was that and maybe a bit of a D-ward mission as well. At least he got information that those wards were up there. So now they know that they need to make a few less plays around the left-hand side of the river. Still nighttime for the next minute or so, so wouldn't be surprised to see Gaimin just wait out this next 45 seconds while
Ace
Luna has her advantage.
Oh, he's going to be scouted out here.
Is he?
Oh, maybe, no, maybe not. Okay, night vision, did not see him. Alright, and he's out. That was surprising.
Mm-hmm. There we go, Celery gets the D-ward off eventually. First he doesn't succeed. Try again. That's the thing, like,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
it's good that King is picking up this farm. But I feel like it's just so easy for Gaimin to manipulate a lot of these lanes just through their heroes, right? You just drop down the Blood Right, eventually you're going to be able to glip near it as well and just walk off. You've got Shrapnel on Quinn, you've got Firefly on Celery, so you can't actually go for too many aggressive plays on Aurora's side to be able to punish that fact, because it's just going to be either really obvious or you're going to lose objectives.
I mean, big item though for the Death Prophet, finishing the Guardian Greaves now.
Okay, protection from the silence coming through from the Bat Rider especially. Not the Bat Rider, the Bloodseeker. Another B.
There's so many Atos. Rod of Atos coming out here. One for Dyrachyo eventually. We've got one on Jabs, who's just going to use it here for the Weaver, but is able to use the time lapse there and get away. There we go. Atos found. Atos on the Bloodseeker too. You know what, Quinn? You might as well just make it 4 and get a Gleipnir on Sniper.
You might be considering it, to be honest. It's still a really good item. He just wants to get that extra little bit of safety for himself. Obviously, he experienced in that last engagement how hard it was for him to be able to get away when that Demonic Purge is used onto him with his Hurricane Pike, so why not just go an early concussive grenade? That's not going to be stopped by the Purge.
Oh, and both Gleipnirs finished here for Bloodseeker and the Weaver, but no contest available here for Gaimin to stop this. Roshan Aegis is now in the hands of Satanic on the side of Aurora.
Dyrachyo was just trying to backdoor the tier 1 there as the Weaver, realizing again the relative lack of catch that Aurora has. Feels like everything needs to go perfectly, and with that Gleipnir, they might be able to catch Q on his Tusk here.
Oh, he doesn't get the Swarm, but the Avalanche and Toss is there, and they get the kill nonetheless.
I feel like he's just going to go up and hit this tower on Dyrachyo. It's the type of player that he is.
Tower is 41 HP, just hits it. There we go.
They're pinging the Tormentor, but I don't know if you're going to have the capability to take that, not without Exorcism.
Yeah, Dyrachyo is close by too here. But the rest of GG are a little while away.
Okay, don't hate this on Jabs either, just a plate mail in building up towards the Lotus Sword. Just wants to have that little bit of survivability first, realizing all of the physical damage that he's going to be going up against. No Deso quite yet, but of course the Swarm into Sniper hits. Going to be very scary. And Tofu actually has a ton of farm right now. 2.4k HP, gold. I wonder what he's going to look to use to spend it on, whether it's going to be again another 4-star, but I'm not sure how effective that's going to be. Is it going to be another Atos? Or maybe he just decides to go for a little bit of that earlier scaling, right? Like go into a Phylactery, go into a Kanda, start to consider an Aghanim Scepter perhaps.
Yeah, many possibilities we could go through, but with this Aegis, a smoke play is going to begin. I'm just going to use the disruption there to send some Lunar Illusions down to clear out the middle. Maybe perhaps they can find themselves Dyrachyo here, who's farming on their side of the map. They do have themselves some Dust of Appearance.
No ward, though, put into this general area. I feel like they're being patient. They see the courier.
Did they not see the courier?
They see Ace. They say we're going to just take the much easier one to be able to claim for now. Still doing a decent amount of damage himself and should still die.
Yeah, the ghosts will find him. Yep, there we go.
Dyrachyo's still running. Ollie trying to chase him down, but looks like he'll be able to get away in time. Didn't even need to use the time lapse for it. Oh, now he's going to amplify damage to be able to play around with as well. Use the Exo, but Jabs TP down bottom. Okay, I was wondering if maybe they might be using that to hit into this tier 1 top. Just for a little bit of free farm.
Ooh, smoke play. They're going to go for Jabs here?
You got amp damage and Exorcism's running out. This is the time.
Here we go. Blink Avalanche. Oh, it actually tosses the Bat Rider there instead, but the lasso comes out. Jabs is still alive here with the Guardian Greaves. Tempted to heal up now with that Siphon Drain And they actually find the Duraccio. Oh, the Atos. Oh, they actually will get the Weaver. There we go. Even with the time lapse. Jab survives through all of that with the Guardian Greaves and the Spirit Siphon. And they get nothing here on GG.
Yeah, had full 20 stick charges as well, just to put himself up to that safety region. Now, off of the back of that, it becomes even harder to be able to pick him off with plus 300 health coming from his level 15 talent as well, and got a greater healing bonus to be able to play around with too.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay with the toss there. I think if the toss was used on jabs instead of the Batrider, then I think that kill would have been there.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
We found the tier 1 tower now too. Kanda is on the way to be completed now very soon here for Satanic, and then he is going to be a monster to deal with in terms of damage.
Yeah, should be a pretty similar timing to his level 20 as well. Oh, luckily there from Tofu. Actually, what's the vision look like right now for Satanic? I mean, he's got this Observer Ward down, and he's got the night vision as well to be able to play around with. The rest of the team, not quite yet with him. Might be able to go for a quick TP away on Tofu, and yeah, he will. Inside the
He's
road
out.
pit. Maybe just going a little bit too early there on Satanic. Needing to wait for the rest of the boys to...
Oh,
Is under attack.
Celery though. Lasso committed here onto Q, but the Illuminate. Oh! Neutral creep gets him. Warpine Raider, OP. Disruption there in return though. Onto the Tusk. Will save Q for some time, but Duraccio attempted to get a kill. He will finally get it there. Has the time lapse. Got to get back all of his HP. Attempted to flee now with the Shikuchi. Going in the right direction there. Avoiding Kotl, Luna, and the Death Prophet. Quinn's trying to escape though. He's already used his Hurricane Pipe, but he's attempting to turn it around here with his physical damage. He will not find Lauren off. And Jabs will get the kill there. And the BKB was actually committed there from Satanic too. So that was a 9-second BKB committed for that kill.
And that's the sort of committal that you want, right? Taking away your sniper, taking away someone that's just sitting back, farming away, shoving out waves, being annoying, and really showing a ton of value being gotten out of this Luna as well. Hits up onto his level 20, just 300 gold away from that Kanda. So again, it just everything just seems to be hitting at the exact right times for Satanic right now. Might even get a few tier 3 neutral items for his team. Ollie will say thank you very much.
Oh, Duraccio loves that. Nemesis curse on the Weaver.
Yeah, it just feels like they've been that tiny bit too short of damage, right? To be able to find a lot of these pickoffs. And you know, maybe just the cores as well. You know, they've made a few plays now where it's basically just been the two supports. And you know, maybe one core played alongside of it, but I feel like Quinn needs to be there consistently and feel confident to be able to stand there and right-click. It feels like Ace doesn't have this giga farming build that, or even a massive fighting build either, right? You've relegated him to being played in the off lane. Doesn't have as much net worth as you would expect at this stage of the game.
Oh no. Maybe perhaps Quinn will be found again here. They're smoking very close by him, but they're actually going in a different direction. Shield rune on the river. That'll be taken here by Laurenov.
Might catch Celery up in this top side. Yep, he walks underneath the Observer Ward that's still placed there. A little surprised that maybe Tofu didn't ping that one out with finding him previously. Won't be able to even get the Wisdom Rune with Celery taking
They'll take
that,
the
but
Tormentor.
they will take the Tormentor, yep. Plenty of heals as well. Okay, that's a pretty good one for Jabs, getting that extra Spirit Siphon charge and the Fear. So without the BKB on Duraccio means that he has to be a little careful with how heavily he commits into a few of these team fights.
Radiant's top tower.
Celery though, just able to blink away. BKB and TP is ready. He's going to commit it. And he will get out. He is fine. Forces a lot of rotations there. In return though, they're going to rotate all to bottom here now on Aurora. Ooh. Just missing the ice shards there onto Ace. Ace will be okay. Duraccio still hanging around here. Pretty aggressive. Just going to farm this camp. Has to be careful though.
And he knows that he's going to be able to get off a lot of these Kuchis as well. So Aghanim Shard, which is waiting to be delivered on the courier, is going to give him a ton of value as well. I have to wonder after this, like, do you opt to just go into the BKB, not wanting to rely on only the Manta to be able to, you know, give you a bit of a a safety net away from getting hit by every single Eclipse, from getting caught by anything other than the Solar Bind.
So GG have been a little bit behind, I think, in terms of pickoffs and fights. It's always been Aurora here at the moment that have been able to get pickoffs, but they haven't been able to get a tier 2 yet. So I think GG are going to try and turn the tempo here right now. They're going to smoke up as 4. They're not with Duratio, though. They're quite split from each other here. I don't know what they're trying to achieve with this smoke.
Well, they were deliberately waiting for the daytime, just so that, again, Luna didn't have that advantage as Quinn even cheekily denies away the Arcane Rune.
Yeah,
they're going for a little bit of a pick-off here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that got reflected. Aces.
Oh,
ruptured.
what? Oh, tosses back Jabs. Jabs may fall here. Disruption there from Ollie. Okay, here we go. The BKB and Eclipse there. Quinn very, very close to death, but a lovely lasso there from Celery. Bringing back Satanic, so the damage isn't dealt. Duratio in some trouble, though.
Satanic's low.
Will be found. He did not have himself the time lapse, already used that, but in return, they will take down Satanic. Boris Punch coming out there, along with the Illuminate, too.
He's got 4 staff.
In some trouble, getting 4 staffed away, but slowed down by the Solar Bind, able to blink away. Does have himself some 1 charges, pushing back Q there with the Flame Break. And it will be a 1-for-1, so both carries on either side of the team falling here. That was a very odd team fight indeed.
Yeah, a couple of just slightly misplaced shards there from Q. Means that they're not able to follow up with the damage, and they don't even quite give Satanic the faith that he needs, the backup that he needs to be able to truly stand in man fight. Or who they're looking to try and find a chase onto. It's Celery. Doesn't have a 4-star for himself. Q just looks to fix up the lane. We've actually got Roshan coming up in just 10 or so seconds, so what's the warding situation looking like right now for Aurora? Finish up a great healing Lotus, and they should be able to take control over this high ground.
This is what I wanted to see. There we go. That reflection. That's what I wanted to see. I was like, what the heck happened for DP to be thrown back and forth like a tennis ball?
Mm-hmm.
Wimbledon.
We're about to see another pretty big team fight, and Gaimin Gladiators are the ones that have the slight advantage for now. You don't have a scan, sorry, you have 1 scan available for Aurora, so they're going to want to know if they are right inside the pit, and that's what they use it on. Not yet, so it gives them a little bit of time to wait for their cooldowns to come online. That's the big thing. You still didn't have Exorcism for 30 seconds. Eclipse just came off cooldown. Do they have a smoke to be able to make this play with?
Smoke just broke. Nice lasso there. Oh,
nice
but the disruption coming out in return. Will they be able to find Q here? He does have himself. Oh, no, he does not have himself the snowball. It's locked in place there. Is found. Now Ollie committing demonic cleanse upon himself, trying to escape, but here comes Satanic. Oh, Duratio just able to use the time lapse there in time. So close. It's now the attempt to turn it around here with the BKB from Ace. He's taking too much physical damage, though. He has to back himself off. They have themselves the high ground here on Aurora, committing that exorcism. Duratio. Lower and lower.
Keep going in. Can they kite them?
Flee. A toss there onto Quinn, but an avalanche and toss turnaround attempt there to try and find Jabs, but Jabs is still perfectly healthy. They call themselves Quinn here in the eye shots. He will fall possibly along with Duratio too. They find that kill.
Ace is low.
2 down. Ace is attempting to flee here. He has speed, going to TP here in the trees, but they have themselves the Hex there again onto Lorenoff. Lovely stuff. They find themselves 3. This Hex on Lorenoff. Oh, it almost killed Duratio there, but they do turn it back around, find the kill there. The buyback from Q2, they're going to take themselves the Roshan.
Oh, yeah. About to even say punishing the lack of BKBs, but they have 2 BKBs on Gaimin Gladiators. It's just that the fight went on for so goddamn long that it doesn't even matter. You just see the damage that you were able to dish out as well on Satanic. He had to use so much. It was a really nice save there from Ollie, but just the follow-up silence coming through. They commit very heavily up onto this high ground and just trying to take the attention away. I love that sort of play from a carry who's willing to put himself in harm's way with an overwhelming amount of damage just because he sees how valuable Ollie's life is. He just gets a secondary disruption off onto Satanic as he's trying to deal with all of those scarabs. He also makes sure that they're able to clean them, and then they turn around and make it happen once those BKBs aren't available anymore.
Jabs is so tanky right now. Anytime they try and go for him, he just heals up. And now they found Celery here too, who will definitely be found here. 17-2 TP away, taken out. And a big item for Satanic here too. he's got himself, funnily enough, a Satanic. So he's able to heal up now nicely within these fights.
Wonder what he's going to go on Lorinov at level 25. Because Chakra Magic Strong Dispelling is pretty nice, considering you're going up against something like a Lasso. You know, just to be able to have an actual way to break that, other than just relying on the disruption, could be very handy.
That's a good point, actually. I'm not sure. Is 200 Illuminate damage, like...
It's a lot. To be fair, it's a lot, and you are a core, so I could totally understand if you wanted to go for that, because at the end of the day, you're still going up against a Weaver, right? You need to burst him down before he can get off that time lapse. They were so close to being able to do it with just Satanic previously, so maybe they feel they don't need it if they can get someone else into the team fight like Q. And speaking of the Tusk, he's only 300 gold away from a Walrus kick as well, so if they're able to communicate things very well, we could probably see like a Blink Walrus kick onto the Weaver back into a silence, and well, then it's going to be a lot harder for Dyrachyo. He can still pop the Manta style, but they've got follow-ups for that too.
So yeah, they'll take down the tier 2. That will fall. Maybe perhaps they'll go for more here. They have themselves a Aegis for 3 more minutes here on Satanic.
Walrus kick is up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Big item.
Even
be called back here.
in. Yeah, Aghanim Shard from Lorinov. They're ready to go up onto the high ground, all under the cover of smoke. Any wards placed just yet? Doesn't really seem like it. Wanting someone to reveal themselves here on the lane. Quinn, he's going to be the one. Look at Q. Oh, he backed off in time. He revealed under the tower. The smoke broke.
Yeah, using the concussive grenade there.
Are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. They're losing a little bit of health on this tier 2 tower top. Maybe feeling like they'll be able to get a quick pick onto Dyrachyo, but just with the positioning of the TP from Lorinov there underneath the Observer Ward ends up showing that this rotation was coming. So they're going to be able to get away and delay out some of this Aegis. They've still got 2 minutes to be able to make something happen with on Aurora. Gotta think that that would have been enormous if they were able to pick off Quinn. He didn't have the buyback at the time. So that would have been a genuine 6v4 considering you've got the Aegis.
Wonder how they siege this. I mean, Aegis about to expire in 1 minute and 30, and a lovely, lovely prodding of the objectives here from Dyrachyo, forcing those TPs back.
They're constantly just pinging around. They saw Dyrachyo farming underneath their Observer Ward. So many wards around this bottom side of the map for Aurora, but Dyrachyo, it feels like he's read it perfectly. Some of it, of course, the Observer Ward from Celery in the lane, giving a little bit of information about that, but they're just kiting out this Aegis and showing why they were such a formidable force for all of 2023.
Well, they have those BKBs now too, with the BKB finally finished here for Dyrachyo. That is on its way. That will definitely help with some of these silences coming out, and especially to stop the Hex from being applied if he gets it prematurely
High
casted.
ground attempt number 2. Still into the backdoor protection though. How long's that Aegis got? 35, 40 seconds? Alright. I can still see him hanging around though, maybe just using the illusions to push for now. Now with the Swift Blink as well, he wants to get in onto the back lines when they find the kick. Get that quick burst. Look at Tofu's positioning as well. He's in a position to save. Looks like they're cutting their losses. Might just go for the tier 2 mid, maybe. Dyrachyo even killing the creep that I believe Lorinov was Boots of Traveling 2 up top, so he might be able to get a tier 2 top for free. Big win.
Oh, Big Lasso! Big Lasso bringing Satanic to the low ground here. The Quinn in some trouble, being slowed down here heavily. He's just going to be decimated by the hands of that Eclipse. They lose themselves the sniper, down for 70 seconds. An opportunity now for them to siege the high ground, even without this Aegis.
And without the lasso, that was one of the scariest parts about going up onto the high ground. Still have to be cautious of Tofu. Is he going to be able to get this toss back without the Aegis available on Satanic? Back off for now. Still about a quarter duration on that Exorcism, but maybe you just toss the Lotus Orb in onto Satanic to protect him. There we go.
I think they're just going to let this one go.
Structures are fortified.
Looking at the glyph.
How long in the
not
lasso?
sure
10
here.
seconds. Sure, someone's keeping a track of that, and yep, they're going to be able to maybe back off. Q wants to go for something a little deeper.
Got the Hex there. Uh-oh. Onto Duracho. He's okay, though. Able to use the time lapse. They've got the lasso there onto Satanic, but he's just able to heal up, but he's being tossed into the fountain. As the disruption is there, they're going to dive right beyond the agent here. They're able to find Tofu and Celery. Back in 5 seconds, Quinn is. With that, they don't find anything here on GG, even with that lasso perfectly fine. Satanic is here at the moment. BKB coming off cooldown in 10 seconds, along with that Satanic too. So he is just going to be back online here. He doesn't have a care in the world.
I really like that little play as well, just using the Demonic Cleanse onto Q as well, so if he does get Glipnir'd again, it's not actually going to be locking him into place. They want to enable him to be able to find this quick off onto Pin. Pick off onto Quinn. The other way around. Looks like they're finally going to be backing off here.
Yeah.
Damage rune, that could be the reason why. They're saying, well, we had a pretty easy time doing it previously, let's just get something else for free.
Yeah, they can take this tier 2 if they want, although Duracho with a smoke here may actually get a free pick off here onto Q. Let's go attempt to do so here with the Gleipnir. Is this a kill? Yes, it is. Finds it. Gets a free kill. On the Tusk, down for 97 seconds. That's a long time for a Tusk.
To die back, yeah.
To die back.
So Duracho continuing to be annoying. You know, he might... It's so hard, right? Because he needs to still be that big...
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What's the plan? I mean, they've been able to take some space back here on GG. As you can see, actually applying pressure. I mean, very nice stuff from Duracho on the top. Has himself a damage item fight. I think he's really been needing this Daedalus. Yeah, we've seen in a few team fights where he has gone in, but he hasn't had himself enough damage. But he's been able to take himself out the Tusk. Got a Daedalus now. Is pretty damaging here. I mean, what's Ace gone here at the moment? Going for a Skull Basher. That will be nice here. Has that shard too, unfortunately. Not like the olden days of healing back a percentage based of the user's max HP pool.
Mm-hmm. Well, pick off
now
onto
just
Tofu.
Yeah.
Actually calling the boys in.
There's the Hex. And that should be enough damage. Heals up, blink away. Nope, not able to blink away. Oh, wait,
Surely.
maybe.
Oh.
Oh, blinks away! No way! Tofu gets out. Oh my gosh. As meanwhile, look at this. They find themselves some kills bottom. 2 supports taken down in an instant here for GG because they were so preoccupied there with Tofu. Taking advantage of that there on GG.
Yeah. Jabs really wants to be able to pick up this Blink Dagger as well, just so that he isn't being kited around quite as easily. And yeah, he gets away.
They're gonna go for Roche on GG.
Okay.
And Aurora, I don't think they want to let this slide here. They're gonna fight as 3. They have buyback available on the Shadow Demon.
I don't know if you can
They're
do
still
anything
hanging
about
around.
it, though. You don't have Exo on the Death Prophet. They actually go for a... Well, it's not a smoke, it's just a Ninja Gear there. The rest of the team are the ones to be under the cover of smoke.
Radiant are
They would
scanning.
love to be
Cypher
able to...
Vice, though,
Yeah.
on Satanic. So this could be really big if he's able to catch Duracho with this.
Man, they're
Follow
just
up with a
so good at
second
reading
Cypher
this.
Vice.
Like, they didn't have a scan to be able to make that sort of play. They just back off at the perfect time. The scan on Gaimin Gladiators doesn't connect onto anyone. They're still going to get the Roche, but
Yeah.
avoid a disaster there. Like, a 5-man smoke into 3 people when your DP doesn't have Exorcism. Probably would have lost the gem as well. I think even Satanic wouldn't have been able to turn that one around with his farm.
So there we go. Aegis now, and you can start to see that win probability slowly climb up now as 86% in the favor of Aurora on the graphs, and now that has gone up to 65%. So GG starting to close this gap here now.
Hold on, I'm just looking at jabs.
Oh, lasso there, but a
Kick back.
lovely kick and a disruption as well. Celery is deleted, but the damage coming out from Quinn in the back line's able to find Q. The buyback there from Celery wants to join the fight, but jabs, the physical damage is too much for him to handle there.
Oh, the Eclipse hits
Eclipse
nobody.
coming out now, but not able to get Quinn because he actually concusses himself to the high ground there with the grenade. Duraccio just able to use the time-lapse there in time, still has himself this Aegis. Oh, Satanic! He's in some trouble here. There's a disruption coming out. The buyback here from both Kotal and DP joining back to the fight, but they haven't been able to find themselves. Satanic and Satanic down for 100
Quinn's
seconds.
going
Now
nuts.
they're attempting to try and find jabs. They've been able to get the kill with the Skull Basher. There we go. DP is down. That is 3 dead, and that was a dieback under the death profit there. Also, only 2 remaining. GG. They may just look to clean up this game now.
So much damage being output from Quinn from the backlines there, just sitting back, wailing into them all, and he was barely even touched. It was just a little bit of that AoE damage coming through. Really nice spellcasting from Laurenov, actually, to be able to just try and keep Satanic up for that little bit longer, try and get a little bit more healing coming out from that Satanic itself. It just wasn't enough. Both down for a good minute. They can't contest into this. Just trying to keep the lanes pushed out as much as possible, but they're in the base already. They've got no tier 2 towers to be able to play around with either. This is going to be at least two lanes, maybe even 3.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Lincoln's coming in for Tofu too. I'll be able to apply that to Ace or Duraccio. Yeah, there we go.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Found themselves 2 sets of racks. They could go for Megas here.
Yep. As long as they've got that Lincoln's on, maybe Q. I mean, you can't really go for any sorts of plays because they've always got that counter initiation. Finally, opting to use the glyph there just to try and protect it that little bit longer. But Quinn, he's got all the range in the world.
Duraccio.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh, they found him.
Oh, lasso is caught Q, but a disruption save there from Ollie. Will it be enough to save the Tusk? The snowball comes out. As Q is not able to get himself away, he will be found. Down for 75 seconds, but here comes Satanic now with the Eclipse coming out. They are able to find the kill there onto Ace. He will back himself off and find the kill there onto Celery too. Will they attempt to go for more? Quinn will be able to TP away there with the BKB.
2.
Duraccio is out here also.
They're calling everyone up to potentially find Duraccio, but he should be out. They get away without losing the full mega creeps, but they got to deal with these other lanes now. Doing their best on Ollie and Laurenov to try and clear out mid. Of course, Kotal, one of the better heroes at being able to do so. I'm a little surprised that that fight bottom, it basically only happens because Jabs, despite having the gem, walked through his high ground, walked through the Ancients area while they were doing Roshan and just didn't clear the high ground. So they had a lot of vision advantage. It's expired now, but it just provided them so much vision to be able to comfortably take that fight, knowing that Quinn was free to just constantly be right-clicking away from the rest of Aurora. They're going to try and push for it. See if there's no buybacks. And they're right. There's no buybacks on both the Bat Rider and the Bloodseeker. Not even close. Quinn's doing a lot.
Able to push them back though. With this MKB here on Quinn. Big damage dealer on the high ground. They need something to jump this sniper. I mean, Q's alive.
He's the one.
Ready.
He's got the Ghost Scepter as well.
Just 10 more seconds for Ace Quinn. Oh,
Found
there it is. There's the Walrus kick. They've caught themselves the sniper. Toss there from Tofu, but I don't think it's going to save Quinn. Quinn down for 90, along with Tofu there also. Buybacks are available. They can come back to the fight if they still choose to siege the base here on Aurora. Disruption there, Duraccio. Has to be careful. Oh, he's found there by a Hex too. That is Weaver dead. Aegis going to bring him back. The buyback's still available here.
Pick off.
Celery coming forward, wants to try and get himself a lasso. Found himself the Shadow Demon there, but actually kicked back. But nonetheless, they do find the Shadow Demon. Buybacks there from both Tiny and the Sniper. Wanted to come back. The MKB laying into Satanic. Satanic down for 100 seconds. They've lost the DP too. Trying to find the Tusk, but he's saved there by the disruption. Ace really wants that kill. Able to find it. There we go. Laurenov attempting to flee there, but Tofu, does he have himself the The Avalanche is on cooldown for 2 more seconds, but calling back. Satanic back to the fight. The toss is there. They're able to find Lorinov. Avalanche 2 onto Satanic. They can turn it around. They will. Satanic down for 120 seconds. No buyback available. GG is called, and game 1 is going to go to GG here.
Oh. I mean, I really didn't expect anything less from these two teams. They've got such a storied history, and it just came down to like one of those key team fights, right? A little bit of a vision advantage, a little bit more information that they had to be able to play around with on GG. And Quinn, he had a bit of a rough early game, right? It had a bit of a rough time to be able to start things off, but ever since that team fight down bottom, it just became a little bit easier.
Yeah, absolutely well played there from Gaimin Gladiators. It looked like Aurora, they had themselves a good lead here. Satanic was absolutely accelerating in farm here, and they bought themselves some amazing items here. You know, they got themselves 2 Cypher Vices here to try and deal with Duraccio, but a Lincoln's pickup for Tofu and a Lincoln's pickup for Duraccio too to try and counteract this. And they're actually able to turn the fights around and come out on top. But Celery coming in with these really aggressive lassos there, coming out to play, forcing out the disruptions here on supports, which then just led them to go off on against the cores, which was massively well played there from Gaimin Gladiators, forcing out these disruptions.
It was a really heavy win probability as well, coming out for Aurora, right? Like 85% or something like that. Satanic had hit these big timings. You were 1 lane up. I think you even had the Aegis to be able to play around with, but there's not too much scarier to go up onto a high ground than against a Bat Rider, against a Tiny, and against a Sniper that's just able to sit back and dish out the damage. Props need to be given to Q for being able to find Quinn with that second attempt, but he was just a little bit short in being able to find him with the previous one. Remember that when they were pushing that tier 1, didn't have the buyback then, so if they find the pickoff, maybe it's not just 1 lane of racks that they're able to get at that point, maybe it's more. And really, Again, I wouldn't expect any different from these two teams. It was a banger of a game 1, and I think it might be a banger of a game 2, that's for sure.
I think I'd definitely have to, MVP-wise, who would I give it to here? It's kind of difficult with the teams going back and forth here, but I do have to say, Celery jumping in with these lassos, absolutely amazing stuff. I mean, Tofu with making sure to disrupt the fights with Avalanche and Toss too. But I'm going to have to say Celery here, to be honest. Dano, he started the fights here with Lasso. He forced out these disruptions, which they heavily relied on here on Aurora in order to disrupt the fight. I just found these Lassos very, very good in order to, you know, stop that pace that they had here on Aurora.
Yeah, it was pretty game-changing, a lot of them. Like, I don't think it was necessarily... It's hard to say. I don't want to downplay Celery's contribution, but...
No,
it wasn't incredibly difficult, I guess, is the thing to say. But he still made it happen, right? From the position 5 role, with getting away with his life a lot of the time and still being in place to be able to potentially, like, influence the fight with flame breaks, pushing back the Luna a little bit further, making sure that she wasn't able to use that Satanic to actually hit heroes. Just little things like that lead me to believe that, yeah, I'd be fine with, honestly, anyone on Gaimin Gladiators. I thought they all did their job. Duraccio slowed down the game a lot. He got away from a bunch of ganks. Quinn, I mean, he dies here, but he still dished out, I want to say, the most damage in the game outside of the Luna. Now, Duraccio did a tiny bit more, but still, it's a huge contribution that they had across the board. Even Ace, right? They relegated him to being the Bloodseeker position 3. Basically, no one does that these days anymore because, you know, the hero's fallen off a little bit, but it was a full team performance coming out, right? Like, even this, the Yule Scepter onto Tofu, onto the Tusk, making sure that it just takes them that little bit longer to kill the Sniper. Still ends up working out because you've got a Luna with those glaives spinning around her, but just one team fight where you think you're in an advantageous position. Not really.
I mean, he was able to scale up eventually as well as the game went on. I mean, Satanic, he had himself, like, a lot of items. He was able to start ending this game now, and they had themselves a good advantage there. But as the game further prolonged, the sniper, especially on Quinn, because he got picked off quite a few times. He was finally able to scale, and as you see there, especially in that fight, for example, he is able to not get jumped, output his damage, all because of Celery jumping in here with a lasso and making sure to disrupt that. And Q's attention right now is on that Bloodseeker too, so Quinn just able to have free reign there and just lay out the harass damage from his physical attacks.
I almost want to give it to Ace, to be honest, the MVP, just because I feel like these ruptures were so key in a lot of the fights. Like you saw the walrus kick there, right, from the very last lasso of the game. Lasso, perfect, kick, even better. But I'm pretty sure that the Tusk had the rupture on himself, so he was still taking that rupture damage as he was moving back, so he couldn't make that secondary initiation. You had to use a lot to be able to save him. And yeah, I mean, I think a big portion of that is due to Ace just being able to find the right rupture targets basically every single time. It was a good game for the Bloodseeker, and the fact that he was able to make it work from position 3 is a pretty impressive feat as well. What did he finish? Like 8-3, I think?
Yeah, on Ace, 8-3.
Pretty
Finished
good.
8-3.
Pretty good performance there. Very unheralded, I think, is Ace. You know, it's really not his meta, I guess, in terms of the heroes that are being played at the moment, but he's still able to make it work and put on performances like that. So big props need to be given to Gaimin Gladiators. They're not doing it easy. All of their games going to around 50 minutes plus so far. We'll have to see if that's the case with game number 2 of this series, which we will be back with after a very short break. So see you in a few minutes.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnus and Danog. We just had ourselves game 1 out of this series 2. Best of 2, of course, between Gaimin, Gladiators and Aurora. Now this game, it did look to be a little bit in Aurora's favour, but the game was 50-50 from what we saw, and the win probability was actually in the favour of Aurora. But Gaimin Gladiators able to turn it around and take themselves game 1. But we're coming in for game 2 here with that very close game in game 1. I think we may be in for around about the same of what we had in game 1, because both teams performed incredibly well.
They did. There were some incredible plays, a couple of throws as well, I have to say, with that game. But that makes for entertaining Dota, and that only happens when there's intense pressure coming from both sides. Like I said, going into this series, I was expecting a 1-1. I was probably expecting that to be the one that Aurora took, just because of how well they were able to maneuver their way around the early game, and those early timings for the Blink Dagger really came off quite nicely for both Ollie and Q, but they just weren't able to get across the line at the very end. Multiple buybacks being used, multiple Roche fights being correctly maneuvered, and, well, will they be able to do it again in this game number 2? I'm sure that would have given a lot of confidence to the Gaimin Gladiators, and hopefully for Satanic's sake, I believe this is actually the last game that he will be standing in for 23 Savage as well. It doesn't put too much of a dent in his confidence, because he still played a pretty damn good game.
Yeah, he did. I think he will. I think he'll do very well though within this game too, because a little bit of some meta that we learnt within Series 1 with having an interview with Whitemon. He was eating food and sustenance, and that allowed him to win game 2. And now we saw Satanic just there on the camera. He was eating a bit of something, so that's going to give him some energy, hopefully, to win himself game 2 and equalize this 1-1, but we will see.
What's your go-to Dota snack?
Dota snack? Oh. I do find it kind of difficult to eat whilst playing Dota. I just say a chicken sandwich.
A chicken sandwich. I mean, that's the most British thing I've ever heard in my life. But maybe, I mean, there's these things in Australia called pizza shapes, and they're really good. They're like baked crackers with great seasoning on top of them. That's what I go to every single time. You should try them out. And Tim Tams, but Tim Tams are chocolate, so you can get your hands all chocolatey, and that's not good.
I feel sorry for some of the viewers right now who have ate absolutely nothing today and may be hearing this stream right now and going, oh.
I'm making myself hungry as well, so I'm one of those people. Whoa, Leshrac got let through. Okay, yeah, sure. Well, this is a hero that had... I'm gonna have to look into this, but I'm pretty sure that Aurora haven't lost a game with Leshrac in like their past 6 times of picking it, which is kind of nuts, like, for that to be let through. But clearly, it's a hero that Gaimin Gladiators is super comfortable with as well. They were hoping that maybe it got let through, or maybe they just feel like they've got the ways to be able to counter it out.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that one's a real interesting one, and we know how powerful Leshrac is, as we've seen. I mean, especially first pick as well. He kind of feels unkillable when he has himself a Bloodstone, especially when it goes to late game, unless you've got yourself some kind of spell which helps to reduce the amount of healing that he does with the Pulse Nova and the Bloodstone. It's pretty difficult. I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to get to that stage within the pro scene, but I think I've seen like a level 28 Leshrac with Bloodstone just become pretty unkillable. It's not nice to play against in the late game.
I'm having a look through Loronov's history playing Leshrac. Give me one moment. All right, win. There's a
well, that fills me with confidence. Yeah. Okay, this fills me with confidence. I'm sure it does for Aurora as well. They're needing a game here against Gaimin Gladiators.
Absolutely. Would put them 4-2, which is still a pretty good spot to be. After their first 3 series, there's... how many teams in each group? There's 8, right? So you play 14 matches total. So to be 4-2 after 6 of them, that's, you know, leaves you in pretty good stead. DK, pretty standard, right? You don't see Quinn playing as much of this hero compared to Ace. Of course, he can play it. I just feel like you're kind of throwing away a little bit of the potential. But maybe they want this, right? Maybe they want Quinn playing it just because it's one of those heroes that, again, is somewhat capable of withstanding against the overwhelming damage output that a Leshrac is able to provide, you know?
5 seconds remaining.
Also just
Yeah, he
stuns.
prefers so
Don't
much.
let him get off the Bloodstone. That's nice. What is there to follow up on this? I feel like they kind of went away from Celery's general hero pool as well. Of course, he played an amazing Bat Rider. He was under consideration for being the MVP overall that game. But it doesn't really feel like that similar style. You know, Techies is something that is almost always banned away against Tofu. So the fact that he's going to be able to pick it up, again, most likely, Celery can play it, but Tofu is an absolute menace on this hero. The fact that they're giving him the trust to be able to pick it up again. For Celery, I'm thinking more like, you know, Heroes Down, the Undying, the CM, the Venge, even Enchantress wouldn't be the worst. I think he's got, honestly, top 2 Enchantresses in the world. So they even used the last ban last game to make sure that he didn't pick that one up. It did feel like, even though Aurora were in a really good position last game, I think that was on the back of like some incredibly good plays individually from them in the early stages of the game. But you and I both thought in the draft there were big holes that weren't necessarily addressed by Aurora against Gaimin, right? Like, there wasn't too much that could stop the sniper from sitting back and dishing out damage. It was only when Q got the Walrus kick that was somewhat rectified, and it really felt like Weaver was never properly addressed, right? Like, you didn't have that continuous lockdown that was needed. That's why you were forced to go a Satanic, Scythe of Vice, not only on Lorinov, but also Satanic ended up picking one up as well, both for him and the sniper. So it just goes to show how it felt like, not that they were outdrafted, but they had to specifically itemize to be able to address it. And okay, they're going to take away this Enchantress. It's a bit of a double benefit pick for Aurora, right? Triple, let's say. Really strong hero that is also really good at pushing, so you compare that together nicely with the Enchantress, and against high armor heroes like the Techies and the DK, that Impetus can be very nice at being able to scale, and it takes it away from the hands of Celery as well. So really enjoying this pick coming through from Aurora, but once again, this doesn't really feel like the Ollie style, right? Like, this isn't a counter-initiator. This is much more of that front foot sort of gameplay. So maybe they're going a different sort of style. They don't want it to get into those later sort of situations this time around, and they want to kind of beat Gaimin Gladiators at their own game. Kind of following up on this is the Grimstroke pickup, just to be able to, again, pair together with the Leshrac, amp him up even further, have something that's going to guarantee that he gets off Bloodstone in a lot of these fights with the Aghanim Shard, so Inkswell pops. Anytime you want, you use the Bloodstone, Lesh is probably going to live. So the only thing that you can really read from this in the draft is that maybe Gaimin Gladiators go something that is more of that transformative style of hero, or rather steroid style of hero. So is it a Bloodseeker pick again? No, because it's banned out, and also because you didn't want to have that hero that relies on the Blood Rage to be able to do a lot of his damage to Dark Portrait into. So something like a Gyrocopter is honestly not too bad, right? Oh, and the Lifestealer, okay. Lifestealer, it's alright. I mean, it is a Duracho style hero. You can address the Leshrac somewhat, and they've got a lot of magic damage now.
Oh, yes, they do, and I'm very much liking the gyro pickup here. I mean, especially the Herming Missile and the Rocket Barrage, once you get yourself that shard, is menacingly powerful. So, very, very nice. I love the Gyrocopter support so much. I think it just enables you to do so much damage here, and harassment on the lane with Rocket Barrage too, I feel, is pretty good. But you spoke a lot about the Grimstroke pick enabling the Leshrac. It's also quite an unconventional hero, isn't it? We don't really see it that often.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised about that. I mean, it is still a very strong hero in the right hands, and maybe it's just like, again, the fact that, I mean, a lot of the heroes these days do feel really good with the Dark Portrait they're able to use onto it, right? I mean, last time we saw Q play it, he used it with a Naga Siren to just completely shove out lanes to deal with other Naga illusions, because you just deal the majority of the damage through magic means, and you know, the Dark Portrait has that 95% spell debuff immunity, whatever you want to call it, so they just can't kill it at all. They're going to go a Faceless Void for Satanic. It feels really nice against the Lifestealer, that's for sure.
Yeah, with all the bashes. So maybe perhaps we'll see a Sanjin Yasha come out here. for the side of Duraccio.
Gaimin Gladiators.
Maybe a
I
Radiance
think
too.
it's still a Radiance sort of game, right? But
Yeah.
it's all about living during that chronosphere, right? And I feel like you've got a little bit of that. Again, you're probably going to get a pretty early Aghanim shot on the techies, so you're going to have that reactive taser active onto whoever gets chronoed. Very important that the techies isn't getting caught inside, so it kind of forces the Faceless Void to go into a BKB relatively early on, so that's not going to be a factor. But I'm just seeing, like, do they actually... It's a pretty good draft so far for Aurora, at least in my eyes, right? Like, they've got strong lane with the Enchantress, so that the relatively weaker Faceless Void isn't as concerned. You've also got multiple ways to start fights with push that have a little bit of save in terms of the Grimstroke backing up the Leshrac, so that when you do commit, they're in position for the Faceless Void, right? It feels like they're ticking off a lot of these boxes here. It's just making sure that you've got a good response now to the Lifestealer in lane to make sure that he's just not going to get a little bit too out of control, so that the Leshrac's game isn't amplified enough.
5 seconds remaining.
And we saw a Slardar versus Lifestealer situation in Series 1, didn't we? And we saw how much that affected Palos during the early stage. I think he was not able to sustain at all during that lane, but was only able to come out on top in the end with the Radiance.
I wonder if this is going to be like a Magnus for Ace. I feel like it's something that he's potentially considering. They're banning out offlane heroes on both sides right now, obviously not wanting the Doom against these high HP heroes, as well as ones that provide healing, so good ban there. Same sort of thing with a Slardar for all the reasons that you just mentioned, but yeah, the Magnus for repositioning, potentially skewering back into mines, providing that additional form of control onto the Leshrac again before he's able to pop the Bloodstone can feel kind of nice, and just providing that cleave for the Lifestealer doesn't feel too bad as well.
So yeah, Gaimin get the last pick here. So could see what they'll pick out for Quinn. And you mentioned this within the Enigma. Okay, all right, interesting. I mean, two big, massive cooldowns, ultimates, Chronosphere and Black Hole. They have to be careful about this. But speaking about what we spoke about Game 1, how Quinn is, he's played Leshrac quite a lot. And they banned it out first, I'm sure, if I remember correctly. And it was one of his, obviously, signature heroes. He plays Leshrac. But obviously, with Aurora picking it up, Quinn should know how to counteract this Lesh very well with a few heroes, considering he's played it a lot. So hopefully, Gaimin Gladiators, especially with this last pick, will pick something up to counteract this Lesh, or they might pick something up here to try and stop the Black Hole from this Enigma that they've picked up finally here.
Could still be the Magnus. I mean, they've got 13 seconds. This is very clever by production, keeping the audience in suspense. Let's not reveal it at all, Epi. When it comes out, I don't want to hear anything from you as to what hero it is until we get into the actual game, unless they heard that over the the microphone or the headphones, because this is certainly a hero that is a little bit more unorthodox coming through here. Something that me, as an Australian, is very, very familiar with, that's for sure. And Ace, he's going to be able to use his micro to be able to, just give them a lot of information to be able to see when they're making these big plays around.
Okay, so Quinn on the DK, all right, versus Leshrac. How do you like this lineup here? Lesh versus DK on the mid.
It's fine. Like, I think both of them are going to be able to pick up their farm. I think, obviously, Leshrac is probably slightly favored in that regard, but I feel like Quinn is just there to make sure that you're not losing too much, right? Like, you're protecting your towers as much as possible. You're a little more stable, I guess, so that you need to pay a bit more attention to that as opposed to the Lifestealer, because Duraccio needs time. He needs time to be able to get into this Radiance, and he's not going to have the easiest time in the lane up against an Enigma. Like, he is just going to be there denying a lot of the creeps, preventing him from farming. There's no melee heroes for this Lifestealer to be hitting in the laning phase, which is a little bit of an area of concern.
So we'll see how this goes, folks. Game 2 gets underway. Last pick, Broodmother here by Ace. And they get the second to last pick here for Aurora. They go out with Jab's Enigma. We've seen this come out before. He did perform himself Do you ever remember the black hole that he performed where he was actually able to catch Bane upon the high ground there? That was a pretty good one. So this guy knows how to land some black holes on jabs. So very intriguing to see, but hopefully they won't be punished heavily by also combining that with a Faceless Void. Because Chrono and Black Hole don't really kind of work together. It's kind of...
As long as there's the comms there, it's fine, right? One is used as bait for the other. Like, Lesh is almost always going to be the initial target that gets going on, right? Because you've got the save from the Grimstroke, because you're going to have the Bloodstone to be able to make plays around, and that's where, you know, you can find the initiation coming through from the Enigma or the Faceless Void. Who knows? It might not even be a Blink Dagger game. I'm pretty sure... Did Jabs even have the Blink Dagger last time on the Enigma? I feel like he made a lot happen just with, like, an Aether Lens and a bunch of auras.
Yeah, he went the drums with Tranquils. He went a Aether Lens 2. He didn't really go Blink Dagger until it was around about 30, 40 minutes.
Ooh, okay,
so he didn't rush it.
One thing, as we're in the game now, I just want to have you have a quick look at who is playing what. Celery is the one playing the Gyrocopter, so quite like this. It might mean that, again, you're not playing up against any melee heroes in this lane, so maybe he puts an early point in the Flak Cannon just to be able to deal with those Eidolons. So you're still just a position 5, but you can see he's already put a fair few Iron Branches in his inventory, just trying to buff up his damage enough to maybe reduce the amount of farm that Jabs is able to get in the early game.
Yeah, I think this is pretty cool. We mentioned it before when Jabs first picked Enigma quite a while ago. If you pick something like a Gyrocopter, like Core, with the Flat Cannon, then it can destroy these Eidolons. But as a support, and you still have the Flat Cannon, can Flat Cannon level 1 take out all the Eidolons straight away, do you know? Or do you need,
Not
like,
sure if
2
it
points
can with the stats that he has, right? Because obviously you build a little bit more into... like, you know, a couple of slippers of agility or like a circlet or something like that if you're playing it as a position 1. So I actually haven't tested it out if there's 3 Iron Branches. I'm keen to see. Look, he's probably not even going to level it up, but just some theory crafting. Might get it at like level 2, perhaps.
Yeah. And I do like the Broodmother combined with the techies here too. I mean, 2 heroes, which are strong lane dominators. It's going to be kind of difficult for Faceless, particularly with that joined with an Enchantress too, with a Nature's Attendants. I still think their lane will be sort of rough. I don't know if you agree with me on that one or not.
I do. I'm just
I presume so.
at all of the stats on Tofu. Look at the stats. Look at his items. 2 circlets and 3 branches. He's just like, okay, I'm just going to keep harassing you from afar. Ollie hasn't skilled up anything just yet. Again, one of the few heroes that is... I mean, it's not even good at trading with the techies, it's just okay, right? Like, you can either use the Nature's Attendants or you can use the Impetus to be able to make a lot of this happen, but that's got a quite long cooldown on it. 35 seconds early on, so it just feels like Tofu's going to get the better end of a lot of these trades.
I totally understood straight away that you did not like this lane. Suju went, ugh. Ugh. I mean, I would be making the exact same noise if I saw that I was up against this lane. I'd be, oh... I'll
tell you, it's happened a lot with me playing POS 5. MLP even tried to techies against me once. Didn't work out against him. But
yeah, he did level the Flat Cannon, as you said, here on the Gyrocopter. He's going to deward that small cannon.
Sure, he's going to be keeping an eye on how long those demonic summonings have left. Wants to make sure that as soon as it's summoned, he's instantly looking to just try and pressure it away. There we go. Flat Cannon immediately goes out. Good micro, though, from Jabs to be able to back them off so that they're not immediately dying. Getting pretty low, though.
Yeah, I think he needs 2 points into that Flat Cannon.
Or just some more items.
Or just some more items.
Yeah. They don't get that much stronger, is the thing. Like, damage-wise, yes, but only 20 extra HP when you're going in upper levels, so... yeah, might just need to be a couple of extra items for Celery that he picks up nice and early.
Oh, some harassment here, though, onto Ace. The Spider attempting to flee into the trees, but is found by the hands of Ollie. So the time dilation there. Level 1, along with the Blood Grenade and the Enchant 2. A lot of slows coming out there for the Broodmother, and with that, they get themselves the first blood.
They do indeed. Like you said before, she's a lane dominator. That's the reason that you pick her, so can't be... letting yourself die that many times. Of course, it is the strength of the Enchantress to be able to go up against this. Give yourself a little bit more of a difficult time as Well, Enchantress actually trying to de-ward the hard camp, make sure that Ollie has creeps to be able to play around with the enchant itself, and yeah, Tofu just re-blocks that one up, I think. No options.
I think so. I don't know if that ward is connected there, actually. I don't think it's on the line, you know, Danog. I don't think that's blocked. I don't think that large camp is blocked at all there. Meanwhile, top, Jabs is really receiving some harassment here, as you can see. I mean, really working it out well with the flat cannon on Celery, but in return, you do push the wave, and it is very close to their tower. Able to get some Eidolons here, very nice. Start pressuring and getting some last hits here. Mid lane, however, kind of average. Both of them not really dishing out harass to each other. Both of them have pretty good sustain here. I mean, Lorinov just able to refill his bottle from time to time. As I say that, goes to refill it right now, gets himself a water rune, and Quinn, he's put 2 points here into the Dragon Blood at the moment. Now puts a value point into the Dragon Tail here too, actually committing it there. As meanwhile, actually on the top lane, they do find themselves the kill down to Gyrocopter, and that was with thanks to the level 2 Inkswell there coming out from Q. So very nicely done, especially with the Eidolons there from Jabs as well. That's a second kill now for Aurora.
Yes, indeed. I like how aggressively Quinn is positioning himself, right? He knows that Lorinov doesn't have that ability to just burst him down. Of course, he's still got the Diabolic Edict, so Quinn will end up taking a decent amount of damage coming through from this, but that's not his job, right? His job is to protect the tower. He knows that with those points, the Dragon Blood, he can be a little bit safer. With the TP actually coming in from Tofu here.
Oh, blast off, there it is. Infused Raindrops, though, will it be enough to save Lorinov? It will not. Even has to commit the Fairy Fire there, too. But will be found. Nice rotation there from Tofu.
Going for a bit of a chase here onto Jabs on the top side as well. Duraccio just trying to chase down the Enigma with that early Orb of Venom, but won't be able to do too much about it. Just going for the value item here. Not wanting to go into that Orb of Corrosion despite going up against the Leshrac, who is eventually going to be using that Bloodstone for the healing component.
Oh, another Dragon Tail again. Wait, no way they're going to go for another kill here onto Lorinov. Look at this. 2 rotations there. The Blastoff finds him again. Tofu rotating in with Celery, but they will try and get some vengeance for their fallen mid laner. The Sticky Bomb there, they'll try and attempt to maybe perhaps turn it around here. Quinn, still very low, but dishing out the damage here with the Dragon Form. Let's look at this, Celery diving the tier 2. He will not be able to get the kill, but gets a courier at least. He may actually be punished for this, and yes, he will. Found there by the hands of Ollie. Stroke of Fate slowing him down there too, but a lovely rotation there from the mid lanes of GG. Once again, finding Lorinov.
Finding Lorinov, making sure that you were able to still dish out a little bit of damage to the tower using these illusions, protecting the power rune, and making sure again that Lorinov on his really strong Leshrac isn't able to get the ball rolling. He's a full, what is that, 1,000 or so gold behind now? The DK. Certainly not what you were expecting going into this with all the magic damage that they've got into him.
Dire are scanning.
So Jabs is having to farm the jungle here now at the moment as the Enigma not having the best of times here on this top lane. All thanks to Celery, I think, especially with the flat cannon and the level 2 rocket barrage, along with the harass that Duraccio can do now with these phase boots too. So not really having a care about the physical damage here of the Eidolons. And look at this, Celery finding Jabs there again. Jabs is going to try and say, get off my lawn. Go
He's
away.
just trying to slow him down. That's all it is, right? Just try and slow down this game, make sure Lifestealer's got a completely free game up on the top side. Even that rotation mid, right? The fact that he's been able to do it up top and mid.
Oh, he's coming back.
He's coming back.
He's coming back.
He might even try and
Jabs.
steal away a little bit of this farm.
Are fortified.
He ended up getting that large creep.
So annoying on Celery. Jabs is not having a nice time here right now. All 3 of the cores on
Look at where
GG,
Quinn
top
is.
of the net worth.
Look how aggressively
Oh my
placed
gosh.
he is.
He's trying to flee. Oh, this is an interesting way to escape. Lorinov is going to try and cut him off here on the other side. I don't think he's going to escape. Here we go.
Maybe.
There's the... Oh, nice Dragon Tail. Oh my gosh, look where he's going. He's going to be slowed down there. There's the Malefice too. Is he okay? I mean, Ollie, he does have himself enough mana for an enchant if they want to use it. There we go, slowing him down. This is a lot of space created.
So much space.
Space created, drawing them all the way down here, and Lorinov doesn't have himself any mana either. So, let's just wolf back base.
Well worth it, right? You had creeps hitting into the mid tower. You had, once again, Dyrachyo completely free farming on the top side, who pushed creeps into the top tower. Didn't end up doing any damage, but it denied them away from Aurora, which means that, you know, despite it being a kill, it only goes on to Ollie, and yeah, he's they just have to spend way too much time to be able to make that happen.
That must be so annoying being brought all the way down there to the tier 2 for only then to walk back and not get, you know, anything for about 30, 40 seconds, all because you've been lured down there by the hands of Quinn. He's just going to activate the dragon form again and just pressure this middle tower.
Oh, a little bit of miscommunications there. Inkswell being used onto the Centaur, and with that being used, Quinn's like, alright, you've used pretty much everything. Time for me to hit into this tower, let the Corrosive Breath be the thing to do the work.
Oh, they have found themselves Celery, though. With jabs rotating in. With the Eidolons, they may have found themselves Tofu here, too. He doesn't have himself Blast Off, so he will be found. There we go, taken out. Dominating spree for Ollie, but gets taken down by the level 4 Breathe Fire there from Quinn. So some nice gold being returned there, especially for the core on the side of GG. That's going to help him get a much faster Blink Dagger.
And it was the 4 kill spree coming through from Ollie as well, so he's able to pick that one up for himself. Once again, really aggressively positioned. He knows exactly where they all are because of this deep placed by Tofu, and yep.
He's going to be chased underneath this tier 2, and he's going to be found there by the Dragon Tail, along with Ace pursuing him.
It's not going to become too much easier as well. Ace is going into that Orchid, so he's obviously just wanting to be able to focus down this Leshrac before he's able to pop anything. Yeah, feels like they've really stifled the farm that this Leshrac is going to be able to pick up here.
They want to go for jabs now too. They're all circulating upon him, rotating. Celery and Quinn right behind him. Hermit Missile coming in. Rotation here from Grimstroke, but it'll be too late because they find themselves an easy kill there.
Another TP coming in though from the Void. Does he want a free kill on Dyrachyo?
Oh, the Infest! Oh! Dyrachyo with the Infest. I mean, they do get themselves the kill there onto Gyrocopter though, nonetheless, but that Infest there into the creep. Oh my, I want to see a replay of that.
Oh, it was off to the side as well. It's not even like the Infest creep was caught underneath the Chronosphere, just using it for that little bit of movement. And oh, there we go, the European smiley face coming through from Celery. That is just, Dyrachyo's on another level coming through in this series. Yeah, here we go. Off to the side. Thank you very much, Radiant Creep.
So well timed that one.
Tower is under attack.
But they still have themselves a black hole though, Danog, Jabs is smoked up, but Dyrachyo was far, far away from the action for them to try and get the jump here. They're trying to wrap around here.
They're a little lucky that Tofu doesn't have up his level 6 because they probably would have walked into a proximity mine.
Oh wait,
during this.
The smoke might break. On Dyrachyo, they see him. Yeah, they're going to definitely try and go for him.
They might pop the drums just to get that little bit of extra speed to be able to go underneath the tower. Gotta go now though, smoke's about to wear off.
Doesn't look like they're going to go for it here. Meanwhile, though, on the mid lane. Uh-oh, Satanic. Oh, he's just found. Does not have himself the Time Walk. Already used it. It's actually level 3 there. If only he had one more point into it, maybe he would have survived.
Maybe, but I think that was just really good communication coming through from Gaimin Gladiators, right? They knew that they had so many people off the map for quite some time that they were free to make a move of their own. It was clear that they were going for a gank. Dyrachyo, again, really good positioning to make sure that he was not the victim of that. And yeah, they turn around and take the much more dangerous carry out in the Faceless Void.
Yeah, Tofu really helping out there with the magical damage too. Just as you said about those mines, reducing the magic resistance that you have upon a hero when they explode.
Quinn knows how hard it is for them to be able to take him out, right? Like, he's got so much stats. Already 18k.
Orchid.
Yeah. Should be okay.
Yeah. I mean, homing missile coming in. There's no way they're going to dive in tier 2. No, there's no way.
It's got Chronosphere back up in 3. So perhaps needing to be a little bit more cautious with these dive attempts. Also just not having too much in the form of mana as well on Ace.
Radiant are scanning.
This is like, your side of the map has been infested. It's only 13 minutes in, 6k net worth lead right now for Gaimin Gladiators. Plenty of wards, plenty of webs. Can even choose to send out the spiders for a little bit of that extra information and keep the lane shoved in. Look at how far behind they're going on Gaimin Gladiators right now.
Oh, they really want Ace. Chrono comes out, it will connect. Will they get themselves the split earth? Yes, they will, with the silence. At least they'll pick themselves off the Broodmother. Will GG respond? They're smoked up as 3 here. Could potentially go for a turnaround here now that they know they've already committed the Chronosphere.
They know Duracio's down here for a reason. They know they're going to need to back off on...
Oh, they may find Satanic. No, he time walks away.
Blink Dagger on Quinn. Preemptively even using the Nature's Attendants to be able to back off a little bit. But yeah, they'll know Duraccio doesn't have any portion of that Radiance yet, so the only reason he would be down here with the rest of the boys is if they wanted to take a team fight, so good moves by the Aurora boys to be able to dodge that one out. Someone will need to deal with this tower though, because they previously used the glyph to be able to protect a tower, and well, they're pretty much taking a tier 2 for free.
They are, no one's here to defend it apart from Q.
And he's underneath vision as well. They know he's there. They might go for this jump with Quinn. Freshly picked
They might
up
do.
Blink Dagger.
There it is. Dragon Tail along with the Rocket Barrage 2. Easy kill there onto Q. Jabs attempted to try and find a black hole if he can. The cooldown coming in, slowing down the Enigma. Very nice with the missile there too. Very good stuff from Celery. Forcing away the Enigma. And with that, they'll just get the pick off there. Force all of those TP rotations. And look at that, now they're all together. What can they do?
Not that much, unfortunately. That ward just providing so much information. Even though they weren't able to get the initial pick off and losing Ace, the follow-up has been amazing from them. Once again,
oh, Orchid on top. Maybe a kill here onto Satanic. Yeah, kill there onto Satanic. The Orchid from Ace getting a solo kill there onto the Faceless.
They're just splitting this map up so well on Gaimin right now. Like they're dominating a lot of these lanes. Their movements have been better. They've been able to dodge out a lot of these gank attempts as well. The Talon of Attempt. We haven't seen a single black hole yet, just because Jabs hasn't been able to find them. It's always just been that tiny bit too, not even slow. Like it's not his movements. It's just the hero, right? Like that's why he needs to go into this Blink Dagger. They desperately need a catch to try and take some sort of objective of their own. Oh, looking to invade once again though. Gaimin Gladiators. Celery, gonna be the one taking point with his Invis rune, giving a bit of information, but they see him with the Sentry Ward freshly dropped. But like, yeah, they've just been living in Aurora's side of the map, haven't they? And once again on Satanic.
Yeah. I mean, at least they have themselves the Stroke of Fate here to respond to the spiders that Ace spawns out, so able to do lots of damage. I think I have seen I've seen a clip online before where there's about like, I don't know, like 40 spiders and Stroke of Fate comes out and one-shots the brood buffer. Because it does more damage as it passes through. Good. Yeah. Good.
Deserved for picking Broodmother.
Oh, and Celery might be found here by Ollie, and he will. Quite easily there, with thanks to the enchant and the Malefice coming out there from Jabs. Actually has himself that shard, so able to spawn an Eidolon next to the target every time Malefice stuns him.
Mine detecting their movement coming through here from Jabs, so they know that there's a smoke in the general vicinity. Might use Ace's spiders to be able to scout that one out with him just hanging in the tree line.
Oh, they're going for Tofu now. Oh, missing the stun there on the Centaur. But the Eidolon should get the kill. Never mind, the Impetus comes out. In return, they have found themselves Satanic again with that silence and the spiders. Satanic is just having a really difficult time here to farm up. Really needs himself a Dispel item. He is nowhere near getting himself a Manta style at all.
Okay, so one thing that I was a little puzzled about was the reason behind Q having this Blink Dagger queued up for quite some time. It was well after the 15-minute mark, and he didn't have the shard at the time. Now he's bought it, so I'm sure that's something from Satanic saying, guys, please, just try and enable me a little bit more. I can't keep getting this used in onto me before I've picked up my Manta style. So it's going to enable them a whole lot. It means that you're going to be able to withstand the Dragon Tail as well. Just if someone else gets initiated onto. And I feel like that's going to enable Lorinov even when he's ready, because that's who they've been making a lot of space for, right? Trying to recover this Leshrax game. He's only 1,400 or so gold away from being able to pick up that BKB so that he doesn't have to be as worried about getting stunned in the first place. Because he just wants to be in the middle of these team fights, right? And it's the Inkswell that's going to enable that. So for now, I think they should be content enough if they're able to get away from this, get into their items, even if it means fighting into the Aegis without losing any more, any tier 2s on their map.
Oh, and blink forward, Black Hole. Is it going to be committed here onto Ace? At least they'll finally find the spider. There we go. The blink pickup reveal.
He's 7-1-1 on the Enchantress. Not what you're wanting if you're trying to catch up a little bit here. Who have they found? It's actually Quinn.
Yeah, with the Inkswell there too. Maybe perhaps they can find a kill. Chronosphere is ready. There we go. Soulbind connects, and they will find Quinn. Maybe perhaps Tofu too. Bash, bash, bash. Oh, the disarm though from the taser. Has to time walk away because of those mines, or else that would have been Faceless Void dead. The Infest there onto Tofu 2, attempting to try and save the techies.
Oh, nice stun!
Oh, but the split Earth onto 2. Lovely stuff. That will take down the lifestealer. He's back alive, ready to go again. Satanic has to be careful. He's very low. I don't know if you want to jump into this. You have to be careful because of the Radiance Burn, but they do indeed find the kill somehow. Satanic gets it. Don't tell me that was with time dilation. I think it was.
Oh, probably. Let me have a quick look. Death summary coming through. Yes, it was.
Oh my god. That's like level 1. What's the damage?
It did 11 damage. It did 11 damage.
Whoa. What are the odds?
50-50.
Actually, I don't even know whether you'd call that 50-50. That's like no damage at all.
What a perfect split Earth as well, right after. Of course, he didn't know that he was going to pop out of the Infest at that point in time, but still, really on point with a lot of these movements, and they kited it around amazingly. You know, without that BKB, you were always vulnerable to just getting Malefist if you tried to continue running away. So you may as well turn and try and make something happen. And off the back of this...
Oh, Satanic! Oh, nice time walk! Was that spider senses tingling?
Nah, they got vision. They got vision.
They got vision. Oh, they don't have vision for that, though. Dragon Tail there, able to time walk again. Satanic in trouble. He's okay. The Inkswell's there. Soulbind in return, but the Grimstroke will be taken out. No Black Hole for 40 more seconds. So at this moment in time, Aurora needs to be careful because, I mean, Chronosphere also on cooldown for 40 seconds. This is what we were mentioning in the draft, these long cooldowns. You've got to wait for these. And with that, because GG are very active with their heroes, they barely have any cooldowns here whatsoever. They can just go in all the time and keep staying active.
It's so crazy that just off of, like, one team fight, basically, Lorinov is right back in this game. You know, you secured the map, you get him up into his level 15, you've got extra Lightning Storm damage coming through against all of these Spiderlings, so that's going to be really impactful. He's got his BKB now, he could buy up the Voodoo Mask if he really wanted to. And suddenly, you can just look to make a move with the rest of the team now that these big cooldowns are back online.
They smoke up as well on Aurora, looking for something here. I mean, they're heading in the wrong direction, unless they really want the spider again.
They'll take a spider into a tower, especially with Roshan coming up in about 3 minutes up towards this top side of the map, so if you can yoink this one away, it would be a big
through
plus.
The twin gate.
They'll see the Spiderlings moving across the lane, and that'll give him a bit of information about it. In the meantime, Duraccio just takes tier 2 for free, so again, they know this sort of movement is happening just because of zero resistance being given. And I think this is just going to be a case of, yep, Lorinov sits in the trees, uses the Edict to be able to take the tower. So once again, really good map recognition by Gaimin Gladiators to be able to dodge out another gank attempt, knowing when the cooldowns were coming.
Chubbs absolutely pooped his pants because something came through the twin gates, blinked away, it was just a spider.
Honestly, even if it was just a spider, I'd be pretty scared if it just showed up in front of me.
Oh, no.
And it's always the things you least expect. Everyone thinks Australia is, like, infested with spiders. I mean, it kind of is, but they're not that dangerous. It's the shock that gets you. Like, when you're driving and one drops down from your, like, visor, that's terrifying. That actually causes so many road casualties coming through that not enough people talk about it. That and drop bears, very dangerous.
Are the spiders that can get into your cars in Australia kind of poisonous, or are they okay?
No, they're okay. They're typically the huntsman is the one, and they are non-venomous, so they are.
Oh, that's okay. I wouldn't mind that.
They do it, yeah, but they're kind of like, you know, a little big and scary, so they look scary, but they're actually very friendly.
Oh.
They eat other pests, so I like them.
I'm sure a lot of people don't. I mean, the set that Ace is rocking right now is the...
It's like a redback.
Yeah, the haunting spider set. What is it? Is it arachnophobia? Is that the word that I was looking for? Yeah. Someone called this the arachnophobia set.
Honestly, it's probably the most true to life version. Oh, they see Lorinov. He's got the BKB. They'd love to be able to force him to pop it.
Finally got that Manta style now too on Satanic. He's really been needing that.
Finally, some element of safety if he gets caught up on his own.
The momentum kind of slowed down a bit now here for GG. I mean, Dyrachyo attempting to go here a Agnims, intriguingly, after getting the Sandra Nyasha and Radiance.
Yep, just once that BKB is popped on whoever has it, it doesn't look like Faceless Voice got it, but yeah, just waste the BKB timing on Lorinov, hop into him. Doesn't really matter if he's disarmed or not, you just want to make sure that he's not in a position to be able to deal damage to you, and your Radiance is still burning in the middle of a lot of these team fights.
Mm-hmm.
But now, it is that 25-minute timer. Roshan, potential to spawn back up in 1 minute. So, should probably be top when it does respawn, even if it's the max time as Lorinov. He gets going on, there's the X12.
Oh yeah, with the blast off there too, but the BKB comes out in return. Lorinov still alive. The Blink Dagger coming off cooldown too, but the Chrono there, it connects onto Free. I don't know if they want to commit the Black Hole here, actually. Maybe, yes, they do. There it is! Black Hole coming out onto the DK and the Lifestealer. That is Quinn dead. They'll go for Dyrachyo, bashing him up there with the bashes. And look at that, it's a 4 for 2. More than happy with that.
Oh, no!
Oh my gosh, Satanic! No! What was his HP? What was his HP? I swear that was below 10. There is no way. That Manta style and the time walk so quick. Oh my gosh.
That Wild Ring Ripper nearly griefed him. It like pushed him back towards Ace as well in the middle of that, just saying, screw you, you go just get to farm me and my family. Let's have a look at the overall replay. This is the big strength of having all these big team fight ultimates, of course. Great positioning by Q to be able to break that stun combination. 3-man Chrono right on the edge. That's a universe-style Chronosphere. I guess 4, considering Dyrachyo was inside, and yeah, that's all the cleanup. In the meanwhile, Ace is doing his best to try and mop them up on the back lines. This is the moment that you are waiting for after they're able to take out Dyrachyo.
I want to see that HP. Well, where was it? Let's have a look. No, that has to be below 50. That 100% below 50 HP. That is insane. All because he got a Manta.
Trying to Bloodthorn, but I think it's just onto a regular creep. Never mind, it's on Roshan. That is anything but
That's a regular creep.
Yeah. But they know that they don't have these big cooldowns available, right? So you don't feel comfortable fighting into the Roshan without the Black Hole, without the Chronosphere. I still don't feel like Lorinov is strong enough on his own to be able to do it. He's got the Bloodstone, though, off the back of that fight, despite dying. And he's actually gone the Craggy Coat as his neutral item, so plenty of additional armor that typically would have taken a little bit longer to get for if he was specifically itemizing into it. Quite like it.
Yeah, I feel like Craggy Coat was something that no one ever picked up because it was just it used to reduce your mana loads, didn't it? The Craggy Coat.
I think it was movement speed it reduced on yourself, even without using the active.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get the trivia up now on.
Oh god, I might be wrong.
I swear it was mana because I remember looking at it all the time. I was like, oh yeah, I'll take that. But I think it was like 1,000 mana less for like more HP or something.
No, it can't be that bad, could it?
No, seriously, I don't think. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to look this up right now. The Dota wiki Craggy Coats.
While you do that, I'll be a play-by-play. I'll cosplay.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see. There's absolutely nothing happening, so it's totally fine. Quinn's got his Aghanim Scepter, so a lot tankier for him now to potentially stand on the front lines, be able to withstand a lot more of that damage coming through from the Chrono. Of course, Time Lock, again, magic damage. Leshrac still dealing a lot of magic damage. Really just want to try and get Lorinov into his level 18, though, so that he can get a little bit more of that AoE damage coming through from the Pulse Nova. Did you find it?
It's a bit difficult. I can't. It won't tell me. All it tells me is the change log of what it changes to, and I already know that because it's in the game. It won't tell me. Yeah, I see there, 7.23. Actually, wait. I can have a look at this. Wait, correct. Let me do. Correct.
Meanwhile, Q is just slaying families of spiders.
Okay, it wasn't the mana. It was the Witless Shaco. That was it. That's what I was thinking about.
Oh,
it was the Witless Shaco.
Of course. How silly of me.
So sorry. That was my bad. So the Craggy Coat was 13 armor, but minus 35 attack speed.
Attack speed, not movement speed.
But there was no active. But this active just makes the Craggy Coat like so good. Like you would more than happily if you're up against a hero that does loads of physical damage.
Hold on, he's
okay. He's okay. Yeah. You're more than happy to go the Craggy Coat, aren't you, though? If you're against a lot of physical damage, you just activate that for a little bit.
King?
Oh, Chrono!
Solo Chrono!
Whoa! Solo Chrono! Okay, Satanic.
That's a hate Chrono right there. He knows what's happened to him very, very over and over again, pretty much. And he's just like, screw this spider, get him out of the game. He's making my life miserable. Look at the Infesto!
Coming forward. They find themselves Q there, with thanks to the Dragon Tail. Will they respond, though? There's Satanic, taking some damage, has to back himself off. Does have himself a 9-second BKB now, finally arrived on the courier there. But it looks like they'll just let this one slide here. I mean, they don't have themselves a creep wave here top anyway. The creep wave's all the way near the GG's tier 2 tower, so they're actually going to move middle instead. No BKB available here on the Leshrac, so Leshrac in some trouble. The Infest is there. Lorinov in some trouble, trying to heal up there with the Bloodstone, but he will be found. Duraccio getting the kill.
Not wanting to pop the black hole there, end up making sure that your Leshrac ends up dying. Not sure how I feel about that one. I mean, he was in position to be able to get the double Chronosphere and no way to be able to interrupt it, but, well, showing the value of that Aghanim Scepter freshly picked up by Duraccio, right, just means that you can soak through a lot of that survivability that the Lesh is trying to get, right? If he pops the Bloodstone, hop inside of him, he's not going to be stealing life off of you anymore. Oh, what's happening with this Tormentor? Duraccio moving on forward. Seeing if he might be able to yoink something away for free.
Yeah, I mean, he could try his attempt. I mean, they got themselves a kill with 11 DPS time dilation, so I wouldn't be surprised if, 35 damage from Radiance actually gets the Tormentor kill.
You never know. No butterflies or anything like that, but still just with all of his attack speed, especially being paired together with the likes of a Drums on the Enigma. He's actually going an Aghanim Scepter next. Okay. Really valuing his ability for the big plays is jabs. I was thinking maybe he might consider a Boots of Bearing just to be able to stop the pretty frequent slows that they've got on Gaimin Gladiators, plus providing a refresh of all of those drums charges to really enable this Faceless Void to, again, like, he's right-clicking like a beast, right? And he's gone all of the attack speed talents. He's got an attack speed item like the Mjolnir. He's going for a Monkey King bar, more attack speed.
Oh,
there we go.
Agnim's now for Enigma now too, so dealing even more damage within the black hole, which is going to be very nice, especially against these tanky heroes like DK and Life Stealer. So more impactful black holes coming out very soon.
I wonder how much they want to try and keep this hidden. The fact that he's going towards this, it's full smoke. It ends up coming through here. They're trying desperately to be able to protect this tier 2 tower, so they still have it to be able to rally around. It's going to be Satanic putting himself on the front lines. Imagine that he's got the boys behind him, but seems like Gaimin Gladiators know something's up. At least take back that high ground, though. There we go. They're going to be able to de-ward, give themselves, again, somewhere to be able to fight around. Even the outpost needs to be taken back just to prevent any buybacks potentially coming through and punishing them. Although it is only Celery that has it on Gaimin Gladiators right now, so these black holes, these chronospheres are actually going to be worth a ton if you're able to land them.
Yeah.
I hear an infest. Never mind. Just pushing a wave, stopping the Warpine Raider.
Momentum again. We spoke about it around about 10-15 minutes ago, how it was slowed down. Now it feels like this is the same scenario again, so not really wanting to take the lead here on GG whilst the Chronosphere and the Black Hole is online at the moment. They have to be really careful with the decisions that they make.
Once again, just trying to force someone into a bad position so that they can get picked off. Just quickly shoving in as many lanes as possible. Even top lane. Quinn just using his Manta Illusions to be able to shove this one out. Tier 2 tower is going to fall if someone doesn't come to defend this. So now that you see Satanic up on the top side, maybe it gives you the inclination that we can move in, we can find a pick-off, we can make it happen. But without Quinn's Elder Dragon form, they're just going to wait another 10 or so seconds. Maybe feeling like with Roshan, pretty much guaranteed spawning on the top side. As long as the lanes are shoved in, it's going to be really obvious if Aurora go for any sort of like hyper-aggressive move that they should be able to get it just for free once more. And it would be an Ags, right? Up on the top side.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it is. It is an axe on the top side.
Mm-hmm. So maybe the spinner snare for the Broodmother can be very annoying to have to go up against that. You're already going up against a Techies who makes any smoke movement so difficult just with all the proximity mines. Look at where they're all placed around the jungle. Like, you just cannot move up onto any sort of high ground, otherwise they know about it. Spinner snare kind of fulfills a similar sort of thing.
Yeah, they are pressuring with the Mantas. Very nice. As usual that you do on a DK. That's the only way that they can do it, though, right? They only send the Mantas, that's it.
Pretty much.
Oh, yep.
They're going to do it, slowly. Although, Ollie is up on the top side. They know that Roche is there. They're going to go for a full-on smoke and see if they can do it in time. And they're going to try and use this Dark Portrait creep just to drag the waves away. Try and keep it pushed in as much as possible. Slowly moving up towards top. Is Satanic going to do it solo?
No, there's no way. He cannot.
No.
He needs the team.
I see Tofu coming up top.
Vision. Vision on Tofu. Tofu in trouble. Getting bashed. Finds a kill. Easy peasy. I mean, buyback available if he wants to TP back to the outpost. But it looks like they'll just take this Roshan. It'll be now in the hands of Aurora.
And they just stole one there. Getting that for free. Aghanim Scepter as well for the Leshrac, so now he's got that Nihilism.
Oh. So good against the physical damage.
Mm-hmm. Can really put himself in there on the front lines. Might mean as well that he feels a lot more comfortable removing that craggy coat from his neutral. You know, get something even better that's going to amp up your damage even further. Wouldn't hate seeing that. Wouldn't hate seeing him turn this Kaya into a Kaya Sanj, just so that, you know, the stuns are reduced. You've already got plenty of survivability backing you up now on Laurenov, and he was having by far the roughest lane of anyone in this game, and he's overtaken to be #1 in net worth off the back of all this. Of course, the Aeg's Blessing kind of helps, yeah, but it still gives him a huge benefit in being able to come back into this game, and I think big props need to be given to him, but of course, the rest of Aurora had that 10 or so minute period where someone was just dying so that he could get this farm, so that he could be recovered into this game, and I mean, this is a reason why they've won the last, like, 8 competitive games with him playing this hero.
Yeah, it looked really rough during the start of the game, but they have been able to hold, as you said. Now just looking for an opportunity to leap upon GG here, still having themselves the Chrono and the newly acquired Aegis of Immortality that they got just a minute ago from that Roshan. Might actually find Tofu here. He's heading in the same direction as Satanic, never mind.
He's trying to set up some of those proximity mines just to give them a little bit of extra vision, and with that, they've only got 1 ward left on the map on Gaimin Gladiators. It's in a pretty good defensive spot around their tier 2 tower, so it does provide them with a little bit of safety. That's not where they're looking to be, though. They realize that if they're going to use these big cooldowns, they want Aurora to use them on their own side of the map so that they can't make the most out of being able to make that next push happen. As Chrono, Duraccio, top side.
Oh, is it enough? Oh, the Infest comes in. Oh, turning it around! Look at that with the Bloodfall there too. Finding the kill. With Faceless Void back alive, they want to try and find more here, even without the Chrono. There's the Soulbind, lovely stuff, along with that Silence there too. They do take down Duraccio. They want to go for more. Ace, do they have themselves the Black Hole? Yes, they do. Catching the Spider. There we go. Spider gone, 2 down.
Seeing a lot of Gaimin heroes moving towards that mid lane. They want to try and shove it in, force them to defend back, but Celery, he's right next to Satanic. He wants to be able to find this pickoff. Oh, the Yules, what a Yules. Just to be able to get away, create some space. Don't let them get anything out of these big kills where they've used cooldowns.
It's receiving way too much damage for him to handle. Tried to come in with the ambush there, but pays the price for being a little bit on his own there for quite some time. So they will at least take down the Enigma. And Quinn will just TP out of there, maybe perhaps along with Celery too. He's hiding in the trees here also.
I could see Celery ult this wave. Yep. Just slow it down.
He only hit a bit of it.
But that's fine. He slows it down a little bit, right? So, again, they're going to be up in around 40 seconds. You've still got 60 to 120 seconds left on these big ultimates from Aurora. And, I mean, if you're picking off a Lifestealer and a Broodmother, probably not the best use of your time just to be able to spend another 30 seconds and only getting a tech these huge problems, you know? That was your time to take these tier 2 towers. That was the time to completely wipe off any sort of vision that Gaimin Gladiators had on the map, and it just feels like a bit of a neutral exchange, to be honest.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We'll get a bit of damage in onto this tier 2. Tier 1 tower bottom is still standing.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, 41 minutes, tier 1 tower bottom. It still lives. That was a terrifying interaction there with the Faceless Void from the Observer. Time walked in our face.
What's he got coming through next? Scotty, huh? On the Void. Maybe just feeling like he doesn't really need damage all that much. Although,
oh yeah, I think he has it with the MKB, right? Just needs to reduce the healing.
Well, I mean, you saw in the Lifestealer, right? Like, he wasn't able to get the kill onto him.
Oh, look at this Dark Portrait. Go to work. Go to work on Celery. Celery. He has himself a Yules, right? Okay, yeah, they kill him. But wow. So they need to call someone in there. Queen comes in. Yeah, he had a Yules and a Glimmer. Yeah, he's away with his Glimmer Cape as well.
So what's coming through next for them? Probably just wanting all those extra Diabolic Edict explosions, right? From the Leshrac, level 25, just 1 level away. All that pure damage against a Lifestealer and a DK going to be enormous. also just to enable
Yeah,
their pushing so much more heavily. I think they get
Well, they might catch Tofu.
Yeah, it should be a freebie.
Yeah.
It should be
Being well there too. He is going to use his Yules. Yeah, there we go. He'll be found there by a Diabolic Edict.
And again, they're just influencing other lanes. Celery pushing in mid. You've got Ace with all those spiders pushing in top. You want to be able to disable this backdoor. DP rotation coming in from Laurenov here. Wants to be able to pick up that Wisdom Rune, get his level 25 for all those extra explosions. And they at least get a tier 1 for their troubles, but again, it's just a lot of defensive movements coming through here from Aurora. And it feels like they're in a commanding position. I know the net worth doesn't exactly show that. Win probability sitting at 71% though. Really feels like it could come down to this next Roche fight. So maybe it's on Gaimin Gladiators to again take an aggressive fight, force them to use their cooldowns on the Aurora side of the map as Roshan is available or about to be so that even if it's like you lose 2 heroes and you have buyback, you can get the Roshan and then you can immediately push down the lane.
Chrono! Committed here onto the Brood. The Infest there. Lovely stuff there from Durachu actually saving Ace.
He's in further. Ooh.
Chrono's fit down.
Yeah, no Chrono. It's twice now. Durachu is having a great series, isn't he?
He is.
Up to level 25 as well, so he's got that extra rage duration. Can really look to try and just toy with Laurenov. We've seen the Infest have a ton of value for him there.
I'd say that was a very adventurous Chrono, that's for sure. Isn't around his team, but a lovely Infest there.
And it's going to get even harder with these Chronos, right? Like, Tofu's building into a Wind Waker, and Techies can pick up farm quite easily. You know, he's just here in Viz and inside of a smoke, just looking to try and cut lanes as much as possible. De-warding as well while he does it. This is just such an annoying hero to have to play up against. It's a different flavor of Techies, a different flavor of annoying than what it used to be, but still just as effective.
I mean, you said about the farm, he's also going that Wind Waker too, so 2 Wind Wakers, not fun for the Faithless Void if he does Chrono, so they'll need something like a Nullifier, maybe? He's going Butterfly there on Faithless. Roshan, possibly spawning in 3 seconds. How long's it going to be? It is... Oh, that's a very long one. Wow. 2 minutes 50.
Just constantly looking for these pickoffs is Satanic as Tofu. That's a little far forward, but again, just so easy for attackers at this level to be able to shove out lanes quite easily. Lower cooldown, of course, on the proximity mines from his level 10 talent. So there's one of those Wind Wakers. Not too long. Actually, I think Tofu's got it coming out to him now, maybe? Yep. 2 Wind Wakers. So they'll be feeling confident on Satanic here, but they haven't revealed the fact that these 2 items are up for the supports yet. So it's really about them just making sure that they don't get caught. They might even bait someone, honestly.
Looks like they want to play with this too. Smoked up here, apart from Duraccio. They know that Roshan will be spawning top at some point, but they don't know, like we do, that it's a very, very long one. Still 2 minutes remaining before this Roshan is back up.
Even just some of these neutral itemizations, right? Like Duraccio, sorry, not Duraccio, Celery. He's got a telescope, so not only buffing his own cast range, but also that of Techies. Tofu, he's holding onto an Aether Lens, so he's actually got a really long range for that Wind Waker. It means that he can put himself in such a safe spot.
It's a top portrait. My gosh. Look at it, just provide vision. Oh, GG. You know, I thought this dark portrait, I was looking at it here, it's like, oh,
what is that Radiance bird glow? Ugh.
I don't know. I thought it wasn't going to be as good, you know, on a lifesteal, but yeah, just put it on the DK when he has himself the Elder Dragon form.
All of the left side littered with these proximity mines, so they can't go for a smoke. Right-hand side.
Oh my gosh.
You've got all of these spiderlings as well. You just
Have you
can't
seen
enter
bottom
this
wave
area.
too? Look at bottom. The 2 catapults here with like, what is that? 8, 9 range creeps? That's going to take tower, right?
Yeah, but I don't think you can afford to address it at this point. Roshan is the big
Dire's bottom tower is
objective
under
to be
attack.
able to take at this stage of the game. They've been able to slowly clear out all of these illusions. Just hanging super far back away from the rest of the team. They go in.
Yep, here we go. BKB has to be activated there on Satanic. He will time walk himself back, but that's BKB down on the Faceless. So a big achievement there for GG. That's one less thing to worry about.
Oh, they go for another smoke though. Gonna go in. They might make a Dark Portrait, perhaps. Never mind. Not available.
Oh, they know. Oh, they think they're taking the Roshan right now, but they're not. Oh, smoke broken.
Yeah, they're just trying to force some cooldowns finally on Gaimin Gladiators, right? Like the reverse time walk is there for that purpose.
Yeah.
It's constantly just going to be jumping in, going back out. It's a scary thing to do, especially with how far away they are. They got to put the Inkswell onto Satanic if he wants to make that sort of play, considering he doesn't have the BKB, doesn't even have the Manta for the next 15 seconds, so he's just straight dead if he goes in and they get that Bloodthorn onto him.
Just this Dark Portrait really doing work here, revealing the rest of GG.
Dyrachyo infested the Dark Portrait as well, and then had to get out of it immediately. Didn't want it dragged back to the team. It's just
Pretty
a
short
complete
cooldown,
standoff.
20 seconds.
Yeah. If you use it on a friend. Look at this, Satanic. He's just walking in on his own. He's got that BKB back up in 5 seconds now, so he wants to be able to find that quick pick up on the backlines. They finally commit onto this Roche, start to take it out.
I mean, Jabs is just, he's just moved down here bottom with his TP.
Yeah, he's got boots of travel. He doesn't want to reveal on the lane, though. He wants to just do the work with the Eidolons, make it a little bit less obvious, but they're going to be able to secure the Aegis as a result of that.
Yeah. Attempting to actually push this tier 3 right now, and Quinn is going to respond here.
Do they make their move now on Aurora as soon as DK reveals back? Do you try and make your move in? But again, they use so many smokes to try and set up that Roshan fight that didn't pay off, that they're just walking underneath all this Gaimin Gladiators vision. Might be able to put a little bit of pressure onto the tier 2 top, but especially with knowing that the DK just TP'd down towards the bottom side, they should see that he doesn't actually have a TP in his backpack right now. Korea will need to bring it out to him. This is just Wind Waker gaming from both teams.
Wonder if they can do anything with this Aegis, though, because going high ground against Chronosphere and Black Hole is terrifying, to say the least.
Even just split Earth on the ground, right, with the Acronym shot is kind of scary. It still kind of feels like it's just going to need to be Quinn and his illusions, right?
Yeah.
Are scanning.
Oh, is this what it's like in Australia? Just all these spiders spreading out?
Everywhere. Everyday occurrence.
Look at all, he's doing the little, as they call it, little map pack thing where you just spread the spiders out to try and at least get vision everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's the buyback status looking like? Oh, okay. Everyone almost has buyback here.
Yep. So it just
Only,
makes it even
let's
more
just-
difficult, right, for Satanic to be able to find the jump. Like, it needs to be a really good Chronosphere to be able to make it worth it. He's not close
Yeah.
to being able to pick up anything like a Refresher just yet. Is he going a Wind Waker as well on Dyrachyo? I think he is.
He's got himself a Mystic Staff.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Has fallen.
Okay. Wind Waker on Dyrachyo. Alright, fair enough.
So everyone's just Shadow Demon now. Like, you desperately need a Nullifier on this Faceless point. I really feel, you know, you mentioned it previously when he picked up the Butterfly. That was the item to get, in my opinion. He's fast enough. You don't need more attack speed.
Smoke broke. Q has been found. Abyssal Blade there. They finally get a kill. They got a pick off onto the Grimstroke. Maybe perhaps Ollie. Ollie's going to show himself on the lane. Yep, Quinn is going to respond. Try and find this Enchantress. Around the trees.
Try.
Around, no way. No way. Attempts to TP out. Where's the Dragon Tail? There it is. Just about. Blast off there too. They take down both supports.
Buys a PKB before he dies, sure. Just make sure he doesn't lose any of that sweet, sweet gold.
So that's the buyback too.
Only one that doesn't is old mate Duraccio, who bought a Wind Waker on a Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Is this the first ever Lifestealer Wind Waker purchase? I'd love to know that.
Quite a unique one, isn't it?
It is. Sorry, I'm just looking at this mid lane with Satanic just dragging the creep wave, making sure that when these heroes are dead, they're not actually going to be able to do too much pushing. Creep wave's right next to the tier 3 tower because of this. It's still going to be like a triple wave coming into you, but it's all coming at once. Oh. Careful, Satanic. He's already popped the Manta.
Chrono! It does catch Quinn there, but the Wind Waker, it saves him. The Chronosphere down. And it's down for 2 minutes. Satanic's okay, though.
So, he has the money to buy a refresher, to have it again. But the thing is, do you want it? Like, 90% of the time, yes, you want a refresher as this Faceless Void. I was watching Yapsaw stream and he called it the Exodia build. Like, once you get all 6 items, you win the game, pretty much. But this game, against 3 Wind Wakers, I really don't think that's the case. I think you need a nullifier before you get a refresher somehow.
Oh, I'll tell you who has a refresher, though. Jabs on the Enigma.
Can still be saved, though. Oh! Abyssal.
Blade there. They have to be careful of this black hole. Jabs is prowling, waiting and ready.
They tried for the
Somehow
Dark
they
Portrait.
break the Soulbind there by infesting into a creep. That was an interesting mechanic.
Very clever. Archio is just really quick on the fingers this game. He's impressing me. Playing on another level. How long have they got left on that Aegis? Just 5 seconds. So, might need to be a little bit more conservative for this next little bit. Swaps back in the armlet. Just, again, let Quinn and his illusions do all the work. I mean, you can enchant one and you can Dark Portrait and have a fairly good time against the other, so just see how much attention they're actually giving over to something that the supports are providing.
I mean, top lane's pushing in too. Not that hard, though, but may require a response eventually.
Radiant are
Yeah, I think the base is too open for Jabs to afford TPing up there again, I think. It's just going to be far too dangerous. Does he have a Octarine? No, he's going in an Aether Lens instead. Okay, just wanting a little bit of that extra range. Getting another use of the Dark Portrait in onto Duraccio, who once again will push himself away. Oh, a little bit of misuse there. Doesn't push himself down to the low ground, it doesn't matter. Who have they found?
They found themselves Tofu, but Tofu is just away with a Wind Waker and a Glimmer Cape. Really, really difficult to try and find someone here on Aurora now with all of these Wind Wakers. 3 Wind Wakers.
4. There's 4.
4?
Yep.
Who else has a Wind Waker?
Brood's got one too.
Oh my gosh. Octarine as well.
There we go.
Nullifier.
Alright, finally the Nullifier build comes out. He's got 9k
There we
gold, he
go.
can afford to do it. What does he switch out is the real question. Like, if you're going in, you need a Nullify immediately. This isn't something you can follow up. And yeah, there we go. It's the Butterfly that he moves out, then into the Refresher. This makes much more sense in my eyes. What are the levels looking
Yeah, it really needs that.
I think, yeah, this is the right play as well. The Tormentor is up. I think they all have Shard already, but Wisdom Root, of course, bringing him closer to that level 29, so an extra second on the Time Warp cooldown. And honestly, like, the 20% backtrack, it's hard to say now because, you know, hindsight and all that, but the extra Chronosphere AoE might cause situations where you can't even Wind Waker, even if you wanted to, right? As long as you catch them right in the center of that Chrono AoE, that might be enough to be able to prevent any sort of save, even on someone like Tofu, who's got the... Well, actually, no, he's still got the cast range from the Ethereal Blade. Aether Lens, he converted into it. And then I believe this is probably a sort of game where, even if it gets to 60-minute items, I feel like Celery's still holding on to that, that telescope.
Just disconnects or reconnects it. Ace is having some FPS issues, but Celery and Jabs agreeing that it is the fate of a Broodmother player. At least has to have some bad luck for playing Brood.
You know, anyone that plays Broodmother or Timbersaw or Huskar or Meepo or Tinker and just spams them deserves what's coming to them. That's all I have to say.
Very true. I couldn't agree more.
Hopefully for his sake it's alright though. This has been a very entertaining game so far, as we expected coming into this series. Like, it's almost that tier 5 items. I didn't want to jinx it, Epi, but it's coming. 3.5 minutes away. And Roshan is just potentially 1 minute away. So we could see that Roshan fight happen immediately after, immediately before. Who knows? Who knows how it's all going to shape up? Any big 25 talents coming soon? Tofu, he's about to hit his. So will he go for 252 damage is the question. Probably not, because he's already gone into the Ethereal Blade. So I imagine he just wants that gigantic explosion of damage to come through incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
Come on, have a bit of fun with it. Oh, Satanic's found him.
He has.
First nullifier, and it's been revealed. So you know you have to go up against this now. Got caught by the spinner's snare on the retreat, though, from the Broodmother.
Oh my god. How... I think they're just waiting Roshan again, it seems.
Yep. I mean, you can't move anywhere on this map for Aurora. That's the thing, right? You've got Broodlings pushing in. You've got DK Illusions pushing in. You've got multiple heroes just instantly putting creep waves. And you've got bombs cutting off any kind of, like, smoke attempt, and spinner snare doing the exact same thing. Like, where do you go on this map? I would hate to be Aurora right now.
Oh. Absolutely no clue here. I mean, the thing is, they're perfectly split up here on GG. They can save themselves, but then somehow they get together again.
Yeah,
yeah, they are pushing mid this tower
without an actual hero as well. So it's like,
yeah, with Mantas.
Yep. And now you've got Broodlings doing the same thing down bottom. You're forced to respond to this. TP's all coming down bottom. Luckily for Aurora, it's a really long Roshan spawn again. I think this is like the third, maybe fourth time this
gosh.
Game.
Oh,
it's a dragon battle right now between all the Mantas and the Dark Portrait.
Dragon or dragging? Because this game is dragging on. Oh man, this Dark Portrait though indeed is just doing work to the creep waves here.
It's saving them, honestly. Like, if they didn't have that, I feel like they would be forced to come back so much more frequently. Here we go, smoke coming out, lanes in a decent spot, finally not getting pushed in. Good lane for Radiant is actually coming in pretty quickly, where they might need to respond to it somewhat on Gaimin, but I don't think they can afford to. What's the setup with the proximity mines to be able to find it? And the spinner snare in the lane. They can't come through this area. They're either going to walk into a web or a mine. Or can they use the crit to break it? Nope.
It's such a trap. The spinner snare with proximity mines.
Even the left side. Look, they put another spinner snare and 3 different mines over to the left-hand side on that bridge. What are you supposed to do? All right, they're gone. You can move up and potentially contest Roshan.
Yeah.
Pings on mid, though. I wonder if that's something that they're considering. They got all these Eidolons here, but global cooldown is stopping the push.
Okay. Big brain.
What do you even go on, honestly? Now
I don't know how they
start the tank as well, because of all of these freaking spiderlings and spinner snares and units and Eidolons.
Chrono! Oh, it's caught too! This could be big! They find themselves the Brood, very nice! They don't have a buyback here on the Broodmother. That is the pickup that they needed there with that nullifier. Meanwhile, though, they've got themselves a lot of stuns there. Onto Satanic. Satanic perfectly fine here. There's a Grimstroke getting lower and lower. Satanic, he's still okay here for the time being. They got themselves the Dark Portrait there. Is now the Black Hole comes out there. It's dealing so much to Quinn. Quinn found
the find him again
there with the nullifier as well. They're on to the Lifestealer down for 95 seconds. Has the buyback available. But there we go, Aurora come out on top. That's what they needed. This nullifier, deleting these Wind Wakers.
Finally they're able to pick it up for themselves, and it's going to be Roshan going in favor of Aurora. Look at Celery. Immediately just goes and tries to yoink away some tier 5 items from around the map in an area that isn't quite as easily discoverable for them. He's going to be able to get this one. I think it's a free Aghanim's Blessing as well for Satanic. He was looking to buy one up anyway, so might be able to use that as an additional way to be able to just engage into these fights without even having to pop the Chronosphere, forcing some of those big cooldowns to come out from Gaimin Gladiators. So now everything is just on that refresher purchase coming next. Level 30 as well, so he's got that increased Chrono AoE. You're going to be forced to try and respond to this. Remember, it's a level 25 Leshrac, so these buildings melt so fast.
Yeah, we see that there. So the middle set of racks gone. Looking for maybe more. Chrono back in 30 seconds. So by the time Lifesteal is up, Duratio, they may have themselves Chrono again. And Black Hole is ready because he's committed that with a refresher here on Jab. So if they do decide to jump, they have themselves the Black Hole again.
This isn't like last game. There's no Batrider, there's no Tiny, there's no way to be able to toss them back into your base. Some very clever itemization choices from Gaimin Gladiators, but even better cohesion coming through from Aurora to be able to make that jump at the exact same time that Lorinov had been able to put himself in the mid lane to be able to push that tower. So they split the attention coming through from Gaimin, and that was all it took for them to get that great initiation with the Nullifier. Here we go, tier 5 items coming through. Ooh, Haste Rune. Lorinov loves to have this. He's got the Boots of Travel too as well, so plenty of movement speed even without needing it. They've got 3 pirate hats on game.
They have got 3 pirate hats.
Oh no, 3, okay.
Celery 3 pirate hats. There is 4 pirate hats in the game.
Do you think Celery will choose pirate hat?
No. Oh! Damn it, he chose a pirate hat. Yar!
Arr, matey.
GG do be pirates. 4 pirate hats with force boots. I would have loved to see their item choices that they had an option to get. Just
yeah,
Quinn asking all the team.
What's a pirate's favorite letter?
I don't know.
You got to answer. You got to give me 1 or 2 options because there's no right answer where you can get it. It's either R or he loves the sea.
Oh dear. We're already at that stage, huh?
Yeah, we're kind of like stir crazy coming through here. Look at the damage.
Well, I think he wanted to go for a Chrono there.
Yeah, maybe. Gets disarmed though.
There we go. They got themselves the Megas though. Mega creeps now obtained on Aurora.
It's getting to the stage where you kind of need to zoom your... I've zoomed my map out all the way just because there's going to be stuff going on all around. They're going to try and split them up a little bit with the Leshrac on the front lines, who has an overwhelming blink, by the way, so you're not going to be able to have that quick blink reaction.
Oh, here we go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, double Chrono indeed. They're going to try and go for the Brood here. Brood down. Buyback is available. Wind Waker there, able to save Duratio for some time. Quinn
has got the refresher.
Back himself off there, taking too much damage from the impetus. They still have themselves this Aegis. Oh, what is this pause?
I want to see. Can they see? All right, they don't see the Faceless Void. So I think they still see him with the refresher coming through. And yeah, just DC'd apparently. That's okay. They used the lift fairly recently as well, didn't they? On Gaimin Gladiators. Yeah, so it's got 2 minutes left on it. They have none left the entire game with Mega Creeps coming in. With now level 29 on the Leshrac as well. So both additional Pulse Nova damage plus the damage reduction happening, so he feels even more willing to put himself onto the front lines. You always know where the good fight is to take, because they've got the Seer Stone as well. Provides that area of information behind the Ancient. So they would love to be able to take out the Broodmother, guarantee the dieback.
Do you think Celery's dead here? I'm going to say yes.
Yes. He's got a Daedalus as well on the support gyro. I mean, it's that late, sure, why not?
There's a Dark Portrait Lifestealer with a Daedalus hitting into him, for crying out loud. That is...
And a pirate hat. Don't forget that he's got the pirate hat on the Dark Portrait.
Oh, don't forget the pirate hat, yeah. Actual pirates. I don't know if they're just trolling or not. Quinn as captain. It's like, oh guys, what have you got? It's like, I've got a pirate hat. Pirate hat. Pirate hat. I've got a pirate. What the hell, guys?
They just wanted some extra money maybe to get to that next timing while still having the buyback. I guess they would love to have... What has he even got? There's still a cheese sitting inside the Gaimin base, so maybe you give that over to the Lifestealer, get him to finish up the Aghanim's Blessing, but that would prevent him from having that buyback available, so it's so challenging. And Ollie's not even level 25 yet, so you've got more impetus damage to come from an Enchantress as well, who has a pirate hat, by the way.
Pirate hat?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
I
love it how, whilst paused, Lorenoth is really, you know, kind of showing off with using the disco taunt right in front of their base during this time.
Sure.
He's got the disco ball up.
They should be feeling good. You know, this game was... I don't want to say it was heavily in Gaimin's favor, but they got out of that laning stage in such a good spot. Once again, we're going to see the replay there of that Nullifier play connecting onto 2. Finding the Broodmother without the buyback was the key start to it all, and yeah, it was just... all happened because of a little bit of distraction coming through from Lorenoth in that mid lane. You see the follow-up fights. Cute somehow able to live. Still gives them that follow-up, and able to clean up Duraccio with this follow-up fight as well.
A 96% win probability as well, Danog. The side of
We've
Aurora.
seen those numbers before.
We have seen those numbers before. We have indeed.
I don't know about your, like, graph, you know, your win prob and all that.
Yeah.
Power back on. Okay. I guess it was a full power outage. Game not wanting that many pirate hats. Does it say %0405 for the 60-minute mark at the bottom scale for you?
Where does it say this, sorry?
Like 40, 50 minutes, and then it says %0405 for me instead of 6005.
Oh, yeah. What the heck?
I don't know.
Oh, weird.
We know Valve doesn't count to 3, but I didn't know they didn't count to 6 either. As we get an unpause coming through, here we go. With Celery gonna die to the pirate hat? Seems like he's okay, although Quinn might not be.
Oh, they're going for the tier 4 straight away. They're going for the tier 4 straight away. They're going on to Quinn. Quinn out of position. Oh, he's going to be used up there. The tier 4 towers are gone, though they have found themselves Satanic. Satanic will fall. Aegis is going to bring him back. Still have the black hole sitting ready. There we go. Chrono on to 3. Satanic. Black hole coming out. There we go. The buyback's going to be committed, but they will find themselves the Aegis.
Another black
hole coming out. GG is there. Oh, Aurora getting themselves game 2 here, so we will get ourselves another equalization.
Look at Satanic as well. It's like he's just seen a funny joke. It's not like he's played a 65-minute game with crazy chronospheres, with crazy black holes coming through. That's about how much water I would need if I was Q after a game like that. If you can't get up to refill it. But yeah, a really solid performance. The 1-1 that we were expecting, Epi, coming through from these two teams that are just so close, and they seem to have each other's number at different stages of the game.
Yeah, so good. Unfortunately, the 4-man Pirate Hats did not do it for Gaming Gladiators here, so they will lose this second game here, and it will be a 1-1 equalization. So I think you said that Aurora are going to end it here on a good note here with a 4-2. Is that correct?
I believe so, and I think that's the last game that they're playing with Satanic as well. I think I had a quick look over at the Aurora Twitter, which mentioned that. So Savage should be back for the games. I'm assuming they don't have any other games later today, so probably tomorrow moving forward. And it's a good result. Like, again, at the end of the day, it's Gaimin Gladiators. This is a damn good team. They pushed them to the limit. Again, it was late game Dota for Aurora. What a surprise. At Gaimin Gladiators, I think their average game time is about an hour, which is kind of insane, considering we're seeing some teams finish things off in about 25 minutes.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. I mean, maybe a little bit, considering, you know, Aurora, king of late games. But so far, the rest of our series at the moment have been relatively short. I don't think we've ever got past a 60-minute game, I don't think. But yeah, there we go. Aurora able to take themselves game 2, finally. ending it here. And a really surprising game for that matter too, because GG, they definitely did have themselves the start of the game very well here, didn't they?
Oh, they did indeed. I mean, it was a big net worth lead that they had on Gaimin Gladiators at the time. I think it was like 8k or something like that, nearly 10 at like the 25-minute mark, which is pretty significant. I like the way that they set up their lanes as well. The lifesteal, I thought Duracho played out of his mind, to be honest, but again, it's late game Dota where you're going up against a Faceless Void. It's this ticking time bomb that is always going to be able to come out on top. And on top of that, you have Jabs, who I don't think he landed a bad black hole. It took him a while to be able to land it, to be honest. You know, about 20 minutes or so it felt like before he was able to hit that first one, but every single one was a winner.
Mm-hmm. So I wonder now, we may get ourselves an interview shortly. I'm not too sure. I'm hoping that we'll be able to confirm if we do have an interview with Aurora coming out for us after the end of this game. But honestly, a really solid performance from them. And both teams, for that matter, just able to play Dota to their heart's content here. And this was some insane Dota at the end here. There was so much caution and thinking was put into the final moments of this game. Like you had yourself, you going up against a Chronosphere. I mean, 4 Wind Wakers as well on GG. I mean, I think you even said that Duracho, first time ever seen, you know, possibly a Wind Waker here on Lifestealer.
He just Wind Wakered himself there, anticipating that the Chrono was about to come onto him. He was going for that next level play, but Satanic just went past him, chronoed the 3 remaining members of the team, and then it was 2 multi-man chronos coming out there from Jabs to be able to end it. He didn't even get that glorious rampage or ultra kill that he was hoping for at the very end, because the throne just exploded. Lorinov, they were using that time to be able to let the Diabolic Edict go to work, because at the end of the day, throne is all that matters, and that is what Aurora were able to claim. So 1-1 game score between these 2 teams. So we will be able to go to a break, and yeah, and we'll see what happens soon coming after that.
So, see you. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League. We're just coming back here after a victory from Aurora, taking game 2 here up against Gaimin Gladiators. What a game that was, and to help us break it down here, we have an interview with Jabs coming from Aurora. Hello, Jabs.
Hello.
Hello. Very good stuff on game 2 there. Absolutely insane game. Just a question, what was going around in the heads of your team here? What was the atmosphere like during game 2? Because it looks kind of difficult here to try and get the jump here upon GG, and both yourselves and GG were very cautious upon trying to jump each other here within game 2.
I think in game 2, after the mid game, at some point, we feel like we cannot lose anymore. Because like our hero is just better than them. They can already play a strong early game, and we just have to be patient.
Cool. I have a quick question. What's it like? I think this might be Satanic's last game with you guys, but what's it like playing with him versus 23 Savage, and what do you feel he does differently?
It's not much differently. Maybe like some small play that he always wanted to go for, like solo kill. It's like yeah. Other than that, it's like kind of similar.
Cool. And you guys always seem to do well against Gaimin Gladiators. Regardless, like when Gaimin was the absolute best team in the world, having that completely dominant year, your squad, whether it be with Talon or Aurora, was still really good against those guys. And I've heard many different Dota players talk about how things are so like matchup dependent, like team versus team specifically. What do you think it is that makes you guys play so well against Gaimin in general?
Actually, I don't know. I feel like we have mixed result against them, because it's like kind of 1-1, or we lose to them or we win them. I think it's like 50-50.
Yeah, but when they're beating like 80% of people and you're 50-50, that's still pretty good, right? So what do you think you guys do differently than a lot of other teams?
We try to focus on the laning phase more, because I think their play style is just all in.
Yeah, cool. All in, lots of pressure, and it did feel like you guys were under a lot of pressure with all those different spiders and illusions and spinner snare and bombs and all that sort of thing. So you did well to be able to come out on top and trust your team. Big congratulations, by the way. You guys are sitting 4-2 now, and yeah, best of luck moving forward, Jabs. It was a pleasure to be able to cast that series.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Easy.
So, folks, we are going to be going for a break very soon. But just before we go, want to announce the next series that we'll be covering here. It is going to be Boom Esports versus Xtreme Gaming. That is indeed our next game. But we are going to take, I think, let's see here. How long of a break do we have? Actually, I'm not sure myself.
Let me see. Probably about 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. So, hopefully, Danog is bang on there. It'll be a 10-minute break, so we will be back with you soon for that next series of course, Boom Esports versus Xtreme Gaming. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidemnos. Joining me is Danog. We're coming in for the third series of the day. We just had ourselves our second series, and that was a second 1-1. So now maybe perhaps we're looking for a third 1-1 as we have ourselves BetBoom Esports versus Xtreme Gaming coming up. Now, I haven't casted an Xtreme Gaming game in quite a long while. And now we're going to come back to it. And I'm quite pumped about this because I haven't seen some Chinese Dota. Well, I haven't casted Chinese Dota in a very, very long time. How are you feeling, Dano?
I'm feeling great. I'm looking forward to this as well because this is the Xtreme Gaming with Arme on it, right? We have to remember that. The great return of the Great One, the shining light of the scene, and Xingqiu as well making his comeback. And a bit of a resurgence coming through from some of these other players as well. XM in the mid lane was always seen as like being that like 6th rank mid player. Like there were always a bunch of other mids that were just that one step ahead of him. So I'm really happy to see that he's been able to take this extra step on such a solid lineup, and he's looking really good. He does have a distinct style of playing, which is a little different from other heroes, and I think his hero pool is a little perhaps different from what the meta might be right now, but I still have a lot of faith in him to be able to bring home the win for China. And one other thing that we haven't mentioned is that some teams like Aurora, who we just saw, they just played their 6th game. This is Xtreme's first game that they're going to be playing, and it's going to be an introduction against some of these SA players that I'm pretty sure some of these guys never would have played before. Yeah, they would have played against Pakars and all that, but, you know, Slutums, Illich, probably a little bit less likely.
So how do you think it will go up against these both teams? Do you think we will get kind of like an even game like we saw with Aurora and Gaimin Gladiators, or do you think this is going to be a little bit one-sided, maybe perhaps because of more experience, for example?
So I'm going to go back to my SA theory that I had again. They looked pretty happy and in good spirits in those draft cameras. So I'm, well, maybe not so much Knight, but the rest of them do. And you can see that they're eating on Slutums. That's a very important thing as well. So I think I'm going to go for a 1-1 for this. I really rate this Xtreme Gaming lineup, but BetBoom at their peak is incredibly solid as well.
Yeah, and BetBoom have been having themselves pretty much a great time here. I mean, we mentioned before where they only went like 3 rounds, as well as Entity within the Swiss stage. They have been doing extremely well here, so we're going to see whether they can get themselves a miraculous 2-0 victory versus Xtreme Gaming. But I think it's going to be difficult, and I do agree with you. I think this will be a 1-1 as well, so we'll look to see how this will play out as we have ourselves a draft underway with bans coming guard, and I can hear some picks. Someone has picked themselves Kunkka. I am going to go have a look at that right now and see who that is. It is indeed BetBoom Esports. They've got themselves a first pick Kunkka.
Okay, good solid start for them. It's the sort of hero that XM both likes to play and has perhaps a little bit of struggle against, because I mentioned before he has this specific play style. It's a little bit more, let's say, static than other heroes. So I'm talking about ones like, you know, your Leshrac, your Lina, your Viper, your Zeus, these ones that kind of stand in place and do a lot of their damage, as opposed to roaming around the map and like trying to chase people down, go for these flashy plays with like a Puck or an Ember or a Storm Spirit. The one exception would maybe be his Void Spirit. He's pretty good on that one as well. But yeah, it certainly just is a little bit of a different style. Kind of like, I don't want to say Thompson-esque, because not too many people are like Thompson, but he plays the sniper mid as well, so kind of fits. So
yes, the Razor first pick. We've seen it in quite a few games here where it picks itself up this Satanic along with Sanjin Yasha, I think, as well. And the static link, along with, if you get yourself a refresher orb with the Eye of the Storm, it's quite devastating with the fact that it kind of reduces your armor quite a lot here, and then along with you, if you get yourself the level 25 talent, which I think you can actually steal attack speed as well on the static link, which makes it quite devastating here. But in regards to kind of counters, funnily enough, they did actually ban BetBoom Esports. They actually banned out the Life Stealer afterwards when they pit the Razor, so maybe perhaps thinking that this Razor may be like a mid laner or an off laner. Can it be flexed?
This makes me think that this Kunkka is much more likely to be played in the off lane now, because that really does protect you in that lane. Otherwise, Kunkka just doesn't have a really good time at all going up against that. So I think they're just wanting to, again, get a solid enough lane. We do get a Disruptor this game, though, something that DY absolutely loves to play. For me, it's like his Disruptor. His Phoenix probably is the other one that I'm really looking out for, but I mean, you talk about cast range on Disruptor. Imagine if we get some of these big steals that Knight has really shown he's capable of getting. I mean, he is such a solid player on this Rubik. I've been incredibly impressed with what he's been able to put forward.
And they pick yourself your favorite hero here, not to rub it in anymore, Disruptor.
It's a good hero. I see why teams are picking it. I think the way to counter it, though, is just find a way to get on top of it. Blow it up, right? Because until you get a ninja gear, and that's 37 minutes plus, and even then it's a little bit of luck involved, you really don't have a way to be able to withstand a lot of this pressure, right? Like,
yeah,
sure, you can maybe go a Ghost Scepter, but it slows down some of your other really big timings, like, being able to go into an Ags or even getting a Blink Dagger. Like, if you're more focused on your own survival, then you're not making the aggressive plays that Disruptor really thrives on. So I want to see them pick some sort of hero that's going to be able to just ruin the game of Disruptor, pretty much. Even just, like, illusion units have a pretty good time, as long as it's many illusions, like a Naga Siren, or many units, like a Lycan, for example. Those are the ones that I'm really looking at. Ooh, don't get to see the Juggernaut all that often, and an Arme Juggernaut as well. Okay, I'm excited. And a Jin-Q Dark Willow, awesome. So this is a hero that back in the Asian games between China and Mongolia, I want to say, it was a reason that the teams won all 3 games. Mongolia took game 1 with a carry Dark Willow. Probably not going to be the case this game because it was we've got a Juggernaut. But Jin-Q straight up carried the next 2 games on his Dark Willow. It was a big comeback, and he went into the full, like, Moonshard, Aghanim Scepter, and he just, like, tore through the Mongolian lineup to deny them a gold medal. So it's something that they're very familiar with. He's incredibly good on the hero, and I can see it giving a lot of value to this Razor in particular, right? Just slow people down, make sure you get a lot of value out of the static link.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm quite surprised. I haven't seen a Dark Willow in possibly a very, very long time, but is it quite a common hero in the Chinese region? Well, I think we may have just lost Tanok there. But yeah, I'm surprised here with the Dark Willow pick here. I'm quite excited to see how it will work out. It's not something that we have seen quite a lot within the West EU or East EU region. Particularly that within the pro games. Maybe perhaps in, a few pubs here and there, but preferably not in the pro games. I mean, we've seen a lot of those being casted currently at the moment. I mean, especially with the qualifiers too. And throughout the Swiss stage, we have not seen one Dark Willow game. So it's a pretty uncommon hero. But as Danog was saying, very, very nice. Yes, I can hear you now. Awesome.
Okay. I gotta fix this mixer. But anyway, yes, China and Eastern Europe, they're the big 2 regions when you look at in terms of the Dark Willow. Like, they are...
Yeah.
They're ones that you really look to in terms of, like, innovation as well. Like, they were the first ones to start picking up techies a whole lot more frequently. Not picked or banned in this game, kind of surprisingly, as they get rid of a Meepo. Okay. Just not providing a little bit of respect over to Pakaz, I suppose. Not wanting to go up against that. I almost wonder, like, is this a game where you go a Phantom Assassin? That's another one of these heroes that really isn't being picked up all that much, but it provides a way to be able to blink away from the Razor, for sure, to break the static link. Against an Omni Slash, you could go into the Blur and potentially break that. Just your passive evasion is quite nice. And it's another one of those heroes that can get onto the backline and just tear up the Disruptor.
Yeah, you can. The PA, massive hero in regards to tearing up supports in the backline, as you said. So, a possibility. I mean, you have yourself evasion as well, which is pretty cool against the Juggernaut and the Razor, because at the moment we only see physical damage right now from Xtreme Gaming, don't we? But they do have the last pick, though. We have to be cautious of what Xtreme Gaming could pick up.
Could be a Slark as well for Boom. I could see that working.
A Slark?
Mm-hmm. Again, like, Juggernaut, there's so many ways to be able to avoid Omni Slash now. I think that's a big reason why we don't see too much Jug, right? Like, Yule Scepter, Ghost Scepter, and if you pick a Slark, you've got Depth Shroud, you've got, potentials for Glimmer Capes and stuff like that. It just feels like it's kind of like old Witch Doctor bounce when it took forever for the cask to be able to bounce around. It was so much less reliable, and the hero was never picked. it's not really picked now, but remember that period where it was, pretty frequent just because you were so much more capable of predicting, okay, I'm going to get a bunch of stuns here, I'm going to be able to farm this creep wave incredibly quick, just stuff like that.
It was mid.
Yeah.
People played it mid and off lane. Off lane, can't forget that. But yeah, ever since they increased the I don't know whether I'd call it velocity. It's not a bullet, right?
It's a gun,
I'd
sure.
say. I guess the projectile speed. Yes. We're bang on. Yeah, the projectile speed. They increased that, but Wind Ranger comes out here for boom.
Wonder if they go like Brewmaster or something into this and then just run the Razor mid. Just to be able to have that offensive dispel against the win run. To be able to make it a little bit more capable of locking her down. Also, decent way to be able to just proc the Cinderbrew from range with, well, once the laning stage breaks up, Disruptor very capable of doing it. But even just Willow with the Brambles and get it from range.
I feel like the supports do quite a good job, though, in catching the Wind Ranger. Are you a fan of this last pick here coming out from Boom, or do you have mixed feelings?
I mean, I just wanted to see Picard play PA. It's been so long, and when I think PA, I think him. He's like the player that I want to see it on. And if he's not picking it, it seems like it's just a dead hero, unfortunately.
The player. Yeah, we won't see PA game, unfortunately. I mean, maybe perhaps in game 2, but very good reason why they didn't pick the PA, or else PA would have been decimated by XXS.
Oh, look at those cute headphones as well. He's a little teddy bear, He's looking very nice. I'm sure that's something that his girlfriend or his wife probably gave through to him. He is married now, actually, so congratulations to Arme there. I like the axe, right? You've just got multiple ways to be able to catch out now the Puck and the Wind Ranger. Maybe they felt like they needed a little bit more of that control. Mars, I mean, there's a lot of respect being given over here to Xtreme, right? First banning XXS's Mars is like one of those things. Even in that last phase, right? I mentioned the one mobile hero that XM likes to play was the Void Spirit. That's gone, and the Sniper gone as well. Would have been very effective against the Puck. So clearly both teams have done a lot of their homework. I'm still banking on a 1-1. I'm probably leaning a little bit more towards... I'm going to say Xtreme, just for now, just because the Disruptor is there, for starters, and you've also got Shinkyu on his Dark Willow. It's very much a specialty for him, and I feel like he's going to be able to put in work.
I mean, I think the only thing you can land in terms of Omni Slash is the Conqueror and some of the supports, because Wind Ranger is going to be annoying with Wind Run. And you've got to close the distance with the Omni Slash, and then Slatums can just use Phase Shift. So that is going to be a difficulty to get the Omni Slash off, but you can break the coil with the Blade Fury, can't you? Which is an ability that I do very much like here. It's going to enable to hopefully have themselves a good time here on the safe lane, and you do have that early healing ward as well, so able to heal up if you are taking a lot of harass damage there from the Tidebringer. So I'm going to have to agree with you here, Danog. I do like Xtreme Gaming's draft as well, because the Call and the Blade Mail on XXS, it could be kind of devastating here against either the Puck or the Wind Ranger, because we know that Wind Ranger, even if she doesn't have Focus Fire on, she can deal a lot of damage without the Focus Fire. I think you mentioned this with how her attack speed can scale quite well in the game. Not stale.
XM's going to get dewarded here, most likely, though. Walked up inside of this Observer Ward vision. So that's not a great way to be able to start off the lane. One thing as well is that you obviously have the Static Storm as well, so that's another way to be able to lock down and potentially guarantee a little bit more of the effectiveness of this Omni Slash as well. So DY going to be able to enable Arme quite heavily. The other thing, like, this is a really good Yule Scepter game for Boom. Not that you necessarily want to buy it on, honestly, any of these heroes outside of maybe Puck, but you're kind of ruining her scaling if you go down that route. Just because of A, of course, the Omni Slash, B, the Static Storm, and C, you can use it onto the Axe when he jumps in onto someone else, right? And then you don't have those spins, you don't have that Blade Mail reflecting back all of that damage. It's just a question of when are you actually going to be able to pick it up, and on who.
Are we going to get 4 Wind Wakers again?
Yeah, I was about to say, we might just see 4 Wind Wakers again, though.
Yeah, that cyclones everywhere. Thought there was some kind of like twister tornado coming over the Dota map. Amount of Wind Wakers being spawned out there.
Tropical Storm Gaimin coming through.
Yeah, I haven't seen any weather effect cosmetics in a long while. I totally forgot there was actually. That just reminded me. There's weather cosmetics, but it distracts the living heck out of you if you are trying to play seriously. And already Blade Fury, level 1, being committed here onto Illich on the bottom. Might actually be. Nah, no. I was going to say First Blood, but I just saw the physical attacks there from Arme. Not dealing that much there to the Conquer.
Enabled quite heavily. Like, I think we're going to see this combo a whole lot more. The Disruptor, maybe not Juggernaut, but Disruptor plus hero that needs, like, to be in range to deal a lot of the damage, right? Just because of, again, 0.4 seconds slow at level 1 is really significant. You just cannot run away from this with any sort of reliability, and it means you also don't need to go into this really early boots on the Juggernaut. You can just focus a little bit more on your farming, being able to, you know, out-trade in the form of last hits, and it means that you're not as reliant on, like, just getting kills to be able to progress your net worth in the early game. Knight's doing a good job, though, of getting a lot of this harass off.
What was the last time you personally Glimpse? Yeah, hold on. Blade Fury comes out. That might be a kill here onto Knight, unless they have enough physical damage. The Fade Bolt takes down the Juggernaut first. So the First Blood going to Knight here.
It's just one of those little outplays that are coming to be synonymous with Knight. He's a very, very good Rubik player. Just in the form of how he's able to position himself in lane. He's been able to get a lot of harass in onto these Xtreme Gaming players so far. You saw there him just manning up, turning around, getting a few extra right clicks in, and making sure that that Fade Bolt damage reduction was in play as they went for that turnaround play. I think the last time I cast China, was that what you were going to ask?
I was going to ask the last time you cast Xtreme. Well, actually, yeah, let's say that China and Xtreme Gaming.
It's been a while since I've cast Xtreme specifically, but it probably was those Asian Games Grand Finals that was the last time. Just getting to see it was Arme, Xingqiu. God, who played mid? I think it was Somnus mid. Like, it was a stacked roster. Fenrir was coaching. Might have even been Faith Beyond in the offlane as well. And it meant a lot for them to be able to get that victory. It wasn't easy.
So, top lane wise, XXS is not having himself a fun time here with the harassment coming out from Kaz and Panda, having to commit a healing salve here on the top lane.
It's pretty expected, right? Like, not too many. Yeah. Like, if you can't out-right click a CM, then she's pretty free to do whatever she wants, right? Like, she can just walk at you. It's one of those heroes that, again, makes the trades a little bit more difficult, just because you have that attack slow reduction whenever you're going for, like, right-click hits into them. Panda...
My gosh.
Xingqiu, a man-fighting here over next to the small cap.
Well, we have the XM and Slatums, who are also having a skirmish here upon the river and falling quite low. Level 2 Blade Fury though now for Arme, so possibility maybe to get a kill?
Possible, for sure. A little bit less so if they're able to continue getting pulls off like this, though. Knight once again doing a great job, winning the Sentry Ward battle against DY. Put 2 points into the Thunderstrike, so again, if you're not really in a position to be punished too heavily from right clicks coming back your way, then something like 2 points in the Thunderstrike sets you up for the lane, as well as that eventual Aghanim Shard that's going to be coming from him now. So I feel like now you maybe put, 1 point into the Kinetic Field, or more points into the Glimpse, and straight into the Static Storm, but yeah, 2 points Thunderstrike feels like a ton of value, more than doubling the damage for just 1 extra point.
There's double bracer from Illich, actually making the Conquer a lot more tankier, so maybe perhaps Xtreme Gaming on this bottom lane, thinking twice before diving the Conquer. Do you think the correct kill would be to go for the Rubik here, or do you think they should just try and keep on outputting some damage here onto the Conquer, just try and lower his HP?
I think Knight's a good enough player that he's not going to let himself be gone on a lot of the time. Like, he's constantly just keeping these lanes pulled back towards him. The only reason he's in that aggressive position now is that DY was walking around underneath this freshly placed Observer when they might be able to get a kill onto the Disruptor. Doesn't seem like it. He'll end up backing off. But yeah, with all those stats onto the Conquer, he should be A-okay.
Maybe perhaps going for a kill onto DY? No. Glimpsed back. Lich won't get anything. And oh my gosh, this top lane. XXS. He's low once again. We've got something like a
is DY okay?
ring of health coming, maybe?
Seen a bit of a trade come down here. They want to try and have Slardums help out. Even
Dream Coil.
Dream Coil. And Knight says, thank you very much. I set that kill up for you, so I'm going to claim all of the golden experience for myself. DY at least now knows that that high ground is warded, so it's going to give him some gold on the return.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Trying to go for the phase boots here on Axe. Still doesn't have them yet. He's been really struggling to try and find some farm here. The lowest CS at the moment here with 26.
He's forced to make his own stacks as well. That's another area that not exactly the greatest supports at being able to build up stacks for XXS to be able to recover his net worth if he did have a rough start, which is absolutely the case. 1100 behind at this point, with Picard's about a level ahead as well, and he's completely free to just roam around this top side of the map. Panda looks like he might be about to put up a sentry to be able to block, and they'll know that it's blocked up there with the Crystal Nova onto the high ground. So not an easy lane, and now not even an easy jungle for XXS to be able to play around. There's no really easy choice for him to be able to make plays here.
This poor man here having to go back to base. I mean, at least he's got himself phase boots, so extra movement here. Meanwhile, though, yeah, Dream Coil committed. The coil has been broken, though still okay. Attempting to try and turn it around here with the Bramble Maze there too. Panda is attempting to flee, and XXS rotating in here too, but they got themselves the Frostbite and the Telekinesis. Uh-oh, XM getting lower and lower as the Illusory Orb and the Fade Bolt finding the kill. But they got themselves the Frostbite too here onto XXS with the boat. Connecting onto the Axe. They may find themselves 2 kills here. They will on Boom.
You see that log on the left-hand side? Slardums bottles the Invis and Jinkyu denies it at the same time. It's in his bottle right now, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Yeah, they just literally connected at the exact same tick. Oh well, he'll take it on Slardums. He'll also take those double core kills coming through as well.
Why do we always get the Dota games with the weird mechanics coming out?
Or the 4 pirate hands.
Dota 2 still in beta, guys. It's okay.
Like, that was how desperate XXS was to get involved in that, right? Like, you very rarely see a level 5 Axe TPing towards that mid lane to try and influence the outcome of a fight. And then for them to lose so heavily like that is... it's crushing to both the confidence as well as his scaling that's going to be happening in this game.
Oh, maybe perhaps they're going to try and wrap around here into Illich. They've got themselves the static link. So the X-Marks will break that static link. Never mind the glimpse. Bringing back the Conquer. And they get the kill.
Yeah, the Disruptor really works quite heavily with both of these position 1 and 2 on Xtreme Gaming, right? Just guaranteeing ways to be able to just focus in on a lot of these heroes, get the damage in. Pretty much the only hero that's a little bit more challenging is the Puck. Speaking of which, making a rotation onto
Dream
XM.
Coil. And the stolen Plasma Field with the Frostbite there too, and the Blood Grenade. That's going to find XM there. Though, Freezing Field, along with that Static Storm, also Knight, still alive. The Fade Bolt taking the life of the Disruptor there, so getting 2 kills. But meanwhile, rotation from Arme with that Omni Slash. finding
more.
Panda, but they want to try and find more here on Boom. They get themselves Jin Q.
Dire's middle tower
And that is 3 for 2.
3 for 2, 2 supports for XM giving up his life. I suppose the positive side is that XXS was finally able to at least start building towards this Blade Mail for himself. He's got the Chainmail, so a little bit harder to kill if he does come out onto the lane, but have a look at that. 2-level disadvantage relative to Bakaz, who's closing in on a Maelstrom, and it's only 11 minutes in.
What's the net worth? I mean,
Radiant's bottom
Arme
tower
slowly
is under
following
attack.
behind. 300 gold less, also trying to go for a Maelstrom here. About 300 gold remaining till he gets it.
Makes a lot of sense, going for the Maelstrom, anything that's going to be able to enable that Omni Slash to do a little bit more work. Obviously, providing attack speed is one of those things that is going to be very beneficial towards that. As they're going to make a play onto Arme, but he's going to be able to back off just in time.
Yeah.
That vision, that was just Spidey sense.
And I think he should be okay.
Yeah, he's got the wand
As,
and 6 charges to live.
Yeah. Actually, got to use one of the healing lotuses.
Yeah.
Interestingly, saves the Blade Fury.
Dire's
Yeah,
top
Still in
tower
case they
is
do
under
jump
attack.
him.
He knows that's his big safety net, right? That's why he's got ice in his veins, not wanting to let them just walk up into him.
Oh, there we go, but he can't use it if he's silenced. Oh, there we go. Turning it back around there with the Blade Fury whilst that Dream Core was committed onto him. Arme's still okay, will finally fall there from the hands of Knight. And they will get themselves the kill onto DY2.
Oh, nice
They have
sidestep
found
there.
themselves Panda. Oh my god, it's the war of the plasma fields there, but Knight will finally fall. Double kill for XM. There we go.
They once again know that this high ground is still warded. There we go, XM should be able to get the D-ward himself, so nice little bit of bonus XP. Still end up losing the bottom tower, unfortunately, for Xtreme Gaming, but again, just so much patience with the Blade Fury there. And it was really good positioning for DY, making sure he was able to disable that freezing field that was doing the majority of the damage, so at least you get somewhat of a turnaround going through.
We got ourselves success here. Still trying to farm up and get himself an eye. He is falling behind. I mean, 500 gold ahead of the Rubik. Rubik is catching up here. He is a rich support here right now on Boom. 5 and 3 on Knight.
Already going into the mech as well. Only about, what, 200 gold away, which crazy good for this stage of the game. They just want to be able to withstand all that Xtreme Gaming have to throw at them, because they've already got a lot of survivability through either maneuverability or the boat coming through from Kunkka. He's got the Blade Mail, so you just want him to be able to have that active and stand in the middle of these fights very frequently. Success. Speaking of the Blade Mail, pops his. He has to be very careful, though. That is a dangerous ancient stack.
Radiant are
Hopefully
scanning.
no cores come over and steal it as he goes back to base, because I'm sure he's saying, guys, please, I need this. But XM says, no, no, no. I'm the mid laner. I need my Orchid. And then he just cries himself to sleep, basically, on XXS. Maybe they'll be nice. Maybe they'll give him his the Wisdom Rune at 14 minutes.
Maybe.
Jinky's not even going to let him have it, you watch. Oh, poor XXS. Feel bad for him.
At least he's got a double stack to farm with Blade Mail. So I want to see how they utilize this Orchid now, because they've got to find some sort of wraparound here or close the distance for the Razor, because if any of the cores are together, you've got Crystal Maiden and Rubik here that can just break the static link here with either the Frostbite or the Telekinesis.
Knight's the one showing on this mid lane. He deliberately didn't join in with this smoke between Panda and Slutums, realizing that the freezing field plus the Dream Coil should be enough to be able to find a kill onto whoever they find. The silence is going to need to be on point, though, onto Arme.
It is. Oh, they see him. They
Wait
see
for
him
to get a bit
too.
closer.
There it is. Dream Coil. Frostbite there too. Freezing Field comes out, but the Blade Fury just in the nick of time is there, Arme. He does have himself the Omni Slash. Is he going to commit it? No, the Frostbite came out again there from Panda. able to claim the life. In return,
Nice
though, they
static.
will find themselves Knight, and they're bringing back the puck there, but able to illusory orb and jolt away. Will not be affected there by the glimpse from DY. So now will they attempt to go on the aggressive here? Panda is actually found there by XM. With the big damage there from Eye of the Storm, but Picard's rotating in now with the focus fire onto XM. XM going to fall, but XXS! Oh,
Alright.
it comes in! There we go.
Unstoppable.
That's what he wanted. Breaks that unstoppable spree. Now attempted to try and find the kill here into
Nice
Illich
juke.
2. The Berserker's call coming off cooldown in 1 more second.
We're actually going to
Themselves
turn.
that cursed crown. XXS, he needs to get back, avoiding the power shot there. Very nice, avoiding the torrent too, but he's caught by the Xbox. That's going to bring him back, and Knight has a Fade Bolt ready, and there we go. Illich gets the kill.
Alright, another team fight that just ends up with Boom coming out slightly on top here. Big part of it being the plays from Knight, right? Like he even with the mech there, ends up saving them, enabling them to go for an extra couple of those kills. Pretty good coordination coming through to be able to take out Ame as well, even tactically saving the Frostbite until the very end, making sure there was no way that he would be able to escape unless he went for an immediate TP out, but they had enough heroes there that they would have just been able to right-click him through that spin TP.
Almost got the BKB now very soon. Once they get this BKB, it's going to be good for the Wind Ranger. Help to stop getting pushed back from the fight and being disrupted here by DY and Xinkyu. The Bramble Maze.
Pretty standard build from DY though. Just wand, boots, bunch of wards, straight into that Ag shot. He's actually already got the Thunderstrike maxed out, so in terms of levels, he's doing a pretty good job on this Disruptor. He's going to be able to get a lot of value of that. He'll go the left talent at level 10, and it means that they'll be able to delay this game out a little bit if they really want to. You know, prevent Boom from making the most of this 5k net worth advantage that they've got so far in not being able to take, you know, any towers. Right now, top's being pressured a little bit. The fact you've only lost 1 tower means that this isn't a disaster yet for Xtreme Gaming. The XXS, he's recovered somewhat, right? Being able to take that 6 kill streak away from the puck means that he gets into that Blink Dagger for himself. You have an additional way to be able to engage on the enemy team. Picking out DY though, they'd love a free kill onto the Disruptor. They know how important he is to the team fight.
Oh yeah, here we go. Silent Storm. They may
Already
find the
on
kill.
it.
Yes, they will with the Dream Coil. The Blade Fury coming out. That might find the kill down to Panda. It will. It's now the rest of Xtreme Gaming rotating in. They do have themselves a silence there, but Ome is just deleted by the hands of that focus fire from Picard. And now they will scatter here. They don't want to stay in this fight any longer. They may even find Xinkyu here.
Keeping an eye on
okay.
XXS. Is he going to be able to bait them into a choke point to be able to follow up? But Boom, not seeming to want to take the bait. Be able to back off and just take a little bit more of the measured approach, right? Let the creeps do the work, let them reveal on the lane before you move forward yourselves. As soon as they see a little bit of action towards that mid lane, that's his cue. Quickly clear it out, although... Oh, he's got the X mark. He'll be fine. Maybe Glimpse.
The Glimpse. There it is. And Cole. Blade Mill's there. He's going to commit the Torrent Storm. But he will still be found nonetheless. Still in some trouble. Nice static storm. But still able to find the kill to Axe. Slatton's is. Knight will fall. Slatton's attempting to flee. Has the illusory orb and the Yules. Jolts away. Do they have vision? Oh, they're going in the wrong direction. Gets away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Told you it was a good Yule Scepter game, and well, we've got one on the puck. Obviously, Xinkyu, it's a nice way to be able to guarantee that those Bramble Mazes are going to hit as well with the Cursed Crown. Not really relying on himself for a lot of the damage coming through at this stage. He, of course, is very happy to scale if it gets to the late game, but it's not quite there yet. So Xinkyu just really trying to enable his cause, bring them back into this game. Might find Panda.
Yeah, they got themselves Panda silenced up by the Orchid there of XM. Easy kill. Meanwhile, Focus Fire onto the Dark Willow, but he's going to commit the Shadow Realm and get the hell out of there, but XM will fall with the rest of Boom rotating in here to help the cause out. He's on a killing spree. Able to find the kill to XM instead. I'd rather much prefer that kill than getting a Dark Willow.
Sure, but it still did result in a bunch of heroes showing themselves on the top side, right? In that time, Arme quickly shoved in the lane. Okay, you should be able to get away from this. If they caught Arme, that would have been totally worth it. As
they're really going for him.
Still 5 seconds left. Yeah, maybe if they had the X still, that was the time where they might have been able to get that, but not going to be the case. Arme still farming right next to all of these Boom heroes. Has to be very careful.
Oh, they come in with a Berserker's Call there to onto Picard, activating the BKB. Dream Coil there, used defensively, turning it around now with a focus fire, able to find the kill there onto XXS. There's DY, going to glimpse back there, the Wind Ranger. Slowly falling. Oh, wait. The Thunderstrike may get the kill here. I think it will. The Shard Thunderstrike. Look at it. It gets it.
Like another
Shard. Panda found there as well. This is a 3 for 2. I gotta say, that Shard, with the extra timing there of the strikes, finds the kill. If they didn't have that, then I think Cars would have survived.
He just casts it completely into the fog. Spoiler alert, Disruptor did the most damage in that fight as well, combined together with 4 Thunderstrikes with the maxed out Aghanim Shard, plus the talent, plus a Static Storm as well. So, DY really showing why they heavily prioritize picking up this hero, both for, I don't want to say it's emphasis in the laning stage, obviously that didn't work out quite as well, but DY, his positioning was really solid, just even using the glimpse to keep the cars away, and there we go. Able to land that follow-up Thunderstrike onto him, and all you can do is really watch as it slowly ticks you down.
I think that was the most enthusiastic I've ever heard this year. You were very happy about that Thunderstrike paying off there.
You know, I'm happy while I get to see it, because it's not going to be here for long, I'll say that much. It is just way too good. He's farming right underneath Vision here on Illich. Despite that, XXS doesn't want to go in into him. I guess he sees the rest of the boys.
Oh, nice X-Box. Actually, you're going to stop the call. Bring him back. He's affected there by the torrent. BKB already committed here onto XM.
Nice yours again.
Because, trying to find the Disruptor there. The Static Storm comes down. Oh, lovely stuff there. That might be enough to find Slatums. Going to use the Yules, yes, back into the Static Storm, but a stolen Static Storm there, affecting both the Razor and the Axe. The Torrent Storm comes out now.
Oh, the Yules.
He has the Omni. There it is. Able to find the kill there onto Knight. Arme now attempting to get away. Has himself the Blade Fury. Will not be affected there by the X-Marks. This is a very fast Agnim's pickup.
It is, and it's a very high kill game as well. What an absolute bloodbath, Epi. 41 kills in the first 22.5 minutes. They want to try and get one onto Picard as well. Might even glimpse him back here.
Oh no, the Swift Slash. It goes off target.
Well, can't win them all. Sure, DY is saying, get the hell away from that regen room. That is mine. I want to hunt for more. He wants more of Picard's. He might be able to get him as well.
Oh my gosh. No. No.
Oh, yes. Get him.
Oh no.
Get him.
Oh, he's got him. Wait, is he
Be careful again. Yeah, he walked way too close.
Oh! Gets the kill, Trying to TP. The TP cancelled there by the Frostbite. That will be a dead Disruptor along with a dead Dark Willow 2. There's no escaping this. You are dead, Jinkyu. You are dead, I'm afraid. But nonetheless, they did find Picard.
Oh
my gosh, they are. Oh, double cool, yes! Onto Slatums. Slatums dead. That's big there from XXS. The Torrent Storm now comes down, but XM with that BKB along with the Static Link of the Eye of the Storm too. Staying right on top of that Conker. Look at that. You're just taking way too much damage. Finds the kill. There we go.
Not trying his best to link him,
some damage of his own, but will still fall here as they take themselves this tier 1 tower too. Xtreme Gaming laying in all of the pressure with just individual heroes, and it all started from the Disruptor.
Oh yes,
I'm very happy about that.
Oh yes, it all started with DY. This hero is just bonkers right now. I mean, we've seen some first phase bans, Epi. This is a reason why you're just able to pick off a hero that thinks they're safe to continue farming, but no. Unless you're willing to pop that BKB or have some other way to be able to break the glimpse like a perfectly timed Manta, you're just going to get caught out every single time. There we go. Lands it onto him inside the fog. And DY says, thank you very much. I thought he was moving a little bit close to potentially get turned around upon, but it's a good use of the Bedlam onto DY to be able to get that kill. My Might be even easier for him to do it now. He's got the Glimmer Cape, so might be going for even deeper dives.
As a disruptor enjoyer yourself, regarding the talent tree, static storm radius or minus 12 seconds glimpse cooldown?
It's still static storm radius. At that stage of the game, it's like you'll have Ags, you'll have Blink Dagger. You just want to make sure that you're catching absolutely everyone in it. Now's the time to go kinetic field cooldown as well at level 20. Just to.
Look at that! Your shard that you would truly love. It spots the smoke.
Yeah.
Because he just casts it.
Just cast it on those choke points.
They're still smoked up though. They still want to find something. He's going to do it again.
Where's that shard?
Doesn't find anyone this time. But a Dream Coil. Oh, it only connects onto the Disruptor. Dream Coil down.
They want a little bit more vision up on this high ground to be able to get rid of the vision advantage, which they do with the Shard Thunderstrike, by the way.
Oh.
So versatile. They're going to be able to get rid of this vision as well. It's clear Boom wants to fight. Slatham's going in first, but won't be able to claim anyone.
I think we're just giving Ice Frog more of a reason to nerf the Shard or remove it from the game. Yeah.
I wonder what the time is when you're going to go into a Nullifier on Ame. It feels like an amazing Nullifier game. You've already going up against 2 Yule Scepters, you're going up against a Glimmer Cape, you're going up against a Wind Ranger with Wind Run. It just seems like such value for them, this game. But Ame seems a little bit more focused on building into the MKB first, and then actually a BKB. Okay. Just wants to always be up in their face, ready to fight, but I don't know. Nullifier, I think you just get way too much damage from it as well.
Tell you when there was an amazing Nullifier game. Game 2 of Aurora versus Gaming Gladiators.
Watch the replay if you haven't seen it and you weren't there. Look, Knight, has to be careful.
He does.
Oh, but I want to see him, after he finishes up this 4-staff, of course, I want to see him get his shard and steal away that Disruptor's Thunderstrike, because he will get value out of it. They know Disruptor's hanging around nearby because they see that pesky ball of energy up on the high ground, pinging away because of their Observer Ward. But are they actually ready to fight for this Roshan? I feel like they really want this Ags on Picard. They want to try and delay them as much as they can. It's only 200 gold away.
Yeah, that'll be really nice once he gets that. He's casting it again.
That sentry is just not quite in range of the Observer.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Will he be level 20 as well? How greedy can he afford to get here on Picard's? He's got the Ags, and probably just with his creep wave he'll be able to do it.
Going in a torrent. I think they wants to find Jin Q there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're still hanging around this Roche though.
There we go. Not even using the focus fire. Okay.
Not yet.
He can do it quickly enough. Knight just giving them vision with that plasma field stolen away, although he's the one that the Roche is aggroed onto.
Because he keeps on using the wind run here with the Agnims, with the Invis.
But because he hasn't used the focus fire, it means that Ame's got this MKB. He's ready to fight even into the wind run. Won't know though that that wind run is upgraded by the Ag Scepter though, so they're going to need some sentry vision down there inside the Roche pit.
Oh, this Roche is slowly falling. Oh, Swift Slash there onto Panda. But the focus fire. Oh, lovely call from XXS! It catches CM and the Wind Ranger Knight in trouble. That's 3 gone instantaneously. You farm up your Agnims, it does absolutely nothing for you. Lovely call from XXS.
Was that blind? I really feel like you didn't have too much vision at all of that general area. You know, it was enough to be able to get a glimpse back onto someone because of the Thunderstrike. As I think you'll be okay on Slatham's here. Went for the blind call there as well. Once again on XXS. He actually goes for the backstab, taking out the tower. Can he do it again?
Oh, the Yules. 3 seconds? No, he can't.
I want to see a replay of that fight. Like, how was XXS able to get 2 in the middle of all of that? I'm pretty sure they have no vision outside of the Juggernaut. He was just biding his time, waiting for the right moment for the Wind Ranger to commit in, and they did have vision of that general area. He just went outside of the safety of the pit and really punishing them for getting a little bit greedy with that focus fire. Could have easily taken out Roshan if they just went for it.
Yeah.
So what
Just
now?
wanted to save that focus fire, didn't they?
Going for, again, the BKB into a disperser for Arme. Okay. Be chasing down some people. I suppose enabling his Razor as well.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, Omni slash back up in 30. They're pretty close, both teams are, to each other.
Mm-hmm. Also carrying a Dust is DY, realizing how important he is to a lot of these team fights. So he wants to make sure if Wind Ranger commits onto him that he can reveal.
Oh, they found the
call.
CM. There we go, the shackle shot down to XM. With the focus fire too, Razor slowly falling is
Good
still
heals.
okay though. As the boat comes in, the static storm there, lovely stuff onto the puck. There's no escape for the puck. Puck will be found. The glimpse back, because is brought back. Do they have themselves the call here? Blink Dagger 6 seconds on cooldown. They get themselves Knight. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Where's the call? There it is. There we go. They won't catch the Conquer, but they will get because.
They'll get a
and
glimpse
they have
as well.
Another glimpse. Bringing back the call. Oh, he Xboxes himself.
Very
that
clever.
was a nice little play.
Mm-hmm. But it's still not
they
enough.
lose
It's a 4-for-0 trade in favor
Yeah.
of Xtreme Gaming. This is why. And I thought the draft, the Juggernaut, it's a little bit of a different strategy, but just the save there for XM. You know, I mentioned he's really more of that front line, and he's not going to go for these flashy blink in onto the backline plays, but when you've got this much faith in the rest of your team, you can afford to just pop your BKB and run at them, because he had the healing ward placed down by Army to save him. It was a Glimmer Cape into a mechanism as well, just saving him and allowing them to get that turnaround off the back of another great XXS call.
Yeah.
Has he got Axe? What's he going on the Axe?
Bloodstone.
Bloodstone, okay.
Oh. What do you think the Bloodstone's for?
Lifesteal.
So just... No, yeah.
I mean, it's spell
for
lifesteal, right? So spells are basically anything that is one of your skills. So something like Counter Helix counts as a spell. So he's basically banking on himself to be able to land like a bunch of multi-man calls again. And I mean, for good reason, right?
Yeah.
Disruptor wants to get his glimpse back onto the puck.
Finds Panda though, maybe?
Dire's middle tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
Orchid comes out, but the Frostbite stops XM from pursuing. They will find the tier 2 tower.
Tower is under attack.
Illich, he's ready with his... Oh wait, no, he doesn't have X-Marks. Oh, here comes the Omni Slash, there it is. Finds an easy kill onto the Conquer, down for 70 seconds. They caught themselves the call there as well, onto the puck. Puck down! Down for 70 seconds. Slatums is dead along with Panda 2. The buyback from Illich wanted to come back to the fight. Meanwhile, in the backlines though, because
He found
he's
DY,
going
but
to
he
try
got
and
the...
find Disruptor, but he has been revealed there by the Dust.
Yeah.
He's attempting to flee here. He has to be very careful because it's a 3v4 situation.
Gotta be careful of that Swift Slash AoE. That's why they're just immediately forcing back on Knight. Not wanting to be anywhere close. It was just trying to delay them going up onto this high ground. It's the best that they can do. They're not killing any of these Xtreme Gaming players. Because all he can do is farm off to the side. May as well do something while you're waiting. And it just feels like they've been overrun at this stage. They've been scaling too amazingly. There we go. Even got to get a D-ward off here.
I gotta say though, Danog, these calls coming off from XXS have been perfect.
That's why they focus so heavily onto him in the laning stage, right? They know what he can do with a good game, and this is what he's done with a bad laning stage, right? Like, it's kind of crazy that he's been able to get this much work done as, oh, he might even just give his team a free, might have to slow down a little bit. Let the healing ward go to, you think? Now, waits for the Aegis regeneration to come through to give him a little bit of extra safety.
Okay.
They're not
They're in a
done.
pretty good position though, Xtreme Gaming though, aren't they? I mean, Roshan possibly spawning back in 2 minutes for, I think, especially with the momentum of the game, how it's kind of changed around. I mean, just look at the graphs now for the side of Xtreme Game. Within that Roshan
They
fight,
saw that smoke.
the,
They saw the smoke.
Did
It was under vision.
Did they? Oh yes, they have. XSS comes forward. He's got himself a call there onto 2 along with the static storm as well. They'll find both supports possibly. They're actually still able to survive through. Meanwhile, the backline's there. Illich is just going to fall here by the hands of XM. They go for more here. Knight it will fall also. That is 3 down here on the side of Boom.
That Observer Ward doing so much work, placed down by DY in the mid lane, just showing the tip of the puck getting caught inside of the smoke, so they knew they were going through this sort of small choke point. Once again, XXS catching on to 2, the only 2 that would have potentially been able to use their items to stop XM from just chasing down this Kunkka. And honestly, even if Kunkka had a BKB, which he's got queued up next, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. He just would have been slow, dying a little bit slower, but death would have been the inevitability.
There we go with those 3 kills. They get themselves the middle set of racks. That will fall, and they'll go for the bottom.
Car's trying to get into just a little bit of that more consistent damage coming out with the Daedalus, but you're going to be having to do it without 2 full sets of racks here. This Panda doing his best to just try and slow them down, but there's no reason for them to care about a Crystal Maiden. Just take the objectives while you can, and then back off, because top is protected by a tier 2 tower. Very nicely done by Xtreme Gaming.
With that, they'll just bat themselves off. Guardian Greaves now obtained on DY as well, so they have themselves some more sustain for these upcoming team fights.
Kaz has to be very careful about basically just never showing onto the lane, though. He's going to be trying to... Oh, Amp Damage Rune will help him if he spots it out, but not even wanting to run the risk that they've got vision around that mid area. He knows how vulnerable he can be. He knows how much value this BKB gives him. It's all about just getting this Daedalus and finding a pick-off onto somebody. It can be anybody.
Oh. Amplified damage rune for Arme. Interestingly enough, Arme has bought a BKB on the Juggernaut. That is going to come to him now. Do you think, is there any reason why he could have got this BKB?
Hold on 1 second, I'm just watching this. The Slatums goes in first, using the Yules already, so he's vulnerable to getting caught out by the Static Storm now.
Oh, we activate. Okay, that's why you have a BKB. I guess, yeah. But that's a 9-second BKB. You don't really want to be using that for that.
Slatums just going in crazy there. Blinking in just to get rid of that healing ward. Try and get anything out of the map right now.
Oh, Roshan's a late one.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
And they're forced to do something because they X-marked Knight back just so that he could try and deal with these waves pushing in mid, but Bot's pushing in, and it's that 35-minute wave. So it's going to be really obvious that, you know, you're just hanging around trying to wait for the perfect pickoff. Oh, and they found Slatums underneath that Thunderstrike. Will be able to back up, though. I think they're going to be pretty happy just to take the next Roshan. Let bot and mid do the work. Let the creeps do the work for you. If someone dares to come out far enough, you know you've got the potential to pick them off. That's what XXS is going for.
Oh! Call onto Picars! Do they have the follow-up? The BKB is there. Picars will get away. They turn it back around with a Dream Coil there, but where's the follow-up damage? From the side of Boom, there'll be none at all. That will just be a defensive Dream Coil. Able to actually dodge there. The Terror, but trying to escape. Yeah, the BKB already used, and that will be Picars down for 90 seconds. Along with Panda 2, Panda down for 50. Illich trying to TP away, but the TP is cancelled there by the call. GG is called. And game 1 will be going here to Xtreme Gaming.
Will indeed. It was a good Yule Scepter game, but it was an even better cohesion coming through for Xtreme Gaming. I mean, they just comboed everything together amazingly, and there's only so many Yules that you can buy against all of these spells that they had. I liked how active Arme got in the early game, right? I think if you need to play this Juggernaut, a hero that it scales pretty decently, right? But not to the same extent as something like a Luna or something like that. You got to be going for kills, and that he did, even joining into his own jungle at like the 8-minute mark where Boom, they were on top. They were having a really good early game. They were shutting them down in every single one of the lanes pretty much, but past that like 25-minute mark where that Roshan just didn't work out for them, it was all downhill from there for the SA squad.
Yeah, we saw even Picard's trying to get this Agnums, and we thought, oh, maybe perhaps they can do something with this, you know, go into the back lines, maybe perhaps pick off some supports or two here with the focus fire. But he got caught in such a horrible place here with XXS, Berserker's call. There was so many good calls. I have to give the MVP to this man. I mean, I don't know, because maybe perhaps, you know, we have DY on the Disruptor too. And he was able to provide a lot of... I don't know. I got to give it to XSS, actually.
You do. You do. Like, he was the one that set it up originally, because Disruptor very rarely sets up fights to begin fights, if that makes sense, right? It's great if you can force, like, a bad BKB usage, but it was really, like, XXS breaking the lines, basically, getting multi-man calls, and just opening up this map so heavily for the rest of his team. This is the fight that I was talking about, where they just go in a little bit too deep. Again, it's a very good aggressive play, but the power of that Static Storm just being able to catch out the puck. You can have the phase shift, but this early on, it's not going to have the levels that you can look to play around with. And, well, they still were able to turn it around fairly reliably, but it just felt like this was the last gasp, I suppose, coming through from Boom.
I really don't know what they could have done to pull that back here on Boom,
yes.
to be honest. I mean, they caught themselves a three-man dream coil.
Over and over again.
Oh, this one, yeah, where they caught the Picars there with just the two supports. Nasty stuff with that shard. That was what we were speaking about, the shard. But I think we have agreed, pact here, Dano, to not speak about it again in the future, or else if we speak about it anymore, it may be nerfed.
Absolutely. Any heroes that you feel are strong that you don't want me to mention? Because I feel like it's only fair.
No, not particularly. I don't think there's anything as good. I'm sorry, I'll keep my mouth shut. Don't mention the shard. Sorry.
Here we go. This was the big call that changed the game, right? Call onto 2 while Roshan's at quarter HP when they hadn't focus fired it, and they just pick off Picars before he's even able to pop the BKB. Like, there's just so much damage that you're able to rein in as a result of that. This was that XM play that I was talking about before, right? He walked on in, past all of Boom, realizing that his team would be there with the healing ward, with the Glimmer Cape, with the mechanism, and he would still be in a position to survive very comfortably.
Yeah, really cool stuff there. But yes, folks, it is indeed Xtreme Gaming. They get themselves game 1, and that was a very fun game to watch. I mean, you even mentioned, I think it was what, like 21, 22 minutes in, and you said that we had 45 kills already, which was pretty insane.
Pretty much
so
2
I
kills
am
a minute, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what Game 2 will hold. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned, because in around about 5 or 10 minutes, we're coming back with Game 2 of Boom Esports versus Xtreme Gaming. Hope to have a great game as well as what we had from Game 1. So, see you in a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos, and Danog. Game 1 of Series 3 has just been concluded, where Xtreme Gaming, they were able to get themselves Game 1, and they had themselves kind of a little bit of a rough sailing within the early stages of the game, but as soon as things smoothed out and the 15-minute mark was hit, and I won't name names of what shard was bought, along with a certain someone that was able to get themselves a blade mail and a blade dagger, was able to steam on through, getting some very nice Berserkers calls, and with that, they were able to pick themselves up Game 1. But we're coming in for Game 2 as the draft is well underway here, as we're going to see what teams will be banning out what. I wouldn't be surprised if either Disruptor or Axe is banned. What do you think, Danog?
I think probably just the Axe, just the Disruptor is fine to get banned. I think that's probably a little bit more of what enabled Xtreme Gaming to play this really high-paced style that was just consistently running at you. Maybe they just looked to get rid of a few of those real beefy frontliners, right? That enabled you to, have a little bit of that extra information so that those calls eventually did come through onto the right targets. And, Razor's gone, but the other Electric Man is not. Disruptor, well worthy of a first pick, it seems, according to Xtreme Gaming. I had a quick look back, actually, at... you mentioned they had a bit of a rough start to that game, right? Well, he was 1-5-8 at the 18-minute mark on DY, and then until the end of the game, he died 2 more times and was part of another 23 kills as a result of that. So they just hit all of their timings. They got into those few early items that you really needed on the Axe, most notably the Blade Mail, I think. That was the big one. Like, Blink, Blade Mail on the Axe just completely turned this game around.
Oh, it so did. I mean, especially the calls that he got off as well on the particular heroes. And there was nothing that they could really do to actually combat the calls either. I mean, maybe perhaps if they had themselves something like a Wind Waker, but the game was way too early to be even getting an item like that. And with that, they were able to close the game. But yes, Disruptor comes out again, as you've said. Love this hero at the moment, especially with it being showcased within Game 1 of what it can do. And they picked themselves up the Conqueror again here on Boom. That had an alright time here, especially with the Torrent Storm and the Torrents. Just unfortunate that the other cores were picked off on Boom.
It was a hot drink or a cold drink that Knight was holding up to his face and just pressing the mug into his cheeks. I'm not sure where they are right now. It'd be somewhere in Europe that these guys are. What's the weather like up there at the moment, Epi? I mean, it's always cold in the UK, right? But what's the weather like in Europe in general?
Kind of sad, to be honest. Like sometimes the sun's out, sometimes it's not. But at the moment, it's not entirely warm at the moment. I'd say about 8 degrees. It's not that warm.
Okay,
it's about
that's
it's
cool
about meh weather. Meh.
Meh weather. That's perfect
meh
sweater weather though. Jumper weather.
Oh yeah. You can wear hoodies all around. I mean, I'm prepped for this weather. I have about like 15 hoodies in my wardrobe.
Easy.
Because that's
Dota
all
ones?
it is. Yes, lots of Dota ones.
Ah, very good. Alright, Pangolier coming out here. Alright, cool. Something that I want to say... They've wanted to add this to their arsenal a little bit over the past few months, right? Because XXS, he plays a pretty good Pango, but it felt like there was this period where he dropped off fairly significantly in terms of the actual performances that he was able to put through. And then I just had a look at his recent games, not in competitive, but in pubs. 6 wins in a row on Pango in his last 6 games. So clearly he just wants to be able to bring this one out, and it's going to force a Grimstroke response out here. So obviously that's a way to be able to deal with the Pango. Again, it doesn't really feel like an XM style of hero as much as it is an XXS one. So maybe again you can just go for that style that's going to stay away from the Pangolier, and the Soulbind isn't actually going to harm you all that much, right? Like if it's only hitting onto the Pangolier and there's no other heroes nearby, then it actually is useless. You're still able to just full Rolling Thunder around into the middle of the team fight. So maybe this is the sort of game where you do get, your Zeus, your Sniper, your Lina, these sorts of things that just want to stay at a little further range back.
I'm wondering whether this could possibly be Jin-Q as well on the Pangolier, because I actually remember he used to play Puz 4 Pangolier quite a lot a while ago. And I remember watching his games, how he used to go things like a roll-up with a Blink and a Yules as a Puz 4 Pango. And he used to disrupt fights heavily as a Pangolier position 4, and I fell so in love with it that I started to try and incorporate it into my own pub games, and it actually worked out really well. So I don't know, ever since how the meta's changed around about 1 or 2 years ago, where Pango was before then, I think he can still be played as a position 4, but a lot more impactful as a core, maybe?
Another Juggernaut game, wow. Army just really trying to make these heroes work that don't have any right to. I'm still wondering, like, what do you actually look to play against this now? Is it something that has its own form of spell immunity? Is it something that just naturally buys a really early BKB? Is it something that's going to be... I mean, you don't really want the Centaur into the Disruptor is the thing, right? This was much more what I was thinking for Xingqiu, right? It's a scaling hero. It's something that's able to take over the game. You can be a little bit flashy with it. He's so hard to kill a lot of the time that you just need to invest so many resources, whether it be, you know, his Willow or his Rubik or Hoodwink, you know, Mirana. These sorts of heroes are just incredibly hard to be able to chase down, and I feel like things can be pretty predictable when you've got a Hoodwink in the game and a Disruptor, right? Because you just glimpse someone back, instant way to be able to have that Bushwhack ready, or even just the Sharpshooter waiting to be able to hit onto the correct heroes. So I like predictable Dota, and as for so far, I think Xtreme have got it in spades.
Very sad that I will not be seeing a Xingqiu Pos for Pangolier, but it is what it is. They get themselves the Hoodwink here. I agree. Very good scalability here. I mean, we mentioned it before, how it just builds like Maelstrom into Gleipnir, and it's kind of annoying to battle against. The one ability that I really hate on the hero when you're trying to play against it, it's the bloody Scuttle or something. I can't remember what it's called. Scurry acid. It's got a scur word. You know, just like really snaky hero going through the trees. It's so annoying.
Proper scuts is what that is. Yeah, but it's very hard to be able to go up against that, for sure. Even just one value point gives you so much on the hero is the thing, right? So you can afford to go this bit of a greedier style, more into the Bushwhack and the Acorn Shot. I have to wonder, like I mentioned before, XXS, it's most likely going to be him playing the Pango, but it's a pretty decent lane against the Puck. It's just a question of, do you feel like Puck is going to be countering you enough once it gets to the mid-game that you don't want your second highest farm priority hero to be gimped by it, for lack of a better word. So I think they haven't fully made up their minds yet as to what they want for this this last pick overall, whether they want it to be XXS or SM playing the Pango. They're just going to let the draft play out and see what Boom pick and respond to it accordingly. Whatever's going to give them the easiest lane. What could Picard's play?
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know if you want to go a Wind Ranger again, to be honest.
No, I'm not a fan.
Not against the Disruptor.
Nope. What can you look to play up into this? I'm still just gonna say PA. Give me a PA. They're banning these like really these carries that get onto the backlines and just burst people down, right? TA's gone, Void is gone. These are heroes that just you hate playing against if you're like a Disruptor, because there's nothing you can do about it. They also buy BKB really early on. Most of the time, PA can make it happen before you even realize, okay, it's a little slower into the fight, and you do have the route going through the BKB now, so it's not like Juggernaut's going to be able to spin away. So you might have a bit of an easier time being able to root him in place and just catch him off guard. Also another one of those few heroes that is quite tanky, but is also able to deal with Pangolier from ranged form when he's in the Rolling Thunder. You know, you're not able to have the complete freedom to roll on through a lot of these team fights, but he's going to need to be so correct with his BKB usage, right? Because if not, Pango is going to be locking you down, or, you know, Disruptor's going to be glimpsing you back if you're ulting and then trying to chase people. It really feels like he's going to have a lot of difficulty joining a lot of these early fights without being manipulated, I guess is the best word to put it, by this Xtreme Gaming lineup.
I do find the mechanic of actually being able to stun a Pangolier whilst he is using Rolling Thunder quite funny. how it actually just stops him in place like someone's just done an emergency brake on their car if you bash him up with Skull Basher.
I mean, Primal Beast just breaks you out of the roll as well if he ults you, which is pretty funny. He's like, stop running right now. And sure,
oh,
it worked.
Oh,
once.
here it is.
And Battle Trance won't be able to save you if you get all the way down to that 1 HP as well. I mean,
how did we let this through? They're thinking, how is it? Look at them, they're laughing. Extreme game, they got, they fit themselves shut. Oh, they think it's gonna get Juggernaut. Just wait until they meet a Culling Blade.
XXS is loving life right now. I mean, it's great against both the Puck and the Troll. Yeah, he's looking really happy with how things have panned out. Of course, this is going to be against a Tusk, so it's a little bit different this time around. Previously, they had to itemize into the Yules to be able to save themselves from Static Storm, the Omni Slash, plus the Culling Blade with the Blink Call. Now you can actually just rely on the Tusk to do it, and maybe it'll result in you being able to scale a little bit better through your other items. I thought Slardam's item progression was actually pretty good. You know, he went into the Witchblade so he wouldn't be falling too far behind first, and then into the Yule Scepter to kind of secure the mid-game. It's just that Wind Ranger joining into those fights never felt really all that impactful, did it?
No, it didn't, but hopefully it'll be a different story with the Troll, because even though you are against the Axe, you do have lifesteal when you activate the Battle Trance. Just got to make sure that you do activate that preemptively, I think, here on the Troll, just to make sure, because if you do cast it when you're around about 200 HP, guess what's happening to you?
Choppy.
From XXS! So, got to make sure that you have yourself... you know, you use the mechanics well at your disposal. I'm not disposing my English vocabulary very well.
That's all right. You're not a Marcy player. You don't have to worry about dispose all that much. But I have a lot of faith in Knight, because say what you want about Boom in Game 1, Knight played amazingly all throughout, right? He was constantly getting these really clutch steals off. He stole Static Storm, I counted in the replays alone, 3 different times. It's just that the fight was kind of already lost by that point, that it didn't really matter all that much. Also, he went into the Yule Scepter, he was able to disrupt a number of Omni Slashes that came out. He crushed the lane as well as the Rubik, so I want to see what he's able to do once he gets this Blink Dagger online. He's the star player that I'm looking at here for Boom. A little bit harder to get it done, though, going up as 2 melee heroes into a Disruptor and a Juggernaut. That just feels kind of dangerous, to be honest. At least you have the Snowball and the Eye Shards, potentially, you know, prevent the spin from hitting in onto the suitable heroes that Xtreme Gaming are going to be looking to focus.
Yeah. They're holding the high ground here. That's a nice little observer board that they got there, just a low ground. Don't know if it's going to provide much, though, during the laning phase.
We shall see.
The battle begins.
Okay, so maybe perhaps we are going to have a little bit of a skirmish. Oh, we are indeed. Here we go.
2 teams. It was 2 kills a minute before. What do you think is going to happen this time?
Oh, Jinkyu is dead. Jinkyu is dead. Slatums gets first blood. That is very good here for the side of Boom. Helping towards the bottle.
He's already got it. It's coming out to him in preparation for this lane, which again, I mentioned that there's probably going to be a little bit of a rough lane for Slatums, considering, again, low armor against a predominantly physical damage hero in the Pangolier. Of course, he's got the shield crash, but it's the swashbuckle that you're more so worried about. And yeah, if you're just able to shrug that off, regen up a bunch with a really early bottle, you put yourself in a really good place to be able to come out pretty much even. I think the Pango should still have a better time in the lane, but it won't be nearly as bad. And then when it comes to the mid game, feels like the Puck is the one that has the advantage with being able to drop the Dream Coil onto you before you can get into that Rolling Thunder. As for bot, no surprises here. Just going for a little bit of a creep pull action on Knight. Doesn't have the boots of speed, doesn't need it with just how speedy the Tusk is. As long as he doesn't have that glimpse available, Knight is always going to be able to get this one off here. Make sure the wave connects. And I mentioned, you know, 2 melee heroes into this Juggernaut Disruptor combo. Not what you want. So what you do when it's a bad lane is you don't lane. You manipulate the creeps so that it's just a little bit more favorable for you.
So I wonder how things are going to be top here for Cars in terms of the laning stage. Because yes, they do have themselves Inkswell, so they can play a little bit of aggression here, but obviously, of course, Xingqiu with the bushwhack is kind of troublesome to fight against, because then that can follow into a Berserker's Call, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also just mindful of how switched on Pakaz is with being able to protect Panda, because Panda's the one that's going to be looking to try and provide as much harass as possible. You know, you got to make sure that he's in position to be able to use the Quelling Blade if Panda ends up getting hit with the bushwhack, and I can just see Pakaz basically off cooldown is just cutting down these trees, just giving them no wave to be able to play around this hoodwink.
So in terms of last sits on the mid lane, still looking even between the two.
It'll certainly go a bit more in Pango's favor once he puts a few more points in that swashbuckle, though. Lower cooldown. Puck, maybe under the tower, is able to resist the damage a little bit more, but the lane is not always going to be just sitting in this really safe spot for Slutums, so XM should still be fine.
Oh, Inkswell now. Connects. Xingqiu attempting to flee. Well, physical attack should do it. There it is. Kill there. Maybe XXS will fall here too by the hands of Pakaz. Rooted in place with the snare. There we go. Double kill for Pakaz on this top lane.
Nice way to be able to start things off. As well, they have plenty of regen at their disposal as well. And probably is set to send himself out another bunch. Even going the Boots of Speed next on the Troll, so feeling like he doesn't need to necessarily rush into those treads, just wants to be in a position to be able to go for kills quite frequently, and you know, it's pretty understandable, right? This is the area why you pick Troll. He's such a lane dominator, regardless of if it's range, if it's at melee, providing that route, very, very effective.
Will it start swapping around though eventually when Axe starts getting levels? Or will it be the
sure,
same?
but it's like it's relying on other people as opposed to just the one-on-one matchup, right? Like, Troll is always going to be able to outtrade you just in a pure 1v1 situation, unless you're considering, like, you know, super late game blade mail and you get the call onto him and then you cull him, right? So I think he's going to need to be relying on the Pangolier to start making some rotations up towards the top side. Perhaps even DY, if he feels like Ame is having a decent enough time on this bottom side, can look to go through the Twin Gate and potentially change up the fate here as Knight is finally able to get that additional D-Ward off, but DY, he's got one ready to just place again, make sure that he's protecting that small camp as much as possible.
This is an interesting place for Arme to bring the creeps all the way down, but he is going to be met by a torrent here on the bottom lane. It's okay though. Holding these creeps at bay here, as they did just move around the creep algorithm here with thanks to Knight, just moving around those creeps.
He's really good at that, Knight, like just making sure that the laning stage is in such a good position. It's, I'd say by far, Boom's biggest strength is just how often they get in a winning position in the laning stage and they get another kill.
Oh, it's going so well. Maybe more? Maybe more? Nah, he's okay. Xingqiu's fine. Need to get the healing salve there, because
it's his own healing salve, so he's feeling very, very confident being able to just walk on back into the lane without too much stopping him there. Going into the Battle Fury this game, so no Maelstrom coming out this time around. Feels good. I mean, going up against all of that magic immunity as well as the incredibly high armor, you probably with the high armor you would have wanted the Maelstrom, but I think they're not really as concerned about the axe. They just want to make sure that they're taking out the Juggernaut and the Pangolier in a lot of these fights, because that's where the damage is coming from for the most part.
One's last hit's looking pretty even here. I mean, XXS, he didn't have himself the greatest time on top within game one, did he? So, nope. Still an opportunity to try and farm up and come back, even though it's 4-0 here to the side of Boom.
It's a good start for Knight as well, being able to snipe a career. It was the Boots career as well for Disruptor, so if he is wanting to go for another one of these pulls, is again...
Top lane. Oh, nice bushwhack.
Body blocks though. Won't be enough. Do see a rotation coming through from Knight though, so as soon as XXS comes back to this lane, forcing him to commit just that little bit deeper, that's when they're going to look to try and punish. I don't think he was spotted out by this Observer Ward that Jin Q placed near the Bounty Rune previously, but they're probably going to be knowing that, you know, this is the time where you got to make sure that you're securing the Wisdom Rune for yourself, so XXS would be left alone, but wisely enough, he ended up backing off away from that lane.
A prize.
Maybe even Slardam's rotating? No. Ends up backing off. There we go. XXS. They see him there, but Troll isn't there to be able to join through. So I like the idea of the rotation.
There we go.
Actually looking to go in.
Ice shards, catching him in place. Here comes Picard to try and help clean up, but rotation here from the Pangolier. They do get themselves the kill. Oh, he's got to be careful. Rolling Thunder, there it is. It's able to get it off. Actually, Panda able to avoid some of it. Oh, there we go. Stunned up, healed up though. XM has to get away. There we go. He will. Breaks the coil.
Will Slardam's use the illusory orb up to the high ground to potentially steal away a little bit of that. Wants to protect the power rune instead. And he's going to be lucky in that it is up on the top side. Okay. Haven't seen as much presence from DY this game. I know it's only early, and he's only level 4, so really wants to try and get into that level 6 as quickly as possible. Not too many lanes, though, that he can go to outside of maybe mid, while Pango or I guess Axe wants to be able to take the stacks that were built up there.
Yeah. Uh-oh, and now Jin Q being jumped on here, silenced up. The Inkswell there, along with the tag team, is enough to take down the Squirrel. Bloodwing down.
And Epi rejoices. No scurrying for you.
No scurrying for you, Jin Q. XXS, on the other hand, is having to cross this bridge here to try and avoid Boom.
Very nice manipulation there of the creep wave once again by Knight. Mentioned it before as being one of his strengths, and it just means that Picard is able to stand there and take the tower unopposed.
Yeah, there we go.
To be able to open up the map as well, right? You know that Axe or Pango are going to be the ones looking to take these stacks, and now it's just a little bit easier for you to be able to invade.
Oh, they want to go for Jin Q again. Nice bushwhack though, but the snowball is coming in. It will connect. Maybe perhaps you can get a big Berserker's call. Oh, the silence from Panda! Oh no, oh dear, XSS.
Under attack.
2 down again on this top lane.
Yeah, they got the kill, the Phantom's Embrace returned, and then they just sent it right back out onto the Axe as he was trying to get that big call. I mean, it probably wouldn't have mattered all that much. He's not level 6 yet, doesn't have the even too much sustainability to be able to turn that one around. He's not even gone boots. He's just straight up rushing that Blade Mail, wanting to amplify his farm as quickly as possible.
I mean, regarding net worth-wise, Troll having a great time here on Picard's. 5,300 gold. Hopefully he can keep this net worth in place because the Battle Fury is coming out quite soon for him. This will be like an 11-12 minute Battle Fury on the Troll.
Yep. Very nicely done. Taking the tower, of course, helps with that.
Oh, and Dream Coil. Oh no, Jin Q again! He's been bullied! That's another kill onto the square. 0 and 5. The only deaths are on this top lane.
Yeah, it's been a massacre up here, to be honest, between Jin Q and XXS. And it's pretty nice that they're going to be able to keep this mid lane shoved in. Make sure that the amplified damage puck is doing a little bit to this tower. Cut the next wave. Actually trying to find XM before he's able to deal with it, but Dream Coil not yet available, so looks like XM will be fine. Even gets a bottle refill. Nice. Aggressive whip, that was cool. They just want to make sure that that creep wave is lasting as long as possible. As Jin Q.
Oh no, oh, he's okay, he's okay. He's fine.
This is the period, though, where they have to be a little bit more cautious on Boom. They've basically had free reign off of these strong laning stage heroes there's going to reach a point where you have to worry about the Static Storm turning around. You got to worry about if you're not going in onto Xingqiu, he's going to have that sharpshooter eventually. I wonder how much him being nearby, then taking all these stacks, is just getting that experience that he needs to be able to get up into that big ultimate for his team. You see how quickly that's somewhat rescuing XXS's net worth as well. He was pretty much like Tusk level prior to that Ancient stack.
Yeah, I like what he did here, because he had himself the chainmail. I think he wanted to go for the phase boost. Dream Coil connected there onto the Pangolier, able to get away with the swashbuckle. The snowball coming in, it will not connect. Look at that, XM is completely fine from that smoke gank, because now they'll attempt to turn it around here on Xtreme Gaming. But Picard's able to find himself a mega kill there, taking down the Hoodwink once again. The Omni Slash there being committed onto Illich. So they have themselves the Blade Fury. Yes, they do. Oh, but the Soulbind stops the pursuit. And Illich is fine, though they will take down the Tusk near the outpost, I have to say. XM getting that kill, but they still want to go for more here. Hook will TP out, but where's the glimpse? It's coming off cooldown. Panda. There we go. And the pause.
All right. Hopefully we get a reason soon, as we see a lot of pings off the map. While that was all happening, by the way, Picard was stealing away XXS's triple stack of the left side Ancients, so doesn't have those anymore. At least he's got the phase boots, I believe, coming out now on the courier for XXS, so he's not going to be... Well, is it phase boots? No, it's just boots. Realizing how importantly he needs the Blink Dagger to be able to influence these fights, because they're just getting run over.
Yeah. Okay, so one Culling Blade. This is progression. XXS. He's on his way.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
If I'm DY, I'm getting a little bit greedier here. I'm making the stack. I'm taking those two small Wild Wings, just because of how close he is to the Arcane Boots. I feel like it's going to give a lot of value to the team if he picks that up, just in terms of sustainability and able to go to these fights. And I probably would have stuck around as well, just to be able to get the level 6. Just because they are still going for these pretty deep dives on Boom, right? And you want to be in a position to be able to punish it. He's got it now, so at least he's got that going for him. Just hang around this mid lane, it seems. There we go. Arcane Boots up for DY, even a Sentry as well. Gonna make his life a whole lot easier.
What's the net worth a troll? 8,400 gold. This is already a Yasha at 14 minutes, I think, on the way on the courier, is it? Yeah.
Just solo taking towers as well. And they've got pretty good vision to be able to protect him. And Illich on the bottom side is going to find XXS before he's able to influence.
XXS. I mean, he commits the Blade Mail, but it still won't save him. He's trying to use the Berserker's Call then. But they do find Slatums. Oh, and a Static Storm. Yeah, don't stun him out of the Static Storm. That would be bad. Kaz is still alive, though. He wants to go for more. There's the glimpse. Very nicely done there from DY. But meanwhile, they do find themselves Illich too. So it's a 2-for-1, possibly 3-for-1 if they can catch themselves Panda here. Yes, they will. The damage is enough to burst through that TP. And Xtreme Gaming, they come out on top, surprisingly, from that fight.
Yeah. Ame getting the double kill. His contribution to the Illich kill was a single right click to be able to finish it off after XM had done pretty much 99% of the work there. Just the chain stuns, dodging out torrents, making sure that he's not being bamboozled by the X marks. And just like that, with one kill, you feed a lot of this, not only gold, but experience as well, over to Xtreme Gaming. DY almost up to his level 6. That's going to make sure that he's getting into a faster Aghanim Shard once again. Although, he's got it queued up. I wonder if he's going to max out the Thunderstrike first this time, just because it really does feel like the sort of game that you want that glimpse to be available as much as possible. You know, it's only a 2-second cooldown reduction when you put it every level, but I feel like against this Troll Warlord that's had such a good start to the game, you kind of need it.
I mean, almost Sanjin Yasha now upon him. That's going to be really nice to counteract these Berserker's Call coming into play with that status resistance, so then the call doesn't last for as long.
And XXS almost has his blink, by the way. He's really recovered quickly.
He has, yeah. I was going to mention as well that Slatums is being out-leveled here too by XM. I think it was all because of that one fight there at the bottom where he participated in a lot of kills there, so able to get a lot of experience, level 13 almost soon on the Pango. Just got to be careful you don't get coiled again on your own.
It's that, but also like a lot of the lane shove that Slatums is doing is like Puck isn't actually in experience range for it, just tossing out an illusory orb and then trying to move away so that he doesn't get caught out.
Oh, they're gonna go for Army.
Yeah. Blink Dagger actually on Knight.
There it is. Oh, the silence with the Dream Call. That's what they needed. Blink Dagger reveal with Knight. There we go. That's what they wanted with the Walrus Punch and the silence. Well executed here from Boom.
Obviously, this top lane is the one that's gone vastly superior for Boom, with especially Pikaz being 5-0 and 4. But this is the time that Knight really needs to start taking over this game. He's 2-1 and 4 at this stage. He's made a good contribution. He was really good at manipulating the bottom lane to make sure that Ame didn't have those 1v1 matchups into Illich. Now it's, you know, using that Blink Dagger to its fullest potential. I mean, they even were able to pop the Arcane Rune on Slatums prior to going for that attempt, so Dream Call is already almost up.
Trying to find a target here. Xtreme Gaimin heading in the jungle. Found a Conquer. Blade Mail there with the call. That might be a kill. It looks like it definitely is with the Static Storm there. Oh, he doesn't get the chop. But the Dream Coil onto 2. They both break the coil there. Axe will fall. Next success down. But the Rolling Thunder coming out in return. They do have the Soulbind. Uh-oh. The Pango in some trouble. Omni Slash comes out to play, but the Snowball save is there. XM will fall. Knight's in trouble. But you got yourself the... Oh, the Berserker's Rage locking in place. The Juggernaut double kill for Pikaz. Absolutely loving that there. Coming out to play after he's just been farming here. Maybe find Jinkyu here as well. He will. Triple kill for Pikaz.
And that Sanjin Yasha, just that bushwhack felt like it basically didn't have any duration at all. He just shrugged it off, instantly went back into taking out the squirrel, and yeah, it shows what happens if you do have these heroes that are getting up close and personal next to the Pangolier, going for the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, they're using that vision, maybe feeling overly confident there on Xtreme Gaming, but see how quickly we're able to
this! He's gonna be found again. Get jumps there by Knight with the Blink Dagger and then just silenced up by Panda, though they will get themselves the glimpse there onto Knight. Maybe perhaps they can try and find a revenge kill? No.
No.
Not one.
Not none.
Oh my gosh, and they even sentry blocked the ancient camp.
Yeah. Not even having any sentries right now. The supports on Xtreme. These are two supports that actually do need to be a little bit greedier at the start of the games, right? Hold on, they're making another rotation around. They saw Ame walk through the lane.
Ame, silence! Although the Static Storm does come out, will he survive enough to get off the Blade Fury? Yes, he will. He's healing up there with the healing wall. They actually turn it around. They get themselves two. Lovely stuff there from DY. They've got themselves the glimpse now too. Panda has been caught out. They will take down 3, but in return, Cars, did he just solo them?
Of course he did. What's stopping him?
Without battle chance? Okay. If that's how strong he is. Oh, maybe Illich helped? I think.
Not sure. The end result is they were able to make a big turnaround off the back of, once again, DY's positioning, right? What a Static Storm. Realizing that they don't have that follow-up if you're not able to get the multitude of puck spells off in the middle of that fight. And you're still quite squishy if you're held in place like that. That's a big reason why Knight is still going for the Yule Scepter. It's going to give a lot of value for this Tusk in particular, just because not only are you able to use it to save yourself from things like the Static Storm, but you're also going to be able to use it, again, aggressively onto the Axe. And if you dive on in, maybe you stay inside the snowball for a little bit. You use that to wait the cooldown out of your Blink Dagger, then you toss yourself up into the Yule Scepter, and then you can still get a blink out of the team fight as long as you're timing it correctly. And I trust Knight's judgment. He has been really solid in both of these games so far this series, as well as the whole tournament. Found Jinkyu.
Old snowball incoming. Torrents there, and goodbye Hoodwink once again. Really not having a good Hoodwink game from Xingqiu.
Looking to get a freebie shot. You might have to be a little careful here. XM helping out with a bit of the damage soak.
Oh, Wisdom Rune.
Yep. And that's a pretty big one for Xingqiu, just getting a free Hunter's Boomerang, so really amping up a lot of the damage that, say, Pangolier in particular is going to be the one most thankful for that. Really amplifies the effect of that Swashbuckle, especially considering he's got the Aghanim Scepter picked up now, and the level 15 on XM. So a bit of a power spike coming for this Pango. It's just a question of, is it enough to be able to deal with a level 18 Troll Warlord with Aegis at 21.5 minutes? Also BKB and the Sergeant.
Oh my gosh. Okay, really wanting to... I think they definitely need to prolong this game then. Let XXS, like, get himself at least going for a BKB. So at least maybe perhaps just let him get this, because then if they jump and Berserkers call him, maybe perhaps with like Omni Slash or something and chain stuns, then maybe they have a good time. Oh no, they're going on Xingqiu again. Oh, the poor squirrel.
But that's fine though. I think the thing that they're doing really well now on Xtreme Gaming is that they're putting the cores in the safest possible camps that there are on the map. I think the two heroes that you should be putting out on the front lines are Xingqiu and DY on the Hoodwink and Disruptor, because they've both got abilities that are actually pretty good at lane shove now. Off the back of having the Maelstrom on the Hoodwink, you can just very easily, quickly eliminate a creep wave, make sure that they're not hitting into the tower. Same sort of thing with the Glimpse, right, from DY. You don't even need to go out into the lane for it. Just toss it into the lane, let the creeps walk into it, and you can stay at a really safe distance.
Oh my gosh, he's almost finished the Skull Basher. Oh, this is trouble.
Again, he's the tower taker for guys. He's doing it all solo.
I mean, Aegis for 2 minutes. I think they could push if they wanted to.
Sure.
They're going to. He's going to take the tier 2, last tier 2. Yeah, last tier 2.
Ame's desperately trying to get into this Aghanims. He's 550 gold away to be able to have that Swift Slash. Wants to bait out a few of these cooldowns with the first use of it so that he can get a true powerful Omni Slash off. Has been able to as yet, though, and they've still got this Observer Ward scouting out the ancient camp.
Wait, did LH see Ame? I don't think Ame saw... Oh, there's the silence. The Torrent Storm comes out. Is he able to use the Blade Fury in time? Yes, he will not be caught there by a Torrent Storm, but in comes Knight now, catching him in place. He does have himself the Omni Slash with the Snowball coming into play. Will he be able to get the Omni Slash off? Just... Wait, no, he didn't. He didn't get the Omni Slash off, though they did find the Tusk there. I thought the Omni Slash came off because I just saw...
I saw one slash. I agree with you. Yeah,
it
seemed like... It might have been the Hunter's Boomerang coming through, perhaps. Coming through there from the Hoodwink as well. But anyway, so close for them to be able to turn around that team fight. So close to getting Ame into the Aghanim Scepter for himself, just so that he can look to contribute a little bit more regularly to these team fights. Oh, they found it.
Oh, that's what they wanted. There we go. They get themselves something. XXS. Getting a kill there onto Slatum, so a little bit of a comeback, but meanwhile, because this Aegis is going to expire on him, and he is going for a Satanic so he can further survive. So this is going to be really, really good to survive the initial jump with the Berserker's Call, because he already has some status resist. All he needs now is some lifesteal instead of just fully relying on this ultimate. I think they might actually be able to end it if he gets a Satanic. I think he can 1v5.
I mean, with a Basher, I mean, just having the Aghanim Shard is going to be quite nice as well. That extra little axe that you toss out, even if you're in melee range, it tosses out a ranged axe, and you can still get the Bash proc off of that. And of course, it's going to be cleaving off of your Battle Fury as well. So, you know, talk about these big spikes for Xtreme Gaming in terms of their item timings, but Kaz, he's not even ready yet, and he's already so damn strong. Well, there we go, Ame has the Swift Slash available now. Would love to be level 18 as well, just for that little bit of a amped up damage output. Still, that Observer Ward stays, the one that was able to scout out all those times that he was farming. Doesn't look like he'll be punished this time around though, and they have been able to wait out the Aegis. It's been gone for about a minute. Look at all the pings up on this top lane though, and Ame seems to sense that it's coming. Just wanting to bait people out to be able to rotate towards him, free up a bit of time for the rest of his team to be able to get into that next item. For XS, it's going to be that BKB. He's going to be forced to back off, agonizingly close from it. Just going to rely on the passive gold coming through for him to be able to pick it up. There we go. He's got it, but he is right next to an observer ward. They see XXS farming this up, and they might have the understanding that this BKB is available. He's actually stayed in the fog, I think. Never mind. He goes out to vision now.
Yeah, he's a real.
His bottom tower is under attack.
So maybe Slatums won't feel as confident in jumping onto the axe anymore as a result of this. The warding's been really on point so far from Panda as well as Knight.
XM is doing a nice job, though, of pushing the lanes. He's got himself an Agnims now, wants to go the Ag Shard. So he gets the roll up here on the Pango. He's just about to get it now, so they're going to smoke up. Or he buys it too.
Arme wants to be in this smoke. Saying, hey, come back. There we go. We'll be able to join in with the rest of the boys. Might even be able to get a quick pick off to be able to start with, then level up the Omni Slash. Look to get the follow-up with that surprise little bit of extra damage. Or DY was going for the cheeky glimpse back inside the fog. They just want to find one pick off. One person is all they need.
Go on, Slatums, Slatums, Slatums. Nice call. There we go. There we go. XM finds the pick off. That is a puck dead once again. They'll go for tier 1, maybe?
Well, maybe. They still haven't got a tier 1, so it would be a big bonus for them just to be able to take this one out. They can still afford to pop the glyph on Boom. Will be refreshed and might cause them a little bit of anxiety. Are they going to be able to turn this one around? But I think they realize how important the puck is to the beginning of their team fight, using this time to set up some additional deep wards here on Xtreme Gaming, just to have a bit of a better understanding of when Boom are trying to run at them.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's
Still have more tier 1 towers to take if they want.
They just got a free gem.
Is this a... I totally missed this. Is this an early Roche spawn?
It's a pretty quick one, yeah. They're going to know what's happening, but really not too much you can do about it without any outer towers remaining on Xtreme Gaming. So it's just about, again, make the lanes in a better place. Arme might even just backdoor this tier 1, to be honest.
How the hell do you kill this Troll Warlord? I'm honestly looking at him. He's so farmed. He looks so powerful right now. 28 minutes in. Practically almost 6 slotted here on the hero. Oh my gosh.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh,
They're not letting him have
courier.
anything. Yeah. No free decoy for them. They just want them to pop a big cooldown onto something, you know, whether that be the illusion coming out from Xingqiu there onto the Juggernaut while he's got the Swift Slash available. Because Arme's been pretty survivable. He's been tanking up a ton of damage, but his spell casting is still as good as it's ever been.
Bloodstone now for Illich.
And the cheese as well. So you talk about how do you see the troll dying, how do you see an Illich dying as well. It's going to need to be basically a call onto the both of them. Arme doing his best just to try and force them back. They've got the vision advantage. Just wanted to try and tempt back a TP to slow them down, but they're not ready to
nice
fall
call. Oh, but the snowball safe. It comes out, but the static storm there, healing up there with the satanic. Nice, they get it. They get the calling blade. It comes down. Yeah, BKB available now. That rolling thunder is going to expire. They bring back the cars. Out comes the Omni Slash. There we go. We'll activate the BKB now, but oh, he's caught there with the ensnare. He's locked in place. He will be found. Down for 70. Along with the axe there too, down for 45. Now it looks like Boom could just start to clean up the base now as they find Xingqiu there too. That's 3 dead. He seals up with a Satanic now because he is an absolute raid boss here. There's nothing that can stop him. I mean, very nice attempt there when he had the Aegis, but comes back alive and just reaps havoc.
He almost wants to be caught inside the Static Storm at this stage, considering he's got the Vindicator's Axe. He can still pop the Satanic, and he can just go to absolute town, plus 30 damage while he's got that, and I mean, the extra attack speed from the axe as well is just providing him such a quick way to be able to get those fervor stacks up as quickly as possible.
I mean, Arme back up in 20 seconds, but when he's alive, he does not have himself the Omni Slash, only has the Swift Slash. They will delay it for some time, and look at that, they're actually going to respect them. They're going to respect Xtreme Gaming, they'll just bat themselves off.
I mean, they knew they were in a winning position in game one, and they kind of, I don't want to even say threw it away. It was really good play coming through from Xtreme that were able to turn it around, but there's also the fact that, well, you've got your Abyssal Blade as well now on Picard's, plus an Amplified Damage rune as well for your troubles. So, I wonder what's even going to come next after this. Does he want to go like a Swift Blink or something like that, just so that he can immediately get onto the target that he wants? I would love for anyone just to show themselves out a little bit too aggressively. Smoke on smoke.
Oh, the smoke's going to break here on DY, possibly. The Berserker's call there, it's found onto the Grimstroke. Grimstroke will be found. The BKB comes out now for because he has himself the battle trance still. But they find themselves Arme dead. XXS is going to try and get away. Rolling Thunder just able to get it off, but it's brought back by the X marks. And that is 3 down here on Xtreme Gaming.
Boom. I think that's game.
I definitely think it's game here too. They actually stopped the TP onto XXS, and GG is called. Game 2. They learn here on the side of Boom, and they pick up this Troll Warlord, which we thought was going to have some problems here, but it was so far ahead that they couldn't do anything about it. So with that, they get themselves game 2, and because just shows why he is such a good carry.
Bit of redemption for his game 1 as well. Like, a lot of people would be saying that Wind Ranger didn't put forward the performance that it had the potential to, just because of the amount of space that the rest of the team gave for him. This time around, he wasn't just relying on the team, he was doing a lot of the heavy lifting. I'm just having a look at the overall damage being done. Slatums might have did more hero damage, but he did 21,500 building damage. Basically, no one else doing more than, what, 1k or so, just on the puck. So he was doing it all. He was winning in the lane, he wasn't dying, he was taking Roshan solo, he was taking towers solo. This was a fantastic performance coming out from Boom, and the 1-1 that we were expecting.
Yeah, I know it's a carry. Some people do have to consider the supports as well, but I mean, Picard's absolutely farming to his heart content here. 888 GPM, dealing all that the building damage, as you said. MVP, I think, for Picard's, in my opinion.
Yep, Picard's was good. I thought Knight was really good as well. A couple of those saves from the call. He got a, I want to say, 16-minute Blink Dagger and combined together twice really well with Slatums to be able to kill Arme and slow down that Aghanim, so that they just never had a chance to be able to come back into this one because they were being so oppressive to him. So, yes, Picard's did a lot. Knight did as well, but I'd say Picard's for this game.
But that wraps it up here. I mean, all 3 of the best of ones all gone 1-1 in this day 2. Can't believe it. I mean, we got ourselves some. We were saying within day 1, maybe perhaps we'll get ourselves some equal games, and imagine that every series has gone 1-1 so far. I mean, there is still 2 more series, but hopefully we're going to have an interview with Boom Esports. It is still unconfirmed as of yet, but it'll nice to understand what was going through their minds during game 1 and game 2. Because game 2 went very, very well for them here, especially on Picard's.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe it was just coming down to something as simple as, look, we just picked even better laners. We know our early game is really solid, so why not just lean into that as much as possible? And, well, a Troll Warlord is one of those heroes that you can get away with probably at that super late stage of the draft, right? They already addressed the Razor that XM played really well in game number 1. And really, at that point, what are you really all that concerned about with the Axe, right? Like, they dominated him in the lane. It had the potential to turn around, don't get me wrong, but by the time it did, that was when Tusk was really coming into his own as well.
They just tried their very best. I mean, props to Xtreme Gaming. They did find themselves some pickoffs here, but when Troll gets this far ahead, there's not really much you can do, especially with the fact that he has himself an Aegis as well. So there are just some situations here where, you know, the enemy team has to kind of help you out and kind of throw in order for you to have a fighting chance within the game. But Boom, they didn't really throw at all here. They kept their pace, they kept the momentum. I mean, they even respected them for that example. They got themselves 2 sets of racks And then they backed off, respecting them even though that, you know, Picard was so far ahead.
Well, DY still played a pretty decent game though, didn't he? Like, those static storms were on point to be able to potentially turn. DY didn't die that entire game on Xtreme Gaming. Yeah, 0 deaths on the Disruptor. 1, 0, and 9 on him. He was just trying to get his way into the Aghanim Scepter just so that you wouldn't have this. So many ways to be able to avoid. Like, they wanted to 100-0 the Troll. And maybe then things could have turned around, but it just wasn't enough. Look at this, the very last fight as well. The control being given by that Torrent Storm just completely prevented anyone on Xtreme Gaming from joining in.
Yeah, the Berserker's Rage was on point as well. We were mentioning this in the draft, how it can go through the BKB. And when you have yourselves Rolling Thunder and the Blade Fury, who cares? It goes through it. Especially when you have yourself a Basher too. But yes, folks, it is indeed going to be a 1-1 equalization with, of course, Boom Esports taking game 2. I'm wondering, do we have an interview here or do we not? We do have an interview. So, folks, we are going to take a short break whilst we get the interview prepped and underway. So join us in around about 2 to 3 minutes because we'll be back with an interview from Boom Esports. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos, and Danog. We're coming back after the break for a interview with Boom Esports, and we have ourselves a guest here to help us conclude what happened within Game 1 and Game 2. It is indeed Panda from Boom Esports. Hello, Panda.
Oi, Theo.
Well, congratulations on the second win here. It did look kind of difficult within Game 1, but you're actually able to turn it around in Game 2. What was different compared to Game 1 here? How were you able to turn it around so hard here against Xtreme Gaming?
I think we had a. The calls were not right. It was like, I don't know. It wasn't clear. We were talking too much, but not making any sense out of it. So the ideas weren't clear, and we just drew the game. We made fights hard for ourselves. We fed in our timings. We lost them, and the game was easier for them when they can kill or win Ranger with the MKB on Jack. But in
Yeah,
game two,
cool.
we had a really strong lane in Troll. We have the win condition, I think. We're winning all the lanes. We just need to not troll this time, guys. We did it one time. We died 3 heroes in the triangle trying to kill Jack. But let's not do it anymore. Go focus and keep playing the game. We're gonna win this easy.
Yeah,
Focus gonna carry.
I saw that. We saw that because you guys took the 2 sets of racks, and then as soon as they spawned back, you guys just respected them straight away, even though that you had such a lead, and you guys were like, "We're out of here." And then you were able to win the next fight, and then GG. So yeah, well played.
Well played.
Yeah, stop throwing. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, just stop throwing. It's so easy, right? So easy. We saw the Juggernaut come out twice for Arme on Xtreme Gaming, and basically no one's picking that hero anymore. Were you a little surprised to see it? And are there any other heroes that you're seeing other regions pick a lot that you're thinking, why is that being valued so highly? If you're willing to share that sort of information.
Yeah, I was surprised about the Jack. I think it's a hero Ame likes a lot. I don't really know why. Maybe it's an answer for the Kunkka. But the only other hero I'm seeing a lot is the Gyro. The heroic is playing a lot. I don't think it's that good. They're picking it almost every game. That's the only thing I think.
Cool. And I have one more question for you. If you had to just quickly describe what you think Boom's style of Dota is, because to me, you guys are really strong in the lanes, and then you use that to just swarm over the enemy team. Is that it? Do you feel like you guys are more early game oriented and use your mechanical skill, or do you feel like it's a bit more complex than that?
I think it depends. I don't think we're a strong team in lanes. We usually don't do that well. I think in this tournament we have done better than in the past. But I think we're really creative with the smokes and making plays. I think we're a creative team in the mid game.
Cool. Well, you were very creative in that game number 2. Like you said, even in game 1, you put yourself in a really strong spot. It was just a couple of calls that didn't work out too well in your favor, but it does mean that you take a series 1-1 against one of the hot favorites for the tournament. So congrats on the win, Panda, and all the best moving forward for you and the rest of the boys as well.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Panda. Good games all around here. 3 series of absolutely incredible Dota, all 1-1s, as we've said. But this is the end of our casting road. For today, we will be casting not tomorrow, but on Monday instead. So that is when we'll be commentating. I will be commentating on the A-Stream too. But guys, don't go away just yet, because you have yourselves 2 more games to come. And that is indeed Aurora versus Team Liquid, and then BetBoom Esports versus Xtreme Gaming. So these are some very, very good best of 2 games coming up for you guys shortly.
I want to see what Aurora are going to do. We heard from our interview with Jabs that we had earlier that in order to respond to Gaming Gladiator style, they pick stronger lanes. And I feel like that's an area that Liquid have consistently exploited against them. So I want to see if they have that same level of respect coming through for Liquid, just because, I mentioned that Gaimin, they tend to have a pretty good record relative to other teams against them. Against Liquid, they are the kryptonite of Aurora. So we'll see if they're able to turn it around. But like you said, for you and me, that's us for the night. Make sure you guys stick around and watch some more Dota. See you in a few minutes.
And here we go, another beautiful day of Dota 2. We're about halfway through it and a couple more series to go. Lacoste joining me here as we get ourselves into our first series of the day. Liquid against Aurora, Western Europe against Southeast Asia, and a little bit of news for you. We've just discovered it as well. 23 Savage is back, so it looks like Aurora should have their full roster. Thanks, Satanic. A good little stand-in, but back to Yellow Submarine you go. And 23 Savage, yeah, should be an exciting one here against Liquid, who have looked very good so far this tournament.
Yeah, I think they need a full roster to be able to match Team Liquid, because Liquid, they looked pretty awesome in the last couple of tournaments that they played. They also skipped the Swiss stage, the group, because they're too good. They don't need to play these warm-up matches, whatever. They got second at BetBoom Dacha. Dream League Season 22, a bit of a...
We don't talk about Dream Leagues and Team Liquid, do we?
That didn't happen. Then they got, third in this one-win series and kind of stomping the Season 23 Dream League qualifiers. But, Team League's looking good. Had a great start yesterday. They managed to dismantle BetBoom. These were like sub 30 minutes, sub 25, one of those games. Because they just know how to play fast. Like, this team has a lot of tempo. They're heavily focused on the laning stage, and they just, dominate. But we can check the Aurora and who's going to be playing. A lot of familiar names, of course. Lorinov is the relatively new guy, but the guy is a beast. We saw him in action yesterday. They also played the Swiss, and he's been popping off. Every single time I see this guy play, I'm like, he's good. He definitely deserved this chance to be in a pro team.
Oh, for sure. And then, his hero pool seems to really nicely fit the meta as well. Lashrak coming back, he looks great on that. Kind of grabbing like Death Prophet and stuff like that to give Aurora potential tempo in that mid game, which it felt like they were lacking a little bit with the way they drafted. Quite, we always talked about, Talon when they were part of that. Aurora now as being a little greedy, right? The off lane greedy, the carry greedy. They always need someone in that mid lane who can play out into the side lanes, and it seems like Lorinov is in a very good spot to do that, especially when you're giving him stuff like Lashrak or Spirits or whatever. Hits the timing.
Yeah, he's very active as a player. I think you brought up the stats that he's also one of the top tier players who does go for these solo kills. I think you mentioned 12 or 13 kills coming out from Malrine, and he's like third or fourth in this stat, because he does love to play like super aggressive. He's not greedy. Like, he needs to help out the team. You did mention Jabs, but Jabs also toned down his greediness, I would say. He's playing these like very good, like whenever they see a bad matchup in the offlane, here you go, take Enigma, just farm up. The guy loves to farm. They also love to pick up, maybe Timbersaw if it's available in the first phase. They go with the Dragon Knight as well. So keeping a bit of a flex pick, but also giving him, because they're not prioritizing jabs, I would say, too much unless they see, a good opportunity to pick Enigma, to pick Primal Beast.
Yeah, and it kind of used to be that jabs would get the hand-me-downs, the second-hand clothing of, we've picked Nargissar and 23 doesn't want to play it. We're going to put it to the off-lane. Nature's Prophet, when that was still played as a carry or a side laner, same kind of story, like, we don't want it to be pos 1 or as a support, we'll give it to jabs. Jabs always finds some magical way to get some of these heroes to work in the off-lane. And they do look greedy, but quite often he kind of pulls his weight and gets the job done that you actually picked the hero to do. Now, heading into this series, I did say, Liquid have looked good this tournament, and you were right. They've only played one series, a single.
You didn't lie. They look good.
That's just in my head of they've been performing exceptionally well. It's still a long road to go, but currently on a 4 or 5 series winning streak. They're all best of 2s. So take that with a pinch of salt potentially, but yeah, this is Liquid, who I think Insania in a recent interview, saying they've been a little complacent, need a fire lit under their asses to get into the groove of things, and this seems like the rhythm we expect from Liquid. But I'm super excited to see what kind of resistance Aurora bring. Now 23 is back, the full roster is here. Is there going to be another kind of adaptation period of him jet lagged coming back? Playing, is that going to all slot into place again? Can they just get into their groove? Game 1 is going to be the real kind of gladiatorial arena to figure that out.
Yeah, I don't know if they picked him up straight from the airport, the black limousine waiting for him so he can play his favorite video game. But yeah, 23 Savage has been, I would say, super stable in this carry role for Aurora. When he played for, pretty much the same team when they were called Talon. He has some really flashy performances as well, and I think both him and Satanic share relatively similar hero pool. Satanic, the guy who was a stand-in for a couple of these series during the Elite League, so they definitely overlap. They're both Morphling players, Naga Siren players, PL if it's a good game for it, Medusa. They are heavily farm oriented. They don't join as early. They also love to play Sven, which is a bit on the, I would say, the faster one out there. But overall, 23 Savage, he's kind of proven himself already, and every single time I watch this guy play, I'm like, this guy's really good.
It just comes out of nowhere with, I've got 20,000 net worth at 25 minutes, just pops out of the jungle and says, hello, let's go and fight. Now, I've been looking back at, some of these drafts and these bans, and I know we've seen it a couple of times yesterday in our games. A hero that has felt a little off the radar recently, but was always a very popular hero in Dota because of what it gives you. IO has started seeing quite a bit of play and quite a lot of bans. We've had a first phase ban by Aurora in their previous series to just remove IO against Gaimin Gladiators. And Team Liquid, a hero that, a team, that have loved to abuse IO as a hero, kind of in parallel with Gaimin Gladiators, could also be a shout here just to be like, no, we don't want to play against IO, we don't want to play against Sniper as potential key bans here. Because IO has just felt really nice if you can build a draft that can play the map wide. And you just bring that extra hero in and take fights.
Yeah, right now these global heroes are not as popular. As you said, Nature's Prophet, not a thing at the moment. Spectre as well, very lackluster as a hero. So bringing IO allows you to play a different side of the map. Map, of course, is bigger. It's been bigger for quite some time now, and it does allow you to farm on a different side of the map, have a little bit of a save. You always need to be aware of it, but I don't know if it's going to be because there's another position 5 hero that his stock has been rising recently. That's Disruptor. This hero is insane. I don't know how much you watch, Gary, but Disruptor is hot shit right now. This hero is just so good. Maxing out his Q, has level 10 talent, early shard pickup, 6 strikes. I think I mentioned it yesterday. Damage once maxed out with level 10 talent and shard goes up to 750. You can use 2 Thunder Strikes on the same target, and when you see that guy's actually dead. That is literally dead. There's not much you can do about it.
No. Press BKB and TP home was like, get the hell out of there. Yeah, I was watching DY play it earlier on, right? Looked exceptionally good because it gives you good laning, gives you good team fight, gives you good catch. Just everything you want from a position 5 support is right there. Disruptor brings it. And potential, if we do start seeing more IO and Disruptor isn't banned, obviously have that classic counter in hero-to-hero matchups. But we do have the IO Sniper Doom gone, Disruptor, Lesh, Chen, and Batrider removed. Timbersaw, first time in a while I've seen him slip through that first phase of bans.
Timber, still an insanely good hero. This hero has been good for a really long time, and the fact that they're not afraid to first phase it, I think it says a lot. Last time I saw them play it in the first phase was like really like long time ago, but yeah, as you mentioned, heavily contested hero can still be left alone. Team Liquid will just immediately take a response for Timbersaw. They think this Timber will not be flexed. I don't remember seeing Lorinov play Timbersaw, so I assume it's going to be offlane, and Luna has been considered a strong laner against Timber. We can see jabs on camera, very good angle, nice forehead.
Exceptional stuff. It's always the offlaners, isn't it? You know, Amar, jabs, whoever it is, the dark room, forehead camera. Don't want to show their faces. I think Lorinov has played a couple of times, but I would argue it's more likely to be in the hands of jabs, and that's why we're seeing this response, right? Luna, would you call it a hero counter? Is it a lane counter? Why are we picking Luna against Timbersaw historically?
It's good. You can stop the Timber chain from going off. You have mixed damage, magical and physical.
You should have just stopped. It's good, and then shut up.
Because it's good, and we're back on camera because a couple of players didn't turn on their cameras, and we're back on the camera.
Exceptional. Yeah, it is good. It is good. We'll see what's paired up with it. You know, we're not going to have Io Luna, but a potential here to grab up some kind of brawling hero to go in lane. Luna Undying always comes to mind to really bully an offlane Timbersaw and can set you up for some decent success in the mid game as well. And Luna, one of those kind of laning into fast farming heroes, hits her stride 20-odd, 25 minutes into the game. And that's when Timbersaw, you know, it wants to be ready. He's already pushed down a couple of tier 1s, so you can have that big clash between the two matchups.
Yeah, you see this Luna, but they're also thinking maybe Enigma could come out. You said that you've seen Lorinov play Enigma, so maybe he could do it. Sorry, Timber, yeah. But spanning out this Enigma causes a lot of issues. Like, it's not necessarily like immediate deny, but you are putting a lot of pressure on the enemy carry, and you build into all these smaller items. Like, you're building into Vlads, you're building into drums, picking up the shard, then going for a blink dagger. So you provide a lot of utility for your team.
That can be super annoying. Now, all bans done. Vengeful Spirit, the Luna Venge.
Gary, how many times we were casting some qualifiers for Eastern Europe, and we had Luna, Blue Luna, and Vengeful Spirit paired up so many times.
Whoa. Who's in the blue slot? Insania's in the blue slot, so he's not playing Luna, is he? That's unfortunate.
5 seconds remaining.
What is Team Liquid even doing on cameras? Like, what is Boxy? Like, look at the way it's not even sitting. He's just hugging the chair. Someone behind. Blitz is...
Blitz.
Blitz is doing the 360. The only thing who contributes something to the draft seems to be Insania.
Goodness. Yeah, that's the Blitz style of sitting in his chair. All the sports director of Liquid telling him off for having awful posture and ruining his spine. But yeah, Venge Luna, Radiant side, Blue Luna. Should see some good high ground pushes pretty early on. As Aurora going to come out with their classic Shadow Demon again, pairing with a Grimstroke now. So a little bit of a combo with the Shadow Demon there, but I guess primarily this is just like Inkswell on the Timbersaw. Let him go in and cause havoc.
Yeah, I want to see either Lycan or Beastmaster to come out for Team Liquid. I see these two supports, Shadow Demon, Grimstroke, very vulnerable to Helm of the Dominator. You can't really do much. You can't protect yourself. It also pairs up nicely, all these auras with Luna, with Vengeful Spirit, aura later on. So I feel like Team Liquid, they want to push the tempo in this one. And so far, I like what I see. I don't see like too many combos they can pull off with the Grimstroke, Shadow Demon ulti. That's fine. Like, you're not moving anyway. But Yeah, I want to see some big hero for Aurora. Right now, Team Liquid. Maybe I'm a bit biased. I've seen way too much of Luna plus Vengeful Spirit, how strong it is in the previous patches, but it's also really good right now. This also works. The reason why I mentioned it is because maybe Brewmaster a bit of a better pick in terms of controlling the Timbersaw, where you can focus the others, because Grimstroke, Shadow Demon, they really don't do anything to Brewmaster. He uses the split, similar concept to what I mentioned, run at them, and they can't really do much. And now paired up with Lion, they needed some extra stun, a little bit of a burst damage, but so far, damage that's going to come out from Team Liquid, Roche taking potential, it feels really good. You see the lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Brewmaster can be abused early on. Like, he's not the strongest laner.
Yeah.
They did pick Morph for 23 Savage into Lion, but it's only Lion. Like, other heroes don't really have too much against this Morphling.
Right. So, is this also one of these matchups where we've seen Morphling against Magnus example, right? Where they're both level 4 or 5, and Morphling just shoves the mag out of the lane. Is Brew in a similar boat? If they're left alone, does Morphling just crush?
Yeah, Brewmaster is pretty similar to... He's not like sanking territory, but he's pretty bad in how much pressure he can... Like, your attack animation sucks. You're playing against Morphling, he attacks 3 times. Maybe they can try to catch him on low HP, but they also have like a silence, they have a stun on top of the Grimstroke. So I think this Morphling pick does quite a lot for them. It's not the flashiest farmer early on compared to Luna, so your like second item is going to be slightly delayed compared to Luna's item. But they have Timbersaw, they have Shadow Demon Grim. They can push out the waves, they can buy time. These heroes can play together. The only thing I'm missing is some like initiator, someone that's just going to jump first.
Can you dispel Inkswell with Brewmaster's Storm Panda?
Yes.
Nice. Okay, I'm not saying that's why they picked it, but just a little thing that potentially 3-3 could be doing in the middle of team fights. You know, Cyclone the Timbersaw, dispel off the Inkswell. Brewmaster can be a real problematic hero when you're dealing with it. And then item-wise, Morphling, I assume Lincoln's game here against Lion in particular. And then go into like a Kanda or something. We'll see what he gets up to. Final round of bans. Pango, Puck. What other P heroes do we have? Let's ban all the P heroes here. Any more powerful potential people?
PL, but he's not powerful. Neither he's a mid laner. So both of them are looking for mid laners, something that's still left in the pool. I wouldn't mind seeing some Storm Spirit for Laurenov, maybe even Queen of Pain.
Yeah, something active gets him involved. I guess they still technically have the flex of the Timbersaw. Who has last? So Team Liquid have the last pick. So I guess Aurora could have that potential to have their 2 and 3 flex until the end, and then decide once they see what Liquid have picked. I guess that's the ideal scenario, if you can find a hero, of course, that actually flexes that way.
Maybe there's some flex to it if they want to put this Timbersaw mid. It's kind of difficult to pick. I wanted to suggest a Centaur where you can run away from Brewmaster. Synergizes nicely with... Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but he was still in the pool for some reason. Okay, so keeping the flex open, I think these heroes are pretty similar in the lane. Timbersaw nowadays, they don't put many points. Maybe just like you'll see a 1 point. Sometimes they'll completely skip the armor. And Dragonites, they love to pick it up, but they want to see the matchup in the mid lane, and then they're going to decide. So, Team Liquid, I think this Dragonite solves a lot of their issues. They needed a stun. That's why I mentioned the Centaur potentially to come out. Would synergize nicely with Shadow Demon, and also, with the Grimstroke, it's another hero that goes in. Not as strong, like, because you want to be annoying against the supports, build into Axe, build into Manta style. But there is a mana drain coming out from Lion, and there is also Brewmaster that kills off those illusions pretty quickly. So OD pure damage against Timber, Morphling, Dragonite. This sounds very good, huh?
Oh yeah, I mean, that is the perfect answer to the flex, right? It's like, okay, we show Timbersaw, now we pick Dragon Knight. We've got these two tanky heroes that could go into either role. OD says, nah, forget about it. I see, in these situations, usually I'm like, Necro, let's pick Necro. And you can see the Huskar ban as well, right, from Aurora saying, get rid of these cheese heroes. But you can't pick Necro into like Shadow Demon Grimstroke. That's just not happening. OD, such a nifty little pick here from Team Liquid to get a good laning matchup. But how does this hero function nowadays? Like, what's the game plan? What's your kind of win condition with an OD? Itemization, because it's something that I rarely see nowadays.
Yeah, I think it should be pretty standard. I think you get like 1-2 nulls, power treads, because you want to have this early damage. You don't threaten a kill on Dragon Knight early on. He gets to be annoying. One of the reasons why they decided to put Dragon Knight mid instead of Timber. But later on, you will start to feel the damage. I think there are different routes to build a hero. I've seen them go for Witchblade if you like need more damage. Sometimes it's just like Dragonlance, Blink Dagger if you feel like you need more save. When they have the burst damage, Dragon Knight goes in, you counter save. You also have swap. So maybe I think in this one he can go a bit more greedy, get the Hurricane Pike, get a BKB Blink Dagger, and I think your like 3rd/4th item needs to be Aghanim Scepter. That Aghanim Scepter is so good. Like you become tank. It's basically an Aeon disc.
I'm hearing one item that you're not mentioning, and that's just how dead the item is. Right?
No, Meteor Hammer? No.
Meteor Hammer anymore. When OD's not buying it, that's when you know it's sad times. Off we go. Game 1, best of 2. We're in the round-robin group stage here for the Elite League. As we get cracking on with day 2 of the groups, Aurora against Team Liquid. Game number 1, everybody all smoked up. And we've got that real nice last pick OD for Nisha. Heading into mid for Liquid, it looks like.
Yeah, sometimes it's probably Aurora didn't even think of the hero to try to ban it, because this is one of those forgotten heroes, but in theory, he should own this game. In terms of the jumps, he also has a bit of a save coming out from the swap, so if he's caught into trouble, in some kind of a trouble, he can easily get bailed out. But yeah, I love these like double saves. Jabs.
Oh, cancelled his Timber Chain. He's stuck on the low ground. Disruption's there, but I don't think that's saving him. Liquid, oh, they back up. Timber Chain, I guess, yeah, short enough cooldown that he just jumps back up anyway. Never mind then.
4-second cooldown at every single level.
30 seconds to battle.
Definitely an interesting move as well from both these teams, because Liquid, they sent Insania mid to get an early ward down while the rest of them were smoking up into the triangle. Now I think that's given away. Yeah, Aurora, they're pinging out this Observer Ward placement. So they should get the D-Ward mid once they bring a sentry out. I can't wait for mid-game for Aurora. Sure, Liquid, I like their draft. I like this OD last pick. But a Grimstroke game where you have Grimstroke combos just feels so good. Liquid, not going to give up that top bounty rune. They'll come in and grab it. Mecha has already taken one down south, and he'll get the 3rd one for Liquid, it looks like. But you're having Grimstroke with DK, Shadow Demon, and Morphling. Like with this Morphling Kanda build, it's a lot of damage into Soulbind.
Yeah, double shotgun basically, like new Kanda. I miss the old days of rushing E-Blade on Morphling. I don't know why. Because his cosmetic was also like he had shotgun. So because of what the hero did with an item, we decided to create a cosmetic. Let's see how this mid matchup's gonna go. Pretty much every single time you have Astral, you should be able to get at least 1 deny, ideally 1 CS, 1 deny, when you start to put more levels into it. Level 1, 1.75, which is not long enough, but yeah, later on things start to get much more difficult. I don't even think you put more than 2 points in Astral Imprisonment, because it's like you get 0.75 of duration per level. And you want to put that Arcane Orb so you can actually threaten a kill on DK.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one of the few heroes with pure damage still left in the arsenal, so you want to be using that, especially against these tanky fellas. What cosmetic are you talking about with Morphling, by the way?
It's the taunt.
Shotgun taunt.
It's the water gun. Water gun.
Okay. Who do you think, when you think of Shotgun Morphling, who do you think of? What player? Because when you said you missed the old E-Blade build, I immediately had a player pop into my head.
Who is that?
Sylar.
Sylar? Okay.
E-Blade into BKB every single freaking game. No matter, come rain, come shine, snowfall, blizzard, hail, it is E-Blade BKB. Well, 23 taking an absolute hammering up top, constantly having to shift and pop his stick. 3-3 with Boxy putting a lot of pressure on him.
He missed a lot of CS in this top lane. He was sitting at 0-0 when Brewmaster was sitting at 4-1, maybe even 4-2. So missed quite a lot of those CS. He's bringing in some extra regen. On Ollie, has a healing salve. Things start to get more difficult. Like, Morphling is just unique hero in terms of what he does in the lane. He's always low. It feels like, yeah, he's dying. I'd never, if I was an observer, I would put in my contract that I don't want to observe the games when Morphling is in.
You just put 5 different hotkeys on your mouse and keyboard that jumps the camera to Morphling. You see the HP bar at the top starting to drop. Jump that camera to him. And so far, no deaths, no blood being spilt. Everybody just trading regen and hits in these lanes. Looks like Jabs down bottom is doing all right for himself. 9-1. Of course, this Venge and Luna lane can output a lot of damage. It's not a free ride here for Aurora. And Q has a lot on his plate to try and keep them back and handle things in this lane. Looks like Insane is going to grab that 3-minute Lotus as well. It's a good control there from Liquid. Where's Q going? So blocking small camp, getting a high ground ward. Get rid of the enemy sentry as well.
I get a courier.
The vision though, and a courier snipe. That's not too bad.
This should reveal ward on the high ground, so I think Insania will bring a sentry and try to deward it. So you can deward a sentry and observer ward. You also Venge, so you have that wave of terror to provide vision. Mid lane. It's starting to ramp up for OD. Like, has that second point in Astral Imprisonment, and you can see the difference in denies and CS now.
He's going to start doubling up on this DK in the next couple of waves. Well, enough, he's got his double bracer, so at least the Dragon Knight's thinking, hey, I'm probably not going to die here. It's going to be annoying, but I'll stay alive and keep my experience gain up. Insanely getting charged down by Jabs. Just turn around with a stun and a bit of help from Mickey, but First Blood is here for the Timbersaw.
Well, good start. They invested quite a lot. Mickey will still get something out of it, but considering that you're playing into Venge plus Luna, getting a First Blood on Timber feels really nice. So he's going to bring some raindrops, bring some extra regen. I think the worst for him has already passed. Like, he's getting the levels, he's going to be full HP, so it's going to be kind of difficult to kill Jabs in this lane.
You can keep poking at him, but yeah, I think you're right. I might see Q start to make some more of these moves as well, especially once we get to that 6-minute point. Guard up some of these runes. And of course, he can start stacking the camps back in his triangle. As we watch Boxy going on a bit of a wander, migrating through enemy territory to get picked off by Ollie and 23. That was an attempt, yeah. Well, he did block the small camp. It does stay blocked, so no more pulls. And of course, that gives 3-3 that long lane where he dragged the wave all the way towards his tier 1 and a good safe amount of area to farm.
Yep, 33, sitting at 23 CS at the moment. Needs some solo XP. Like, I don't think Brewmaster is the hero that threatens a kill on Morphling. Can get it if Lion gets, a stun, gets a hex. Boxy has TP to the bottom lane. They want to get something done, but that observer ward still half a duration, so they see Boxy.
Yeah, Insania putting that sentry back in the same place again. Maybe he just didn't see it, because when the Grimstroke came, he dewarded that sentry like from fog
and went for the courier immediately. I don't know, because
right.
Like, the courier delivered underneath the tower and you don't see it. Now they're making it a 6-minute rotation to the mid lane. Oh, Ollie will pick up double damage. Amplified damage,
nope.
My bad.
No, it's the other way around. When you're casting with me, it's double damage.
Still is, huh?
We do not say this new filthy name.
That's basically Slardar ulti. Amplified damage.
That is exactly what I said like 2 weeks ago when I was casting with Trent and I was having this exact same conversation.
We're the same person, Gary.
Yep. Man, Slardar had some really good spell names. Bash, Sprint, Crush.
Now everything is fancy. Bash of the deepest deep.
Oh.
Yeah, Bash of the Mariana Trench. It's like Slytherin Crush. Everything has to sound so fancy.
Names on names. 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Boxy's realized he's not going to get there in time. Looked like he was trying to sneak on through.
I swear to God, I think Slaughter ulti at one point was just called ulti. We didn't even have a name for it.
I'm just going to take ult at level 6, don't you worry, guys. Whoa, hang on. In Dire Ancients, that's an Observer Ward. Yeah, they've done it again, right? This messes with my head so much, man. Radiant have a Sentry Ward that is an Observer Ward. So that blocks the camp and gives vision.
Yeah, that's obs. Yeah, that's obs.
Luna. 3 Hippos chasing Mickey. Down she goes. Ollie and Q now chasing onto Insania. Timber chain forward, and Jabs lining it up for another kill in this bottom lane. Doing very well for themselves, Aurora, trying to match it here with Liquid rotation of Nisha. Comes into this spot with the OD to maybe catch a kill on Timbersaw. Throws down a 70s Eclipse. Does get the kill. Can he follow through onto Ollie or Q? Looks like they're going to be speedy enough to slip away. Another Astral, the range is there. Nisha just about catches up in time. And now Mickey can respawn, filter back into lane, and take the kill. Thank you very much. A killing spree for Mickey after dying. Got to feel real good about himself now.
Yeah, what I like about Mickey was he held the point. He was level 5 and had 1 point in Lucent Beam, 3 points in Lunar Blessing, and he was so close to level 6, kind of expected them to dive. So if they dove, he would definitely put another point in Lucent Beam, put a point in Eclipse on level 6, and try to kill Timbersaw off of it, because you don't expect Luna to be able to use the Eclipse and also use any extra damage from the Lucent Beam. Okay, they surprised him again with Hex stun.
Chain cancel. Jabs, he just runs around and turns into Boxy as 23 Savages rotated in. The 9-minute Morphling move into the bottom lane, guarding the Ancients, and Loronov's here as well. Nisha's in a bit of trouble. Getting slowed down, caught up to by the Adaptive Strike, but Nisha's so fast. 365 movement speed on this OD gets him out of danger.
He doesn't even want to go back to base, so we'll use Healing Salve. A lot of rotation, which leaves 33 completely alone in the top lane. I was wondering what the item is going to be for him. Like, we've seen Brewmaster kind of needing that item so that he can scale. We've seen some Vlads before into Radiance. Seems like he just wants to rush it.
Get there as quickly as possible. Pinging out on that top tier 1 now. 23 has returned into this top lane just to try and gather up the waves that are crashing on his tower. Raindrop's going to protect him for that first bit of damage out of 3-3. And Liquid not going to be able to straight up shove the objective.
Yeah, Boxy.
Have to think about where else they're going.
Wasn't involved in many kills, only level 4.5 at the moment, 10 minutes into the game. Their XP rune also wasn't stolen, so yeah, definitely needs to get level somehow. If he was level 6, they could definitely threaten a kill on Morphling, but with only being level 4, it's going to be very difficult, and 23 knows it. He's playing super low HP, has Occult Bracelet, so extra magic resistance, has Infused Raindrop. Even if Brewmaster uses the split, he can still get away from the trouble.
Yeah, looks like it. So Aurora did manage to de-ward and find the obs near their Ancients. And on the flip side of things, right, we're talking about Boxy kind of being underleveled. Hasn't really made any stacks.
Look at this, Gary. They're farming with smoke. So that he doesn't take damage.
Style.
This is Poppy style, this is Pudge. Stacking for himself, going into jungle, hooking creeps, using smoke to be actually able to clear the stacks. Reminds me of Necro. Back in the days, man. Necro jungle with Iron Talon.
Leaf Eater, Ancients Necro. Light of Heaven, Ancients Wind Ranger. My God, I'm pretty sure Puppy used to play Jungle Shadow Demon and Jungle Storm with that kind of strat. Anyway, up at top, 23 is going to waveform over the top of Team Liquid as they come charging in to that top lane. Banishment is there. 33 and Boxy looking at the Shadow Demon to stop any save plays. A simpler kill potentially with the Sanity's Eclipse dropped. Timbersaw half HP and 3-3 trying to stack up the damage on the jabs. Looks good as Nisha half HP dropping lower and lower. Turned on but self-saves with the Banish now. Boxy taken out by Lorenov and 23, and Nisha's in trouble as well. Brought to his knees as Team Liquid have gone too deep. Insania and 33 don't have Mickey joining them, so they're in a 2v3.
Nah, he's
Brewmaster.
He's ignited, he's fine. He's all brewed up, 4 points in Drunken Brawler, super speedy. They might still get a kill on Insania, and I think they will. There it is, Lornoff will even use the ulti to try to get the stun off. Might take them some time, but should be able to get it.
Slowly but surely, whittle down the Vengeful Spirit. I got it.
A bit too deep, I would say, considering that they didn't catch him more off guard. Couldn't like stun him, couldn't hex him immediately. He got the shift off, and they're like, okay, we gotta switch. We're not gonna be able to kill him, so go for the other targets.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Mickey tucked back in pretty deep into the jungle after taking tier 1 mid. And I guess next place to play for Aurora is bottom tier 1, right? You've sent Timbersaw down here. Do you start 4-manning around the Timber? Leave the Morphling to farm? What's the game plan for the next couple of minutes?
Wait until Lornoff gets his Blink Dagger, play with the support, smoke up, probably to this bottom tower to Timber's lane and try to take it. Usually this tower falls relatively quickly when you have Timber, but Team Liquid did bring some numbers. That rotation from Nisha made a difference. And you were asking about the itemization on OD. Nisha going for double null into Witchblade. The overtime damage, canceling potential blinks, works nicely with the hero. And then going into 4-staff pike, probably BKB type of a build, because they have no abilities that go through magic debuff, BKB, immunity.
Any other names you want to throw out?
Yeah,
Shiny golden status. Oh yeah, Witchblade, nice scaling item nowadays as well with the Parasma. Gives you a nice long runway to get off the ground. Man, I had the CS board still open. I hadn't switched to net worth on my computer yet. 152 last hits out of Mickey. He is farming like an absolute monster, and he's not stopping.
No.
More ancient stacks, more creeps to clear. He's going to have Manta style in the next, what, minute and a half or something?
That's a minute. I think 14 minutes he's going to pick up the XP rune as well. And look at him, using Cobalt to scout things out. Maybe there's a gank coming. They would probably be smoked, but there's nothing to stack with. This little fella, he got buffed.
I love the little zoom in on his face. He's so angry. His eyebrow, like whichever artist made his eyebrows, I want to commend them. So
they're not even on his head.
Are they eyelashes or eyebrows? What are they?
There it is.
Feathers coming out of his face.
Cobalt,
he's scouting.
Cobalt Foreman, that's my favorite creep in Dota, without a doubt.
Yeah.
So it looks like a gangster.
Like a New York, 1920s or whatever it is, gangster. Yeah. Al Capone kind of deal. We need to bring out the Tommy gun out of a violin case. So that's what we need for the Kobolds.
Oh, he's scouting things out. He's checking what's happening and just died. He died for the greater cause. Scouted how many stacks they have in the triangle. Maybe it's time to go into the triangle and try to take it, because he just finished off that Manta style. Let's see if they want to do it. Team Liquid, they're pretty notorious about some of these things, going for objectives.
Yeah, contesting everything. It looks like they are gathered up with Insania, Boxy, and Nisha. Not going to go for a smoke or anything, just protecting the OD for now, and by extension, protecting the Luna, who is much deeper off to the left-hand side of the map. It's also giving quite a bit of room to 3-3, but it is 23 that's getting run at. Oh, the damage from Nisha, just enough there.
He was thinking. He almost dropped that. He was canceling the Sanity's Eclipse, but nice catch. Finally, Boxy manages to get the stun, gets the first finger charge. Not that it matters that much, considering it's quite late, 16 minutes, but yeah, manages to get some XP. That's what matters, and you can see different build on Lion nowadays. They're not going for mana drain, instead maxing out that Earth Spike. I think it also comes down to the rest of the team not having too many stuns, so he wants to pick up a Blink Dagger. Smoke. Ooh, they only get Insania here. Okay, pretty happy about this one.
Yeah, and Liquid want to turn this into a proper fight. They've got good damage onto Q. Mickey's come in to clear him up, and 3-3 arriving from the northern side. Ollie and Lorinov, mana being drained out of the DK. Eclipse is coming in here. 23 Savage has joined the fray, and a massive jump in from Jabs. A lot of damage, but no kill just yet. Mickey has to pop the Manta to run away, but the waveform forward gets 23 the kill, while 33 does snipe out Lorinov in the backlines. His little Brewlings, though, taking quite a bit of a beating out of this OD Morphling. Astraled up for now, though, and Boxy's arrival with Insane. He gets the stun out of the Astral. Good save, though, from Ollie. Bubbles up the Morphling. Boxy dropping low. It gets out of danger with the help of the Vengeful Spirit. Now the Morphling's the one who dies. Ollie running to the right. The Dragon Knight still trapped and sent under by Nisha. Doesn't even need the big ulti to land on him. Just taps him down with a couple of
He's still alive on 33.
He's so tanky. This Radiance burn must have done a tremendous amount. Not just damage, but protection for him and his team.
That fight was like right off. His Radiance got delivered. He connected with the rest of the team. And how many Astral Imprisonments was that in a fight? 3? 23 Savage used like 2 of those, but they definitely lack damage. Once they manage to kill Timbersaw, you can feel that they don't have enough in the tank. And also Lorinov, I don't think he had Dragon Form available for that one. So, okay, he did, but maybe it expired. And he's also the one who got stuck, but Nisha went pretty ham in the previous fight. Arcane Orb, we did mention this was 24th pick OD, that he's gonna have a good time in terms of like dealing the damage, having multiple saves on the team, so whoever gets focused. One of the reasons why the fights are so long, you see 23 turning into OD, so you have Disruption, double Astral Imprisonment, save potentially to come out, and 33 also using the split, so can't really kill off those, and you can see how quickly Timber dies. Even Morphling, just pure damage dismantles them.
There are so many like dishonorable spells in this game, aren't there? Disruption, Astral Imprisonment, Brewmaster Cyclone. You're just sending heroes out of the game for extended periods of time. And Liquid, they've got 2 of those spells, exploiting them perfectly in that last team fight. Aurora down about 3k, still punching back as often as they can. It feels like 23 needs a little bit of chill time. Just under 9,000 net worth on this Morphling. He needs to start ramping up quickly. And that's what Liquid are banking on. Ollie looks like he's going to tank the gank this time around. Does keep 23 safe and sound in behind him. And good aggression from Liquid. Can they save Boxy, though? Doesn't look like it. Lion's going to get picked off there by Jabs, Lorinov, and 23 Savage moving in towards 3-3s. No. You just cannot touch this Brewmaster at all. Too tanky, too speedy.
Very difficult kill to get. They need to use the Phantom, use the Dragon Tail stun, burst him down with Timber and Morphling. Otherwise, he's not gonna die. But yeah, Boxy also the target to go for. Because if Boxy's dead, they have very limited amount of stuns, not enough control. And Nisha about to finish off his spike, so he can keep the distance, push people away, have a little bit of extra damage as well to come out from that if he uses it aggressively. 23. As you said, he needs to farm up because Mickey, he's staying almost 3,000 net worth ahead of him. And it's going to be a big timing for Team Liquid. Like, right now, Aurora, they're not fight ready. And you can see that Mickey is very close to BKB. This is going to be the timing where they probably go for Roche on Radiant's side. Might smoke up, but might just take it by default. You have Arcane Orb. You have all these auras, so...
God, OD is just, like, not a hero in my head, you know? All these other things, you know, taking Roche by default. Oh yeah, Arcane Orb, you just use that, you kill Roche so easily. This game of expectations, in that previous fight even, thinking about how many hits Nisha took to, like, kill a Timbersaw. Jabs at half HP, you would think, oh, it's going to take a while. He's got reactive armor, he's tanky. No, OD just, like, 3 hits him and he disappears. Arcane Orb with his pure damage comes out of nowhere. Here are Liquid trying to do the same thing, coming out of the shadows, smoked up from fog into the Ancients, finding nobody there. That looks like it is, as you mentioned, kind of prep for Roshan.
Yeah, they wanted to get a pick off. If they don't want to take the fight, they can force them. They can force a fight inside Roche, but Nisha is frontlining. Save needs to be ready for him if they initiate.
Well, look at Boxy as well from the back. The jump is onto Nisha now, half health, but Boxy does get a connection on the stun. The 2 supports, they're caught out. Soulbind and Disruption are down, but Lorinov disappears. The Luna shredding through Aurora's heroes. 3 in a row. Mickey picks them all up. A triple kill for Luna. No further casualties for Aurora in terms of heroes, but they're going to lose tier 2 here.
Very easy execution. Right now they feel super strong on Liquid. Their lineup just, like, this is the timing for their lineup. You have Brewmaster with Radiance, split available. You see Dragon Tail, initiation, countered by a swap. He didn't even swap him out. He actually swapped Dragonite out. I think that was a bit of a misclick, and, you know, Nisha needed to Astral himself, and then you just die. Like, these Lucent Beams, damage coming out from Luna is way too much. Lorna didn't even bother to pop a BKB.
Everyone just died too quickly. That surprise move from Boxy, getting the 2-man stun on both supports. Oh, Nisha is getting run at now, though, as 23 goes into OD form. Insania.
He's alone.
Come on, can we back him up? Nah, you can't. Nisha dead the first time. And Team Liquid going to leave the OD stranded here, it looks like. Completely surrounded by Aurora as they strike back. That is a pretty hefty blow they've dealt to Liquid there.
That's a nice read from Aurora. This type of a move keeps them in the game. Also, the fact that they didn't give Aegis to Mickey tells me that they didn't want to go and try to, like, siege the high ground. Instead, they wanted to give it to OD so he can also be, like, frontline and deal damage, which is fine. But yeah, 23 still needs to pick up some farm. Right now, the difference is 4,000. That's basically a full item. Both of them going for Kanda next.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
3-3 is going to be huge. Must be such a dream game as a Brewmaster. Like, I'm rushing Radiance. Now I've got bots or Boxy. Ooh.
He didn't even get it. Like, usually when you die, you should get that. That's how I feel about it. If you're there, if you're close, you die. But it's always the other way around. So, Insania now has it. Magic Missile upgraded. We'll see 2 of those in a fight.
That's just sad for Boxy, isn't it? Sorry, Boxy has it. Did he?
He bought it.
He bought it after dying?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Speaking of nice, Boxy has 069 score.
Oh yeah, that's a good number.
Can't get anything done. I mean, in terms of, like, you know, the score looks but Boxy's done the job. Like, there was not too much action happening top. Oh, instant hex kills off the illusion, but he managed to surprise them, get that 1 kill on 23, gets another initiation into swap.
I mean, all he's dead here. You're not going to be able to try any illusion baits or anything. 33 going a little wild in this Dire Ancients area.
Oh, they're focusing down Brewlings.
Yeah, 2 of them have died already. The fire and the void are gone. The earth and the storm, all that remain. Nisha does come in, and there's a lot of pain. Destroys Q. A stun there onto 23. Morphling is shifting, though, it looks like. And Jab is back in onto Boxy. Magic immune, though. Dealt with by the Dragonites. Damage out of there. Right clicks, who has to BKB and run, though. Grim and Shadow Demon traded out for the Lion. The Cores have spent a few spells. Dragon Form, BKB expended. And Liquid going to be happy with the trade they've made.
Insania and Mickey were not in that fight. They were not close by to be able to deal damage. Most of the damage, I think, is still going to come out from Mickey in a fight. Nisha, still chasing.
Goodbye, Jabs. That was like, Nisha nearly 3-hit the Shadow Demon, and then Jabs comes out of an Astral and just disappears to the AoE glaives that the Luna has off of her shard.
Mickey is going to be pretty massive, about to hit level 20, about to finish off Kanda. 2 Moonglaze fired on Lucent Beam, plus Kanda damage. This is going to be nuts. It's going to be bounces all over, Radiance Burn, some like random magic missile from the shard hitting you, Wave of Terror, Mana Allergy. I love that one. It's just like Mana Allergy. Had to add something to it.
Yeah, just a bit intolerant. I don't like the mana. I mean, he's closing on 20k net worth. 25 minutes. 26 minutes now. Kinda done and on its way. I mean, Team Liquid, even though they lost the Aegis, it feels like it didn't make a massive difference. They're still playing aggressively, still kind of dominating the map, building this 10k lead up. Just wondering if they did have that Aegis still on Nisha, and what else could they have accomplished? Again, potentially could have just ended.
Maybe. Yeah, this type of a lineup, if you lose one fight, you don't have buybacks, they're gonna take at least one set of barracks, maybe even two, depending the time of a fight, but they're feeling really strong right now.
Oh, the classic Liquid ward here in that mid lane. Just to the right of the lane in that tree line, spots a couple of angles. A very nice placement of it, and it's very unlikely to be dewarded as well.
The thing is, they can't CC Brewmaster. They can't kill him from 100 to 0. There's just no way that's gonna happen, so that means you need to deal with the Primal Split and all these auras around him. 2 points in Vengeance aura, drums. Foxy replenishing some mana on Mickey. Kinda done. Still doesn't have that level 20, but right now they're getting out-farmed. 20,000 net worth on Mickey.
Yeah, absolute beast. I guess Aurora still have this potential smoke into their own vision. So super important that they keep some of these high ground wards or lane wards out so they can play into them and fight properly. Because they've got Soulbind, Morphling, you know, working on this Kanda nearly there. With that DK stun, the combo is still available to them. It's just a matter of finding the entry to the fight. Now, you said they can't really CC or control as Brewmaster. Luna, not really a hero they can deal with. They've got to find that boxy move we saw in the previous fight, where he's hiding smoked, waiting in the trees as a backstab maneuver. But right now, they're just being boxed in. Aurora will try and jump with jabs. Onto the wraparound from Morphling was attempted, but 3-3's got his number. He just sent his Storm Panda and Cyclone 23 Savage forever. That means tier 3's dead. Racks are open. There's another Cyclone on the Timbersaw. Have fun, Aurora.
They're not gonna chase. Yeah, this nerd 33, man, this guy's good. He's really good. Look at him microing all these pandas. He's been known as a micro god, you know, playing anything. And the Aurora gonna use the smoke, try to take a fight, knowing that there is no primal split. So let's see what they can get out of it.
They've got to get something big. They need this jump to pay off. They're on to 3-3, but there's the Astral. It buys time for the reset. They've got swap, they've got the reinitiation if they want it. 3-3 is dying, the swap is required. Jabs and 23 Savage jump over the top. The Brew's still alive, staying up and running.
Another Astral if needed.
He can fight now. Nisha will run straight toward Jabs, take down the Timbersaw. 23 Astral. What's he got left? Waveform is ready with a Manta Style 2. Needs to pop them all to try and run away from this, but he's turning to fight. He pushes Nisha back. 23 Savage runs in to die. Gone for a minute, and this is probably multiple lanes of barracks for Liquid now. Mid into top looks quite easy.
Ooh, Nisha still chasing, blinking in. Yeah, that was a bad read from 23. Going in, thinking that he can't die. He's like, yeah, they already used a lot of stuff, but one stun. Damage coming out from OD. How much damage was that in the previous fight? 5,000 damage from Mickey, 4,000 damage coming out from Nisha. Yeah, they seem to be running out of steam because we said multiple ways to save people. 33 in the middle of a fight, gets brewed up, has Cloak of Flames, has Radiance, so that's 100 damage per second. He's there for a long time. The missed chances as well, and we'll use another split because it was not available in the fight that he was on. He gets swapped, he gets Astral, another Astral gets reset, he's ready, doesn't even need to use it. And this is just the power of these type of lineups. These Luna lineups, if you win one fight near the enemy base, they just lose one set at least, probably even two sets, which is what happened here. And now there is no tower because they already killed the top, and they can just go in and close the game. If they want to play it safe, they can wait for Roche, but they could also go in with the next split and just end it. Back to you,
No
Gary.
messing around. Yeah, I'm just in awe, like how crisp this has been from Liquid. This OD pick just has worked out tremendously. I'm kind of excited to get to the endgame score screen and see how much damage he's done. He's just punching Timbersaw and DK as if they're made of paper.
God tier pick. Like, this is kind of a gotcha pick. They did ban Huskar, which has been on the rise ever since Falcon started to play it. I don't even consider it to be this as a cheese pick for quite some time now, because it is a normal hero. After all, you get Huskar, there's not much you can do about it a lot of the times unless you bring the numbers in your favor. Like sometimes you get surprised on some of these early rotations, so you can actually play the mid matchup. But yeah, lines have been drawn on a minimap. They want to go in. 33 is the one who's drawing it. Just push top lane. Roshan's respawning. They could wait for it, as I said, but Primal Split is ready. BKBs are off cooldown.
I'm just watching 23 here, and he's continually spamming his Agimorph button. Making sure, full Agi. Give me as much damage as you possibly can. He's just spamming it over and over again.
He wants more.
He
wants more Agi. Yep. Team Liquid, Roshan will be respawning in 40 seconds. Right now it's Boxy in the top lane. The rest of the team is going through the gates. Maybe expecting a maneuver to come out from Aurora.
Yeah, Liquid ready with the numbers. Another line drawn, this time by Jab, saying, hey, I'm going to clear out bottom. Maybe come down here and defend me. 30 seconds until next Roche.
I don't think they lost because of that, but also building like the same items on the hero. You see this Dragon Knight, you're like, okay, I'm going to build Manta style, which is pretty good. Then you have Morphling, who's also going to build into Manta style. You're playing against Brewmaster with Radiance, with the spell mechanic, insta-kills them. Lion as well, who can kill them, drain them.
Yeah, just destroy illusions.
So you're not getting anything out of it. Like one beam almost insta-kill those illusions. Now with Kanda and also the level 20 talent. So I think they needed to adjust the itemization as well, seeing that 3 heroes can deal well with the illusions.
Because these are very kind of cookie cutter. These are the items we buy on his hero.
Yeah, but you also don't... Sure, you can farm more waves. There's basically nothing to dispel. Like, what are you dispelling? Wave of Terror? That doesn't sound too good. Cinder Brew? Mana Allergy? Like, that's it. That's what you can dispel.
That damn mana allergy comes around every springtime. All the mana pollen in the air, making my nose all itchy.
Are you allergic to anything, Gary?
So, for the longest time, no. But
I thought you were going to say yes to you.
Oh, no, come on now. I'm not allergic to you. Please.
Blessings upon a loyal...
Not possible.
What are you allergic to? It has to be like something weird, like some spice. I don't know.
Spice.
It's like...
I'm allergic to water. That's what I'm allergic to. So I thought I was like allergic to nothing for the longest time, but as I've grown older, I'm like, I don't know, I think I'm gluten intolerant. I'm pretty sure I'm lactose intolerant. Pollen has started screwing me up as well. Boxy, dusted. Looks like a swift pick off on the Lion here.
Boxy's AFK, hiding underneath the Shadow Amulet. The good old Chappie pulling off. Man, I haven't heard about Chappie in years. What happened to that guy?
Well, Team Empire stopped being a team, and then he stopped being a player, right?
I guess Team Empire. What a they came so close so many times, but you know, during the prime time, Empire was a really good team.
Yeah, they were like the gatekeeper to Eastern Europe, right? Like the 3rd best team. Basically, what VP are right now.
Yep. Good reference. Let's see how they're gonna end it, or at least try to. These are the illusions.
Aghanim Scepter DK.
Die instantly.
He's got to wait for the next round of Elder Dragon form. Now this is...
Instant split?
Liquid,
okay.
They're pushing high ground. They split up. But Aurora, you know, they're this wild animal with their backs against the wall. This is where Aurora needs to get something done. So Liquid have got to be careful. They're not caught by surprise by some smoke rotation or some nonsense. Very delicately prodding at these objectives with Cyclones to get rid of a hero, moving up with Nisha. And then with Mickey, getting a bit of chip damage in here and there while
he's baiting them. Away. 33, what a play. Like, it's kind of hard to keep track whether the Wind Panda died in a fight, because that one dies relatively quickly if you're not microing it. So he pretends that it's the only panda that's left, this Earth Panda, and tries to bait him inside his own team.
Come and kill me. Come and kill me.
Next split available in 40 seconds because of that Octarine.
Pretty low downtime. Oh, Timber. And he's all right for now as Lorinov jumps in. That's aggressive from the DK. 23 throws a spell at Mickey, just a little loosened beam as the Soulburn comes into play. Self-Astral from the OD. 33 to the backline, aiming for Q. 23 savages the focus though from Mickey and Nisha. They're getting stunned up. Jab's very low, about to die. The swap is there and the kill from Nisha comes. Aurora have to buy back on their Timbersaw. Because 33 was 1v4, just sending them all back. A finger of death to finish off Q. Lorinov still
Split
playing
in
that
5
front lane.
seconds.
The BKB Dragon Knight trying to kill Mickey, but he's still got Aegis on this Luna. Mickey can walk up high ground here, force Aurora back into their fountain, kill off another barracks, look for the kill on the Shadow Demon, so Ollie's gone, buy it back again. Aurora
They have no
descending.
glyph. That's mega creeps.
Hero after hero into the destruction the Liquid are bringing. I just don't think you can punch back on this. The glaives are bouncing, tier 4s are falling. Now the move on to jabs, Timbersaw just gone. Oh, disruption. Hey, he disappeared for a second. He'll come back and blink away. Buys a bit of time to get in the fountain, so he survived. But what then?
Hex has been delivered.
23 Savage is dead. He walked into the middle of Mickey's bouncing glaives, and he's gone. Throne is down, and jabs, in the end, will call GG. A Team Liquid victory in game 1. Very, very nice performance out of them.
They were not even focusing the Throne, they were focusing the heroes and all this like extra damage that comes out of the glaives. Aurora barely managed to call GG in the old chat, considering how fast the Throne died. They got surprised, but very nice draft from Team Liquid. Aurora, they had a good start in this bottom lane on jabs, but that's about it. Like, we haven't really seen the presence coming out from Dragon Knight. He goes in, uses a blink stun, somebody gets swapped, that gets nullified immediately. The other time, somebody's gonna get Astral, and you wanted to check the damage dealt by Nisha in that one, because he popped off. 33,000 damage coming out from him, by far the most damage compared to, like, he dealt same amount of damage as Dragon Knight and Morphling.
Well, that was a 37-minute game as well, right? So that's like 1,000 damage a minute. Yeah, Nisha popping off. Incredible stuff out of that OD. Great pick. Now, final pick from Team Liquid. Real, like you said, just a gotcha pick. Completely unraveling the plans of Aurora there. Because we didn't have that same kind of, Q and Ollie partnership moving around the map with Lorinov that we've seen in previous games. We didn't have that playmaking. They were shut down so heavily by Team Liquid's movements, the chaos from 3-3's Brewmaster and his split. And even though, Boxy had a rough early start, he still had Blink Dagger at a reasonable time.
They gave him the lane, which is what matters. I think as a position 4, when you are Blink dependent, sometimes you need to take somebody else's farm, some safe farm, so you can actually be useful. And then also the carry difference in this one, it comes down to 2 heroes. They haunted Morphling a couple of times, didn't kill him once, they killed him the second time while all this was happening. Mickey's farming, which means that 33, he's not farming, and it's also big difference, because Morphling, he wants to fight once he gets like 2-3 items, he wants to join, go back to farming, while Luna just farms the whole map pretty much, and you could see the big difference between 2 carries in terms of the net worth. Luna basically had like 2 items, at maybe even more at the end of the game.
There's a massive, massive gap between them. And what is this, 11 minutes in? So one of the first big team fights where Brewmaster starts to get his ulti used. Nisha starts to show off his bit of damage. We did have Aurora fight back. They brought everybody in this mid lane, where you can see on the minimap, Mickey wasn't involved. So it was a decent trade from Aurora. They still lost that tier 1 tower top, though. And in the end, that allows, of course, Liquid to continue playing top, hunting down and haunting that Morphling who was trying to form the outer ring. And here's Boxy.
That was such a nice stun. They had no vision, I believe, so he saw a little bit of a glimpse, maybe the creep pool or something, and yeah, another one of these fights where OD just goes completely ham, like uncontested. They managed to save multiple people with the swap, with Astral, and every single time, like whenever I see OD, I think a lot of pro e-gamers also get surprised by the amount of damage this hero can deal.
Yeah, because you haven't seen it in a while, and all of a sudden he's just, 4 or 5 shotting your Timbersaw.
Yeah, look at Timber now. He goes in, he's like, yeah, I can't die. 3-4 shots. Morphling as well dies in 2 hits.
Yeah, and this is Morphling who has been shifting to strength the entire fight. So he's at 3,000 or 4,000 HP, and you still see their health bar just go down, by massive chunks from a couple of OD hits. This was good as well. You talked about the multiple layers of kind of save and turnaround play from Liquid.
Yeah, this is the fight where the game looked pretty rough already. It was 3K before the fight started, but you could feel the momentum, the timing that Liquid was going for. BKB on Mickey, and also whatever anyone else has. Radiance was also the one issue. Like this was a good fight. This was a good read from Aurora, but they were playing with constant deficit in a game, which makes it very difficult. Morphling, he's the late game hero. He's not that early type of a game. He shines the post 35, 40, 50, 60 minutes where he can one-shot people, go in and out multiple times. He still does quite a lot of damage, but he also gets bursted easily. One hex, one stun, he's just dead from OD.
Yeah, and Luna is that fast-paced farmer, right? 20 minutes, Luna already had, Mask Madness Manta style, Candor. A couple of minutes later, Mickey was completely outstripping everyone in farm, very fast-paced, and taking down multiple lanes of barracks and looking very good. Game 1 going to Liquid there against Aurora. We'll see if 23 Savage can, that's a warm-up match for him, get back into the rhythm of things for Aurora. I'll have Game 2 coming right around the corner. Welcome back, everybody, to Team Liquid up against Aurora. Game 1 was pretty heavily in the hands of Liquid. Aurora struggled to punch back, find any real agency to make their own plays and play the draft as they wanted to. It was all about 3-3 Brewmaster causing havoc, and Nisha on that OD as a last pick. Superb drafting by Liquid.
Absolutely. I mean, they open up with first pick Luna, something that usually you don't see, but they already had a plan, picking up Vengeful Spirit immediately afterwards, and then running it up nicely with Brewmaster. So with every single pick, their draft, now it sounds stupid, but looked better and also looked stronger, not just because you bring one extra hero, but it ties everything together, especially this OD last pick, and Aurora will go one more time with Timbersaw. You know what I want to see from Team Liquid? I want to see Blood... No, not Sniper necessarily. Sniper has been banned in a lot of the games that we've been covering, but I want to see Bloodseeker, not straight away. This has been the counter to Timbersaw, and this is the hero that received a little bit of a buff recently, and I gotta check his win rate so far at the Elite League and how many times the hero has been played.
Yeah, because we noticed
so 5 times, 40% win rate. Okay. Let's see if Liquid played... No, Liquid only played 2 games before this one, so they definitely didn't play it. Falcons, it was actually Spirit, Aurora, Talon, Talon again, and Team KEKW.
Oh yeah, your favorite team, Team KEKW. And Blood Rage is still pure damage, right? That's one they...
Yes, Blood Rage and also Rupture, so...
Very nice. Well, Rupture is magical now, with HP... per second cost.
Blood Rage's magical. Yes, you're right.
Yes, they kept the pure and Blood Rage. Okay, so that's still a way to kind of deal with it. And then the Shard is more pure damage. Man, some of these changes that, you know, a hero's been a certain way for a long time, make a change, then the hero's unplayed. You've got to catch up, do your homework, figure out what's going on. So Sniper was the hero that was swapped for the Luna in these bans. Everything else is the same. Luna ban, now the Brewmaster ban are the 2 different ones from Aurora, so some heavy respect being put on Liquid as they grab a Templar Assassin as their response to the Timbersaw here.
It is a flex pick for Team Liquid. They do run it as their safe lane if necessary. If it's a good matchup in the mid lane, they will also play it. Aurora, they love to play their puck from the mid lane, so you don't necessarily need to even ban the hero, I would say, because you can flex this Templar Assassin. And one more time, Team Liquid does have last pick, so they can choose where their heroes are going to go. And I really like Templar Assassin, the way they play it in terms of how they itemize. Mickey has been playing in the past few months this like newer style of Templar Assassin, if it's a good game for it, going for Mjolnir build. First, I didn't understand it, but it looks really good. I think the big factor is because some of these like high armor heroes are also popular, so you're not going for Deso instead. You know, these DBs, Morphlings, etc. So that's nice. Helps you farm, and also just if you put that static on someone, it's going to proc quite a lot. You have refraction. If it's on top of you, that also means that it's going to be there for like longer period of time because you are difficult to burst.
10 seconds remaining.
And it's like, well, Luna's banned. Luna's buying, you know, Mask of Madness and can clear jungle. What's my Mask of Madness as a TA? Ah, it's Maelstrom. It's Mjolnir. That's what we do. Go farm fast. Hit your stride as quickly as possible. Out go the Lion and Enigma. 3 out of the last 5 heroes from Team Liquid's Game 1 victory being banned by Aurora.
Seems like they want to forget that game by banning out all of these heroes so nothing reminds them of the previous game, what happened.
They picked Timbersaw though. Jab is like, right, get rid of all the counters to me. No Lion, no Brew, no Luna. They were all super annoying. Take them all out. And then, of course, we go back to that conversation about Timbersaw being flexible. Lorenoff can play it, as can Jabs. So they're keeping that until later on into the draft. Because like you said, Liquid have that last pick, so you do want to be a little more flexible when you don't have that last pick available. Now, second pickup, Aurora have been leaning a lot on, Shadow Demon, and there was another support they loved. Shadow Demon and Grimstroke was something they leaned on a lot, but they've completely changed it up here. ET and Rubik, kind of newer supports for them in this tournament.
Maybe they feel they need a little bit more aggression to come out. stealing stuff from Crystal Maiden by Rubik's gonna be good. ET, good way to disengage a team fight. They had Shadow Demon for that in the previous one, but yeah, it's also setting things up for a good laning stage for 23. Is there anything like we've seen yesterday in our series that we covered, Enchantress being popular because you want to shut down ET, could work against Timber. So I'm a little worried about the pick because then you have Crystal Maiden plus Enchantress, Templar Assassin. You need a little bit of a beef in front. I guess that's going to come out from 33.
Just pick up the Beefmaster. That's the plan.
Yeah.
Send him and all his summons up at the front. Are there any big heroes that we've so this is the weird thing about this series in particular. In previous games, we're watching, there are a lot of very meta key heroes that are being banned a lot. Now we get rid of that sniper, the Razor's being removed, Lashrak's out of there. Are there any heroes that we're kind of forgetting because this draft has been much more targeted from Aurora? DK maybe is one?
DK is, but I also seen DK not doing so hot. You have a hero, Gary. I can hear it in your gasp.
Where's Pango? Pango was ignored that entire game 1, right?
He was banned.
Okay, never mind. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Liquid banned him 20th. Yeah,
there's the Beefmaster.
Ooh, and a techies.
I like the Beastmaster. I like Beastmaster and Lycan in the previous game. Again, because support can't really deal with it. You send the summons on top of it. You're going to have so much random damage on the ground coming out from Helm of the Dominator, traps with the silence early on from TA, a Techie's bomb. So I think, again, Aurora are in a bit of a pickle.
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
Not the pickle talk again. No pickles here. Yeah, I think Aurora have had their work cut out for them drafting against Liquid.
I'm down for some 23 Medusa. You have good body in front of you with ET, Timbersaw. Try to stall the game.
Do you come out okay against the Beastmaster Techies lane though?
It's a difficult lane. Yeah. I think not many heroes can sustain through all this constant spam that's going to come out. But I want to see what Aurora is cooking. Whether they want to pick a hero right now for 23 or if they want to save it for later. They still don't have the last pick. But overall, Team Liquid, again, setting up the tempo. Beastmaster with his helm, with his aura, Templar Assassin. We don't know where the hero is going to go. Whether you want to build a Deso. And there's the Snake Lady.
Yeah, you were right. I guess thinking about it now, very, very few heroes are even going to do well in that lane against Beastmaster Techies. So having someone that can maybe sustain it and then hit a timing a little bit later on, similar to that Luna talk earlier, 20-25 minutes. That's when you want to be ramping up with a Timbersaw on the map.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Team Liquid do have that absolute last pick, but Aurora are going to protect this 23 Medusa with an AM ban for now. What else out there is there that deals with the Medusa?
You mentioned Pango.
Ooh.
Pango with the Diffusal Blade. They can play Templar Assassin from the safe lane in terms of carries that can still work well in the lane against Timber and also against Medusa. I'm just thinking. I gotta go through the hero list. Maybe something pops in my head. That Bloodseeker definitely out because you are playing against Medusa. She's the best hero to stand her ground. I'm probably leaning more towards some mid hero.
Yeah. I mean, Sniper is also still out there, right? But that's Sniper TA duo core maybe a little wonky.
Slark. I think Slark can. I don't know if that's a hero right now, but in theory works well against Medusa. Mana burn, builds into the Fusel Blade, stacks against Medusa, against this Timbersaw later on. They don't have that much AoE damage that they can throw besides Timber.
Yeah, and you've got a Maiden in lane, so you can play that kind of aggressive style the first couple of levels to get Slark into a good place. As the lane progresses, Slark against Timber.
You know what? There's also Monkey. Monkey works well against both Medusa and against Timber in the lane. And you mentioned like Crystal Maiden stabilizes a lot of these lanes. I also think Pango from the mid lane can work because they don't have the best heroes against Pango anyway.
I mean, the way we're talking about it, Liquid just have infinite options, right? They've got so many heroes that can fill the slots that they need. And again, this ability to last pick and keep the flex of the TA has been massive for them. As it looks like Aurora DP mid for Lorinov.
Yeah, but what about Sniper, Gary? Sniper works against these heroes as well. Because you have only... It's banned?
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Aurora banned it. But that does leave in the Pango you're mentioning. The Slark potential. I like the Slark idea. It's kind of cool. But yeah, maybe you're right. Not really a meta hero right now. Not popular.
Not popular, but they have 15 seconds left to decide what's it going to be. Wind Ranger. Okay. So... let's see who's going to play what. It's another hero that can build into the Fusel, not necessarily early on, but you can still get it. You can run away from DP ulti. Medusa doesn't build into MKB. It's a really good Wind Ranger pick.
Oh, cool. So it's DP off lane. They're doing the swap there. I mean, this is the great thing about having overlapping hero pools for Jabs and Lorinov. Both Timber and DP in their wheelhouse. They can swap things around. Nisha going to take up the TA. Mickey Wind Ranger. And Liquid deciding what their lane setup is going to be towards the end.
It will be Mickey playing the Wind Ranger. I guess it matches better against this Timber Saw, where you have like Power Shot, you have so much magic damage. Level 2 Frostbite, level 2 Power Shot. Timber will need to be aware because Frostbite is one of the better counters to Timber Saw in the lane. Especially when paired up with some like extra damage. We talked about Bloodseeker Slark, Wind Ranger also works nicely. I don't know. I feel like if this game goes super late, Aurora will be able to take it because they have super good scaling lineup. This is ET, DP, Medusa, removing their armor in their faces. But Team Liquid, they can also play a faster game with Beastmaster. But I am, again, favoring Team Liquid. I think this is 60-40, but also want to see what 23 can do on Medusa. This has been his pretty much stable hero, I would say.
Yeah, I like this from Aurora more than game one. This feels much more deliberate in what they're doing. Might be a little more signaled in how they're going to play this, right? Medusa wants to set up, pushing an objective. DP, same kind of story. You pop Exo, you go for a fight into an objective. Tier 1s, Tier 2s, Roshan at like 20 minutes. That might give Liquid the indications they need to split the map with the Beastmaster, play in behind with the Wind Ranger. We'll see how they actually clash as we head into game 2. Liquid taking on Aurora here in the group stage for the Elite League. And yeah, 23 Savage back on his Medusa. Like you say, one of his signature heroes, going to give that stability to Aurora, which it felt like they were lacking in game number 1. As we do get ourselves into the match proper and head out across to the river and see what we're contending with. As 23 Savage has not got his Grandmaster Medusa, just a master.
Yeah, what a scrub. So,
do you have any Grandmaster heroes, Lacoste? Yeah,
I have only level 5 heroes, Gary. That's what I have.
Plus.
Yeah, you lose it. You actually lose it. So, the new build on Medusa, this is something that I believe has been started by Nightfall, who goes into mana boots. It looks weird on Medusa, but makes a lot of sense since you want to buy Ring of Basti. Nisha.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Blood Grenade. He does have Meld. Let's see if he hides underneath the shadows.
Oh,
he does.
He does. Survives. Had to take, Meld level 1. Did burn a Tango as well, but, toggle out all those branches, head back to Fountain, probably regen back up. I guess in the mid lane, Meld level 1 isn't, disastrous, right? You can secure a range creep last hit with it at least.
Yeah, that's it. And you can maybe try to play a bit aggressive early on, try to put some pressure onto DP, but I don't think that's going to happen. Right now, sitting on top of the ward, Boxy does have 1 sentry available.
I just had a memory unlocked, but I can't remember who the players
were. Boxy's going to get it.
Oh, is Boxy going to... Yeah. Think about it with Insania moving forward. Bounty rune for Insania, but he might die for it. Aurora trying to chase him. Crystal Maiden, how fast are you with the Frostbite? Gets under tower and actually survives. 10 HP. Is Ollie going to be the one to die? Boxy chases him back up the high ground. Grabs the first blood. Now, Boxy's not allowed to survive this. Will get taken down by Jabs in the end.
Gets the first blood. Good start for him. Definitely worth it. Dying afterwards. And this also leaves Timber in the mid lane. You can see his armor, like mid Timber. He doesn't care too much about reactive armor as well. So we'll pick up more burst damage, potentially to threaten a kill onto this Templar Assassin. And it will be Jabs playing onto this Dead Prophet. As you mentioned, not the usual pairing in the offlane. A lot of the times you want to see some Tusk, some Tiny paired up with the offlane DP just so that you have a stun. Rubik is also a stun, but he's not a body for DP. He's not a setup.
I can't get up in their faces. Yeah, I had while we were talking about the meld level 1, I had a memory unlocked. I think it was nothing to say TA against an Ember Spirit, and he went meld level 1 and double meld hitted the Ember to get first blood. Some wild things you can do with a little bit of tech, you know? Potential here for Nisha to just utilize this meld strike to keep pumping damage into Lorinov. Currently, though, taking some heavy hits, and Timber saw 7 and 2. TA lagging a little bit behind 4-0. That's some good side blades. Oh, see, that's the pain of not having refraction, right? You just missed 3 last hits in a row.
Yeah, unfortunately, but you have side blades, you have this extra damage, and Lorinov did decide to go for reactive armor just for a little bit of extra protection, because he saw Nisha, of course, picking up that meld level 1, and now he has a bottle, so we'll be fine deciding what he needs on level 3. We'll pick up another point in Whirling Death.
Oh, the miss.
Oh, miss. Classic.
Pain.
Do you know that back in the day, like, one of the reasons why I stopped playing mid is the uphill misses. Like, I just couldn't deal with that. And also runes. Runes were not balanced back in the days.
Nice little pick on Q down there. Yeah, it's like your enemy gets a regen rune and they hold it in the bottle so you know you can't trade. And it's just like, well, great, my lane's kind of over.
I lost, yeah.
Yeah. Or, man, missing uphill on wards. That has got to be one of the greatest, for a support player, one of the greatest quality of life improvements ever.
Remember?
Like, missing like 7 hits on an uphill ward, like, just end me. Get me out of this game.
So many times people have died to try to do so. Also, one of the most painful things in Dota nowadays, because I love to play Tiny, is trying to deward as position for Tiny. It's like one hit, sure, fine, and then the second hit, it's going to take forever.
Especially when there's an obs and a sentry, and you're like, you hit the sentry by accident. It's like, oh, I'm going to do 3 more hits to try and kill it. Oh, yeah, it really sucks. What's even worse than that, I'll tell you now, though. If you play ability draft and you get TA hero model, she has less range than a melee hero without side blades. So you can't actually hit wards uphill. It's impossible. You can't do it. It is the worst feeling ever.
You're AD gamer, huh?
Occasionally, yeah. I've had
I was talking about
recently.
amplified damage gamer, not ability draft. Gotcha.
Oh, well, I mean, I do play Warlock a lot, and Fatal Bonds amplifies damage, so yeah, sure. Amplify all the damage.
Interesting build from Boxy. He decided to pick up Taser at level 2, so he can trade with ET and also dispel that Astral Spirit, and also maybe get on top of 23 in his face. I assume you get Blast Off still on level 3, and this constant harassment coming out from Nisha in the mid lane, making things difficult for Lorinov. He's waiting for that 4-minute water rune to refill the bottle.
I mean, you don't take, like, Q? Turns on Insania down at bottom. Great shackle shot from Mick here, though. Keeps the Crystal Maiden barely alive. Yes, back to farming now. So 20 and 2 on the Wind Ranger. DP is out in the lead, though. 26 and nothing for Jabs, having a good time. So, I mean, you don't go meld on level 1 as a TA, right? This is something that he's done reactively and wish he hadn't, but it's kind of working out.
Yeah, a lot of the times you'll see it pick up just to put the pressure. You mentioned the double meld hit, but also with just 1 hit, it does allow you. He also wanted to, you know, Insanium is going to die here. So, yeah, back to meld. Meld is a lot of minus. Like, level 1 is 5 armor. That's basically Deso.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. Nisha. Oh, he's going to pop back into the mid lane. Gather up the creeps as they went on a bit of a wander down to bottom, looking for runes. And a TP in mid from Insania, looking to refill the bottle and maybe play aggressively on Lorinov, who is yet to hit level 6. Not able to catch up to him, though. He's got that 1 point in the Timber chain. Now Crystal Maiden's going to try and figure out how to get down to bottom lane safely without being cut off by anybody.
Mickey, he is playing Wind Ranger, so has a little bit of protection of his own with the Wind Run, can break the Siphon, but that Prophet is not dying. They need to bring an extra hero. Definitely down here. Power Shot connects onto both of them, but looking at the top lane, Medusa, 23, he's not farming. So he's sitting at 17 CS. Boxy has done a wonderful job completely zoning them out. Finally, Mana Boots arrive, so that's going to be some sustain from him. But also 33, Helm of the Dominator, about to be finished once he takes over the creep. I assume they want to dive. Like, one rotation from Boxy, and this Medusa is going to drop.
Nice blast off. Boxy in towards Ollie. He does get stomped up here, though, as Loranov makes his move up towards his top rune spot. Boxy getting caught in the chakram, but gets the distance away. They get the kill on Ollie. Now Loranov has to TP away. Chase on
Another
Q.
trap on Q. Insania should be able to close the gap.
Absolutely should, with that sticky bomb to help out. Meld damage takes him to half. Frostbite's there to allow Nisha. Oh, Insania gets the last hit. Not ideal, but a kill nonetheless. And then Boxy denies the neutrals. And this is all set up by how Liquid are playing the top lane. 3-3 and Boxy have been playing very well, like you said, into 23, shutting him down. But it's this ebb and flow where they shove the lane under tower, clear it, play aggressively, and then drag the wave all the way back to their tier 1. So 3-3 has the easiest farming time of his life. He's got 12 denies over this Medusa. And that then allows Boxy to play into Rune, play into that fight mid, get a kill, and then pressure mid.
And this is the timing that we did mention. 33 getting Helm of the Dominator. Unfortunately, the creep camp is blocked, so he needs to get a creep, get level 6, and then they can kill Medusa. He's trying to get the creep here. Does have Vorpine Raider, or if he wants to pick up Wildwing Ripper, it's going to be the Ripper with the Hurricane. Just needs that level 6.
They're pinging out Nisha mid, bringing numbers. Aurora have, what, 4 heroes in the vicinity. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to catch up to the TA, though. Nisha just dips into jungle. And that's where Liquid bring aggression top. And they've got that
He's
wall
one
away.
CS off level 6. On 23 has 1 Healing Lotus. Just popped the Mana Boots. Unfortunately, 33 had to run in his own triangle to pick up the creep because the big camp near him was blocked, and that also means that Boxy was soaking up some of the XP. He was not even there, so didn't get that level 6. Nisha. Loranov did bottle the region rune. Nisha needs to get out of this one.
Pops his wand, has a Fairy Fire, and also the backup of Liquid. Both supports coming in towards Jabs. Blast off misses though. Frostbite onto Jabs. Venetia realizes you can't turn and fight this. Mickey has picked up Loranov. On the opposing side of the fight, though. Asleep on Denisha with the rotation of 23. He's under Invis with the meld. Sentry drop.
Uh-oh, Jabs.
It's back up. Jabs in trouble. Insania Boxy turn to fight the DP now. Insania's dead, but this is a huge fight for Liquid. Nisha, he's been cliffed. Gets one hit down. It's 3-3's Roar, and Mickey's arrival looking to snipe them out. Another stomp from Ollie. Oh, cancelled by a shackle shot out of the Wind Ranger. And now...
Uh-oh, he got rooted.
Gets rooted.
He forgot.
23 didn't realize they've got tons of stuns here for Liquid. Getting blasted by Mickey, and Liquid with a real decisive team fight.
They brought the numbers, they brought every single member of the team, and they kited this DP ulti nicely. Even though the blast off missed, they still managed to get like the most out of it, not losing anything other than Insania, I believe. So yeah, that's also going to be the tower in the mid lane most likely, and the first Roar usage. 23 tries to TP out, but the Hawk, the root mechanic, kind of catches him there. As soon as the second stun, as soon as the shackle shot has been used, he tried to TP out. And this also opens up the map. I did mention this mid tower, but they can also rotate to the top lane, and with Helm of the Dominator plus Beastmaster, they can take it.
Yeah, and it's also the opposite of what the game plan for Aurora is meant to be. That first Exo is used, they don't get an objective, they don't get a teamfight victory. Tier 1's still standing and all very healthy. Jabs is like, okay, I'm bottom lane now, but I've got a minute to wait until next Exo. Medusa's still not ready, obviously. Has to keep on farming for another 10 or 15 minutes. Aurora, their timing kind of being halted here by Liquid, who are they're just going to keep speeding up, right? This tempo is going to get faster and faster. 3-3 can make base camp up in his top lane and make it uninhabitable for the rest of Aurora, while Nisha and Mickey just farm to their heart's content. Maybe join a fight every now and then.
Yeah, if they bring an extra hero, they could definitely bring down Medusa. Right now, he's a bit too tanky when he's full mana. So they definitely need either a Crystal Maiden or Templar Assassin. Mickey, he's also not too afraid to join some of these fights because, after all, you are playing Wind Ranger as a carry. So you want to be as active as possible. You're never going to lack damage. You have Javelin about to finish off the Maelstrom. So get a pick off with your ulti. Continue to farm up.
I'm really curious to see what Aurora do with this next Exo. It feels like that's always going to be the most important choice and decision that you can make when you've got a Death Prophet on your team. From a core role in particular. Do they group up with the Jabs bottom and play into tier 1? Do they try and go mid again?
They don't have that playmaker, I would say, in terms of the heroes. Lorinov playing Timbersaw, he's been shut down. He's currently sitting at 0-1-0, farming the Ancient stack. It's a big, juicy stack that Oli and Q have made, but yeah, it seems like they need to play for the later stages of the game. Right now, they don't have that one guy who can just set things up for them.
And 23 sits mid. Q sits top. They know that 3-3 is in the shadows, hiding up in that northern jungle. Even getting some ward coverage down just to make sure they're not being backstabbed. A big old circle drawn around where Team Liquid are right now, so Aurora at least can read what's going on. They understand where their opponents are. But again, it's just that choice, right? They have to make a choice of sit back and wait for 23, or try and play around jabs. And right now, it looks like it's the passive approach. Double damage for Lorinov with a Kaya. When he enters a fight, he offers a lot of damage. It's just entering that's the issue.
He needs to press enter to come into a fight.
Oh, yeah.
It's not going to be easy for him. Like, he's still very burstable. One focus fire, one stun, he's going to die. Like, you don't even need to use a stun. Frostbite is, what, level 3 at the moment, so they could definitely kill him. He's not tanky at all, doesn't have, like, any defensive mechanisms. But they want to use this amplified damage on Lorinov and try to get something done. There's Road of Atos from jabs. Should be a good setup. Quick and easy kill.
Yeah, nice pick. That's still on their side of the map. That's still, just the kill on Boxy, but at least they didn't waste any big cooldowns or anything. They can continue playing. Keep protecting the Medusa. Bottom lane is being pressured by Mickey right now, though. It's not a lane you want to be running in and contesting in like a 1v1 either. That Maelstrom done means solo kills are coming.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Love this Road of Atos pickup on offlane DP because it does feel like he needs something to catch them. It's like a setup for Timber to get in, for his Spirit Siphon, ET Stomp. We mentioned that they don't have that Blink Initiator. Timbersaw doesn't. I mean, he can pick up a Blink Dagger. It's kind of one of his core items anyway after picking up Kaya, but it's not a stun. It's not like a real initiation that you're looking for.
Fake stuns. Meanwhile, we've got 3-3 who is just about to finish a Helm of the Overlord. Is the Black Dragon still your dream ancient?
Yeah. It's the toughest one. I think you can take Golem, make everybody more tanky, but something that has been discussed before is this like ghost push. I think it's a term that 33 used. You're laughing about it. I think we had a discussion about it.
I was laughing at Boxy sniping the Wisdom Rune, trying to sneak away and then dying in the end.
So basically, you don't have to show. That's it. With like, you can push out the waves without even showing what you're doing. Any kind of summons, Black Dragon is the best at it.
I think it was AUI and snaking that were using it. I don't know if it was a snaking term that AUI then started coining. It was definitely from the old Tundra boys. And Jabs just trying to hold on to his tier 1 for dear life. As 3-3 cleared through his ancients, grabbed the dragon. No contest here from Liquid into the enemy ancients though, which we've seen quite often. With a TA and a Beastmaster on a team, it's possible there, but they don't want to be running up high ground into Aurora, who could be set up and waiting for them. So 23 Savage will be able to clear a pretty nice ancient stack for himself. Gather up that net worth, which is dearly, dearly missed on this Medusa, as she is bottom of the cause.
Yeah, not looking too good. Needs to catch up. I think Liquid goes for Roche, because they, like last game, they did go for 20-minute Roche. Now you have Beastmaster with Helm. You have Templar Assassin. No Deso, but you're still not going to lack damage. Meld plus Blightstone. And this has been the stable build from Templar Assassin from the mid lane. Dragonlance into Blink Dagger, into Shard. 15 minutes if you can get it. So you can control the back lines. You can go for some of these solo kills as well. I like the itemization that Aurora plans to go for, because you see both cores, both position 1 and 2, are heavy physical damage dealers on Liquid. So Heaven's Halberd, Mischance, Disarm is going to last longer than on melee heroes, and relatively early. I think Butterfly needs to be purchased on Medusa, because you want to survive as long as possible. Like, those right clicks are going to hurt.
Yeah, you're going to need Butterfly, you're going to need MKB probably. Well, Jabs with this Exorcism didn't get the tower kill, but Mickey gets annihilated. Nisha's stuck in here as well. The Earth Splitter with the ghosts flying over the top. Lorenov now standing on the dead corpse of the TA. Chakram's there, and Nisha about to drop. Aurora bring the fight bottom. Liquid filtering in one by one and dying.
Liquid 2 times in a row. Previous game and this one, they pick up the Aegis and just instantly lose the Aegis. Pretty much the same spot. So something to work on, I guess. And there's Rod of Athos, a lot of value. And now he does have Heaven's Halberd. Things are coming into a play for Aurora. I think with each death on Team Liquid, I did mention that they outscaled them in the late game. We're not talking about like super late game right now, but you can see the power of this Rod of Athos. Exo's running. I believe this is the second exorcism that we've seen.
Yeah, finally getting something done there. I mean, that is the big difference between having a squad who's set up, right? That there was the game plan we were describing of Aurora. Setting up on a tower with a Medusa in the front, Timber, DP having that push strength through the Exo and tankiness of Timber, and Liquid kind of filtering in, you know, one by one, not being set up, trying to react. Now Liquid are playing aggressively though. Good foot forward. Foxy gets blasted out of here, and 23 reacting nicely. Aurora, again, rebuffing Liquid in their aggression, sending the supports to hell. 33 and Mickey maybe thinking about turning here, but re-entering this fight is so challenging. Jabs and 23 offering a really nice tanky front line, and the Dragon will get sniped out in the end.
Easy 250. Coming out from Dragon, Rod of Athos again, crucial item. They already got the value. He doesn't even need to use the item ever again, and they still got what they wanted from the item. That's how valuable the pickup was. Smoke from Aurora. I think they might be still early to say, but I think they have this one in the bag. I think with the heroes and how the last 2 fights played out, they managed to recover. They got 5k gold and another Rod of Athos into Earth Splitter.
Kill after kill. Yeah, this has gone from... Okay, we just rewind a couple of minutes, right? We think Liquid got Aegis. Liquid were 5,000-6,000 net worth ahead. That's where the steamroller should be starting to, you know, really pick up momentum, get some speed. Aurora have just shut that completely down, taken the keys out of the ignition and said, no, you're not driving out of here anywhere. This is now our game to control. That lead has been... it's gone. It's not just diminished, it has disappeared. 7 to 10, closing in on 20 minutes, and now you've got DP, who's top of the net worth. Jabs out of nowhere. Massive money in his pockets.
Yeah, he's getting a couple of last hits. He's getting the towers and rotating to the bottom lane. He's all over the place. He's been involved in 9 out of 10 kills. Another Rod of Athos into Silence and another death. And he's stolen the proximity mines. That's big. Q has been stealing some big spells. He's been holding the power shot in the last 2 fights and now holding the proximity mines so he can see where the enemies are. Maybe even hold it long enough to protect the next Roshan. Plant some bombs near the both Roshan areas so you know that they're going to go for it. But this time around, Aurora will contest Roshan without a doubt.
Yeah. I mean, you've got Jabs, who's 7-1-3. 10 out of the 11 kills Aurora have, Jabs is involved in. Spectacular stuff from an offlane Death Prophet who struggled in that early game. But now we're reaching that mid-game. And like you're saying, the scaling potential here from Aurora. Medusa starting to pick up the pace. Triple cores, 10k net worth now for them. No longer having these kind of stragglers on the outskirts of society. They're all ready to take part and be involved.
Yeah, we did mention,
Liquid.
yeah. They will take the
Boxy.
Tormy. Boxy will die one more time.
Oh, he's fine.
I blame
Torrent is still
33.
alive, though.
33 cancel a couple of attacks. Did not want to kill Boxy there. Already did it in the previous game.
Radiant's middle tower
But yeah,
is under
speaking of
attack.
itemization, I think the Scotty is going to be massive. You have Scotty against like 4 range heroes, 2 cores. That's pretty big. And then you have Solar Crest, which is going to be picked up by Ollie.
Radiant's middle tower
Casual
has
plate
fallen.
mail coming out from Lorenov. So all these items, like you're getting so much value out of it. And now Yule Scepter as well.
Radiant's middle
So
tower is
good
under
ways
attack.
of protecting yourself,
Dire's
dispelling the
top
wind
tower
run.
is under attack.
Liquid, they have 1k gold lead, but to me this says like 5, 6, 7k gold lead for Aurora, considering that they managed to stay out of problems in the last couple of minutes and they managed to stabilize the game.
Scotty delivered on Medusa now. More ancients to farm. 2.5 minutes for fast spawn on Roshan. And yeah, stabilize, very good word there. They just completely shut down Liquid's momentum in the first 15 minutes.
They stabilized the pendulum.
That's gonna be it for the rest of the tournament. You're just gonna keep bringing up.
You said
use
yesterday
one
you
word.
were listening to CS2 casters to try to catch some phrases and figure out some fancy words that they've been using, and the pendulum was the one that you're like most inspired by. So
Hey, now I didn't watch it specifically for that. I watch it because Counter-Strike is an enjoyable game to watch. The casters are good, and every once in a while they say something that's like, "Huh, I can use that in my workplace in Dota 2 casting." I'm specifically going out and stealing everyone's catchphrases. That's what I'm really doing.
no, I just
You
wanted
know
it to
all
sound
about
more
that, don't
dramatic.
you?
Wait, what am I stealing? Why am I being targeted? Like you're using it against me right now.
Shift enter GG enter. That's mine. That's a hill I will die.
Oh, you
on.
still didn't get over that one, huh?
No. That's the only one you've stolen, and I will never let you get away with it.
All right, I'm taking that one.
There's no stealing in comedy or humor. It is plagiarize and copy. It's all about delivery. Oh, the poor dragon. Oh. 3-3 picked up another beast, I guess. And got himself a wild wing. Made sure the dragon wasn't killed. So, you're saying Aurora have this one in the bag, potentially? What does Liquid have to do to kind of break out of this rut?
I want to see some pickoffs to come out from Team Liquid. Seems like they're going to wait for the next Roche and try to contest it there. There is going to be like one big item that's like Crystallis, but I still want to see something bigger. Did mention that Wind Ranger goes into Diffusal Blade later on, not like immediately. So that's going to be something to burn the mana. They also want to have these prolonged team fights. In terms of how to disengage a team fight, they don't have the best heroes to do so. Maybe they need to sacrifice one hero, run away from ET Splitter, Medusa, Ulti, Exorcism, and then try to take a fight, because straight up 5-on-5, if Aurora clicks the buttons, they're not winning a fight.
Yeah. If Aurora's set up, they're in a position. Now it's going to come down to areas of the map that's been warded. Let's see how it plays out, though. And right now, 3-3 in a very interesting part of the map. Far right-hand side, clearing enemy ancients. Grabs the Thunderhide. And a pretty long spawn on Roche. I think that was almost maximum 3 minutes. It was like 2 minutes 55 or something. Quite a while to wait. More time for Aurora to keep on farming. Disperser's going to be here in a couple of minutes for 23. And then, of course, the MKB after. Skipping out on that butterfly. Is that going to harm the Medusa not going butterfly here? Or do you think she's all right?
I would definitely love to see him pick it up. Maelstrom procs do go. It's a lot of Maelstrom procs, but against Beastmaster, TA, I feel like it's kind of needed. He also wants, like, his next item is going to be MKB, so he's thinking more about offense, how to take out this Wind Ranger. I'm fine with that. Sometimes you gotta choose. You don't have enough slots.
33. He does pop his BKB, but he has no TP. trying to turn and fight with Aurora and his Ancient going to work on to Ollie. Elder Titan. What's that? Pavis on him with the 1 charges as well. He stays alive, gets the kill on 3-3. And the Thunderhide Lizard dead as well.
Yeah, he gave him the Aurora, try to get the kill. Before he died, the BKB, I mean, he already popped the BKB afterwards. But yeah, again, it's Jabs who's setting things up for Aurora. These Yule Scepters, Road of Atos, so much value that came out of that item.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This is interesting. Like, usually you don't pick up Shard on carry Windranger. Like, you don't want to spend the gold for it. But I talked about that they don't have a way to disengage the fight. This is the perfect Shard to do so.
Yeah, just put the Gale Force down. Try and get the hell out of there. Just push the Medusa back. Don't let DP chase. That is one of Aurora's greatest strengths. Resetting fights, chasing people down. Roshan, 50 seconds away, 4 minutes until day, so it's pretty much guaranteed to be up in his top left corner. That's what Liquid have set up for.
Disarm. Jab's just destroying them with the item. This is the perfect example how to itemize in certain situations. Because if there was no Road of Atos, I don't think they get stuff done. I legit don't think they would be able to get those kills.
No. And yeah, the chained fights perfectly together, right? Just making that call to go more. Getting the catch with that Rod of Atos route. Nisha from up on this high ground, which has been mined up by Boxy.
Mines and traps. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, some disgusting stuff up there. But now we've got high ground vision for Aurora. Silence from Jabs onto the TA and Techies. Jumping from Loranov, aiming for Boxy. Kills him immediately as 23 runs forward. Skadi, the slow, Nisha in trouble. The double force staff to get him out of dodge. Insania from the tree lines. Just going to throw out the freezing field for half a second as he gets obliterated and killed. And into the Roche Pit we go as Aurora have dominated this area of the map, controlled them out, and Liquid, no response.
Kind of difficult fights for Liquid. I don't think they contest this like even the initial plan. Maybe they thought they might run into mines, they might run into some of the traps, but they've been holding onto this gem for quite some time now, so we'll be able to remove those from the map.
So do Liquid want to kind of aim for super, uber, mega
Maybe.
late game?
Maybe, but because right now they can't take the fights. I think they feel that they can't just go. Maybe some pickoffs on the sides, try to prolong the game as long as possible, but yeah, definitely doesn't look too good for them. Suddenly it's a 5k gold lead for Aurora. And you have Medusa, you have DP, this tricore of the heroes. There's like so much slow as well. We mentioned Scotty against range heroes. You have Shiva's Guard coming out from Loranov on top of it. So the heroes are not going to move.
Oh, scan. It connected there. Radiant double scan to try and find out where Aurora are. Loranov and Jabs, both on this far right side. Frostbite from Insania, but he's going to get caught out here with a Rod of Atos. Chain forward, pops the drums, but he's already spent his Force Staff. ET Spirit, trying to keep tabs on it. It's a Crystal Maiden, so you don't want to go diving too far. This is the situation, right, where Aurora, they again just want to be set up. They want to be 5, ready to fight. They could be walking into a trap. Liquid are full retreat mode, though, not wanting to entertain this kind of fight. And I've got a Wind Waker on the DP. Aegis Medusa, Cheese Timbersaw, Wind... Like, yeah, you're right, huh? This Jabs guy, itemization, god.
Even somebody gets focus fired, they initiate with Primal Roar. He can save people, they don't have the nullifier, so gotta be difficult. And I feel Aurora, they're not in any kind of rush. Sure, you can take out these tier 2 towers, try to take the fights whenever you can, because you feel much stronger at the moment. There's just no way that Liquid kills these heroes instantly. Even though you have Wind Ranger, there's a Wind Waker, Rubik doesn't have a shard yet, but the Glimmer Cape, Solar Crest, so these are all like super tanky items. Cheese, Aegis as well. Let's see how Liquid approaches it. Amplified damage, Nemesis Curse on Templar Assassin could make the difference potentially.
And Loranov could get burst here. Oh, we got the BKB off of the Roar and the damage out of Nisha, shredding through Timber, and they get the kill. 2 massive crits at the end there. 1,200 apiece from Nisha.
Yeah, there it is. That's what they needed. Some kind of a pick-off. Rest of the team Was trying to push this bottom lane. Let's see if Aurora still wants to take a fight, even 4v5.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they get the tier 2 bottom, and it looks like they're shifting back into mid. Yeah, Aegis, Medusa, not too afraid of Liquid. We're now starting to spread out across the map. 33 back into that bottom lane position. I'm trying to cut the wave and push them back. If Liquid can keep finding some of these runes, they've got a lot of damage. This Daedalus build out of the T8. Monkey King Bar looks like he's committing for it. Just 1,000 away now. But here comes Aurora with their smoke. Play in behind the Medusa. Send 23 forward with 2 minutes on the Aegis. Put him on a tier 2. And everyone else can wait to see for Liquid's reaction. You could maybe even think about poking high ground here as well. Just try and force Liquid to get back. Stop cutting waves. Stop being a nuisance out on the map.
Yeah, you definitely could. Jabs has that Exo. Probably wants to wait until he gets level 3 Exo. He's a couple of CS away from it. Liquid needs to play this carefully. Prolong as fast as possible. Wait for the next few items. MKB about to be finished on Nisha. Aegis will expire. And we've seen the damage from Nisha that with Nemesis Curse, it was also amplified damage. So gotta give some credit to it. But they can also burst people down. Roar into Focus Fire. And we talked about Nullifier. 33 queues 1 up. He knows that they need to burst people down so that this Wind Waker doesn't cause any problems. They're split right now.
This is potential for Liquid to gather up and play into mid. In comes Nisha with some massive physical burst. Rubik's gone. Boxy not going to escape from 23's grasp, though. Now the Wind Ranger arriving. Straight onto the Medusa, burning through her mana. 30 seconds on Aegis. We're going to keep an eye on that timer. Liquid trying to poke and prod, baiting Aurora into this position where they've already lost a hero, and now they've got to kind of filter back and deal with their lanes. Liquid, like you said, just buying more time for themselves, extending this game for as long as they can.
Liquid so far doing a good job, considering that things didn't go too well in the last couple of minutes. First managing to get a pick off on Timbersaw. This was the big timing when Aurora wanted to go for the high ground with the cheese and Aegis. So Aegis is now gone. Medusa slowly running out of slots.
You should.
5-6 slotted right now, can upgrade to Aghanim Scepter to make it even more difficult in the middle of the fights, turning him into stone, can still eat the Ags, sell his boost, you have Disperser, but yeah, I still feel, Butterfly was a good choice now that you see that Nisha does have MKB, you have Wind Ranger with Maelstrom procs, Enchanted Quiver. I think Butterfly is out of the window.
Yeah, not an option anymore. Another smoke from Liquid.
Remember when... Okay, I'll hold that thought.
Happen. Onto 23's Medusa. I think Roar was stolen.
Good shackle.
For Liquid with a great shackle, though. 23 Wind Waker up in the sky and Lauren off with the damage. Everyone's half HP from one jump out of the timber. Now the chase from Jabs with the ghosts flowing. Boxy, he's got a bit of help from Nisha here on the left side of the fight. Lauren will chain forward and try and get on top of this TA, but she blinks away. They've managed to catch up to Insania. Frostbite is there from Rubik onto the Beastmaster in that middle lane. So 3-3 with no BKB and no TP. Yet again going to get caught out. Let's see, though, what Aurora can do off the back of this. Can they get to high ground? Can they take a lane of barracks? Looks like the answer is no. They're just going to go for tier 2 top.
I think Timber dealt like 3,000 damage jumping in the middle of that fight with Shiva's Guard, Whirling Death, Chakra Magic. It's just not Chakra Magic, Chakram. And then... I miss Coddle. They do play Coddle on Aurora, so in my own defense, they could steal enemy Tormi after taking out the tier 2 tower. I don't think they necessarily need to go for the high ground push.
Man, just systematically take it out. Remove the options from your opponents. Get a bit of an advantage yourself. Easy Tormentor for them. Liquid trying to weasel out of their base. They've got a black dragon in that bottom jungle, which 3-3 is not microing, it looks like. Maybe he's just waiting for the large camp to spawn and he can farm it up. But Boxy and Nisha, they are out on the map, clearing out waves and trying to force the hand of Aurora to come back and defend.
Dire's bottom tower.
It's gonna be very difficult to focus a single hero now. Rubik did get the shard from Tormi, so Wind Waker, there is Nullifier, but you can still lift people out of the trouble.
Pops his BKB to get out of that trap silence. Boxy gonna drift away, Nisha TPing out. Good attempt, and they do waste a cooldown. 90 seconds, no BKB.
Okay, Boxy wants to play a different game. They want to stall this game as much as possible. Picked up a Blink Dagger, 4-staff on techies. So try to blink out, push some waves. You one-shot the waves with your abilities anyway.
And jump in, jump out. A quick Roshan spawn this time, though. 15 seconds until he's up. Another nighttime Rosh. Could be somewhere Liquid could set up and maybe look for this turnaround fight. Boxy has been caught, though. Let's see if he can get away from Q's Rubik. Frostbite is super annoying. Boxy just been chain disabled, but he forced-staffed to low ground. Lorenuff now chasing him, but a blink away. Like you said, he's got this slippery, weaselly build that gets him out.
Not your usual techies build. Roshan has respawned. That's third Rosh. Aghanim Scepter. Maybe Liquid can take it fast enough somehow with the focus fire damage from Templar Assassin, but Exo immediately dropped.
Do they have anything to go through BKB? Nope. So 3-3's out of there. That relinquishes full control of the pit over to Aurora as they swing in with the Exorcism.
Another big item on 23. Just finish off his Lincoln Sphere. And there's also going to be Hex for Lorenov. Needs 100 gold. So, Blink Hex initiation on a single target. They're never going to lack damage on this team. You have ET with his natural order, like being on top of people. Has 3,000 gold saved up. Has 4-staff and his quick buy, but he can also opt to go for a little bit more scaling build. Pick up that Aghanim Scepter. Become magic immune in the middle of a fight. It's not so good here because they have a lot of physical damage. They have Beastmaster Roar to hold them in place. But the big one is with the shard, you can just swap the places. We were so lazy of fixing Monkey King's shard that we just copied what ET does.
He can have it as well. Go on. Everybody needs some kind of mobility tool.
Back in my days, Nyx Assassin, Lion, and Sanking both had the same ability called Impale.
Yep. I mean, right now, there are 3 abilities with the same icon, just with different colors. Oh, Aurora. Yeah, okay, Aurora, get Q out of there. Overgrowth, Frostbite, and Cold Embrace. They are all a man shaking his fist at the sky in different shades of blue and green.
I never noticed that.
Dire's middle tower.
I think one of them's flipped vertically. I'm not sure.
Oh, so it's not the same. Don't make it too obvious.
Yeah, just flip it vertically.
It's the same guy who made eyebrows on Kobold. It's the same fella.
Oh my god, yeah, the prospecting kobold has some very heavy mascara on his eyelashes, that's for damn sure.
This is what they wanted to do with second Aegis, go for this type of a push. Now they have double cheese, and they have Aegis going for the high ground push, Mindbreaker on top of it. He also ate the Aghanim Scepter from Roshan, so that's like this Medusa, 36,000 net worth, 38 minutes, so almost 1k per minute.
That's rough for Liquid. So they cut mid-wave, they get spotted by Dire Observer Ward. Radiant are scanning down bottom, but Aurora knows exactly what's going on. They're setting up for this. Q's hiding in the trees. Glimmer capes and gets away from danger. They do jump the TA, though, with Lorenuff. The side device coming in onto Nisha.
He's
BKB's
tanky.
galore. Mickey and Nisha realizing they can't do anything. They've got to turn tail and run. Earth Splitter won't connect on anyone, but it's Aurora with full control of this team fight. Liquid, they enter and they exit in the blink of an eye. Like, okay, hello, goodbye, I'm out of here. Boxy trying to slip away, does get out of there. But Aurora now have free reign to push the base. Boxy gets blown up by jabs and Lorenuff. They need creep waves, though. Mid lane did get cut, and it looks like bottom as well. So they don't have free reign to enter the base. They don't have a freaking creep wave.
Liquid is so good at delaying this game, not taking the fights. They try to go for Timber, which is like the tankiest hero. There's the Blink Hex initiation coming out from Timber. He also didn't even use the cheese. There's also one more cheese available. Jab's just use that Wind Waker on top of him, and makes things very difficult if there's no Beastmaster to use that Nullifier, remove Wind Waker, and finally Aurora inside their base, inside the enemy base, going for the set of barracks and going for the second set of barracks as well. This is how game looked like it's gonna end for a long period of time after Team Liquid missing the opportunity, like not using the first Roche, not using that Aegis correctly.
It was like, it felt inevitable. Boxy getting destroyed, Nisha under his own Ancient getting shredded by 23, no buybacks on either of them. And Beastmaster does return to the battlefield, but now it's a 3v5 plus Aegis Cheese, so a 3v7? That's not a fair fight. And now you've lost your Crystal Maiden. Liquid running out of options quick. Aurora showed up to play here in game 2, giving 23 this Medusa. A real great move for them in the draft, and it set themselves up for success. 40 or so minutes in, Mega Creeps are about to come. I mean, does TA, is she even close? Miles away from it. Laurenov just keeps jumping into their faces as well. No buyback, no TA for a minute. Insane here. This it's not even long-range poke, it's long-range kill threat. Mickey's run into the fight and has the BKB to run away. And GG called.
Shift enter.
Sacrament Earth Splitter on top of the Spirit is disgusting.
Yeah, shift enter, GG enter, Gary. There's not much they can do in this game anymore. And yeah, I think they missed the opportunity. We did mention after the draft ended that Team Liquid needs to play this tempo. And if it comes down to the late game, Aurora will probably win, considering the heroes that they have. To me, Jabs is the MVP of this game. I don't know. I know we don't choose MVPs, but, you know, I can say he's my MVP, considering that he was able to get this Rod of Atos and allow pretty much the whole team to run together and go for these kills.
And the age-old question has been answered. Would you rather your wind to be ranged or woken? The woke wind wins in the end. Jabs with that Rod of Atos, the Wind Waker. Beautiful itemization out of that Death Prophet, and a great, again, that flexibility of the two players, position 2 and 3, Jabs and Laurenov, having that DP Timbersaw flex until the very end of the draft, made them, put them in a very, very nice position there, commanding victory for Aurora in game number 2. And 23 Savage, you know, after a long journey back to Europe from home, and definitely woken up in game 2. In game 1, a little sluggish, maybe a bit of jet lag, but game 2, right into that groove, into the rhythm. 2, 1, and 10 on Medusa, slotting to place and playing it out perfectly.
Yeah, Laurenov had a bit of a rough start, but managed to come back into the game. Some huge stacks were made by Q and Ollie, farmed them together, and it's just Jabs. For me, if you choose any other item, you don't get those kills. They managed to read the map one more time. They read this perfectly, like even in the first game, how to get the Aegis off Team Liquid immediately. So knowing when to take a fight without like exposing too much and killing the momentum of the enemy team. That's what they're really good at.
Yeah, it was like always the second move, which you got to give them respect for, really. Because it's like, okay, you kill the TA or you take the Aegis, but it's that next move where they shut down 3-3's Beastmaster, right? Those multiple wraparounds. I guess we'll see them in the replays in a bit. But the multiple wraparounds onto 3-3 top to kill him twice in a row made sure that the pressure onto Aurora's top lane was stopped completely. And then 3-3 had to start playing the right side of the map where, you know, he's a Radiant hero playing enemy Ancients as a Beastmaster and not really pushing tier 2 or creating pressure. Didn't find his spot on the map too nicely. Here, you know, he gets a nice route onto the Medusa. A good team fight for Liquid in the early stages of the game. Really shutting down Aurora, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, definitely wasn't. And this is the big fight. That's the fight that changed everything. It was 5k gold lead for Team Liquid. They instantly burst Nisha down. EXO is running, and all they needed to do is hold hands, go together, because their team fight is way too strong for Team Liquid. Team Liquid wanted to, you know, go for these pickoffs, use the Aegis, siege the high ground, Helm of the Dominator, but they managed to recover nicely, and this is another fight where Team Liquid just starts running away. All these slows, you get hit by Scotty, Shivas, and you have 100 move speed. I wanted to say 0, but 100 is the lowest.
Yeah, and then you've got like ET Spirit on top of you with Fade Bolts and stolen Freezing Field from Q. Snakes are following you. On top of, like, you know, Timbersaw damage as well. Pretty ridiculous stuff. Elder Titan just amping up all that magic damage. It felt incredibly good. And then, of course, amping up the physical when you're standing right next to them, giving Medusa a bit more firepower. And of course, the closing minutes of the game here as Aurora closed it out with that final Aegis and multiple cheeses to give them 7, 8 lives, basically, in the final team fights here against Liquid. A pretty challenging one. So Liquid, they won their first series 2-0, now meeting Resistance. They've defeated BetBoom without too many problems. Aurora putting up much of a better fight as they take that second game. As I believe we can throw it to a break and maybe return with an interview. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right, we've got some quick turnaround on this. We've got 23 Savage joining us for an interview as Aurora took game 2 in a best of 2 against Team Liquid. 23, are you here? Can you hear us? You all set? Nice. Great. Congrats on that second victory. So first of all, you went back home to Thailand, I believe, and then flew back to the boot camp. What was that whole journey like? And, how are you feeling? You jet lagged? You kind of fresh and ready to play? What's up with that?
It was really tiring, of course, because I thought I had 4 flights in 2 days, so it's kind of exhausting. But my team bought me business class, so it's a bit better. I mean, a lot better.
When you say your team, is it the organization or the players chipped in?
Organization. Yeah, I think if
that's very nice.
Flying on economy, I think I'm gonna be dead now. My back gonna be
I can imagine. Because the original plan was for you to join back tomorrow, I guess, and Satanic was standing in. So in these games, you got your Medusa, you got your Morphling, 2 super signature heroes for you. Did you feel like you just got back into the rhythm of things quite easily?
I think the first game I played bad. I could have carried the team if I played better. But the second game, I fail in the laning stage, but I keep pushing mid, so I helped the team a lot, I think. Yep.
Lacoste?
Yeah, well, you guys have a pretty good read on when to strike. Like in the first game, you managed to take the Aegis off Team Liquid immediately. Second game, you do it as well, kind of kill their momentum. Who's the guy that is calling these shots? Because it was pretty much perfect.
It's Japs. He always call for early game. Yeah.
Cool. And so with Lorinov now joining you as a full team member, right? He's no longer a stand-in. Are you all, fully communicating in English? How has it been, sort of communicating with Lorinov from the mid lane, joining you as a full squad member?
At first, it was pretty hard because his accent is a bit Russian, and at first I cannot really understand. But as of this moment, it's really improving and easier. He cannot understand us as well because we are Southeast Asian. And some accents are hard as well. Yeah. So it's from
I
both
guess
sides.
in the heat of the game, you're all talking very fast and trying to make things happen. So you gotta kind of slow down to figure out what each other are saying.
It's like really chaotic at first. But, I mean, at first I was like, he says something and then I don't understand, and then I say, yeah, bro, let's go. But I just blend in and make him confident in whatever he says. But now I understand more. Yeah.
The full divide.
I guess if you just have keywords where it's just like go, you can make things easier.
Yeah. Do it a lot, but sometimes it's complicated. Like jump this guy, kill this guy first.
Yeah. I also wanted to ask you about Satanic being a stand-in, replacing you. Are you like the main vocal guy about who's gonna replace you? Like, because you're probably looking at the other team, someone who's available, and thinking, oh, this guy is similar playstyle to me. Maybe we should bring him in.
My team thought about it, but when the moment I heard about it, I said yes. I think this guy is good, and he can replace me. If it's other, maybe I don't agree with it. Yeah, but he's good.
Yeah, had to be 23 approved. Yeah, kind of what I figured out. But also wanted to ask you about Team Liquid, because the score that you have against them, when you were playing for Talon as an organization in 2023, doesn't look too good for you guys. You had 1 win, 2 draws, and 6 losses. Like, what do you think they're such a tough opponent to play against?
I think they draft really well and they play a good early game, and I think they're just a really good early game team. And last year we were like really late game oriented, so they were our kryptonite last year because draft and early game.
Would you say you guys improved in terms of not playing for the late game more compared to like what you did in the previous years? Are you faster team right now?
I think our laning stabilized more compared to last year, and we try to play fast, and we changed one player as well, so it changed something as well on the way we play at mid lane. I mean, from last year.
Cool. Yeah, it's been great to see you kind of slot in, find your rhythm, looking real good. Especially that game 2 against Liquid, you guys looked very smooth. Congrats on that last game victory against Liquid. Thanks for joining us. Always nice to
Thank you.
have a chat.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Always great to. I was wondering where you were going with that question. Are you choosing who's replacing you? Like, you can have a stand-in. Satanic can replace me for now.
No, I was not talking about pizza party or anything. It's just, as a carry player, you have to approve that shit. If they are someone's coming in, you got to say, okay, this guy's good. He's good enough to replace me.
Yeah, he's going to be a good fit. There we go, wrapping up our first series of the day. We've got 1 series left in the Elite League here for day 2 of the group stage. BetBoom against Xtreme is the next one up. A best of 2 coming right around the corner. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everybody. We return with our final series of the evening. BetBoom taking on Xtreme Gaming here in the Elite League group stage. It's all best of twos round robin. As so far, BetBoom have had a pretty sad time of things. Xtreme Gaming have only played one series, so it's going to be interesting to see how these two match up, Lacoste.
Yeah, definitely, but their history says, BetBoom, they eliminated them from Dream League Season 22. Xtreme Gaming got that third place, and then BetBoom got dismantled by Falcons in the grand finals. They also did win against them in Dream League Season 22, the second group stage. But I want to see BetBoom, like the games that they played so far, I'd say they didn't look good against Team Liquid. We were covering the one against Gaming Gladiators. They definitely should have won the second game, but there were so many shenanigans going on in that game. That was just like one of the most ridiculous games I've seen recently. The first game, not enough aggression, I would say. We did have like Miero trying to hold them into the game. If he played worse, the game would also be a pretty easy stomp for Gaming Gladiators. So they definitely need to wake up. So far, they did go with 3 times Leshrac on the first pick, so I think they need to shift things around a little bit more. And for Xtreme Gaming, as you said, they only played one series so far. They did manage to draw that one against Boom Esports, jog 2 times in a row. This team is very creative. They are going to play pretty much anything. Sniper Tank Cardell has been banned against them most of the time. Sometimes even in the first phase, some teams are not afraid to ban it, but if he gets the chance to play it in the mid lane, XM definitely will.
I mean, they've got so much like fruity flavor on this Xtreme Gaming. Just Army, what do you want to play? Oh, I want to play PA with the old broken build. I want to grab a Juggernaut who's just not seen play or the light of day. He's been stuck in a basement for the past year. Comes out for 2 games in a row for Arme on Xtreme. And yeah, you mentioned the Sniper ban, Disruptor ban. Disruptor of DY looked tremendous in both of those games that they played. They definitely have to shift things around and pick something new, try something a little different. Xtreme now removing the Kunkka. So we are left with an IO first pick.
They don't strike me as an IO team. I don't remember seeing them play IO in their recent months. I have to go through the list. Yeah, I don't see a single IO going back to Dream League Season 22. This is the new stuff. Yeah, I just don't see IO in any of their drafts. So they are definitely improving. This team always has pretty much the highest. They're always in the top 3 in terms of hero diversity. So they can play pretty much anything. Jinkyu XXS had a little bit of a hero pool expansion. During one of the previous tournaments, he only played basically 4 heroes, and then he insanely improved his hero pool. And it was also at the start of this like offlane meta where you can't ban all the offlaners, so he gets to choose. A lot of the times his hero would be first pick anyway and be like, okay, XXS, do whatever. So BetBoom banning out Sniper in the first phase, Razor gone, Chen gone. I saw some games where Chen is still not contested. During the previous tournaments, Chen had like 100% contest rate. The nerfs that he received, I don't think it's enough. These are some like small tweaks in terms of numbers, in terms of slow. I don't think that's gonna impact how Chen is gonna be picked or banned, because in competitive play, this hero just does way too many things, has this insane heal, builds into auras, and he's not the old Chen. This hero scales extremely well into the mid and late game.
It absolutely does. Nice bit of hot tea there for BetBoom. Everyone's sipping on their nice mugs of tea. Yeah, it was Xtreme Gaming haven't played IO for 11 months, a year even. 3 losses in a row with their last 3 IO games for DY. Definitely a hero that's been on the rise, though. We'll see what it gets paired up with here. A year ago they were playing Ursa, playing Sven with this IO, but we've seen IO Lesh and some of these magic damage dealers with this IO get picked up quite prominently. You could see that here for Xtreme as well. Couple more bans to come. Elder Titan, Doom, going to join the Kunkka and the Sniper.
Doom is a good ban. If you want to go for some kind of a healing, he just stops the healing, so there's no counter to it unless the counter is don't get doomed. That's it.
Basically, yeah.
BetBoom teams.
Marcy. Okay, yeah, that was the one the Gaimin Gladiators were using. And Leshrak's going to get stolen by BetBoom as well.
4 out of 5 games, BetBoom playing with Leshrak. It's been a pick that can be flexed to position 5 if necessary, but so far BetBoom played it from the mid lane exclusively. Some of the heroes that are still, like, XM loves his Lina. I think this is a good response to Leshrak, because what Lesh wants to do is sit in the middle of a fight, regen up from the Bloodstone. Also in the lane, he wants to be the one dominating. Lina doesn't allow him to do that. I don't think they should pick it straight away, but definitely XM thinking about it.
Yeah, definitely in the playbook for Xtreme. When you first pick Io, it makes things a little
weird.
Awkward in my head.
Yeah.
A little bit weird, like where you go next, because it's, do we want to pick our, next support? Is Io pos 5? That's what we've seen at mostly this tournament. We don't really see that pos 4, Io Beastmaster or whatever we had a bit of back in the day.
We've seen Celery play position 1 in the game where they played against BetBoom, 75, 80-minute game. Deso, Stygian Deso, level 25 talent.
Satanic. You had a Satanic at the end. Madman. What is this?
That's XM Viper, I think. XXS also plays Viper, but I think that's going to be mid-hero. They love to ruin people's dreams. All right, swap this Leshrak to position 5 right now. You don't get to play the game.
God, I've been begging for a Nyx Assassin for months. I haven't seen him.
But they are also, with this Nyx, keeping a flex option to put Viper in the offlane paired up with Nyx Assassin, because offlane Viper needs a stun. He needs Tusk, he needs Tiny. Nyx Assassin hasn't really been a hero, but speaking of some old school combos, you have Nyx Assassin from Vendetta scouting things out, relocate play, bam, Vendetta stun, dead.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, yeah, Viper's such a kind of slow, sluggish hero. Having a relocate play available to you really feels nice. So Nyx with Carapace kind of counters Bat, counters Lesh. You've got a lot of burst damage to get these kind of pick and play moments when you kill a hero, move into towers. Objective taking, not the best here from Xtreme Gaming, but they've got this pick and play, but they don't have that tower taking capability.
That's a mid Ranger against
Viper.
Support role. It's I think Wind Ranger follows wherever Viper goes, not necessarily mid. So they probably need another flex pick. Leshrak can be mid, can be position 5. Maybe pick an offlaner right now. I think that works. Because Wind Ranger against Viper, it's really nice, even if you get initiated on by Nyx Assassin, pop that Wind Run later on. Or if it's a mid lane, you will have your Wind Run maxed out. So, yeah, good thinking coming on from BetBoom.
It looks like a draft that you'd be playing back at TI2. Io, Viper, Nyx Assassin.
It really does.
It does, right?
It does. Some tanky offlane. I think Centaur is fine. Run away from Viper type of a thing. They relocate. You can easily stampede out of the trouble. It's also one of Miero's better heroes.
And just bring some beef. Bring a brawler.
I think you need a setup. Batrider can fulfill that role, played from position 4, where you get like an early Blink Dagger.
There it is. Yeah, so is it going to be Bat 4? Lesh 4?
Bat 4 with Centaur, so you can set things up. Lesh Centaur also doesn't sound too bad. It really depends whether Toronto Tokyo feels comfortable playing this Leshrak as a position 5.
That's right. I guess also depends on what the lane is going to be here for Xtreme. Where again, you said they've got so much flexibility. You can assume it's going to be IO5 with a melee carry here, but you're never quite sure. Especially when Arme has been splashing out Juggernaut and heroes that we just haven't seen before. Last pick is there for BetBoom though, so Xtreme are the ones who need to keep that flex until the end of the draft. Try and keep things as open as they possibly can.
There's still a Lifestealer option, but they go with Sven instead. I think that's the better one, because you have ways of dealing with Wind Ranger with the Dispel. You also follow her with the Wind Run. So might push yourself out of the trouble. I was thinking Lifestealer good against Centaur, not so good against Wind Ranger, of course, but you also have Vehicle with the Nyx Assassin. And you still don't know where this Viper's going, so Xtreme Gaming, they will need to show, because BetBoom, they have the last pick.
No, out goes the Lifestealer. And BetBoom, yeah, looking for that Nightfall hero. I've seen some success on these kind of hard carries, the illusion carries in particular. TB, PL, Morphling always comes to mind when thinking about Nightfall here. I mean, they're on a 5, 6, 7 game loss streak though, so maybe they want to change things up and give Nightfall a fresh hero, a fresh start.
So they ban Lifestealer, which would be pretty good against Viper, good against Nyx Assassin, matches up nicely against Sven. During Dream League, these two heroes have been heavily contested. Who can get hands on Lifestealer? Sometimes people were second phasing Lifestealer, ban out Sven, because that was the kind of hero of the tournament. So they ban out Enigma, they ban out Pango, covering different bases. BetBoom will get to choose. Xtreme Gaming, I don't know if they can kind of camouflage their last pick, something that can go off lane or mid.
Yeah, because previously we had that kind of DK pick, right, which was perfect, but that's already banned. And Faceless Void, yeah, good shout there. Just get rid of one of these super late game carries. Xtreme, they've got to pick blind into this. Like you're saying, camouflage is key. We're seeing a lot more of teams going deep into reserve time, especially in the middle of the draft. And getting into that kind of third, fourth pick moment. You need all that reserve time you possibly can. Long gone are the days of speed drafting where no one's using reserve time. I've seen...
I'm just thinking, because they have enough stuns. They have good lineup so far, and it's going to be Mars in the end to counter this Centaur, so they can't run away. They want to focus them down. And XXS, I've been the most impressed by his Mars. I think him and Amar are two best Mars players in the world. Collapse comes in there, but haven't seen too much of Collapse lately, like dominating. But XXS, I'm always impressed what he does. Collapse, definitely top 3, but recently Amar and XXS kind of took over.
And there is Nightfall's illusion carry. The Terrorblade comes into play for him. So Toronto Tokyo Lashrak, like you called for, position 5 Lash, GPK mid Wind Ranger. XSAM going to be his opponent in that mid lane as the Viper. DY Pos 5 Io. So it's going to be XXS and Shinkyu up in that top lane as the Mars and the Nyx. A lot of stuns there. Quite a bit of magic damage into a TB Lash lane, who are both quite squishy. Could offer some kill threat.
Yeah, they had to make the adjustment. Lashrak, it was not playable. If you wanted to play Lash mid, they would put Viper mid, and then you're playing into Nyx Assassin, 1 carapace, 1 stun. Afterwards, you're pretty much dead. Nightfall, he loves his Terrorblade. There's no doubt about it. Yesterday, when they were playing against Gaimin Gladiators, he ended the game. The game pretty much ended when he died, and that was his only death in that game. That was like a 45-minute game. He knows how to play the hero. It's just that a lot of the times I feel Terrorblade as farm a lot and not be able to achieve much, because you are playing against Sven. He's going to have much more farm early than you. If he wins like 2 fights, they have massive advantage. And in terms of team fight, you have Nyx Assassin with the carapace, so if you can't burst him down from 100 to 0, this is also Nyx into Batrider, so he can easily set things up against Reflection, against Centaur. It's just god tier Nyx Assassin game. We've seen one of those earlier when OD was picked against 3 tanky cores, Liquid against Aurora. A Nyx Assassin can also stun Centaur with Retaliate just from hit from Vendetta, because you can use Carapace without breaking the Invis, and he stuns himself off Retaliate damage.
Yeah, and then I guess thinking about it in terms of, like you're talking about all the counters, right? It counters all these heroes. I think you could even counter Terrorblade in that as well. Because, like, strategically, Terrorblade wants that period of, 15 to 20 minutes where he's just AFK jungle, hitting neutrals, pushing out waves. Nyx Assassin has this ability with that Vendetta just to bypass, observer wards, bypass vision, bypass creep waves, find the TB, and then you have Io relocate on top of it. So TB isn't going to have that safe farming time, and it's going to be a hurdle that BetBoom has to get over somehow. They've got to protect Nightfall with multiple heroes to allow him to farm, which is kind of difficult when their supports are already going to be crippled by a Nyx Assassin, right? That whole economy situation where you have to buy dust, have to buy sentries. You've got to sentry and observer ward place on top of cliff tops to see where he's going. Now, Toronto Tokyo is going to have a very poor Leshrac this game, it feels.
Yeah, definitely does. Also, looking at the items, Jin-Q starting with Boots of Speed means that they don't want to play the lane early on. They want to be able to pull it. Nyx Assassin, one of the most worthless heroes in the game at early stages, does absolutely nothing.
Oh yeah, I was giggling earlier on as we shifted back to our cameras because Ame was throughout the entire draft no headphones on, and he puts them on, and they're the little pink ones with like I don't know, bear ears or whatever he's got. The most adorable headset I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's been using that for quite some time now.
I've seen the one where he's got like cat ears and stuff, but I don't know, I've not seen the pink ones before.
Ooh, Ame could land a 3-man stun. It's a 2-man stun for now, but there's a 4-man stun by Jin-Q. Ame's still gonna die.
Stun. Yeah, Sven is still done for. BetBoom with that sweeping move into the top bounty rune spot gets GPK first blood. And that mid lane is a Wind Ranger, so BetBoom off to a great start. Let's see about the bounty runes though. XXS, Jin-Q get 2, Save got 1, and it looks like DY's Io will get that last one as Jin-Q slips away from the rest of BetBoom in that mid lane.
Jin-Q is so adorable. Every single... I don't think this guy has a single hater. Maybe someone in the Chinese scene, but in the Western scene, he's seen as a god from the players and from the whole community. Jin-Q is just a beast.
Yeah. XM, already 2 denies on GPK. Viper fans in shambles. I mean, this was meant to be Viper into Lesh, right? Dominate the lane, start crushing, and this is Wind Ranger favored, I assume?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, you don't do anything as Viper. Pretty much you can try to go for some mana usage, try to put some poison attacks on him. He pops a Wind Run and hits you back.
Has been killed.
Up atop, DY going to block up that large camp with his body. Saves back right. They've got the sentry and the small camp, so no pulling for either team. The lane will be where the lane will be.
Yeah, I want to see if maybe XM decides to put the point in Nether Toxin, because you're not pressuring GPK, and you might need to fall back to jungle, so just utilize that. For now, it's going to be 1 point in poison attack. Like, even 1 valuable point in Nether Toxin allows you to play the jungle easily.
Even just to, like, counter-push the wave, right? Because Wind Ranger's going to be power-shotting, shoving it towards you. Something that Viper often struggles with is that D-push. Oh, Jin-Q, it's a lot of damage from this level 1 Edict. Does he just die here to the final click of Toronto Tokyo?
The GOAT is speedy. Windlace, so he can catch onto Nyx Assassin. Level 1 Edict, like, you're playing Edict into 2 melee heroes, so you know you're gonna get the value out of it.
And Edict is all pure damage now, huh?
Yep.
This spell has been everywhere. It's been physical damage, composite damage. It used to be a time when you buy Blightstone.
Damage.
Well, you
Love
could buy
that one.
Blightstone on Lesh because it was half physical, half magic, and you could amplify it. It was great.
Composite damage. I remember March of the Machines was
universal
composite damage. I think it was composite damage.
I was a Tinker fan. That was for sure universal. It might have been composite at one time. Midnight Pulse and March of the Machines were 2 universal damage, which was what was it? It was magic damage that pierced spell immunity.
Okay, I'll trust you. I know you've been Tinker Spammer back in the days. Yeah. Now you're playing all these easy heroes.
Warlock.
Go AFK, yeah, Warlock, so you don't have to micro too much. Gary, if you continue that, you could have been a professional e-gamer. We could have played on the same team back when you were, like, really good at Dota.
I don't know. I was never that good.
Yeah, but if you continued to spam Tinker, maybe you could have got yourself on a team.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Just needed to try harder. It was a skill issue for sure. Oh, there was also wild axes from Beastmaster that were composite. With split magic physical damage. I mean, I am a LAN winner, you know, Lacoste.
I know, but you can tell the viewers about it. Very important for this series, by the way.
Dire's courier has been
I'm speaking about my professional career.
Not
Great.
many people can say that.
The UK LAN victorious. I don't know, there were like 3 teams that played in it.
Doesn't matter.
Still won it.
You showed up at the time when it was
Yep.
necessary. So
Anyway.
Windranger 18-7, 16-7 on this Viper. He's slowly catching up, has that valuable point in Nether Toxin. 0-2-2 build on GPK, but if you misuse the Wind Run, Viper will start to put in some heavy damage onto you. Bottom lane, Mars sitting at 14. He doesn't have that much, needs to be aware of these edict that Toronto Tokyo has been putting onto them. It's good
We're seeing top
harassment
lane-
coming out from him.
Top lane, the kind of weaknesses of the IO as well. You know, very passive support, just sitting behind Arme. So Arme is farming decently, and they're not under massive pressure, but they're also not pressuring Centaur and Bat at all. And Miero and
Yeah.
Save actually have the kill threat potentially on this IO Sven. Now they've got a few levels under their belt. Toronto Tokyo down at bottom, getting stunned up. A lot of damage coming his way, but he turns it straight back onto Xinkyu. Kills the courier, kills the hero. XXS about to die as well. This Terrorblade and Lashrak lane. They've adapted and they're making it work so beautifully.
Adapt, improvise, overcome. Play this Lashrak as position 5, and they managed to get a lot of kills, securing Nightfall's lane. Already a 2k gold lead. Xinkyu will TP mid, refilled XM's bottle. But Toronto Tokyo making a move, puts down Observer Ward onto the enemy hill, and is now going back to the bottom lane. I mean, this is the dream position 5 Lash game where you are playing into 2 melee heroes, so you can max your Edict, you can set up the stun now with the boots and Windlaced, moving at 420 move speed, moving at funny number speed.
Okay. And it's vitally important, right? Because we were talking about how strong of a Nyx Assassin game this is. So early days, Nyx Assassin, he doesn't have his skills. He's level 2. We're thinking about later on, he's got Carapace.
What
he's
are
got
you
Vendetta.
saying, that this Nyx Assassin is useless early on, Gary?
Right now, yeah, he looks pretty useless.
Yeah, I gotta say, Xtreme Gaming Support Duo, one of the most useless heroes you can pick at early stages of the game.
Yeah.
Do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, really very, very passive. And that's where this aggression is going to come in from BetBoom. Mid lane, charging onto XM. DY, the passive IOs come in to heal up the Viper, but it won't be enough. Save is here, both supports from BetBoom, going to get a couple of kills. Toronto Tokyo on a killing spree as they swing into that mid lane to aid GPK and get a haste rune for his troubles as well.
He even survives and will pick up the enemy bounty rune, take over the Watcher. So doesn't die. I think DY is the only guy on the Xtreme Gaming lineup who is happy he got that solo XP, got himself to level 4. Nyx Assassin would definitely love to soak up some of the experience from that one. But things are not looking good. BetBoom, when they get the ball rolling early on, they've been known to be heavily focused on the laning stage type of a team. You will have Stampede available pretty soon, so you can start to play even more aggressive. You can hunt them down. And now Toronto Tokyo making a stack in the outer ring and will pick up the XP rune. Xinkyu will do the same.
Man, GPK's letting the side down. I've been keeping my eye on the CS chart, and for the past couple of minutes, we've had Centaur, TB, Windranger, all with the same last hits, the same denies. They were 40 and 12, 47 and 14. TB, 46 and 17. GPK, you need a few more denies, catch up to your fellas. But really, top 3 last hitters with that amount of denies. What, 40 denies between the 3 cores is pretty insane. Now they're also contesting the medium camp stack up at top.
Oh no, it's a level 4 Nyx Assassin. Better run back.
Xinkyu, he's got a bit of help from Arme, but now he's stuck in the trees. No escape from the forest. Centaur stomped and killed. And with level 2 Edict, they could actually put a bit of pressure on this tier 1 top, if not just kill it outright.
Man, they need to get some levels. It's gonna be difficult. Who makes the move? Because XXS, yeah, buy Tome as well. I'm really glad we got rid of that.
Yeah, me too. Mainly because I was never the one who clicked fast enough to buy.
No, I was good. I was good at it. It's just that, sometimes there's one guy who has auto clicker or something, or is just better at it, and then he gets it. We're talking about these position 1 players, mid players that stole the tome from the supports.
Or the mid player is I'm going to run down mid and feed if you don't give me Tome, because he's level 3 against the level 7 Viper. He got countered in lane. And Wisdom Rune's much, much nicer. Much more effective. Good D ward coming out of DY in that top jungle. Toronto Tokyo loses out on that vision battle as they double observer ward to make sure that what Arme's farm is kept safe and secure.
Man, really impressed. I want to quit the cast. I want to quit this job and play Next Assassin right now. I've been really impressed by the hero, what he can do at early levels. Just play Next Assassin for 10 minutes and leave. That's what I want to do.
That's when it starts getting good. After 10 minutes, you're level 6.
No. This is the hypest that I've seen. 4 CS, 0, 3, and 0. Huge impact. Massive. 5k gold lead for BetBoom because of this Next Assassin pick.
I mean, yeah, you look at the two supporters.
It's good in theory. Like, it works well. It's just the problem is how you play the lane. If you, I wouldn't even say that they misplay the lane because it's not a strong lane by any means. Lashrak was off to a good start, that 1 kill, then getting 2 more kills out of it. So now things are very difficult. I think it's all about stacking, try to get Ame back into the game.
Try and accelerate that cement. Trouble is, with that top tier 1 going down so early on, Miero has free access to bully back Ame, maybe pressure tier 2. Sven's going to have to go into the Ancients, which DY is starting to stack now, thankfully for Xtreme Gaming. XM in the mid lane, chucks a Viper Strike at the Leshrak. Xingqiu trying to play forward as well, but GPK keeps them back, and now a Flame Break, the blast damage on to Xingqiu, and the follow through on Viper as well. DY can't save anybody. They've got XXS arriving with a Mars Arena. The kill save, but what next? They're just going to lose everybody? DY down, XXS stomped into the ground, a triple kill for GPK, 4 for 1 trade, and then the tower's going to die after.
You know what I'll tell you, Gary? Xtreme Gaming is one of the teams that is not afraid to call an early GG. I don't think they're in this territory yet, but 7-8 minutes down the line, if they manage to lose a couple more heroes like that, Xingqiu, he's definitely not having fun. Still level 4 Next Assassin. GPK try to go for the Shackle, and now that's going to be his Maelstrom. Toronto Tokyo really feeling himself in this game, involved in 10 out of 11 kills, and we had our doubts whether he can play the hero or not.
Incredible, isn't it? Level 1 Edict, just crushing it. Oh, stacks being stolen
Stealing
again.
the stacks again, no.
Sven's going to come in here and do something about it. Xtreme Gaming have to come here and do something about it. They can't just sit and wait for Xingqiu's Next Assassin to get to level 6. They can't sit and wait for XM's Viper to get to level 25. But it feels like that's the point of the game we're at right now. We need Xtreme Gaming to scale into that late game, and they're just not getting over the first hurdle, which was laning stage. An 8k lead is pretty substantial at this point of the game.
8k, 11 minutes in, almost 1k per minute, and Toronto Tokyo farming up the jungle nicely, going for mech. I think if you just build like mech, Glimmer Cape, or maybe even try to go for Pipe on position 5 Lash, I think that's very worth it. You become tanky in the middle of a fight, still dealing the damage.
Look at Toronto Tokyo. Xingqiu is trying to kill neutral creeps to get level 6. Maybe now a bit of revenge. Okay, they kill the Lash. Xingqiu is still level 5, but they got a kill nonetheless. But Toronto Tokyo's here, like, high-fiving, leeching experience, looking at this Next Assassin and feeling so sorry for him.
You got that last hit, that's what matters, and we'll get level 6. If he leeches some more XP, there it is, Vendetta, use it immediately, try to scout things out. He's pinging out Miero. Miero doesn't have a point in Retaliate, so let's see if Xingqiu knows about it.
Go on.
We'll go for the hit and stun, but that's about it.
You cancel that TP, oh yeah. Well, Miero going to grab a couple of Lotuses. Not able to join his squad, who are invading enemy triangle. Save is going to come across. No stacks remain anymore. DY and Arme have gone to that far right side. What is it, a minute until Wisdom Rune? Got a bit of time to play over here. But this map starts to become very small. Now, triple dire wards up in that top jungle, sure. Miero, though, is just going to solo XXS in the top lane. Literally 1v1, and Mars dies.
He says.
Oh,
Indeed. Veil of Discord, upgraded instantly. Miro just knows how to play this hero. He's really good at it, and will pick up a point in Retaliate. So something we talked about is that Nyx can stun him with just Carapace Vendetta hit, returning that Retaliate damage from the hit. And there's the mech that we mentioned on Leshrac, so pretty tanky. They can easily take towers.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, kind of nice to see this Centaur go this build as well, just in general. Not going Retaliate Blade Mail and being this passive farmer. Going fast Veil, Blink.
Ooh, relocate. Miro's waiting for them.
Onto the Wisdom Rune, DY. Straight into the waiting arms of BetBoom, who are set up for him.
Well, good try. It's not like anything's happening on side of Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, it's like if he gets the Wisdom Rune, that is super worth it. If he dies, it's like, whatever, I'm a support IO. It's fine.
Maybe it's time for Xingqiu to start killing some couriers.
Oh, yeah. It's one of those kind of games. So this is the thing, right? Nyx has hit 6, and they just wasted Relocate on the Wisdom Rune. Would have potentially been nice for a moment like this, where the Nyx can see the TB. A potential, massive kill for them. But there's no follow-through that's available at all. Oh, and BetBoom, they're smoked in front of the Terror Blade. Something Xingqiu doesn't see, doesn't realize. An XM under an Observer Wall.
That's such a good ops.
Blink stomped. Chakra shot is down. They've got a bit of heal though from DY. Keeping the Viper topped up. Flies around the arena and kills off the Lash. XXS defending with that Colosseum. And Xingqiu has been taken down by the Metamorphosis. Terror Blade. Arme and Xingqiu, it looks like, tried to make a play on Nightfall, but couldn't quite bring him down.
Viper is tanky, especially when tethered up. Mech heal came out, magic wand, Seeds of Serenity on top of it.
Non-stop invasions from BetBoom though. Nowhere is safe for XG.
Actually managed to stabilize at 8k, considering that it's been 8k gold lead for BetBoom at 11 minutes, and now it's still the same at 15. Says that they managed to get some good farm, they managed to get some kills, and now Xingqiu setting things up. There's the reload play.
Up we go. Get onto that save Batrider, slow him down, and finally get a kill. It's been a long time coming. A very quiet period of play for Xtreme Gaming, but something for them there. They're definitely one of these games, though, we're going to be counting the minutes until Xtreme Gaming cross the river. Arme dips his toes in the water, going for a little bit of a paddle before returning to Ancients, of course.
It's a dangerous zone. Different item build as well on save. He went for Spirit Vessel to stop all that healing, cancel some of the Blink Daggers that Nyx Assassin's gonna pick up. There is one available on XXS. But TB is pretty massive going into Scotty after finishing off Dragonlance and Manta Style, so there's gonna be a lot of farm, a lot of areas of the map where he can just send out those illusions, get the farm. I think they're waiting for GPK to pick up his BKB, and then they can threaten Roshan. They just want to have a little bit more safety. Miro also going for BKB, so you can get stunned, you can get out of the arena, so that's pretty nice. The only abilities you need to be careful about is Viper Strike, and you can counter that with a Stampede if you have BKBs available.
That's true. Some tier 2 neutral items. Specialist Array for the TB. And Arme, who just picked up Vampire Fang, is getting jumped, stomped, lassoed, stunned, killed, and dead. 3 heroes there. Centaur, Lesh, and Bat. Didn't even need the 2 farming heroes in GPK and Nightfall as they're tucked away on other sides of the map.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, a very difficult one for Xtreme Gaming. Man, it's just kind of crazy how much we were like, oh, this Nyx Assassin, what a great game for it. It's going to look so good. 1-5-1. It's just a laning stage, isn't it? Like you said.
It's so sad. It's just, you're not doing anything. Maybe if he's paired up, it would be a different game if he's paired up with Viper instead of a melee offlaner. But found the Philosopher's Stone, has a Blink Dagger available, so things are going to change. Xingqiu.
Get up the Carapace.
Still gonna die.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower
BKB for the Wind Ranger. just arriving.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And BetBoom taking control of that top jungle. Still trying to play into their mid ward that they've got a bit of vision over XXS with. Placing a deeper ward as well with the Batrider mid.
They see everything in the mid lane.
Straight onto Miero. Straight onto the Mars by Miero. They knew where he was. Then you have a strike. While down at bottom lane, Toronto Tokyo lands the stun onto Arme. He gets into the tree line and survives the first onslaught. Now Arme and DY in a bit of trouble. Trying to reload and save the Sven. The blink of the stomp not going to land.
Dire's middle tower
DY is going to come back down here and probably just get taken out.
Oh, why do you always have to be so negative, Gary? Like he's going to be taken out.
Well, what's happening right now, Lacoste?
There's no way he gets out of that one. So many stuns that they can use. Batrider saved. He was close to using that lasso on Wiz to stop for reload from going off, and then also killing Ame. But yeah, very difficult game for Xtreme Gaming. Jinkyu has Blink Dagger available. They're gonna smoke and try to look for a kill.
Well, no God Strength for 50. They've got Hurricane Pike on Viper. Yeah, Blink Stun from Nyx. XXS also has Blink Arena. Now, if they can chain some of these spells together, you know, they could easily kill a support. But they want something bigger. GPK, Blink Stun, Arena Spear, beautifully chained disables from XG. That is a huge kill.
It's massive. 600 gold. That's going to be his BKB. It's flying out already. Doesn't even need to get it, probably. There's also double damage. I mean, this game can still go in Xtreme Gaming's favor. They're slowly getting some kills. They need to get those relocate plays up with Nyx Assassin Vendetta. XM going for MKB. So that's going to be their way of dealing with not just Wind Ranger, but also Terrorblade. It's going to be a lot of right-click. Miero, jump again one more time.
They're trying to get the capture, that massive stun. Miero with his BKB now on the run, dragging across the Viper to the left. The Batrider lasso not going to finish off XM. DY has kept him alive. Now with the BKB God Strength kind of wearing out on Sven. Xtreme Gaming just bailing away from this. Another good tether across to XM gets DY the distance. But Toronto Tokyo's not giving up on it. They needed Jinkyu there with a great impale, dodging out on the shackle shot latch, so no further stuns. And BetBoom probably feeling like they should have got more out of that.
Yeah, they didn't get anything. So we'll definitely be happy with getting some kills. It was a nice initiation. It came out from Miero, but Visp has been causing them some issues. And DY will get that Aghanim Shard, so slow resistance and spell lifesteal that can be shared. So that's good. If you set their Viper, give him the attack speed. Now he's also going into Holy Locket, but BetBoom, they had enough. They want to take out this Roshan. I thought that they might take it even earlier, but since it's on the Radiant side, they wanted to wait.
It feels like it's super important for them to get that Aegis because kind of traction has been slipping a little bit here. Xtreme Gaming have got these moves, crossed the river, got some kills. Jinkyu's Blink Dagger has already paid off big time. BetBoom need this Aegis to press the issue. Their 12k lead has now dropped to 9. Can't let that slip any further. Miero? Ooh, never mind.
It's the Terrorblade factor. Like, they had pretty similar game when they were playing against Gaimin Gladiators. TB on top of the net worth pretty much throughout the whole game. Can only fight when he has meta. Not a hero that is setting up anything. This is not Sven. This is not Faceless Void. He feels strong right now, having the Aegis, having the Scotty delivered. So it is going to be a lot of slow. They kidnap him. Ame's done. And also Shackle.
Oh, you're in the back getting caught as well. Quick in and out there. And BetBoom going to get a tier 2 tower, and I guess with these two heroes dead for 30 seconds plus, go high ground into tier 3.
Yeah. Nightfall joins. And you can see Miero. I think he just counter this play from Jinkyu. So they can save the creep wave. There is no stampede, but the blink, and he's not going to chase. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Nightfall wants to clear these buildings.
And they still have a few creeps in the mid lane. Glyph expended, but Terrorblade with his Metamorphosis going to work on the buildings. Mars does just get his BKB delivered, and Terrorblade's Metamorphosis ending. Doesn't look like they're going to
Radiant's bottom tower
make
has
anything
fallen.
happen, though. They've kept their barracks alive. They'll live to fight another day. Maybe a smoke play here off of a Vendetta from Xinkyu. They do have that nice observer ward in the mid lane as well, so they can see GPK and Nightfall kind of moving mid and then moving top. Options here for Xtreme Gaming to play in behind Arme.
They need to find something. Like, they need some pickoffs, try to prolong the game as much as possible. Buy a little bit more time so your Viper can get MKB, your Sven can get this Aghanim Scepter, the spell mechanic against the Wind Ranger. You lock onto her, one stun, she's dead. They have no saves whatsoever. Stampede's not going to save you with so many stuns on Xtreme. But seems like they can't find anything. BetBoom having a pretty good read. Toronto Tokyo also picked up the gem. He did opt to go for Guardian Greaves as his item. Was thinking about getting the Force Staff. And there's going to be Glimmer Cape next. Xinkyu behind enemy lines.
Careful of that Lashrak, though, hey. Get away from there. Toronto Tokyo dewarding everything. Xinkyu is going to spot GPK.
Radiant's bottom
There is that
tower is
BKB
under
on
attack.
the Wind Ranger, and a much more difficult task to have one of these kind of stun into relocate setup plays. Will need the Mars to help him out, and at this point, not really a play they can go for anymore. And BetBoom, really a concerted effort just to beat As5. You know, this is the classic play against Storm Spirit, against Nyx Assassin, these individual scouting solo pick-off heroes. Don't be a straggler. Don't be alone. They are all holding hands, just wandering around, making sure that the buddy system is in play.
Buying time. Aegis is going to expire in a minute and a half. So they're trying to do as much as possible to get the next set of items. We talked about the Aghanim Scepter on Sven, MKB on Viper. These are about to be finished in the next few minutes. MKB is done. Mars wants to get the shard. So any kind of item they can get in the next 2 minutes will be really good. But seems like BetBoom, they want to push the high ground. They want to use this Aegis. Meta is available.
Nightfall. Did you just die to Aegis and regen up? I guess you don't want to waste Sunder or something like that now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just hope that, you know, as BetBoom, you're kind of just hoping Xtreme Gaming don't come out and play into this Aegis timer. That could be the downfall of BetBoom. 35 seconds
Dire's
remaining.
bottom tower has fallen.
Looks like
Nightfall's
XG.
thinking about it. He has BKB being delivered to him, so even if he dies with Aegis, he can still pop that BKB.
Dire
And
are
let's see,
scanning.
they want the middle barracks.
Yeah, meta up for it. Nightfall being pinged right now. 10
Dire's
seconds to
middle
go.
barracks has fallen.
BKBs are up here for Xtreme Gaming as well. They start with a spear into the stun. Trying to catch out this Terrorblade.
Yeah, we're trying to time it.
And he gets the Sunder off. 2 seconds remaining though. He's used Sunder. BKB's still ready. Terrorblade is dying. Nightfall's falling. Turns to fight, but in comes Arme. Claps down onto it. Toronto Tokyo gonna die as well as Miera does BKBs to TP home. Ooh, that was a close one. Gets out of there, but melee racks for your TB and Leshrac. Big moves from Xtreme Gaming using that Aegis timer.
Not just that, they also lost the gem. DY picked it up, so they're not gonna see Nyx Assassin, and that's pretty big. Like, they timed the Aegis pretty much perfectly. XM was waiting with the Viper Strike until the Sunder goes out. Then he uses it, and Sven finds a really good angle. Now with the Aghanim Scepter, things are gonna be much easier. So 7k gold lead, XXS drops that BKB, spears him back onto the barracks. He still gets it. Gets the Sunder, but already has 5 stacks of Q from Viper, and there are no saves. They try to use the Guardian Greaves, but that's about it. And then another good arena. Miera was very lucky to get out.
Yeah, it was almost... Oh, hang on a second. GQ has found GPK with the stun relocate onto this Wind Ranger. A lot of damage, and there we go. The first big Nyx Assassin reveal into relocate gets them a massive kill on GPK yet again, halting BetBoom's aggression. And that
This game...
fight, it was almost even more perfect because the BKB up from Mars meant that he couldn't be sundered, and then Nyx Assassin almost Yuled
Yes, it was
pre-Sunder
so
to stop
close.
it.
But they are getting the items, Scary. Xinkyu has Blink Dagger, has Gem, which is not his, doesn't matter. It looks like he bought it because he's holding it right now. 6 slotted, by the way.
Find
Yule
his keepers.
Scepter Philosopher's Stone, gold kicking in, going for Dagon next.
The mid-game Nyx Assassin, it's happening. Who cares laning stage? 30 minutes in. This Nyx Assassin's a monster. All over the place, scouting things out.
You really flamed the shit out of Nyx Assassin and Io in the early game, but this has been the combo. We mentioned it during the draft that if it comes down to that, and Xin-Q again, scouting things out, ready to go.
Yes, he's Nightfall, GPK, but the blink lasso onto Arme. Sven is the first point of
Oh, what a
contact.
stun.
Look at that, massive damage out of Xin-Q and XXS. Arme will turn with his BKB, and he's whacking away at them. Nightfall has to run, another blink, God Rebuke, XXS back in, 1v3, spearing two of them across, but the follow-through is unfortunately lacking from Xtreme Gaming. They needed that additional little bit of firepower. The IO Viper just too distant.
Viper deals a ton of damage. If he can lock onto a target, he wasn't even there. That was basically 3v5. Io doesn't deal any kind of damage, but Mars does, and Abe does as well, but it was a nice play from Xin-Q, who runs into Batrider's Firefly, stuns him immediately, and there's no follow-up. You said XXS, he almost spears both of them, but yeah, things are getting much more difficult for BetBoom.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, all of that momentum has been halted and stopped. All thanks to Xin-Q on this Nyx Assassin, but now potentially they've got his number. He yules. Can he blink? No.
Okay, so Gem returned. Miero will be holding that one.
Radiant's middle tower.
Roshan available in 2 minutes. BetBoom, they managed to get the set of barracks in the mid lane. They're still at a good spot. I mean, this game can go both ways. Sven is dealing tons of damage. He doesn't necessarily need to focus down Terrorblade. He can focus down the other heroes. As we've seen, these heroes just die. There is no save whatsoever.
Still a bit of time for next Roshan to come up. Arme, Daedalus, all but done. Or is this really just going to be the BetBoom style of win lanes, win mid game, have a Terrorblade who's
game.
Yeah, just pushing high ground, and that one death of the TB in that mid lane has just shattered their hopes.
Something about them and TB dying, where it turns the game completely or the game just ends.
Yeah.
We had an interview with Quinn yesterday who said that every single time they play against BetBoom, the game goes super clowny. They don't know what the hell's going on.
It was like stylistically, he tried to put it as politically as possible, right? Like stylistically, there's something going on here that just rustles our jimmies. Xtreme Gaming going to smoke up. This is going to be a clash of titans here. 5v5, very close game right now. And it's going to come down to, again, just Xin-Q on this Nyx Assassin. Can he find that breaking point? Can he scout them out? Currently, scan misses. A little bit of vision from BetBoom down in that bottom portion of the map. 20 seconds for Roche to spawn. Triple sentries, observer wards placed, and Xin-Q's going to walk right into it. Nightfall, I think, has seen him, scouted him. Nyx Assassin gets the Carapace out. In jumps Miero, getting double stunned. Carapace ending, so GPK can move in, but he's been speared across. In towards
Another
the
Carapace is available.
It is, as XXS getting dragged to the left and finished off. Wind Ranger, though, stunned and stomped. Arme's back in, looking at illusions. The real TB's off to the left. BKB'd up, and Nightfall trying to stand his ground and fight, but he can't do it. Xin-Q's in here.
Needs to sunder something.
Unload the damage, the stun from Lashrak, though, catching Arme, the heal from the
He got it off.
They got the Sunder out and Nightfall survives. XM trying to stay alive and dish the damage into Nightfall, but a triple kill. Terrorblade comes out with an ultra and secures the victory in this fight for BetBoom.
He managed to get the Sunder off. I think this fight, I don't think they would win the fight like that. If he dies, they would still get more out of it, but manages to get the Sunder off. A little bit of Paladin Sword, that lifesteal comes into a clutch, and that's going to be now full Daedalus on him. We're going to see that again. They wanted to kill Xin-Q as fast as possible, and DY here is kind of forced to help out Xin-Q. And then Mars just gets dismantled. No arena. Ame already popped his BKB, and so did Nightfall. Like, once you get started to get hit by Sven, you need to fall back, even as a TB, and he manages to get that Sunder off onto DY, goes back to full HP. He would die here, but I think the rest of the team would still clean up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, back into real time. Q trying to 1v5. Goes in as the Nyx assassin. Now in arena. Trying to catch out Save and Miero. No BKB on the Centaur. XXS needs the help of DY to keep himself healthy and does get the takedown onto the Centaur at least. But barracks have fallen. Mid and bottom collapse. And BetBoom trying this full retreat. Get GPK out of there, but he turns and fights. Kills off DY. Looking at XXS now, knowing that his BKB is going to last long enough for him to blink and win run again. Further and further away from Xtreme Gaming. XXS not giving up the chase though. He's got CQ in tow from the northern side, but a Yule Scepter into the sky. XXS, no BKB, and with Nightfall's arrival, the Mars getting shredded yet again. Gonna chase XM. The slow, sluggish Viper slithering away. He's so slow. Gets Sound and Yasha delivered, so a little bit of speed here. And BetBoom gonna give him up.
It's time to go for Roche. Try to take this down, Roche. Take this Roche down. Roshan's banner, of course, very important for this stage of the game, and also Aegis, so give that to Nightfall. GPK also, I think he needs this Legacy here desperately, so he can't get stunned by Sven, he can't get Viper Strike on top of him. JQ. I was thinking about maybe getting in, stealing something, but a bit too late. Relocate now also available if they want to go for some kind of a pickoff.
Looks like a bit of calm for now, just maintaining the lanes.
Yeah, every single time we watch BetBoom play, it's calm, panic, calm.
It just bounces back. It's just a metronome, you know, bouncing from one to the other. That's the pulse of BetBoom's gameplay.
Panic, panic, panic.
Well, they're 11k to the good now. 2 lanes of racks ahead. It still feels like such a close game, though. The way Xtreme have been able to bounce back and find openings has been incredible. BetBoom are playing with this Aegis, though. 4 minutes on the Terrorblade, 1 lane to go, so they're going to move top. Radiant side, it's a blue Terrorblade, not a blue Luna this time, as they press into the dire high ground.
It's time to go and try to close this game. Not gonna be as easy if XM manages to get like a lot of right clicks onto them, with XXS holding them inside the arena. This one, like, we've seen Nightfall doing the same thing when they were playing against Gaimin Gladiators, and didn't pin him to the trees.
And now he's lassoed back. XXS.
He's still dead.
With Armate, get the first life of the Terrorblade. He's got BKB, Hurricane Pike to play around a little bit, but no Metamorphosis for Nightfall. Arena's dropped to try and zone BetBoom away, it looks like. And Xtreme Gaming, they hold on to that final lane of barracks.
Same thing happened yesterday. Lifestealer, they're sieging the same part of the map, just reverse bottom Radiant, and he gets stunned. Then the black hole came. This time around he had BKB available, so yeah, it feels like they need to take the fight outside of the base, because if they go for something like this one more time, this observer board that has been placed in the middle of a tier 3 tower shows them just enough information for XXS to get the jump.
Yeah, it was a good sentry as well from Xingqiu to spot the Batrider's observer board that was placed high ground, so they knew where they were coming from. Everything done perfectly by Xtreme just to hold onto this game for a few more minutes. See if they can break out of the base with that next round of God Strength and BKB. And tier 4 neutral items arriving as well. I'm curious to see. Oh, look at that. Arme grabbed himself the Ancient Guardian. Big damage. A couple of ninja gears there for the Centaur and the Batrider. So hiding themselves. A surprise attack can come from BetBoom. And GPK and Nightfall, partners in crime, farming neutral camps together. TB got that tier 4 token, as the GPK. Both of them have Mind Breakers. And Toronto Tokyo still holding on to the Psychic Headband. He hasn't had his own tier 4 token yet.
Needs to find something. Oh, maybe some evasion, maybe some more magic resistance in his as well. He does have a Glimmer Cape. Aviana's Feather doesn't sound too bad. Let's see what he's going to choose.
Well, he's not picked instantly. A lot of good options or no good options, Toronto Tokyo? What have you got? Mars has also picked up his Ascetics cap, so even tanking out on the Mars.
It's a
Potential to
good
break
item, but it also gets procced by anything, and it's on 25-second cooldown, so like anything random could just proc your Ascetic cap. So in a lot of situations, it's good, but it can also be very deceiving.
I guess if he's the one making the jumps, then it probably feels better as well, because he knows that he's going to go in and... Oh, the jump on Viper, though. Chain stunned up. The heal from DY. Viper
Relocate right on time.
Saved in the nick of time. Next Assassin trying to hold his own here in front of Nightfall and GPK. BetBoom have popped Metamorphosis. They'd love to go up top and get some more buildings, but Xtreme Gaming, a victory for them.
That's interesting. I want to see that again if possible, because Jinkyu used his Dagon on Illusion, instantly killed it, and he healed for 75% of it. I feel like he healed for... Because you insta-kill the Illusion, and Illusion does have, what? Like, I don't see a single Illusion right now, but yeah, almost 4,000 HP.
We just heal back to full.
I think he did. If we don't see that again, please remind me to test it out in demo mode.
So what's next? Ogre Magi Core, buying Dagon, multicasting Dagon on Illusions.
Going back to full HP.
Just going back to full HP. Hell yeah. That's what we like to see. Well, yet again, at XG, they rebuff BetBoom. Another moment where they defend their buildings. Break out of the base a little bit to get some wards down. And this time, well, I guess the difference is this time around they have got strength in BKB to take this next fight.
I want to see one item on BetBoom. Somebody just buy that, a Lotus Orb. It's great against Sven, great against Viper as well. Mostly against Sven, where you redirect the Stormhammer. Nobody's buying it for now. Save is playing a core game, like BKB, Blink, Aghanim Scepter going into Aetherlands next.
He's pretty fat.
He is.
17,
He definitely is.
17,000 is net worth. Nice. It's been a rough game for the two XG supports. They found some farm, they found some moments just in terms of net worth. They are, and always have been, behind their counterparts. Bit of bonus here for BetBoom to grab the Tormentor. GPK shard, a bit of money. We'll get into this kind of standoffish situation where BetBoom, they need that next Roshan to really close this game out. So next Roche fight going to be what Xtreme Gaming are aiming towards. 4 minutes till nighttime, a minute and a half until fast spawn. We'll see where Roshan ends up. As BetBoom grouped together in smoke.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, Xtreme Gaming going for the wraparound through the southern jungle. They can't leave XM and DY alone here, though. They're trying to play under their own vision to see what's coming, and a good decision to back up and basically hide in the base.
Full wraparound potentially coming out. DY ready to relocate if necessary. Scan connected from BetBoom, so they know exactly where they are.
Success from the high ground. Jump in with the arena. BKB's around. In comes Save with the last one to Sven. They've caught up Arme. In comes Jinkyu, but he's stunned immediately. The shackle shot lands on him. Arme trying to output damage. Looks to the left track. Will clear him out. Toronto Tokyo about to die, but Nightfall is opening up onto the rest of them. Miero takes down DY, but Arme still tanky and standing strong. But now his BKB has ended and he's being shredded. Chain disabled. Miero with the BKB up. Clears him out while the Viper picks up a triple kill. Kills off Nightfall at the top of the fight. Back and forth between these two squads.
Oh, look at Viper go.
Windranger's brought back here, and GPK's jumping back in with Toronto Tokyo, but Xinkyu's there with a stun. Finding Lashrak. XM with the damage, an ultra kill for the Viper, and maybe even a rampage. He's got the Centaur all locked in place.
That's 10,000 plus damage, that maybe even 15,000 plus that came from Viper in the previous fight. He went fully ham. Maybe if we multiply that by 2, that's 15,000 exactly. 7.5, Gary, so... Now, you know, sometimes it's okay to exaggerate to make it sound more dramatic, but he really did a lot of work in that previous fight. Tethered up to Io. Ame also holding onto his BKB for really long duration, and XXS didn't pop the second arena immediately, held his ground, second BKB into the arena, and now we're having a game. Like, they
Oh, yeah.
Seems like BetBoom, they just can't catch a break. They can't kill off the last set of barracks. We've seen that yesterday, that they struggled a lot, and now things are even more difficult for them. I think they're in a very difficult spot. Someone might say, even use the word pickle for it.
They're in a pickle. It's their Moby Dick. It's their white whale. Unable to catch that final lane of barracks. It's not possible for them. Oh, but honestly, in that fight, like, I'm focusing on TB, on Centaur, on the Sven, on the Mars. These are all the key actors in these previous team fights. Viper has just been useless. He's been a hidden carry. Now all of a sudden, the XM comes out with this burst of, hey, I can rampage you.
You say word actors, I'm like, paid actors? Is that it?
No.
And then Mars was thinking about getting Wind Waker, upgrade this Yule Scepter, but decided to go for Aeon Disc. So double Aeon Disc to come out from this Mars. Problem is with Refresher is you're also going to be below 70% anyway, so any instance of the damage will proc it again unless you heal up a little bit. They have Io, they have Mech, Holy Locket, so he could, get the value out of the second one. I don't think he's going to be tethered to Io, but just, some random Mech or just Holy Locket usage could make the more out of the second what's it called? My brain just stopped. Aeon Disc. There we go, Gary. Take it away.
What's the name of the active on Aeon Disc? It's Combo Breaker, of course it is. Okay, it's not an active, the passive, I should have said. The active passive, Combo Breaker.
Combo Breaker. It's from one of those fighting games on Super Nintendo, I think.
Oh, yeah. Well, Nightfall. I'm being looked at by XXS, eyeing up a Terrorblade. Xtreme Gaming, see Mira Centaur, chain disabling with Impale Stormhammer, double lasso. The Save has got a grab on GQ and Ame. Sven trying to move back into position, kills off Mira, forces the buyback. Nightfall.
Ame's shackled.
The arena onto Nightfall. The Terrorblade's dead to XM and XXS. Too many X's. All on his eyes as he dies. Now Sven being focused. The shackle shot coming in. They kill off Ame with the Wind Ranger and the Centaur.
Another arena.
XXS trying to control him up. Doesn't have his backup though. Viper a little distant now as they come back in for round 3.
Oh my god, GPK.
So much damage out of the Viper. Chasing forward to the Nightfall.
Nightfall's dead again, I think.
BetBoom, what have you done? Xtreme Gaming just overrunning BetBoom here. Toronto Tokyo in severe trouble. Another harpoon back in onto Miero. A double kill for XM now as the Centaur trying to bail away, but he's been disabled.
XXS caught save.
He's dead. XXS into the save back right at the back as well. You're right, they just catch kill after kill. Dieback after dieback. And Xtreme Gaming, they are now in the driving seat.
XXS is doing way too much work. This is why I said that this guy is my second favorite Mars player in the world, because he had horrible lane. First of all, he had the lane with Nyx Assassin. I don't think there's a greater punishment in Dota at the moment, and still manages to do so much. Like some of these back spears, holding onto Refresher, catches Wind Ranger in the second arena, like when BKBs are down, because there are no Refreshers on BetBoom, and these 2 Aeon Disc is going to keep him alive long enough so he can get another round of spells. Save with the buyback. They're going for the throne.
Yeah, they're trying to just end.
Lasso is available.
No Centaur for a minute. No Wind Ranger for 40. Ame with this God Strength. Serious structural damage onto BetBoom's base. Save trying to make a move here, but that Stormhammer dodging away from the initiation. Nightfall
Ame's going for the finish.
Along with the Batrider. Ame going for the throne and the finish. GG is called, and that's it. BetBoom yet again. The final hurdle. Too much to jump over. They fall flat on their faces, that final lane of barracks, and Xtreme Gaming with some supreme resilience. Coming back into this game 1 with a victory when they're behind on kills. They were behind on net worth for like the entire match. A 9k lead is what they had at the end, but my goodness. XM Viper, Ame Sven. XXS on that Mars, though, I think you're right, has got to be the MVP with these arenas and spears.
Yeah, I love the itemization that came out of XM, going for that MKB. Basically, second item, MKB, Power Treads into Hurricane Pike into MKB, and then just started to tank up. And Ame was used as a bait in the previous one. GPK lands a really nice shackle. uses focus fire, tries to bring him down, but there's, as you said, very resilient. All this extra armor that comes from Sven's Warcry, plus 25 armor, level 20 talent, Shard giving you extra 6 armor. So those right clicks, they don't hurt as much, and multiple carapaces. Jinkyu also holding them in the game for a really long time, scouting things out, getting a kill here, kill there, setting things up for relocate. But yeah, XXS Mars, he's it's just insane that this guy can still pick this hero. What was it, 23, 24 pick Mars? 23, because Terrorblade was 24. But yeah, insane game. BetBoom, something is off with the team.
Yeah, really struggling to find that finish. You know, they keep on going, looking good in laning stage, getting to that mid game, but just unable to close out games in this kind of situation. I mean, we were joking about, you know, Viper hitting level 25, and that's when Xtreme Gaming's gonna win.
Become universal. That's it.
It just become universal. Get to level 25. He does it.
This is what, like, when I first read it, I thought it was a joke for real. I thought, you know, it's not real. Why would you become universal? But having like all this stats turned into damage makes things very difficult, because he just pumps out so much damage from all the stats that you get. And yeah, another big fight for BetBoom here, because Nightfall managed to get the Sunder off, but
just
still
look at XM. Just watch him.
Okay, I'm not gonna even talk. I'm watching XM.
Just clicking. Like, it's just a Viper clicking people. More and more damage. More and more damage.
This is like the big fight where XXS controls them. This refresher, massive value, A on disc. Things get pretty chaotic, but you have this Nyx Assassin in the middle of a fight using Carapace on Batrider, using Carapace on Leshrac. These heroes instantly die, forced to buy back, and another stun from Jinkyu. He also almost managed to get the Carapace on that power shot, and at this point the game was pretty much over. There was one more fight that they could have maybe salvaged it, but yeah, very difficult. So I want to see that again, because Nightfall was like they went for the full wraparound, and then again Jinkyu, Miro almost dies instantly here from Sven.
Yeah, just real killer instinct from Xtreme Gaming, knowing exactly who they're going to be focusing, what they're doing in team fights. Arme not afraid to like give his life away to ensure they secure these big kills, knowing that XM is the kind of backup carry, able to pick up the pieces. And of course, throwing bodies into the mix here, knowing there's no Metamorphosis, no BKBs, buybacks galore from both sides. Xtreme Gaming coming out on top in game number 1. Real beautiful stuff there. As we saw the struggles, the laning stage. Io and Nyx Assassin, very passive, very slow supports to get off the ground. Need to hit level 6, need to get mech, need to get these things going. I mean, how long was that game? 50 minutes? 47 and a half minutes. It took them that long to finally execute their draft and look like a serious contender. But taking game 1 against BetBoom, is demoralizing for BetBoom so far this tournament. We'll take a quick break and come back. We'll see if BetBoom can lift their spirits and come back in game 2, or if Xtreme Gaming are going to sweep it. And we'll see you then.